The man whose face is covered in scars is none other than our protagonist, Zeke Draker. He is the first direct descendant of the legendary Dragonslayer family. However, unable to awaken his powers and possessing the talent of a healer rather than a swordsman, he ended up getting kicked out of his own family and is currently on the fast track to completely ruining his life. Because of some mystical artifact, he has now been cornered by a group of scumbags deep inside a cave nestled in the snowy mountains. Looking at his pathetic state, one of them lets out a mocking chuckle. "You idiot, do you really think you can escape from this encirclement? Where is the ancient relic hidden?" As they speak, they glare at Zeke with eyes full of warning. Right before them, Zeke has both of his arms cleanly severed during the fight, yet his expression shows not even a hint of fear, and he even mocks the thugs right back. "You morons, if you were in my shoes, would you talk?" Hearing this, a hooded brute fails to contain his anger upon seeing Zeke completely oblivious to his own dire situation. "You arrogant bastard," he snaps, looking as though he might lunge forward and skewer Zeke a few times, but luckily his companion keeps a cooler head and reaches out to stop him. "Forget it, we need to contact the main team first." With that, he pulls out a communication stone and speaks to the person on the other end. "We've caught the Northern Phantom, please confirm our coordinates." In response, a voice crackles from the stone fragment. "Coordinates confirmed, we'll be there soon." Finishing the call with his comrade, he can't help but marvel at Zeke's stubbornness. "Man, you really are unbelievably hard-headed. I can't believe you're still hanging on even with both arms chopped off. But why would the Northern Phantom be after the relic the Emperor is looking for anyway?" He asks aloud without waiting for an answer, prompting his hooded buddy to chime in. "What other reason could there be? He's just trying to cause trouble. We've put up with him for far too long, so let's have a little fun before the main team arrives to pay him back for all the grief he's put us through. You'd better mentally prepare yourself, Northern Phantom, because we're not stopping until you're begging for the sweet release of death." With that, the villain calmly draws the sword from his waist. Beside him, the hooded teammate has a sudden thought and excitedly suggests, "Let's flip a coin to see who goes first, we don't have all day." And pulling out a coin, he immediately flicks it up into the air. "All right, if it's heads, I'm up first." The hooded man grins. While the two of them are completely focused on the coin in front of them, Zeke refuses to just sit there and take it. Seizing the opportunity, he lunges forward and bites down hard on one of his own severed arms lying nearby. He presses it against his wound, and then the miracle happens. A sudden burst of light erupts from the injury site, causing the separated limbs to heal at a visible speed. I won't let it end like this without putting up a fight. The first failed awakener of the Draker family is none other than me, Zeke Draker. Born into the great Dragonslayer family with a body completely incapable of using ether, I suffered a failed awakening, something that should have been second nature to any true knight. I was treated like garbage and cast out of my family, so I've had to do whatever it takes to get stronger just to stay alive. Someone once said that if you only pursue power, you'll end up with nothing in the end, but bullshit like that is only ever spoken by people who are already strong. Zeke murmurs to himself internally, and the moment his right arm fully restores, he quickly snatches up a sword from the ground and dashes forward with wind-shredding speed. Oblivious to this, the two villains are still happily checking the coin toss. "Nice, it's heads." The hooded man cheers happily, thrilled that he gets to deliver the final killing blow to Zeke. But just as he catches sight of the coin, Zeke's sword blade flashes horizontally across his neck, directly evicting the guy's head from his shoulders. Everything happens so fast that the remaining comrade doesn't even have time to react. Then, after about a second of being completely stunned, he hastily grips his sword and prepares for battle. Too bad this doesn't buy him even a few extra seconds, because right after taking down the hooded man, Zeke turns around and charges straight at him. With a single simple swing, his blade effortlessly slices the bandit's sword in half while leaving a bone-deep wound across his body, sending him off to meet the Grim Reaper before he can even let out a squeak. Staring at the corpse still bleeding profusely in front of him, Zeke reminds himself, the weak are trampled by the strong and everything they own gets stolen. That is the harsh reality of this world. Right at that moment, an endless barrage of footsteps begins to echo from outside the cave, catching Zeke's attention. The newcomers are none other than the teammates of the two guys lying dead on the floor. Realizing he's completely surrounded, Zeke picks up his left arm, presses it against the wound to regenerate, and clicks his tongue. "Guess I can't get out of this one." Across from him, the thugs watch Zeke reattach his arm like that and stare at each other with utter disbelief. What the hell? Did he just glue his arm back on? What a freak! Totally disgusting, but hey, he's definitely toast once we cut his head off. Murmurs begin to ripple through the crowd. Enemies meeting face to face require no polite pleasantries, and the two sides immediately crash into each other, greeting one another with exchange after exchange of flashing steel. After an unknown amount of time, the battle finally draws to a close. Scattered across the ground are the lifeless bodies of the bandits lying in pools of blood, while Zeke himself has countless swords impaled straight through his back. By this point, even with his overwhelmingly monstrous regenerative abilities, he knows he has reached his absolute limit. Damn it, looks like I'm heading off to see the Grim Reaper soon. Even though I couldn't get my revenge, I managed to steal the artifact the Emperor was hunting for. I suppose I've accomplished something after all. As he thinks this, Zeke pulls a purple crystal fragment engraved with the shape of a dragon out of his pocket. Gripping the stone tightly, his trembling hand offers an apology. "I'm so sorry, Alicia." With that final thought, Zeke's eyes slowly close as if preparing to bid farewell to this world for good. At the exact same time, blood flows down from his forehead over the tip of his nose and drips straight onto the stone. And right then, the stone suddenly erupts with a blinding surge of intense energy. Accompanied by that flash, a mystical figure materializes behind his back. The soul of an ancient dragon etched into the will of the resilient. "Emergency protocol activated. Zeke Draker, do you accept?" Back to Zeke, these words hold zero meaning to him, just a bunch of meaningless chatter right when he's about to die. "Shut up and do whatever you want," he mutters internally. And as if receiving his confirmation, the voice continues, "Awakening pact successfully verified, an irreversible power promise is now activating. Countdown starting 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time quickly flies by and now, a much younger-looking Zeke stares at his reflection in the mirror, rubbing his chin as he contemplates everything that has happened. "So this is what I look like now. I've actually gone back to the past. It's so hard to believe, yet I can still vividly feel the sensation of a sword piercing through my stomach. This place is so painfully familiar. This is the Draker Family Training Academy, the Cradle." The Draker Dragonslayer family is one of the 3 supreme, peerless great houses, tracing its origins back to Terrakin Draker. He was the hero who saved the entire continent by slaying the wicked dragon Bahamut in a war 1,000 years ago. His descendants founded the modern Draker household, and perhaps because they carry the bloodline of the Dragonslayer Terrakin Draker, all members of the Draker lineage are blessed with ether. They can effortlessly awaken high-level ether and become holy knights. "Except for me," Zeke self-deprecatingly scoffs internally before that mechanical voice chimes in his head once more. Management system initializing. "Awaken a soul identified. Awaken a soul 100% fully compatible. Awaken a soul selected. Acceptance of the ancient dragon's will and complete integration confirmed. You have been granted access to a portion of the system. Nice to meet you, Zeke Draker." Activating status window viewer mode, opening status window. Low-level administrator status window. Name Zeke Draker. Class rare healing warlock. Title blessed by the ancient dragon. Healing path skills calm mind, vitality, recovery, enhanced senses. Combat skills low-level E rank precision stab, E rank / D rank critical strike. Dragon arts unavailable, requires 10 points to unlock. Current karma points none. Returning to Zeke, the suddenly popping up screen sparks his curious observation. There are so many things that look like magical video feeds. Has an artifact been activated? You can see right through this like a magic projection, and navigate it in the exact same way. Besides classes and skills, Dragon Tongue isn't even used in modern times. As my master used to say, ancient people classified themselves into various classes depending on what they were good at. Each class trains in a specialized technique called a skill, and since my class is a healing warlock, I can use a skill called healing. Reminiscing about his master's words, Zeke instinctively shivers as he recalls the sheer, near-death rigor of her training in his past life. After his awakening, she literally trained him to the brink of dying. But no matter what, according to the status window, I am a healing warlock. Let's test it out. Is the status window telling the truth? The moment I became a healing warlock in my past life was when I was 20 years old, right after the Ether Hall was unlocked. If that's the case, thinking this, Zeke closes his eyes and focuses on sensing the energy flowing within his body. Right after that, a surge of energy begins radiating from his entire body, and seeing this, Zeke can't hide the joy on his face. I knew it, my Ether Hall has been opened up. With this, I understand now. Even though my physically trained body from before is gone, I've returned to the past along with my skills and memories, putting me in a much more advantageous position than before regression. And to make the most of this, I need to figure out what tools I have at my disposal first. With that, Zeke refocuses on studying the system screen, but before he can dig any deeper, a man's voice calls out from outside the door. "Young Master Zeke, I'm coming in." Pretending you're not in there is useless. The familiar voice startles Zeke into a panic as he frantically tries to figure out how to turn off the system screen. "Oh crap, I haven't even finished reading it yet. But how do you close this thing?" Outside, the strange man doesn't even wait for Zeke to invite him in as he directly shoves the door open and barges in. "I'm coming in." "Can't believe you're still not ready. What on earth are you thinking?" This large, burly, butler-looking old man is Zeke's personal servant, Decker. Turning towards Zeke and noticing no unusual behavior from him, Zeke lets out an inward sigh of relief. "Guess he can't see the window, thank goodness." Thinking this, Zeke speaks up. Ready for what?" In response, Decker's voice turns stern, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes as he glares at the protagonist and snaps. "Are you seriously asking me that, young Master Zeke?" His tone is entirely ordinary, yet for some reason it sends a shiver straight down Zeke's spine. Come to think of it, he really was terrified of Decker when he was a kid. Even with the mind of a 32-year-old adult, he still can't shake off the ingrained terror deeply etched into this body. As he thinks about this, his whole body starts trembling uncontrollably until the system senses his agitation and automatically triggers the class skill, Calm Mind, instantly clearing Zeke's head. Class skill, Calm Mind. The user's psychological state remains completely unfluctuated regardless of any situation, allowing them to maintain absolute composure. Back to Zeke, his anxiety vanishes in a split second. So this is a skill too? How convenient that it activates automatically. Zeke nods thoughtfully, unaware of his musings as Old Man Decker continues. I've repeated it countless times that this is a vital event. Were you even listening, young Master Zeke? In response, Zeke wears a smile. Of course, Decker. You're talking about the pancreation evaluation test, right? Speaking of this evaluation test, it stems from quite a fascinating tradition. All Draker family members must undergo a training system called the Cradle starting at age 7, spending the next 5 years enduring rigorous basic training. Instructors evaluate new students every year through swordsmanship competitions and rule-free pancration combat matches. Opponents are chosen by the instructors, though there are times when students can pick their own opponents if both parties agree. Due to the lack of rules, some matches end with severe injuries or even fatalities. But because these trials are used to determine which class students get assigned to in the academy, the kids have no choice but to fight with everything they've got. Shifting scenes to a massive arena, a group of children are gathered here to prepare for the pancration evaluation test. Up on the stage, an adult man raises his voice to address the group. As you all know, today is the pancration tournament, and I believe you all realize this is the final part of the evaluation, right? Yes, sir. The kids below shout in unison. Hearing this, a brown-haired man says with satisfaction, "Good, looks like everyone's spirits are high. Then let's get started right away. Get ready." He is the lead instructor, Pan Mark. Within the crowd, Zeke is also present, while all around him the other children eye him with disdain and judgment. Look, it's Zeke. He got humiliated last year and he's still standing here this year. If I were him, I would have run away. How is he even part of the direct bloodline? How pathetic. Nudge nudge, I heard all of that, Zeke complains inwardly. But he couldn't care less about reacting to those remarks. Up on the stage, Pan begins calling out the first participants. Aaron, Goda, get up here. Yes, sir. Both candidates reply and quickly run up onto the stage. Afterward, once both have assumed their ready stances, Pan roars, "Ready, start." The moment the words finish, Goda, the brown-haired boy, darts forward like a leopard to seize the offensive advantage. However, before his fist can even touch his opponent, Aaron unleashes a swift kick straight to his chin, sending shockwaves through Goda's brain and instantly knocking him out cold. Up in the stands, Zeke watches this scene with a bored yawn. Match over. That's what happens when you don't get into a proper guard stance. Zeke murmurs to himself, and sure enough, just as he predicted, taking a single hit leaves Goda completely unable to get back up. Goda cannot continue, Aaron wins, Pan announces loudly. Match after match slowly unfolds, and the more Zeke watches, the more fed up he gets. I thought I used to be terrified of this crap when I was little, but these guys are nothing. With that, he covers his mouth and lets out another huge yawn. Unbeknownst to whether he notices it or not, over in another spectator stand, a freckled kid is staring right at him with eyes full of such intense excitement that it looks like he's looking at prey, his hands trembling with anticipation. Very quickly, Zeke's turn arrives, and coincidentally, his opponent is none other than that freckled kid. Zeke, Leon, are both of you ready? Yes, sir, both reply from their respective sides. Zeke rubs his eyes in boredom upon seeing that his opponent is this pancration punk, while Leon glares at him with utter contempt. Look at you, back again. Guess you didn't get enough of my care last year, huh? His words remind Zeke of last year's tournament. When a weak Zeke had been forced to kneel and beg him to stop. I'm sorry, Leon Conrad, please spare me this time. Snapping back to reality, Zeke feels not a single ounce of worry toward him. Meh, whatever. He's always been my annual matchup anyway. I bet he pulled strings behind the scenes. His family probably feeds him some garbage logic like you have to overcome dirty tricks like this to become a true Dragonslayer. Why on earth is scum like that my cousin? In his past life, the 4 siblings of the direct bloodline never even had a chance to meet, however. There were dozens of cousins who were always ready to bully him. Thinking of this, Zeke breaks into a peculiar smile. Across from him, completely unaware of Zeke's inner thoughts, Leon continues spitting insults. I gotta hand it to you, Zeke Draker, you've got real nerve coming back here after getting beaten to a pulp last time. Or maybe you just can't learn your lesson because you're pathetic. As he speaks, the punk taps his own head mockingly. Faced with this provocation, Zeke feels a flicker of irritation inside, but it is instantly wiped away by his calm mind skill. It's been a while since I heard his stupid insults. Zeke sighs and shoots him a warning glare. Hey, I won't go easy on you if you call me that again. In response, Leon walks right up, ruffles Zeke's hair and taunts. Oh yeah? What are you gonna do about it, you pathetic little piece of shit? Hearing that, Zeke decides words are no longer worth wasting on him. In a flash, he swings his arm and lands a direct blow right across the idiot's face, sending his entire body flying through the air like a torn sack. At the same time, the system chimes in with a notification. Critical strike skill activated. D-rank critical strike inflicts critical damage on the enemy, subject to potential counterattack if the attack fails. Up ahead, Leon starts clutching his face and howling in agony like a whipped puppy. My face, he stammers out, shaking. Meanwhile, Zeke himself is slightly startled by the sheer power behind his own punch. I just meant to knock him out, but my skill triggered on a regular punch. I really still can't control my strength properly. Addressing the head instructor Pan upon seeing Zeke suddenly strike out, he questions him, "What are you doing, Zeke Draker? You attacked before I even gave the start signal." In response, Zeke sighs at the instructor's naivety. Whoever says get ready to fight on a battlefield. He who strikes first gains the upper hand, Zeke says with a cunning smile, causing Pan standing nearby to feel an invisible wave of dread wash over him. What was that feeling I just sensed? Was that bloodlust? Pan wonders to himself. Meanwhile, Leon manages to suppress his pain enough to speak up. "I'm fine, sir. Please start the match. I'm gonna rip that damn pathetic piece of trash apart." Leon snarls with a furious expression while Zeke wears a mocking smirk. "Looks like you're too stupid to ever learn your lesson." Standing nearby, seeing that the two of them are practically at each other's throats and impossible to hold back, Pan finds no reason to stop them anymore. "All right, ready? Begin." The words barely leave his lips when Leon pours strength into his legs and lunges forward at lightning speed. However, looking into Zeke's calm face ahead of him, a strange sense of dread grips his heart for some reason. What the hell? Am I actually scared because of that punch just now? But his punch didn't do enough damage. If I stay on guard, he's nothing. The one thing I need to watch out for is his left-hand counterattack. So obvious. Thinking this, Leon chuckles to himself and immediately drops low to dodge Zeke's punch. At the same time, he reaches out one hand to grab Zeke's thigh while wrapping his other hand around the protagonist's waist, shoving forward to throw him off balance. "Eat this, you pathetic bastard!" Leon roars happily as if victory is already in his grasp. But a second later, he suddenly realizes his body refuses to stand up. And when he looks back, he finds Zeke sitting a few meters away from him. What just happened? Leon demands aloud, utterly failing to process what just went down. Unlike him, lead instructor Pan, watching from the sidelines, witnessed the entire thing. And precisely because of that, he is left completely dazed. "Are you kidding me? Is this really the combat sense of a 12-year-old kid?" The moment Leon dodged Zeke's counter and tried to take him down to the mat, Pan had assumed Leon was guaranteed the win. However, Zeke struck Leon right in the chin and slipped out of his hold. It was Leon's own fault for letting his guard down the second he thought he had Zeke caught. Yet Zeke was so calm. Despite the failed counterattack, the focus and precision required to deal damage that effectively and accurately. "Is this really the Zeke Draker I know?" Pan questions inwardly, staring at the familiar yet utterly foreign figure before him. Turning back to Leon, a wave of dizziness still plagues his mind, making it impossible for him to stabilize. "Damn it, I can't do anything like this. I need to put some distance between us first." Thinking this, before Leon can even retreat, Zeke dashes forward and delivers a powerful hook kick straight into the guy's thigh, sending his entire body buckling downward slightly. What the hell? He's so small, how is he hitting this hard? Leon gasps in shock internally. Regaining his footing, he throws a punch straight at Zeke's face. "You little piece of trash, how dare you." As he strikes, Leon thinks with absolute confidence, "All right, this time I've got my strength under control." Across from him, Zeke activates his enhanced senses skill, temporarily boosting all of his perceptions. Through his eyes, Leon's incoming punch suddenly slows down to an absolute crawl. Ah, what a nostalgic feeling. "Now that I'm used to controlling my ether, time to end this match." Thinking this, he effortlessly blocks the punch. But he's not done yet. Immediately after, Zeke grabs both of Leon's arms and executes a shoulder throw. The throw is so violently forceful that when Leon's body slams into the stone floor, it shatters the pavement into countless fragments. Yet Zeke has no intention of stopping there. Right after, he activates his precision stab skill. Precision stab is a skill that strikes an enemy's weak point to deal critical damage. In that instant, Zeke's elbow strikes dead center against the idiot's sternum, causing the guy's bone structure to fracture into a web of cracks. Then Zeke sits right up on top of him and raises his fist high. "Even an idiot like you ought to be able to learn a lesson from this, right? Let's find out." Sweating a little really clears the head. "Now I can recognize who's who around here." "Stop rubbernecking. If you've got something to say, get down here," Zeke says, sweeping his gaze across the other weaklings up above with a deeply provocative look. In response to his taunt, a kid with reddish-brown hair speaks up arrogantly. "Zeke Draker, I choose you as my pancration opponent. Like you said, I've got something to say." Hearing this voice, the protagonist turns his attention to him and recognizes him as Jakin Vardek, yet another cousin of his. Thinking this, Zeke casually accepts. "Fine by me, but just you is gonna be boring." "Liam Stone, you join in too." Zeke stares hard at the bulky guy standing right behind Jakin. That guy is Jakin's personal servant. "I figure this makes the match actually fair." With that, Zeke breaks into a contemptuous smile, making Jakin grind his teeth so hard they squeak audibly. "Did you just insult me?" he asks through clenched teeth, only to be met with an impossibly cute expression from Zeke. "Yep, sure did, you idiot." He replies in a bubbly, cheerful tone which only serves to drive Liam absolutely insane with rage. "Zeke Draker, I swear I'm going to kill you." Jakin mutters to himself internally. Shortly after, both of them step down onto the combat stage. Before the match starts, lead instructor Pan anxiously reminds Zeke, "Don't do anything before I give the signal, Zeke Draker." Yeah, Zeke nods in agreement, while intensely observing the burly guy in front of him. How interesting to run into him here. Liam the Mercenary King. Even in his past life as Jaken's servant, he had participated in the Cradle and the Academy. But being a distant relative, his education had been neglected, leading him to beg for advanced studies at the Valhalla Academy. However, he eventually joined a knighthood in a small country called Baranal, and following Baranal's collapse, he ultimately ended up as a mercenary wandering around seeking power during the chaotic era. And after a long time as a mercenary, he became a red-robed knight and founded his own stone mercenary army, uniting the three largest mercenary guilds and quickly earning the title of the Mercenary King. Being hired by the Empire, Liam's stone mercenary army participated in the Continental War and fought alongside the Northerners who faced Liam as an enemy. Zeke muttered internally, completely unaware of these thoughts running through Zeke's mind. Seeing that both sides were ready, Pan spoke up to kick things off. The moment the words left his mouth, that guy Jaken launched a sudden, lightning-fast attack, his punch packing so much power that it actually made the air crack with a loud bang. However, this punch still wasn't enough to give Zeke any trouble as his fist was caught cleanly in Zeke's hand. "I thought I told you to all rush me together," Zeke said with a deadpan expression while radiating a dangerous aura that made Jaken break out in a nervous sweat. "Did you really think I'd fall for your cheap trick?" Right as he spoke, the guy threw out a high kick aimed straight at Zeke's head. Yet the very next second, he felt a sharp wave of pain shooting straight into his brain. The reason was because his previous kick had crashed straight into Zeke's elbow. "Try actually looking where you're kicking next time," Zeke teased, and because of that injury, Jaken was temporarily unable to launch another attack. Taking advantage of the fact that the guy was distracted by his own leg, Zeke immediately lunged forward to check on his health. "Where are you looking?" As he spoke, he curled his fist tight to wind up for a strike. Seeing this, Jaken hurriedly threw both hands up in front of his face to defend himself. However, it was just a fake out from Zeke. "Looks like you're panicking a little too hard there. You couldn't even tell it was a feint. That's why I said you should have all jumped me together. A single one of you isn't enough." And with that, Zeke casually kicked Jaken straight in the knee, sending him stumbling backward out of balance. Seeing that, Zeke pivoted to the side and delivered a brutal punch to the ribs that left Jaken in so much pain he coughed up blood. Out of options and realizing that his own weak strength was completely useless against Zeke, he immediately yelled for backup from his lackey standing behind him. "Liam, kill this bastard." The pup let out a loud roar, and facing the future mercenary king this time, Zeke finally dropped his arrogant attitude. "He's 12 years old just like us, right? The most annoying thing about fighting him is his insane range. If I let him make the first move, I won't be able to do anything. I have to seize the initiative," he thought. Right as Liam was winding up to strike, Zeke bolted forward and threw a straight punch, cutting off his attack before he could even launch it. Following that, Zeke activated his slash skill, a D-rank ability that unleashes a flurry of attacks on the opponent while obscuring their vision. And right then, countless purple afterimages of Zeke suddenly split off, raining continuous attacks on Liam from every direction and leaving him with no choice but to curl up and defend. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the watching students slowly shifted. "Are you kidding me? What even is that?" they murmured in a daze. Out of the entire crowd, only Instructor Pan recognized the technique. "That's right, you guys must be surprised since this is something you've never seen before. It's the Northern Fist fighting technique from the Central Lands, but in a place where swordsmanship rules supreme like this. How on earth does Zeke know it?" Back to the main character, throwing attacks back-to-back placed a heavy burden on his body, and right now he was starting to curse his own trashy body. "Damn it. My body was garbage when I was little. Just doing this much makes everything hurt all over." But setting that aside, that guy's monster-like physique is the real problem. No counterattacks, no dodging, he's just holding his stance and taking everything head-on. He's even more relentless than when he was the Mercenary King, and my body is almost reaching its limit. Now I finally see just how strong his body really is. Even so, I'm going to punch right through his guard and take him down. Thinking this, Zeke took a deep breath and poured all his power into his right fist, while across from him, Liam's eyes narrowed slightly as if sensing Zeke's shift in momentum. So he focused his mind to the absolute limit, and the next instant, without any warning, Zeke's figure flashed and appeared right in front of him. Unleashing a punch but with terrifying reflexes, Liam tilted his head slightly to the side. At the same time, he slapped his hand against Zeke's bicep to deflect the blow, and missing the attack left a bitter taste in Zeke's mouth. He managed to dodge it even though he can't see ether with the naked eye. Everyone here possesses freakish senses, he muttered to himself, and while Zeke was still standing there dazed, Liam used his left hand to grab a tight grip on Zeke's right wrist. Then the big guy used all his brute strength to fling Zeke's body away like a chair. However, our main character wasn't about to be outdone, and right as his body was being thrown forward, Zeke tucked his legs in, used the momentum of the toss, and slammed his knee straight into Liam's face. After that, he activated his sensory boost skill to heighten his perception speed and locked both legs tightly around Liam's neck. No matter how strong your body is, if your brain doesn't get enough oxygen, there's nothing you can do, Zeke thought to himself while squeezing his legs tighter, but Liam had no intention of just sitting there taking it. and right then, he started using his left arm to punch Zeke's ribs repeatedly, forcing the boy to spit out blood, this crazy bastard. Fine then, let's see who wins this. He gritted his teeth and endured it. Just like that, the two engaged in a war of attrition, and in the end, Liam was the one who tapped out, passing out cold from a lack of oxygen. Up in the stands, another kid watched Zeke win and broke out into an amused smile. Nice, I expected at least this much from you. Now you're actually worth bringing down, Zeke Draker. Time quickly passed, cutting to Zeke's private room where the old butler Decker gently inquired, I heard you were badly injured during the pancration match. Are you alright, young master? If it's not too intrusive, may I check your pulse? He asked calmly, but how could a question like that get past Zeke, who immediately guessed his intentions? He must want to check if I've awakened my luminous chi, and once he figured out the old man's goal, Zeke told him to wait a moment, letting him put on his clothes before offering his hand for an inspection. Seeing this, the old man didn't forget to express his gratitude. Thank you very much, young master, and with that, old Decker gently touched Zeke's palm and slowly channeled his energy into the boy's arm to check. Yet the exact moment he felt the old man's energy moving inside his body, Zeke couldn't help but freeze in shock for a few seconds. Wait a minute, is he a blue knight? When checking if someone has awakened, people usually just look at the energy center, but he's really being thorough. Just channeling luminous chi into someone else's body is hard enough, let alone controlling it with that kind of precision. He must be a blue knight. Not all knights are the same. They are categorized based on their martial might and proficiency in operating luminous chi. White swordsmen are the basic rank. Most kids who haven't gone through the blessing ceremony are white swordsmen, followed by yellow swordsmen, which is the level you reach when you awaken luminous chi and open your energy center, and all trainees at the cradle become yellow swordsmen after the blessing ceremony. While once you learn to manipulate luminous chi at will, you earn the title of knight. Purple knights are at the level where you can reinforce your blade with luminous chi. Blue knights are the level where you can manifest blades of luminous chi. And the realm of transcendent beings, which was the absolute limit that the mercenary King Liam reached back then. And what I achieved before my reincarnation was the red knight. There's also the black knight, but there are only a handful of monsters like that across the entire continent. So how on earth did someone strong enough to be a commander end up playing caretaker for me? No, more importantly, there's no way he could detect my ether. Only 2 people in the entire world can use it. Zeke muttered internally, and just as he predicted, after a moment of inspection, old Decker still didn't find anything and had to stop his probing, though his instincts still whispered to him that Zeke was hiding something, young master. Is there something you're keeping from me? He asked, staring intently at Zeke with a sharp gaze. Hearing this, Zeke didn't answer and fired back, oh really, are you hiding something from me then? Zeke's sudden question left Decker momentarily speechless. Then, without waiting for an answer, the main character waved a hand and said, I'm just kidding. Hearing that, old Decker let out a sigh and turned to ask, why have you changed so abruptly, young master? Replying to this, Zeke looked back at him with the gaze of someone standing above. You've got the question wrong, Decker. You should be asking why I'm only changing now. A lot of things are going to change from now on. Everything is going to fall back into its proper place, so all you need to do is follow behind me. Across from him, Decker fell silent for a couple of seconds as if weighing those words, then he nodded and bowed his head. Understood, young master, I get it now. I prepared the training room just like you asked. Good, I like it when you're quick on your feet, Zeke said with satisfaction. Then I'll see you later, young master, please get some rest. Zeke waved a hand and quickly walked out of the room. At the same time, Zeke vaguely guessed why someone this powerful was by his side. If he was ordered to keep an eye on me, then I can just keep him around and squeeze information out of him when the chance arises. The real question is who ordered him to spy on me. I doubt it's anyone from my mother's side. It's definitely one of my brothers or sisters, Zeke deduced in his mind. Cutting to the training room, it seemed to be Zeke's first time here, so he was a bit surprised by its sheer size. Wow, is this a private training room? This family really lives up to its reputation, he exclaimed. He muttered to himself and quickly pulled up his status window to check. And the next moment, Zeke quickly noticed the changes in his stats. My slash skill leveled up to proficient. I guess it goes up the more I use it. Skills activate naturally based on my actions, which means I already had it beforehand. If I learn something new, will it get added here as a skill too? What's the difference between a skill and a school skill? They activate pretty much the same way. And this too, Dragonic technique, I can't view it right now and need 10 points to unlock it. Thinking this, he tapped on the Karma Points button to check, and the system promptly popped up an explanation. Karma Points can be obtained by killing monsters, and your current Karma Points are 0. Reading the description, a thoughtful expression crossed Zeke's face. Monsters, huh? There are tons of them in the abyss, but I need to become at least a purple knight to go there. Furthermore, I'm more curious about why I reincarnated into the past and what this system is. These skills and classes tell me for sure that it's tied to that ancient treasure. But I currently have way too little information. The more he thought about it, the more curious Zeke felt. Yet since he couldn't come up with any answers right now, Zeke decided to throw the issue to the back of his mind and figure it out later. Phew, whatever. As long as it helps me get stronger, I'll use it whether it's the system I'm running or a Draker family asset, he muttered, forcing himself to lift a sword in front of him. But his whole body shook uncontrollably just from the weight of it. Next, while lifting the sword, Zeke reviewed his training knowledge from his past life. There are two known powers in this world: the luminous chi of knights and the mana of mages. Knights cultivate luminous chi inside their energy centers, while mages circulate mana through magic circles. These two powers sit at opposite extremes, so once you awaken one, you can't awaken the other. However, I was unlucky enough to be unable to awaken either an energy center or a magic circle, so I was cast out by my family and met my master during my wandering days. He taught me a lot of things, but the most useful thing he taught me was healing skills and the ether chamber, and through the ether chamber developed by my master, I gained the ability to use nature's energy, ether. My master and I were the only #1 users of it in the entire world, he thought, swinging his sword frantically to train. Time flew by, and 2 hours later, Zeke was dog-tired, panting heavily, practicing for just 2 hours, and I feel like I'm about to pass out, though I guess it's fine. As he spoke, he tried to prop his collapsing body up with his sword and to shake off his exhaustion. Zeke immediately activated his healing skill to restore his vitality, making his tired body instantly feel as fresh as new. Healing is an ultra-rare skill that I didn't even know existed until I met my master. If I use it in front of people, they'll think I'm a freak. That's why I couldn't use it during the fight with Liam. I have to quickly heal myself the second I get back to my room. Now that I've recovered, let's keep going, he said, diving right back into training. Time quickly passed until evening when Zeke finally stopped because his stomach started growling for food. Guess it's time for dinner. Zeke let out a soft sigh before looking down at the floor covered in countless sword marks, wondering how on earth he was going to explain this to Decker. Just like that, time sped by, and a week later, cutting to the Cradle's cafeteria where everyone was buzzing about Zeke's transformation. Hey, have you heard about Zeke? He's totally different now. Someone spoke up, leaving the person next to them slightly startled. That loser, could he have messed with dark magic? I hope he put some of the stronger guys in their place. Yeah, another person agreed. Cutting to a luxurious dining room where 4 young masters were eating together, Riene Tirun was devouring his food like a starving demon. On the other side, a handsome kid spoke up to remind Leon, you might not have an appetite but eat anyway. You need energy for sword duels, and this handsome kid's name was Owen Zimmon. In response to this kind gesture, Leon clenched his fists and shot back, are you trying to piss me off? I was just trying to be friendly, but looks like your inferiority complex is acting up. Owen replied coldly, making Leon snap with anger as he slammed his table and shouted, what did you say? His table slam knocked the steak right off Riene's plate, earning Leon a very unpleasant glare from him. A gaze so piercingly cold that Leon didn't even dare meet it. Putting that aside, Jakin brought up Zeke, so what are you guys planning to do about Zeke Draker? Hearing this, Owen's expression instantly changed. I'm not sure. The pancration match was barbaric but impressive, though he's bound to look pathetic when it comes to swordsmanship. What can he even do if he can't even hold a sword properly? Hearing that, Leon across from him grabbed onto it like a drowning man finding an excuse. Exactly, he's so weak he had to order a custom sword because normal ones are too heavy for him, right? There's no way I could lose to a lowlife like that. I'm sure anyone who watched knows, he only beat me in pancration because of pure luck. Speaking of Riene, seeing these weaklings constantly making excuses for their failures, he stood straight up from his chair. Pure luck. If you actually believe that, you guys don't deserve to become knights of the Draker family. With that, too disgusted to sit with them any longer, he immediately left the dining table. A sword fight, unlike pancration, swordsmanship is used, and it's the cause of most accidents in the Cradle, which is also where the skill gap between students is put on full display. And 1 month after the current exams, the blessing ceremony will take place, the event where members of the Draker family awaken their luminous chi. Cutting to the training arena, head instructor Pan called out, Zeke, step forward. Hearing this, Zeke stepped forward carrying an absurdly long sword, and the weapon in his hand drew weird looks from everyone. What is up with that ridiculously long sword? Does he think using a big sword makes him stronger? Murmurs began to ripple through the stands, and across from him, Zeke's opponent was none other than the girl Riene. Zeke Draker, I choose you as my opponent, she said with a fierce fighting spirit. While Zeke wasn't afraid of anyone, he locked in right away. Sounds good, I accept your challenge, and with that, he pointed his sword straight at his opponent's face. Hearing this, Riene calmly drew her sword while trying to gauge Zeke's strength. He's holding a two-handed sword so effortlessly. Facing him now, I can tell this isn't the Zeke I knew, the guy who could barely hold a sword anymore. Could he have grown up? His luminous chi. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy Riene felt. Then quickly gritting her teeth, she reminded herself, what am I even saying? I can't let him intimidate me before the fight even starts. I gladly accept. And back to Zeke, despite making such a confident declaration earlier. He actually didn't find it as easy in his heart, just like I've always done, but dueling the Thunder Knight is going to be pretty tense. Riene Tirun, also known as the Thunder Knight, she's one of the knights who made a name for herself during the Continental War and is recognized as one of the strongest in the next generation of the Draker family. Since she was one of the few who awakened luminous chi before entering the blessing ceremony, she must have awakened it a few years ahead of schedule. But she didn't use it in the cradle, claiming she wanted to improve her fundamentals, Zeke thought to himself, and right after, head instructor Pan saw that both had settled into their stances and shouted, "Begin." The sound barely faded when Riene's body flashed like lightning, thrusting her sword straight at Zeke. Yet the attack was casually parried aside by Zeke using the sword in his hand. Seeing this, Riene immediately stepped back to create distance. Then she used her speed advantage to circle around behind Zeke's back and delivered another powerful sword thrust. Yet this attack was still blocked when Zeke raised his sword horizontally, though its impact was no joke since Zeke was nearly blown out of the arena after taking the blow. "She's better than I expected," Zeke praised inwardly, while Riene didn't even give Zeke a chance to think, launching a flurry of relentless attacks. Up in the stands, the idiot Leon, completely oblivious to both of their strengths, bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Stop playing around with him, Riene, finish him in one hit." Hearing this, Jakin next to him reluctantly tried to explain it to this pig-headed fool. "Are you an idiot? Does it look like Riene is playing around with him?" Back to Riene's perspective, while unleashing strikes to pin Zeke down, she was calculating how to break through his defense. "Even though it's tight, I can still feel the openings. Yet no matter how fast I try to capitalize on them, his sword meets mine as if negating all my effort. And right after that, another opening appears. Right, this feels just like a training match meant to teach me." The more she thought about it, the more suspicious Riene felt about her own senses. And then, after another clash of swords, Riene's body was pushed backward as the two temporarily paused their offensive rhythm, because Riene's face was dripping with sweat from having to attack continuously. Meanwhile, our main character didn't even break a single drop of sweat. In fact, he even felt a little bored. So this is how the Thunder Knight fights back while in the cradle. Her swordsmanship is so straightforward, as expected of someone obsessed with basics, but that's precisely what's holding her back. "Let's see, why don't I try helping her break out of her shell?" Thinking this, Zeke lowered his posture like a hunting leopard ready to burst into a sprint. Across the way, the female swordsman immediately turns cautious upon seeing Zeke's extremely low offensive stance. He's planning to close the distance in a single strike, and his speed is nothing to scoff at. "Bring it on, Zeke Draker," Riene murmurs to herself. Right after that, Zeke launches his attack, his body flashing as he instantly materializes right in front of her. "As long as there's some distance between us, reacting to his moves isn't entirely impossible," Riene thinks to herself, hurriedly dodging the protagonist's downward slash. However, she fails to anticipate Zeke's next move. He begins swinging his sword diagonally, slicing across the floor straight toward Riene. His attack kicks up a flurry of scattered stone debris in its wake. The strike successfully connects with her face, leaving Riene's visage covered in blood. Without a second to dwell on it, Riene hastily regains her footing. Taking advantage of her loss of momentum, Zeke surges forward. He swings his sword straight toward the female swordsman's throat. "I'm done for," Riene thinks to herself. But then, by some miraculous turn of events, her speed and strength suddenly surge to an unimaginable level, instantly knocking the sword out of Zeke's hand. All around them, the onlookers erupt into wild, deafening cheers. Zeke lost, as expected of Riene, and she didn't even use her ether like usual. Unlike them, Pan, who has been observing from the sidelines the entire time, has a completely different thought. No, the students don't realize it. But when Zeke's attack closed in on Riene, she used the absolute bare minimum amount of ether, a fraction so small it was nearly undetectable. Riene, who had promised never to use ether until officially entering the academy, was forced into it by him. Pan thinks with a blank, stunned expression as he looks at Riene while nearby. Zeke seizes the opportunity while she is off guard and charges in to attack without a single moment of hesitation. "What are you doing? The match isn't over yet." With that, Zeke unleashes a strike aimed straight at Riene's throat. It immediately draws blood, forcing her to drop to her knees in front of him. Up in the stands, the crowd reacts to his actions with a barrage of condemnation. "This is supposed to be a swordsmanship duel. We won't stand for such cowardly attacks." That's right, a knight abandoning his sword. This is Riene's victory. "You don't have what it takes to be a knight. What a disgrace." Jeers begin to echo from all around, though. Zeke couldn't care less about the criticism. As far as he's concerned, a win is a win. Across from him, after a few moments of rest, Riene forces her battered body to stand back up, prompting Zeke to ask, "Do you want to keep going?" Hearing this, a wave of inner turmoil washes over her. "I haven't lost yet. He only managed to hit me because I let my guard down. Let's be real. If he hadn't been fighting barehanded and had actually used a dagger, I wouldn't even have a chance to stand here right now." Thinking this, despite feeling deeply resentful, Riene speaks up to concede, "I lose." The moment her concession drops, the entire spectator stand plunges into dead silence. Acting as the referee, Pan quickly steps up to announce the result. "Today's winner is Zeke Draker." Zeke Draker, the very same person who was being called human trash just days ago, has secured a victory against one of the most talented prodigies of a prestigious family. Shifting scenes elsewhere, within a ruined castle, countless soldier corpses lie scattered everywhere, bearing the grim aftermath of a recent monster swarm attack. While others busy themselves cleaning up the debris, two men sit inside a room drinking tea. The dark-haired man gazes at his companion with a deeply distressed expression. Abel, how can you possibly sit here drinking tea in a situation like this? Zeke, they're saying the bastard beat Riene, Abel says casually, glancing at a letter resting on the table. In response to his remark, the man named Abel gently shakes his head. William, you're always making such a big deal out of everything. How much longer until the blessing ceremony? We still have time until the next full moon. William replies, well, I suppose now is as good a time as any to pay the main estate a visit. Abel says calmly as he walks toward the door, his words causing William to startle slightly. What? You're planning to go there in person? It's piqued my curiosity. I'm interested to see what kind of awakening our youngest brother went through, Abel finishes, his gaze turning cold as he looks out the window. Back to Zeke, although his victory sent shockwaves through the entire cradle, he simply returned to his quarters and resumed his grueling training as time quickly marched on. A month later, on the day of the blessing ceremony, Zeke is still entirely consumed by his training, though the more he practices, the more perplexed he feels. I honestly don't get how my past self managed to become a Crimson Knight with this kind of body. Open status window, he mutters, and the information screen instantly materializes before him. After a month of non-stop training, Zeke's skills have improved significantly. Precision stab has reached mastery level, critical strike is now at expert level, and agile footwork has also hit expert level. Scanning the descriptions on the screen, Zeke feels a fair amount of satisfaction. Just as expected, one of my skill masteries has surpassed the proficient tier. Skill ranks and masteries reset. I even managed to raise the mastery of agile footwork, a skill I acquired during combat. Just as he thinks this, a sudden knock echoes from outside, and without even turning his head, Zeke instantly recognizes the visitor. Decker, what do you want? He calls out, and the old man has indeed come to remind him about the blessing ceremony. We depart in 2 hours, Decker states calmly. All right, I'll be ready soon, so get everything prepared, Zeke replies with a nod. Shortly after finishing his preparations, Zeke boards a carriage bound for the main estate where the blessing ceremony is being held. Sitting inside the carriage, Zeke stares blankly ahead in deep thought. It's been a long time since I've set foot in the main estate. Belonging to the Draker family and located within the territory of Duke Troy. Although the primary family seat is situated at the heart of the continent in the Four Seasons Fortress of the Middle Lands, the blessing ceremony must always be conducted at the ancestral main estate, the birthplace of the Dragonslayer legend. Shifting scenes to the main estate of the Draker family, known as the Dragon's Den. Inside the Grand Hall, all the children of age have gathered in preparation for the ritual, standing in solemn, rigid rows. Zeke, however, darts his eyes left and right, scanning the surroundings to assess the situation. I never really noticed this before, but all these distinguished guests are big names we usually only hear about in continental newspapers. I'm certain the family even dispatched information agents to keep tabs on me. Regardless of what their intentions are, the moment they see my awakening fail, I'm certain they'll just write me off. Thinking this, Zeke suddenly senses a piercing gaze locked onto him, prompting him to look over in curiosity. The moment his eyes land on the owner of that gaze, his face contorts with blinding fury. Why is that bastard here? In another corner of the hall, 2 men exchange handshakes and greetings. It's been a while, hasn't it? Haha, indeed it has, Abel replies. Seeing this, the man opposite him asks with mild curiosity, so what brings you to this blessing ceremony? Did someone in this batch catch your eye? In response, Abel immediately waves a hand in denial. Nah, I've got other reasons. Just so happens that my lovely little younger brother is here too, Abel says, casting a sidelong glance toward Zeke in the distance. The second son of the Draker family, the Lion's Sword, Abel Draker. Returning to Zeke, despite boiling with rage at the sight of his nemesis, he aggressively reminds himself to stay calm given the current circumstances. The Executioner Knight. Abel, calm down, I can't do anything to him right now. In his past life, Abel never once came to watch him during the blessing ceremony. Has my action changed the future? If that's the case, this might just be an opening for him. Thinking this, Zeke's hand clenches so tightly it begins to tremble. Unaware of his inner turmoil, the voice of the ceremony's host rings out. All right, we will now commence the blessing ceremony. Aaron, step forward. Yes, sir, Aaron replies, quickly stepping up to the towering knight statue holding a massive greatsword. Standing right in front of the statue is a giant chalice filled to the brim with water. Knowing precisely what to do, Aaron rolls up his sleeves and submerges his arm directly into the water. A moment later, a few drops of blood begin to seep from his palm, and right after, the water starts radiating a bright glow, surging up along Aaron's arm to help him unlock his energy danshin. Through the blessing ceremony, all members of the Draker bloodline awaken their sealed ether upon graduating from the cradle at age 12. An astonishingly fast progression compared to ordinary knights who typically awaken in their 20s. Among them, rare cases occur where individuals awaken an auxiliary Dragonslayer trait known as spirit suppression alongside their ether. Such individuals are guaranteed to reach at least yellow rank swordsmanship, with a select few even rivaling red rank and black rank knights through a true blood awakening. Standing nearby, Pan nods as Aaron finishes his awakening. All right, next. Hearing the call, female swordsman Riene steps forward, and in her case, the light emitted by the knight's statue burns a brilliant crimson red. Seeing this, Pan's eyes light up with immense joy, and he immediately orders a nearby soldier to fetch a pair of special gloves. To explain this, due to spirit suppression, individuals with this trait are strictly required to wear specialized gloves crafted by their family. Otherwise, they are entirely incapable of leading a normal life. Once an individual proves themselves to be a descendant of the true blood, they are granted the prestigious Draker surname, alongside unimaginable backing and countless privileges from the family. Thus, the children step up one by one to awaken their ether, until the protagonist's turn finally arrives. Because he is a direct descendant, everyone is watching with bated breath to see what kind of awakening he will pull off. Oh, looks like the main event is finally here. Wonder what kind of awakening he'll get. Someone whispers in curiosity, to which another instantly voices their opinion. A true blood awakening, obviously. He beat Rene after all. Back to Zeke, listening to the relentless buzzing of chatter all around him, he lets out an internal bark of bitter laughter. I never thought I'd find myself standing in front of this damn statue again. Last time was an absolute nightmare. Even though the blessing ceremony was the only thing that pushed me through the cradle, it branded me with a shameful title. However, things are different this time. Not only can I heal, but I can also use ether, and above all else I didn't give up or surrender. I stood back up using my own willpower, so please help me out. You piece of junk statue. With that thought, he dips his hand into the cool, shimmering water. Following that, the night statue begins to vibrate violently, yet mere seconds later, it abruptly stops without any warning. The surrounding guests turn to look at one another in total confusion, completely baffled by the occurrence. It stopped. That has literally never happened before. In another corner, Abel stares at his younger brother with a blank, bewildered gaze. Returning to Zeke, despite knowing the outcome in advance, experiencing it all over again still fails to suppress the surge of frustration on his face. I knew it, I shouldn't have gotten my hopes up that anything would change. Getting cocky just because of that bastard. With that, he pulls his hand out of the giant chalice and reaches for a towel to dry his arm. All around him, the guests begin casting suspicious glances towards Zeke. What is this? Did he fail his awakening? Is that even possible? But why? Looks like the family head's bloodline wasn't strong enough to suppress the cursed blood. Someone sneers, though they are instantly cut off by their companion. Hey, shut up. Then how did he beat Rene? He must have used some kind of cheap trick. What an absolute embarrassment to the family. Standing amidst the murmurs, Zeke isn't particularly surprised, having long since grown used to it. These people never change. It doesn't matter. There are plenty of ways to grow strong outside of an awakening. Zeke mutters to himself, but right at that instant, the system pings him with a notification. I apologize, Zeke Draker. Due to a processing error, a message was hidden. Essential information detected as missing from the identification engine during professional profiling. Class information was inputted using system administrator privileges. Missing essential information detected. Class data input complete. The engine has identified the user's talent as a healing warlock. Your class has been successfully unlocked and your designated class is classified as rare. A cascade of notifications pops up, leaving Zeke slightly bewildered by the situation. Something is different from my past life. Essential information detected as missing. No way. Thinking this, he immediately whips his head toward the statue, which is now emitting the exact same shade of crimson red as the light Rene produced when she awakened, causing the guests to once again turn and stare at each other with wide eyes. It's red. A true blood awakening. He started with red. Leaving that aside, the system continues firing off notifications. Connection established. The ancient dragon's blessing sealed within the user's soul has been activated. Gladiator bloodline talent awakened. Your awakened talents have merged together. Fusion of rare talents detected. A new class has been created. Unique class, immortal. Turning back to the watching guests, seeing the statue's light abruptly shift from crimson red to golden brilliance leaves their minds thoroughly scrambled. Golden light? What is this? Is that even a true blood awakening or not? There was red just a second ago, right? Someone asks with an uncertain tone. Nearby, listening to the chaotic chatter, Zeke remains relatively calm. It's only natural for them to doubt it, but if I speak up here, it'll just backfire on me, Zeke tells himself. Meanwhile, the guests continue whispering anxiously. The spirit light didn't flare up at all. Is the sword statue glitching? There's no spirit suppression, so how could it possibly be a true blood awakening? Responding to the mounting questions, Abel suddenly steps forward, putting on a benevolent act as he claps his hands to draw everyone's attention. Why is everyone looking so grim? We just had 2 people achieve a true blood awakening in a single batch. Isn't that something worth celebrating? Hearing his words, people in the hall exchange probing glances before quickly catching on to his intent. Having a Draker family member fail to awaken any ether is a massive loss of face. Thus, in an ambiguous situation like this, it is far better to simply roll with Zeke successfully awakening a true blood to preserve the family's honor. Understanding this, the surrounding guests immediately start clapping along in agreement. That's right, 2 true blood awakenings. What an incredible blessing. They cheer excited. Seeing this, Abel nods with a satisfied smirk and glances toward lead instructor Pan. Well, what are you waiting for? Go bring the newest family member his gloves. Yes, sir. Pan bows his head and hastily has a pair of gloves fetched and tossed to Zeke. Catching the gloves, the protagonist tests their weight and mutters, these are kind of heavy. With that, he quickly steps away from his spot to make room for the remaining children to undergo their awakenings. Despite having received Abel's help, Zeke only feels a creeping sense of disgust wrapping around him. Abel's intentions are blindingly obvious, but accepting help from him feels just about as pleasant as stepping in dog shit. Time flies by, and after all the children of the family finish their awakening rituals, Pan steps up to make an announcement. This concludes the blessing ceremony. A celebratory banquet will begin shortly. It's for everyone, so please enjoy yourselves. Hearing about a feast, the kids break into bright, delighted smiles, happy that their harsh lives in the cradle might finally get a slight breather. Zeke is the only one who pays it no mind, turning on his heel to walk away from the hall. A stupid banquet. There's gotta be a training room somewhere around here. Zeke mutters under his breath as he quickens his pace to search for a training room, though before he can even take a few steps, Abel's voice calls out, "Hey Zeke, the party's just getting started, where are you wandering off to?" He asks with an infinitely gentle expression, yet the protagonist feels as though he's being stared down by a venomous snake. I didn't expect him to approach me this quickly, he thinks to himself, and matching the persona of an exemplary older brother, Abel extends a hand forward to congratulate Zeke. "Congratulations on your true blood awakening." In response, Zeke forces a smile and reaches out to shake his hand. Knowing that refusing outright would instantly expose his hostility toward him, he plays along for now, just as their hands are about to touch. Zeke is suddenly struck by a painful memory from the past, causing the oppressive atmosphere around him to shift. Catching on immediately, Abel chuckles, "Haha, this is awkward." Across from him, Zeke grits his teeth internally. "Even for the sake of keeping up appearances, I can't bring myself to shake this piece of trash's hand." Returning to Abel, acting as though he is completely oblivious to Zeke's furious expression, he waves a hand dismissively. "Oh well, guess I'll just have to settle for seeing your face today. See you around, Zeke," he says, giving him a pat on the shoulder before turning and walking away. Meanwhile, the moment Abel is out of earshot, Zeke furiously wipes down his shoulder, as if trying to brush off a foul stain. "Alright, see you in hell," he grits his teeth internally. Back inside the banquet, guests continue gossiping about Zeke. Two new true bloods appeared. Yeah, that golden light from Zeke came completely out of nowhere. This is the first time something like that's ever happened, right? I honestly thought he bombed his awakening. So where did he run off to anyway? Someone wonders aloud. At that exact moment, our protagonist is safely locked inside his private room, exhaustively shedding his formal party attire. Phew, I thought I was gonna suffocate in there. Putting that aside, why am I completely fine? Every single person who undergoes a true blood awakening is supposed to suffer from spirit suppression, which acts as proof that you bear the hostility of dragons, the ultimate source of spirit energy. However, because most machinery runs on spirit energy as fuel, true bloods are universally required to wear the family's custom gloves. If I really were a true blood, I should have run into serious issues the moment I took those gloves off. Thinking this, he pulls up his status window to check his information, and sure enough, it has undergone a dramatic transformation. His class has shifted from healer to the unique class Immortal. His skills now include A-rank Rookie Spirit Reversal and A-rank Overall Buff, and his karma points currently sit at a neat 100. Staring at the data, a wave of curiosity washes over him. This is completely different from before. It's not spirit suppression, it's spirit reversal. I need to read this more carefully. Focusing his attention on the spirit reversal skill, the system quickly supplies an explanation. Spirit reversal creates a distortion field that neutralizes nearby spirit energy. Reading the description, a few pieces of the puzzle click in Zeke's mind. So spirit reversal is classified as a skill. The spirit light didn't flare up because it isn't a passive attribute. Before the ceremony, I was a rare healing warlock, but now I've become a unique immortal. Wait a minute, all the graduating students normally awaken blue-tinted ether, and only Renee awakened the red true blood. My light started out red too, but then it shifted to golden. The system mentioned that the identification engine had missing essential information. The identification engine? Does it mean that bronze statue? The moment the system injected the missing data, the stalled statue suddenly flashed red. Damn it, is that really what happened? That bronze statue doesn't determine whether you've awakened or not. It evaluates the user's innate traits and classes, red for rare classes and gold for unique ones. That bronze statue is an ancient artifact dating back even before Terrakin, the founder of the Draker family. Back then, the concept of specific classes didn't exist, so it was purely used to verify whether someone had awakened their powers. They must have mistakenly assumed that a red light, the hallmark of a rare class, was the telltale sign of a true blood awakening. Unbelievable, not a single family had ever figured this out. Well, at least I've got karma points now. Did I earn them from back then? Let's test it out. Driven by curiosity, Zeke quickly taps the confirmation button to spend his dragon art points. His balance drops from 100 down to 90 and a fresh wave of system prompts floods his vision. Dragon arts are now available for viewing. Opening Dragon Arts, Tier 1 Dragon Art Dragon's Eye, allows the user to view detailed information on a target after careful observation. Locked, requires 20 points to unlock. Tier 1 Dragon Art Dragon's Might allows the user to force enemies into submission using ether. Locked, requires 30 points to unlock. Tier 1 Dragon Art Devour allows the user to consume and thoroughly digest anything. Locked, requires 50 points to unlock. Reviewing the skill details, Zeke murmurs to himself, weighing which ones to unlock since his current points are only enough for 2. Let's see, I have Dragon's Eye and Dragon's Might available. Better go with the reliable options over the risky ones. Thinking this, he quickly unlocks Dragon's Eye and Dragon's Might. Devour seems way too dangerous, I'll save it for later. Let's try out Dragon's Eye first. The moment the skill activates, one of Zeke's eyes instantly morphs into a golden, reptilian dragon eye. Oh man, I was expecting a lot more since it promised detailed information, but honestly, nothing even changed. Zeke said with a hint of annoyance before walking out to the balcony to take a closer look. Then the sight right in front of his eyes left Zeke astonished. Haha, this is just absurd. The statue in the middle of the garden looked as if it were right in front of him. This could actually be really useful. Zeke let out a laugh, and the next moment, the system suddenly sent him a notification prompt asking if he wanted to receive detailed information on the detected target. Looking at this, Zeke felt a bit curious and tapped the agree button, whereupon a flurry of information immediately appeared before his eyes. From the desk and chairs made of Oliver wood to the dresser crafted in the Merc Empire. Back to Zeke before he could study it much further, the light in his eyes slowly began to fade. He then felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. What's wrong, my body? Are all dragonic techniques like this? Then I won't be able to use them often, Zeke said tiredly as he slumped over the desk. But right at that moment, the healing and vitality restoration skill automatically activated, causing his fatigue to vanish instantly, though Zeke was a bit curious about it triggering on its own. What the hell? I didn't even intend to use healing. The young master muttered curiously and checked his status. And the next second, his eyes widened upon seeing the changes in his skills. Wait a second, all my school skills turned into passive abilities and their ranks went up. This is way too overpowered. Previously, healing was considered a very strong skill, but it wasn't something I could use continuously and its healing effect had limits, yet now self-healing is infinite. I've got to test this out. Thinking is doing, Zeke grabbed a fruit knife nearby and immediately slashed it across his bicep, causing blood to flow continuously from his arm. Yet just a few seconds later, the wound closed up and healed as if it had never even existed. Staring at this skill, Zeke suddenly felt like he might need to change his plans a little bit. No way, it takes 5 years to graduate from the academy. 5 years, huh? But I'll only need 2 years, Zeke let out a laugh. The Draker Academy, the greatest knight academy on the continent, where those harboring knightly ambitions are willing to pay a heavy price just to enroll, and the territory of the Duke of Troy, where the academy is located, brims with vibrant energy every spring at the start of each new semester. At this moment, after awakening their luminous chi, Zeke and his group had enrolled here, and while strolling around, Zeke cast his gaze to evaluate the students of his own age. The senior students looked no different from adults since they had been trained to perfection. However, compared to those coming from the cradle, they fell a bit short. Still, they were the children of major families. Thinking this, Zeke glanced at the students gathered in cliques and factions, shaking his head in weary disgust. Looks like they've already staked their claims. This family is rotting down to its roots. Among the countless branch families supporting the transcendent Draker family, there were 3 with the greatest influence, known as the 3 great families. First is the Tirun family, representing strength, the Zimmons family representing wisdom, and finally Vardek, a family renowned for their immense wealth. Even the children of those 3 families were caught up in this petty state. But whatever, it has nothing to do with me, he shrugged off the thought and quickly headed back to his dorm. His dorm was the highest tier accommodation, the Platinum Tower, which featured a training hall, a library, and all sorts of facilities reserved strictly for senior students, places that even those hailing from the cradle couldn't easily enter. As for Trueblood Awakeners, they were granted special privileges known as floor ownership over an entire floor called the Platinum Floor. Right then, the moment he stepped into the building, a maid who had been waiting in advance bowed and greeted Zeke. Welcome, Zeke Draker. We have been waiting for your arrival. We will escort you to your designated floor, while on either side, 2 rows of servants bowed in unison. Welcome, young master. Back to Zeke, finding himself treated like this made him feel a bit awkward and unaccustomed to it, because in his past life, he wouldn't even dare dream of this scenario. Isn't this going a bit too far even for a true blood? Haha, Zeke chuckled awkwardly. Next, an old man reminded Zeke, Mr. Decker is waiting for you inside your room. Following that instruction, Zeke hurried back to his room and asked old Decker, what's going on, Decker? To which the old man replied that there was something he needed to hand over to the main character, presenting him with a luxurious box. Contained inside was a high-end pair of gauntlets prepared for Trueblood Awakeners, whereas the gloves he received previously after awakening were merely meant as a temporary pair. Over here, after slipping on the gauntlets and feeling the sensation they provided, Zeke nodded in satisfaction. Oh, this is on a whole different level compared to those temporary gloves. I'm glad to see you like them. Decker smiled and Zeke continued. I've got new gauntlets now, so I figure I might as well get a new sword too. What do you think, Decker? Answering this, old Decker remarked that Zeke's choice was exceptionally brilliant. Because the territory of the Duke of Troy was close to the giant mountain range, which was home to plenty of high-quality iron and outstanding blacksmiths, to the point where many people claimed a student's first post-graduation weapon was a masterpiece. Following that, Decker offered to find a skilled blacksmith for Zeke, but the main character declined because he already had someone in mind. No need. I've already picked my person. I'll go myself, so please set up an appointment, he said, writing the person's info on a piece of paper and handing it to his butler. Reading the name on the paper, a look of curiosity crossed Decker's eyes. Galleon Halbert, I've never heard of this name before. I'll contact them right away. Also, classes start tomorrow, so please review the relevant materials beforehand. Nagging as always, got it, Zeke complained. Next, while waiting for Decker to contact that blacksmith, Zeke took the opportunity to look over the study materials while pondering. With the platinum floor completely isolated, I'll have much more freedom to develop my dragonic techniques. Thinking this, a sudden knock on the door outside interrupted his train of thought. Come in. Zeke spoke up, and upon receiving permission, a maid stepped inside and announced, "Excuse me, Platinum Floor owner Riane has sent an invitation for dinner." Hearing this news, although slightly curious as to why, Zeke nodded in agreement. All right, take me there. Cutting to the building's rooftop. The setup of this place looked just like a flower garden specially used for hosting tea parties. Pretty interesting. Looks just like some Southern cartel setup. Across from him, the swordswoman Riane nodded in greeting upon seeing Zeke arrive. Welcome, Zeke Draker. My family has a few eccentric habits. Sorry about that, she said, snapping her fingers to signal her subordinates to leave. Over here, although slightly surprised, Zeke didn't pay it much mind. Thanks for the hospitality. Then let's eat first and talk business afterward. Riane continued, and speaking of Zeke, while Riane was ordering dishes, he narrowed his eyes and observed her. The Thunder Knight, she's optimizing her energy center to control luminous chi and already has her eyes set on the purple knight rank. Huh. Then why is her swordsmanship hitting a dead end? What a waste of potential. Zeke lamented inwardly, and just like that, the two calmly shared a meal, though upon looking at the stack of plates 3 times taller than Riane herself, Zeke felt a genuine crisis of faith. Haha. I consider myself a big eater, but her appetite truly exceeds all my expectations, Zeke thought, looking at Riane with a strange gaze, while Riane seemed unfazed, calmly wiping her mouth with a napkin before getting straight to the point. We're done eating, so let's move on to the main topic. Accept the support of the Tirun family. Zeke Draker, hearing this, the main character's expression instantly shifted. He then offered a reminder to help Riane realize the reality of the situation. It seems you've forgotten, but both of us are true-blood awakeners. Replying to this, Riane nearly chuckled at Zeke's naivety. It looks like you misunderstand what a true-blood awakener is. It's true we receive many privileges, this platinum floor alone is enough proof of that. But we don't gain any advantages when it comes to personal growth. Centuries of academic and practical knowledge accumulated within the academy. A personal instructor to effectively elevate one's strength. Without these things, no matter how wealthy you are, you'll eventually fall behind. That's why family support is necessary. Pausing for a beat, Riane brought up a living example for Zeke to understand. Even Abel Draker, a true blood just like us, the youngest person ever to achieve the rank of White Knight and currently a Black Knight, accepted support from his mother's family, the Zimmons. Although the head of the Tirun family didn't tell me why, he told me you wouldn't receive any support from your maternal family. I'll say it one more time, accept the Tirun family's support, Zeke Draker, the swordswoman said with a gaze full of seriousness. Yet despite laying out all the benefits, Zeke waved his hand in refusal. No thanks. Hearing this, Riane's face went completely blank then. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked why accepting the Tirun family's backing isn't a disadvantage for you. Replying to this, Zeke stood up from his chair and calmly answered, it's not about that. I don't need anything beyond what I've already received as a true blood awakener. This is already plenty. But to return the favor for the meal, I'll give you some advice right now. There's way too much brute force behind your sword swings. I'm guessing you're too hung up on that person. Listen closely, Riane. Your greatest strength lies in the agility of a flexible body. Don't take attacks head-on and try to crush opponents with raw power. Instead, nimbly deflect your opponent's strike to the side and unleash a refined, precise counterattack. If you can pull that off, you'll grow vastly stronger than you are now. And as he spoke, Zeke lightly waved his hand through the air, causing all the surrounding leaves to swirl into a vortex around him. Finishing this, Zeke waved goodbye to the swordswoman. Well then, thanks for the meal. Turning to Riane, upon hearing Zeke's words, her hands involuntarily clenched into fists. The Tirun family embodies strength. I'm simply following tradition. It's not because I'm hung up on anyone else. But he's right, I became obsessed with living up to the Tirun name, and as a result, that mindset unconsciously bled into my swordsmanship. He simply saw right through it. When I was little, everyone praised me as a prodigy, and no one ever gave me genuine advice. Zeke Draker, just who on earth are you? She murmured with curiosity. Back to Zeke, by now he had left the dormitory building and was strolling around the campus. All my school skills changed. Their efficiency is insane. How am I still fine after pulling an all-nighter to train? Zeke sighed. This was thanks to his infinite vitality school skill, an ability that allowed all fatigue to be rapidly offset by an endless reserve of vitality, serving as an upgraded version of the abundant vitality skill. Returning to the story, while walking around, Zeke observed the students training nearby and thought, in my past life I thought this place was hell. But now, as an official awakener, this place has become paradise. Money and power aren't everything. But nothing quite compares to this, he mused inwardly. At the same time, Owen suddenly called out to him from behind. Zeke Draker, so you're taking the special class too? Hearing someone call out, the main character glanced back and quickly identified the identity of the person, Owen Zimmons. The third young master of the Zimmons family, one of the three great families, and due to the manipulative nature of the Zimmons household, he used other people to bully him while cunningly maintaining a flawless image. But why is he acting so friendly now? And across from him, Owen put on a friendly act and spoke up. I invited you to dinner yesterday, but you didn't reply. Did you not get the letter? Responding to this question, Zeke smirked, recalling the letter left in his room. Oh, you mean that thing sitting on my desk? Seeing that Zeke recognized it, Owen continued, then why didn't you reply? Hearing this, Zeke let out a scoff and replied with a deadpan face, well, aren't you hilarious? Why on earth would I reply? Seeing Zeke's attitude, before Owen even had to give an order, one of his lacos stepped forward to make his stance clear. You're being so rude, even though the young master treated you with such kindness. Zeke Draker, the owner of that voice, was a giant brute with an arrogant expression, though perhaps because he was a total nobody, Zeke had no idea who he was. Who the hell is this? He muttered while the giant, upon hearing that, clutched his face and laughed like a madman. Haha, how could you not know me? Looks like people coming from the cradle are truly worthless. Back to Zeke. Before the guy could finish talking, he already understood the lapdog's intent. Yet having no time to play along with his act, Zeke turned to leave. I get that you want to show off in front of your young master, but remember who you're talking to. Behind him, the giant seemed unwilling to let Zeke off lightly, so the moment he saw Zeke turn around, the guy launched a sneak attack, throwing a lightning-fast punch straight at Zeke. Fortunately, Zeke's reflexes were fast enough that his body was merely pushed backward without sustaining any injuries. And through that attack, he gained a rough assessment of the opponent's strength. It seems senior students have a basic grasp of manipulating luminous chi. Back to the giant, seeing Zeke emerge completely unharmed from his strike, he loudly announced, my name is Durbin Roswell, around here they call me Mighty Durbin, and on behalf of young Master Owen I'm going to teach you a lesson. He proclaimed grandly, completely oblivious to the danger enveloping him. Mighty Durbin, an unknighted student running around with a moniker. How laughable, the main character said in a mocking tone, and then his body flashed as he vanished on the spot, instantly closing the distance to Durbin. At the same time, Zeke poured all his power into his fist and unleashed a devastating mountain-shattering punch straight into the guy's gut, causing blood to spurt continuously from both the giant's nose and mouth. Next, his body was sent flying backward like a cannonball. But that wasn't the end of it. To keep these annoying flies from bothering him, Zeke glanced at all of Owen's lackeys and issued a challenge after Mighty Durbin, who's next? And challenging them, who's next after Mighty Durbin, pick already, young Master Owen. Across from him, true to Zeke's assessment, Owen, who was famous for his cunning nature, didn't show a shred of anger when his subordinate got beaten to a pulp. Instead, he calmly led his pack of lapdogs past Zeke and said, you really do love basking in the glory, Zeke Draker. Ridiculous, Zeke muttered, watching the backs of the departing group. The Draker Academy is broadly divided into two classes. There's the regular class, which teaches that if you lack talent you must overcome it through sheer effort, and therefore they follow a strict regimen from early morning till late at night. Second is the special class, where students have the freedom to choose subjects outside of the basics. And even within the academy, the greatest elites gather right here in this special class. So I had some expectations, but most people here are just former Cradle students. A special class, my ass. It's just the Cradle's class, Zeke mocked inwardly, sweeping his gaze across the room only to see the same familiar faces he was sick of looking at. Then, while the class was still buzzing and talking amongst themselves, a professor's loud voice suddenly rang out to quiet everyone down. Order to encourage the new students of the special class. Someone very special has come here today. Not only was he the commanding officer in the East Empire War 20 years ago, he's also the hero who halted the Empire's invasion using nothing but his wits. Please welcome General Howard Draker. As the professor's voice faded, an old man with a potbelly walked into the classroom and waved at the students. Nice to meet you all. Back to Zeke. With his knowledge, he naturally recognized who this person was, the Academy's headmaster, Howard Draker. War hero Howard Draker, they worship him as a war hero and a tactical genius. But the truth is he leaked information to the enemy just to save his own skin, accidentally throwing the enemy forces into chaos. He's just a lucky traitor. That rat is no hero. He's the mastermind behind me getting expelled from the Academy. I lost the only place I could call home and ended up wandering all across the Troy Principality, until I got caught by human traffickers and sold to the Southern Cartel. I'll make him pay dearly, Zeke swore inwardly, glaring at the repulsive face of the fat old man ahead. Next, after Howard gave a brief greeting to the students, he hurriedly left the classroom while the professor resumed his lecture. I believe all of you have memorized the headmaster's words. Now we will begin the basic class immediately, so grab your swords and head to the arena. Yes, sir, the group shouted in unison, cutting to the special class's indoor arena. Even though it was indoors, the area was immensely vast. While Zeke wore an utterly exhausted expression at the teacher's lecture, who would have thought that even the special class has to learn basic dragon-slaying knowledge? In my past life, just because I couldn't use luminous chi, I wasted 2 years learning things a person should be able to master in 3 months. Please go easy on me, Zeke thought, rubbing his face in utter agony. At this moment, a young knight stepped forward before them and announced, "Welcome, students. My name is Andre Draker, and I will teach you the basics of dragon slaying. This is the Rose Knight Andre Draker," though perhaps because he was too young and hadn't built up a reputation yet, the students didn't recognize him. Who is this? So young, is that the official Draker family uniform? Whispers began to ripple through the crowd. Out of everyone, only Zeke knew this person's true identity. Rose Knight Andre, though not a pure-blood awakener, he graduated early from Valhalla as the valedictorian, a once-in-a-century genius bestowed upon the Draker family. Even the instructors of the special class are on a completely different level. He's famous for his unyielding, rigid personality, Zeke thought, and just as he mentioned, the moment Andre saw the students below making a ruckus, he barked loudly, "Silence. If you're done chatting, then I'll start the class. Draw your swords." Seeing that he wasn't someone to mess with, the students below hurriedly complied. Right at that moment, Andre noticed Zeke's sword and frowned. "You there? What's with that sword?" Hearing this, Zeke swung the sword in his hand, kicking up strong gusts of wind around him, and shrugged in response. "Just like you said, I'm using this sword." In response, Andre ordered with a cold face, "Step up to the arena." "Student, don't you know you're supposed to pick a sword suited for your body?" Hearing this, Zeke shakes his head with a sigh. Knowing this would happen, he purposely tried to make an impression when drawing his sword, but it still didn't do any good. It's better to just show him the skill. Thinking this, the protagonist calmly says, "I can defeat you with this sword, sir." His calm statement immediately changes the atmosphere around Andre, and next, he begins projecting spiritual pressure onto Zeke, though unfortunately it gets blocked by his indomitable mental defense skill. Realizing his mental attack is useless, Andre calmly touches the sword at his waist and raises his voice. "I see, student. If you want to learn with your body, if your sword touches my body even slightly, you won't just be excused from punishment for your rudeness. Don't worry, I have no intention of using ether on a student." He speaks up to reassure Zeke and prevent him from panicking. Unaware that this offer makes the protagonist freak out with joy internally. "Ho ho, exempted from class? Awesome, I can beat Andre because I know his weak spot. But with Abel watching, it'll be too dangerous if I draw as much attention to myself as I did back at the cradle. I'll just graze his clothes and then throw the match." Thinking this, Zeke grips his sword tightly and speaks up, "All right." With that, his body darts forward like a flash of lightning, and the moment he closes in on Andre, he puts his all into swinging his sword straight toward Andre's throat with a force so fierce it tears through the air. However, it's still not enough to trouble Andre, who easily bats Zeke's sword aside with a single effortless swing. Seeing this, the protagonist isn't particularly disappointed. As expected of a blue-rank knight, this isn't going to be easy. With that, Zeke begins darting around, attacking him from all directions, but no matter what angle he strikes from, he cannot break through the Rose Knight's defense. As time passes, the students sitting on the sidelines have been watching the two of them fight for a full 30 minutes now. A certified Draker Knight is truly on a completely different level. Yeah, it's been 30 minutes and he hasn't even grazed the guy's clothes. Someone sighs in amazement, though little do they know that after fighting continuously for such a long time, Andre himself is beginning to tremble with exhaustion. He stares at Zeke with eyes filled with disbelief. What kind of absurd stamina is this? Even while holding back and not using ether, I never imagined I'd actually lose to a student. As expected, the existence of true blood is just unfair. The more he thinks about it, the more bitterness wells up inside Andre. Across from him, seeing Andre's breathing grow heavier, Zeke knows his plan is going smoothly. Haha, his stamina is still as trashy as ever. And deliberately suppressing his ether that makes it even worse. The Draker family's ether cultivation method is famous for its peculiarity. You must activate ether during training, in everyday chores, and even while eating and sleeping. Basically, you have to maintain it like breathing. In other words, for Andre, it's basically like holding his breath. His clumsy swordsmanship only drains his stamina even faster. Still, losing like this feels a bit off. No choice, I'll have to force him to use ether. Creating an easy situation is useless. I need something that will trick him into unconsciously using ether. In other words, an absolute crisis. Thinking this, Zeke activates his agile footwork skill, making his body move as fast as lightning, blinking in and out around Andre, leaving the man's eyes dazed as he fails to track Zeke's exact position. No way, how can a student use agile footwork? Andre thinks in panic, and the moment he lets his guard down, Zeke's figure instantly materializes right behind his back while triggering his critical strike skill. Sensing the danger, Andre immediately spins around. Left with no choice, he is forced to use his ether and slowly step backward. As Andre raises his sword high above his head to unleash his skill, Dragonslaying Art Chapter 1 Verse 1, Skyrending Slash. With that, Andre's earth-shattering slash comes crashing down toward Zeke. Reacting with lightning speed, the protagonist raises his sword in front of his chest to block, and next, a deafening explosion echoes through the air in all directions, and after blocking the blow, a massive fracture splits straight down the length of Zeke's sword. He sustains a heavy injury himself, his eyes bloodshot. Damn it, that hurts like hell, but I can pass out now. Finished thinking, Zeke drops his sword and collapses dramatically to the side to wrap up the match, prompting Andre to slowly sheath his weapon. Despite feeling somewhat resentful, he is forced to admit, this student no longer needs to attend auditing classes. Are there any other students who want to be exempted? Down below, witnessing the duel, the entire student body sits in dead silence, knowing the teacher is furious. Right now, if any idiot dared raise their hand, they'd definitely be dead meat. Up front, seeing no one step up to take the challenge, Andre vents his remaining frustration on the rest of the group. I'll take that as a no. Now raise your swords, you're all going to watch a demonstration from now on. Time flies by, shifting scenes to the infirmary where the protagonist is lounging around resting comfortably while the rest of the dogs are exhausted to the bone out on the training grounds. To be fair, that was a pretty good performance. Even though I didn't graze his hem, I forced Andre to use the ether he claimed he wouldn't use and acknowledge my skills. In the end, Andre got disciplined and I got some free time, so we both won. But Andre's final attack, that's the most basic move of the dragon slaying art, chapter 1 verse 1, Skyrending Slash. Since it was unleashed by a blue rank knight, the power wasn't all that special. Even so, I managed to beat a blue rank knight thanks to my physical stats and infinite healing. Still, it's not enough. To live freely, to not be restricted, I need to attain unstoppable strength, the kind of power where I don't have to bow down to anyone. Zeke murmurs inwardly. Suddenly, a reeking wave of alcohol crashes straight into his nose, followed by a voice, so you're Arthur's youngest son. Lying on the bed, Zeke is startled out of his wits to find a drunken man standing right beside him, his eyes popping wide open. What kind of freak is this? Zeke thinks as he glares warily at the intruder while the strange man looks amused. You've got the exact same eyes as that arrogant bastard Arthur. I couldn't even detect him despite reeking of booze. Not to mention calling that arrogant bastard Arthur. Does he dare address the current head of the Draker family like that? Thinking this, Zeke speaks up, who are you? Without answering his question, the red-haired man asks back, how on earth did you pull that off earlier, kid? With that, he chugs more alcohol, making Zeke feel increasingly clueless about what kind of person this is. He's totally acting on a whim, Zeke thinks before asking, what do you mean? In response, the strange man sets his bottle aside and fixes him with a sharp gaze. Playing dumb, huh? You suffered internal injuries earlier, so how did they heal up so fast? Back to Zeke, the unknown man's keen observation sends a wave of panic through him. Did he figure out my healing? I can't let myself get exposed. Nobody in the academy knows about the healing skill. Thinking this, he clenches his fists and decides to keep playing dumb. I have no idea what you're talking about. Across from him, the red-haired man isn't particularly surprised by the denial, so that's how this story goes. Without any warning whatsoever, he swings his arm to chop straight at Zeke's neck. Luckily, the protagonist always keeps his guard up around this guy, allowing him to react in time and dodge to the side. Otherwise, he probably would have been sliced clean in half just like the pillow behind him. Following that, Zeke grabs a nearby blanket and flings it straight into the guy's face to block his vision. My instincts are screaming at me, if I don't kill him, he'll kill me. Thinking this, Zeke unleashes his full power, simultaneously activating agile footwork, precision stab, and critical strike to assault his opponent. However, against his flurry of attacks, the opponent casually reaches out a hand and effortlessly grabs Zeke's sword, freezing it dead in its tracks so it can't budge even a single centimeter. The nameless man even offers Zeke a compliment. Your adaptability in a crisis is actually quite respectable. Almost like a mercenary. That hit too close to home, making Zeke scream inwardly, just what the hell kind of monster is this? Seeing his sword trapped, Zeke instantly lets go of it and smoothly steps back to create a safe distance, and then he glares warily at the intruder, questioning him, just who on earth is he? A mercenary? Does he know something about my past life? Zeke murmurs internally. Meanwhile, the red-haired guy plays around with Zeke's sword, amused, Draker dropping his sword and retreating. I think you're better suited to be a mercenary than a knight. With that, he casually flicks the sword, sending it flying back toward the protagonist, who catches it out of reflex. Still, Zeke's guard doesn't drop an inch. What's his angle? I haven't felt this kind of pressure since meeting Master, I'm certain from our brief skirmish. There is an astronomical gap between our abilities, so huge that he could easily kill me if he wanted to. He's at least a red rank knight. No, maybe even stronger. Thinking this, Zeke lowers his guard slightly because with his current strength, there's simply no way to deal with this opponent anyway. Up ahead, completely unaware of Zeke's inner thoughts, the red-haired man asks, that two-handed sword is standard issue from the cradle, right? You've got the talent for it, so why bother using a piece of junk like that? Before Zeke can answer the question, the door flies open. Stepping inside, the Rose Knight Andre recognizes the red-haired man's identity and speaks up. So you were here, Gardener Dexter. Hearing this, Zeke is struck by a wave of disbelief. Did I mishear him? That's the gardener, with that kind of power. Zeke wonders inwardly as Dexter casually picks at his ear. He complains to Andre, you stubborn pest, how'd you know I was here? You were at the training grounds earlier, Andre replies. "You're annoyingly sharp," Dexter grumbles in boredom. At the same time as Andre walks past Zeke, he coldly tells him to get lost. "If you're healed up, you can leave now, student." Hearing this, even though Andre's tone is grating, Zeke has zero desire to stick around and face the red-haired monster. "Yes, understood." Saying that, Zeke hurries to make his escape, though before he can make it out the door, Dexter calls out with instructions. "Hey kid, if you've got time, come to the western greenhouse. I'll teach you a few useful things." Hearing him say that, Zeke pauses in deep thought. Then he gives a subtle shake of his head, "Yeah, I'll pass," and strides right out of the room without a moment of hesitation. Leaving Dexter behind to yell in frustration, "Look at that smart mouth." His attitude is an exact carbon copy of Arthur's. Back to Zeke, once he shuts the door behind him, he immediately kicks his brain cells into overdrive. Gardener Dexter. Who is he trying to fool? If he's at a level where he can casually address the family head Arthur Draker by name, then he has got to be the legendary figure who only ever took on Andre as a disciple throughout his entire life. If I'm guessing right, he must be Duke Draker, the Whirlwind Knight. One of the Black Rank Knights whose sheer martial might is enough to single-handedly fight off an entire kingdom. He was the talk of the town when he suddenly disappeared one day, but I never expected him to be hiding out inside this academy. No wonder Andre ended up here because of him. Duke is rumored to have a terrifyingly stubborn personality. There was even a rumor that he only achieved the Black Rank title because he just really liked the color black, though that's probably total nonsense. Right now, Duke is showing a strong interest in me, but getting ordinary tutoring just out of pure whim isn't something I'm interested in learning. If I'm going to learn anything, I want his ultimate secrets. I'm going to turn that whim of his into sheer determination. Thinking this, Zeke breaks into a cunning grin as he secretly plots how to manipulate Duke. Time flies, shifting scenes to Magic Theory class where the Academy's Magic Theory professor, Fanon, is struggling to lecture. In a situation like this, does anyone know what will happen? "No one," he asks awkwardly, glancing at the students slumped over their desks dozing off, showing zero interest in the lesson whatsoever. Fanon is forced to answer his own question, "Haha, well, when the ether formula forms due to resistance, you actually take damage," before he can finish. Zeke suddenly raises his hand with a question. "I don't understand the law of ether energy circulation you mentioned earlier." Up on the podium, seeing a student actually paying attention to his lecture makes Fanon's face light up like a flower in bloom, and it takes Zeke prompting him a second time to snap him back to reality. "Ah, my apologies, this is the first time I've ever gotten a question. As for the answer regarding ether circulation," and he launches into a detailed explanation. Just like that. Time quickly passes until the class ends. The students grumble in boredom, wondering why they are forced to sit through this pointless magic class. "Why do we even need to study magic theory at a night academy? It's basically nap time," another chuckles. Returning to Zeke, unlike the lazy slackers around him, he has high praise for Fanon's competence. That was an easy-to-understand lecture. He's no ordinary professor. Thinking this, just as he is packing up his books to leave, Professor Fanon's voice calls out, "Wait a minute, Zeke." Hearing the call, Zeke turns around and asks, "What is it, Professor?" Fanon takes a breath to steady himself and says shyly, "It's nothing much, it's just been a really long time since I felt like I taught a proper class thanks to you. So if you ever have any questions, feel free to drop by my research lab anytime. I'm a scholarship alumnus from the Delphoa School of Magic, so I know a lot of things." Hearing him say that, Zeke bumps his evaluation of the man up a notch. I figured he wasn't just any ordinary mage but a graduate of Delphoa, the birthplace of magic. Thinking this, since Fanon offered, Zeke is hardly foolish enough to refuse. "Understood, Professor." He replies with a smile, counting his lucky blessings. Befriending a mage is never a bad idea. Mages are good with math and usually flexible thinkers, making them much better colleagues than knights. Fanon, let's see if he turns out to be useful, Zeke murmurs inwardly, and while he's busy pondering how to make the most of this connection, he discovers that old man Duke is already lounging on a bench looking like he's been waiting for him. He's way more impatient than I thought. It's only been about a week, right? Zeke shrugs internally while Duke spots him stepping outside and shoots him a sideways glance. "You done yet, kid? Why didn't you head over to the greenhouse? You definitely knew what I meant when I said I'd teach you useful things." In response, Zeke switches on his acting mode and lets out a heavy sigh. "I told you, I'm not interested." Across from him, a dignified Black Rank Knight getting repeatedly rejected by Zeke makes Duke lose his temper. "What? Why not?" he yells, seeing this. Zeke pulls out another excuse he just cooked up. "I know you're extremely talented, but I'm busy with my own personal training right now." "Oh, is that so? Of course, personal training can't be neglected. You think I'd say something like that?" The words barely leave his mouth when Duke's towering physique suddenly materializes right behind Zeke's back, making the protagonist's eyes pop wide open. Before he can even react, Duke delivers a swift chop straight to the back of his neck, sending the young man's eyes rolling back as he instantly passes out cold. Time flies by, shifting scenes to the flower garden tended by Duke. Zeke slowly regains consciousness, rubbing his still aching neck. "I can't believe he actually hit me." Guess waiting a week was too long for him. So this is the Western greenhouse, huh? He thinks, taking a moment to survey his surroundings. Up ahead, the red-haired old man stops watering the plants upon seeing Zeke wake up, and turns back to drinking his booze. You're awake, kid. Did you just kidnap me? Zeke asks with a chilling tone. The red-haired old man readily admits it. That's right, I kidnapped you. I'm interested in you, kid, Duke says with an amused grin. I'm interested in you, kid, Duke repeats with an amused grin. Thinking this, Zeke immediately activates his agile footwork skill and dashes forward like a gust of wind. However, how could his speed ever hope to match Duke's? Before he can even run a few seconds, the man's face suddenly appears right in front of him, startling Zeke into backing away. He's still treating me like a toy. I need something to spark his interest. Acting on the thought, Zeke probes him. Just what is it about me that interests you so much? I asked you how you managed to heal your internal injuries so fast, Duke replies. Hearing this, Zeke wears a grin, realizing he's found the exact hook to make Duke obsessed with him, so that's what's bugging him. If you're that curious, you'll just have to make me talk. Hearing his reply, Duke's expression turns thoughtful for a moment, and then his figure vanishes right before Zeke's eyes. Leaving the boy to wonder, he disappeared. Where did he go? He mutters, spinning around to scan the surroundings, completely failing to notice a sword spinning through the air from afar, and flying straight toward him. Luckily, at the absolute nick of time, Zeke senses the incoming sword and frantically twists his body to the side just in time to dodge. Then Zeke grabbed his sword, turned back to ask Duke, what on earth are you doing? In response, the old uncle offered the main character a proposal. You asked me to make you answer, but that's way too easy. How about we make a bet instead? If you can even so much as graze my clothes once, I'll grant you a single wish, but if you give up during this fight, you'll have to tell me everything you're hiding, Duke said with a look like a madman. Just like that, the two locked in their wager, and time quickly passed until late afternoon. By now, the scenery inside the garden had grown hazy with dust from the clash between the two of them. After fighting for a while, even Duke muttered inwardly in disbelief, what on earth is this kid doing? It's already been 3 hours. Not only does he have great stamina and endurance, but his physical strength and wounds recover without any limits. The more he thought about it, the more baffled Duke felt, seeing that no matter how many times Zeke was knocked down, he would instantly pop back up like nothing ever happened. Turning to Zeke, though he hadn't lost yet, he still hadn't figured out a way to win either. I could keep doing this all day and still wouldn't be able to win. Thinking this, Zeke began debating whether or not he should use the Dragonic Pressure skill he had learned earlier. Dragonic Pressure felt dangerous, so he had never used it before. But against a Black Knight it shouldn't be an issue, and with that thought, Zeke gripped his sword tight as the surrounding air turned colder than ever, and seeing this look in Zeke's eyes, even Duke had a bead of sweat drip down his face. Nice, now that's how it should be, he said with exhilaration. Right after that, Zeke activated his agile footwork skill, sending his body darting forward like a streak of lightning. And the moment he closed the distance, Zeke swung his sword without a single shred of hesitation. Over here, old Uncle Duke didn't show any fear at all when facing the incoming blade. In fact, he even had the leisure to let his mind wander. He's repeating his attacks, maybe he's fast. But compared to that blood-sucking leech and that Turun brat, he's nothing, yet his malice surpasses even his persistence. I love it. Guess I should use a tiny bit of luminous chi, huh? Thinking this, the red-haired uncle grew slightly interested and began coating his palm with luminous chi, preparing to block Zeke's sword. At that exact moment, the main character suddenly triggered Dragonic Pressure, making Duke feel as though he were being stared at by something utterly terrifying. Instinctively, the old uncle's arm lashed out hard, slamming straight into the sword and shattering it into 2 pieces. And before Duke even had time to process what that strange feeling just now was, Zeke in front of him started kicking up dirt, blanketing the surrounding space in a cloud of dust. He blocked my vision, but it's going to be hard for him to find me now, Duke thought to himself. But little did he know that with his Dragon Eye skill, Zeke had already easily pinpointed his location and instantly closed in on him from behind. Following that was a sword swing aimed straight at Duke's nape, slicing right through the old uncle's body. However, Zeke instantly realized his blade hadn't actually hit anything. What he had slashed a moment ago was merely an afterimage left behind by the old uncle, and sure enough, his figure vanished right before Zeke's eyes. With a whirlwind of dust now surrounding him on all sides, the main character recognized what it was. This is Duke's secret technique. A simple dash that kicks up a fear scale, which is why he's called the Whirlwind Knight, he thought. Yet even so, Zeke couldn't come up with any counter to this skill. A second later, Duke's voice suddenly rang out right behind Zeke. Hearing this, Zeke immediately slashed backward, but the old uncle's form vanished once again, suddenly appearing in front of Zeke to propose, let's call this a draw, kid. Though right as he said that, the petty uncle dealt Zeke a punch that sent his body flying backward like a cannonball. And having been pushed to this absolute limit by Duke, even his recovery skill gave up due to excessive skill usage. Your exhaustion exceeds acceptable limits. For your safety, your consciousness will be forcibly shut down while like master like servant. Damn it, Zeke muttered before his vision faded to pitch black. Time quickly passed, cutting to Zeke's private room where he woke up clutching his head. Looking around his surroundings, this is my room, did Duke carry me back? Thinking this, the main character let out a regretful sigh, damn, so close to winning. As expected of a Black Knight, I figured I did everything I possibly could, and it was still useless. I tried to make Duke let his guard down by repeating my attacks 100 times, and at the decisive moment, unleashed dragonic pressure to create an opening. On top of that, I used dragon eyes to attack him, and it still wasn't enough. The skill Duke used at the very end must have been his secret technique. Sure enough, I passed out from overusing my dragonic techniques. But even so, I managed to catch a glimpse of his secret move, that absurd high-speed movement he pulls off with a body trained to its absolute peak. That secret technique is undoubtedly what allowed Andre, despite his poor physical stamina, to reach the rank of Red Knight. It's a shame I missed the chance to learn his move, but it was still worth it. Dragonic pressure carries enough weight to rattle even a Black Knight for a split second, meaning most small fries would collapse the moment they come into contact with it. Thinking about this, Zeke was relatively satisfied with the might of his dragonic pressure, and suddenly, a notification prompt popped up before him. You have an unread message, confirmed to open. Unread message, huh? Zeke murmured curiously, quickly tapping the confirmation button, whereupon a fresh series of notifications appeared before his eyes. D-rank skill agile footwork has evolved into C-rank skill high-speed movement. Your soul has grown through the manifestation of your strong willpower. Along with the soul's growth, your system functions have been activated. You can activate further functions by spending more karma points. Minimap geographical terrain features can be viewed through a map interface. Locked requires 20 points to unlock. Inventory capable of storing as many items as your capacity allows. Locked requires 20 points to unlock. Infinite rank quest book containing guides and missions dedicated to the efficient development of a low-level administrator. Locked requires 45 points to unlock. Current karma points? 40. Back to Zeke. So many brand new features popped up that he couldn't suppress his curiosity. A whole bunch of things just unlocked, and based on the description, the inventory sounds pretty neat. Let's check out the inventory first. Thinking this, he spent 20 of his karma points to unlock this new feature. And promptly, the system returned an announcement. Once you select an item you want, it will be stored inside the inventory. To retrieve a stored item, you can think of its name or shape. The spatial volume an item occupies in the inventory depends on its size and weight. If you want a larger inventory, you can use karma points to expand its size. Returning to Zeke, after reading the description, even an ox could figure out how to use it. Select an item I want, huh? I can activate skills just by thinking about them, so putting items into the inventory probably works the same way. Thinking this, Zeke casually grabbed his broken sword and silently thought the word store in his mind. Next, the sword in Zeke's hand suddenly vanished and was transferred straight into his inventory. A two-handed sword disappeared and took up 2 slots out of the 28 inventory slots. So that's what the system meant when it said the spatial volume depends on size and weight. To take it out, I need to think of its name or shape. Mulling this over, Zeke focused his thoughts for a moment, and right after, the sword reappeared in his hand once again. I was hopping for a subspatial storage, but this is even better. Those magical treasures are insanely expensive, clearly useful, but a real pain in the ass to find a container for. And I can even expand the inventory space just by spending points. This overpowered feature is just a low-level administrator function. What's it going to be like when I reach a higher rank? Since these points are this valuable, I can't just throw them away recklessly. Looks like I need to change my plans. Zeke rubbed his chin in thought. At that exact moment, old butler Decker's voice echoed from outside. May I come in, young master? Hearing this, Zeke nodded and said, come in. What is it? Replying to this, Decker pulled out a small piece of paper and explained, there's a message for you. He said you'd know who it's from if I mentioned the gardener Dexter. Across from him, Zeke quickly took the paper and looked it over. The note read, kid, if you want to challenge me again, come whenever you want. Staring at these lines, Zeke broke into a smile like he had just reeled in a catch. Guess it wasn't a total failure after all. Is that what he meant by a draw? Anyway, it means there's still a chance. Thinking of this, Zeke clenched his fist, feeling as though Duke's secret technique was beckoning him to come learn it. Turning to old Dexter, the man continued to remind the main character, I have one more thing to tell you. I found the blacksmith you mentioned earlier. Hearing this, a flicker of joy crossed Zeke's eyes as he immediately asked, oh really, when's the appointment? In response, the old man's voice hesitated for a moment. Well, there's a problem. The blacksmith turned down the appointment. He doesn't craft weapons anymore. Time quickly passed, cutting to a humble, rundown blacksmith shop where Zeke's carriage pulled to a stop. Because this workshop was where the person he had his eyes on lived, looking at the familiar scenery ahead. A wave of nostalgia washed over the main character's eyes. It's been a long time. Fafnir's Breath is quite a prestigious name for a forge. Thinking this, he pushed the door open and stepped inside, calling out, is anyone home? Inside, the workshop was an absolute mess with countless pieces of armor scattered across the floor, while at a table, a young man was getting drunk on his own bottle of liquor. Graham, the luminous sword, it was the masterpiece Galleon forged. A piece he claimed was the price for saving his life, truly living up to the title of the sole blacksmith. known for reading a blacksmith's soul before crafting a weapon for them, staying true to that reputation by creating a sword with the exact abilities one needed most. The ability to replace luminous chi with ether, the greatest blacksmith on the continent forged that very sword. Yet what the hell is up with his current state? Zeke wondered curiously, looking at the drunken mess that was Galleon Halbert right in front of him. At this point, the young man noticed Zeke's presence and muttered in surprise, "What's this, a kid? This isn't a playground for brutes, scram." Back to Zeke, he didn't answer, instead scanning the room with an annoyed frown. Even though he's a deeply emotional guy, he shouldn't be this far gone. What on earth happened to him before we met? Zeke mused inwardly. Then, refusing to let the blacksmith he had chosen wallow in drunkenness any longer, Zeke grabbed a large bucket of water from somewhere and dumped it straight over his head, making the young man's eyes pop wide open. Following that, Zeke greeted him cheerfully, "You awake now? I want to know why you turned down my request." Standing before him, the young blacksmith snapped back to his senses a little after getting drenched. Then, spotting the gauntlet stamped with a dragon crest on the main character, he instantly recognized his identity and hurriedly dropped to his knees in apology. "House Draker, I apologize for displaying such disrespect. Please forgive my impudence, but I'm not accepting any requests right now. How can a bastard who can't even make what he wants create something someone else desires?" As he spoke, the young blacksmith's entire body trembled helplessly. Looking at his current state, Zeke felt like he was seeing his past self, so even Galleon went through a phase like this. Thinking back, by the time we met he was already the greatest blacksmith on the continent, and Galleon never talked about his past life, probably because he didn't want to share such an embarrassing history. "But I can't afford to wait 10 years for him to wake up on his own," Zeke muttered to himself, while Galleon continued to tear at his hair in self-loathing. "Why am I so useless? Can I even call myself a blacksmith? A blacksmith who can't make weapons?" The more he thought about it, the fuzzier his brain felt, until Zeke's loud voice snapped him back to reality. "Please forgive me for my rude behavior first," Galleon blurted out, but Zeke didn't care much, shaking his head. "Don't worry about it, I want to see some of your failed products." Hearing this, although Galleon didn't quite understand why Zeke would make such a request, he led him along anyway. "Let me show you to the back." And as for Zeke, naturally he asked to see this because he wanted to gauge Galleon's current skill level. "No choice, I'll just have to guide him onto the right path myself," he thought inwardly. Next, cutting to the backyard of the forge, an open plot of land stuck full of identical swords planted straight into the dirt. Surveying the messy scene, Galleon looked a bit apologetic and told the main character, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have left things in such a mess. Haha, it's fine, you could say it's quite charming," Zeke replied with a nod. Following that, Zeke stepped into the sword garden and casually pulled one of the swords out to inspect it closely, while behind him, Galleon anxiously warned, "My lord, please be careful. Even though they're failures, they're still extremely sharp." Back to Zeke. Of course, Galleon's warnings were completely unnecessary since there was no way he'd ever get hurt by these swords. After examining a few blades, Zeke got a general sense of the quality of the weapons here. This one, that one, and even this one. None of these are failures. Their quality matches the items he forged when he was hailed as the greatest blacksmith on the continent. Thinking this, Zeke couldn't fathom why Galleon considered them failures. So to double-check, the main character activated his dragon eyes skill to inspect the sword in his hand again, and promptly uncovered a few oddities. "Sure enough, just as I thought. Your forge has a problem, doesn't it?" Zeke spoke up, making Galleon's eyes widen in shock for a second. As he hurriedly stammered, "How did you know?" Replying to this, Zeke didn't elaborate and stayed focused on the sword. "I'm asking you. You optimized your own metallurgical style, right? Looks like you mixed in some other metals to create lighter and more sophisticated materials, but the durability turned out absolute trash." With that, Zeke casually swung the sword hard, suddenly halting his arm mid-motion, and the blade shattered into countless scattered shards due to the backlash. Figuring out the reason the sword broke, Zeke muttered to himself, "In cases like this, it's caused by impurities not being properly removed during the heat treatment." Switching to Galleon's perspective, upon hearing the main character point that out, his face went completely blank because every single word was dead accurate. He not only figured out my metallurgical method but even analyzed the core flaw and its cause. If it's this person, maybe he can actually help me. Thinking this, a gut feeling urged the young blacksmith onward. Clenching his fists, he spoke with a hint of nervousness. "My lord, this is a bit very coincidental. But I have a favor to ask." "What is it?" Zeke frowned. To explain, the two returned to Galleon's private workshop, where the young smith pulled out a blueprint from a drawer and spread it wide across the table for Zeke to examine, and the moment he laid eyes on it, armed with his future knowledge, Zeke quickly recognized what it was. This is Galleon's secret, the blueprint for a magical furnace that he only revealed years later. Thinking of this, he remembered the moment in his past life when the blacksmith shared this information with him. "Haha, what's there to hide from the person who saved my life? This is a furnace whose temperature can be freely adjusted using magic. That's my secret." He had smiled warmly back then, and returning to the present, already knowing what it was, Zeke nodded in praise. "With this, your metallurgical method will function to absolute perfection." Hearing those words, Galleon's eyes lit up with joy. "I knew you'd recognize it." Next, Zeke asked why Galleon hadn't built it yet when he already had the complete blueprint. Hearing that question, the smile vanished from Galleon's face. As he bitterly explained, the most critical component component of the blueprint, the energy mana law, is still there, but building the magic tower costs 10,000 gold coins. Across from him, hearing that astronomical sum, Zeke's face stiffened. To put the value of this money into perspective, a normal family of 4 had a monthly living expense of 10 gold coins, meaning building this furnace cost 1,000 times more than that living cost. So it took him 10 years just to save up that amount. Zeke let out a heavy sigh, muttering that the price was absurdly unreasonable. And as for the young smith, he naturally understood that with the income from this tiny forge, God knows how many lifetimes it would take to save up enough for that furnace. Therefore, he pinned all his hopes on Zeke. I have a favor to ask of you. You're a member of the Draker family and a true blood awakener. So if you build this furnace for me, I will fulfill any request of yours for free and unconditionally until my dying breath, Galleon said with absolute seriousness. As for Zeke, hearing this proposal made him fall into deep thought. Because even though he was a Draker and one of the 2 true blood awakeners of this generation, it didn't mean Zeke could just throw around that kind of money. This is tough. It'd be doable if I were the family's guardian knight, but it's impossible for me even as a true blood to secure support up to 10,000 gold coins. Yet I can't just abandon Graham, the luminous sword. His problem is the energy mana law. Thinking about this, a flash of inspiration suddenly struck Zeke's mind, and a subtle smile crept onto his face. Gently rolling up the blueprint, he tucked it into his pocket and agreed, fine, I'll take it. I can ask a mage acquaintance of mine, and once I have an answer, I'll let you know. Oh, and stop drinking. Zeke waved a hand before his steps were cut short. Because Galleon latched onto his leg and wept like a child. Thank you so much. Galleon will serve you for the rest of his life as my savior, he blubbered, snot and tears smearing all over Zeke's pants. Good grief, I get it, let go, I'll let you know when it's done, Zeke yelled. Time quickly passed, cutting to the professor's research building inside the Draker Academy, where Zeke was heading to seek help from the mage Fanon. While walking, he vented his frustrations about the mage's tower inwardly. Why do those bastards at the magic tower charge such high implementation fees anyway? The structure looks simple enough. Fanon's specialty is energy mana design laws. Let's see, where is his lab again? Zeke muttered to himself, before his steps came to a halt, upon hearing the sound of a beating coming from nearby, sounds coming from inside that alley. The noise brought back some unpleasant memories from his past life, when he had to drop to his knees and beg Leon, I'm sorry, it's all my fault, please, I apologize, young Master Leon. A lowly wretch like me actually dared to touch your body, Zeke said while forcing a smile, and in response to those words, Leon didn't hesitate to stomp down. Well said, Zeke, as a reward, I'll let you clean the ground you stained. Thank you, young Master Leon, Zeke said weakly. Reflecting on these memories, Zeke began grinding his teeth in pure rage. Cutting to inside the alleyway where Leon was relentlessly throwing punches at someone while raining curses down. Trash like you is just an obstacle to everyone else's existence. Bastard, Zeke is the same way. An unprecedented golden light response, a true blood awakener surpassing everyone, damn it. Thinking of this, an overwhelming wave of fury surged within him as he kicked straight into the face of the person being bullied. Losing to that lowlife bastard was unavoidable due to that sneak attack before the fight started. But why the hell did the very piece of trash who humiliated me have to turn out to be a true blood awakener? Thinking this, Leon bit his lip until it bled out of sheer resentment. Yet, right at that moment, Zeke's voice rang out at the entrance of the alley. Wow, pimple face, already finding someone to take my place, huh? Zeke said with a grin, though. Upon recognizing who the victim was, Zeke's expression flipped 180 degrees. I'll give all of you 3 seconds, you better hit the dirt right now. Across from him, seeing Zeke appear, Leon broke out in a cold sweat, though he gritted his teeth and spat. What's this? Your arrogance shot through the roof ever since you awakened as a true blood, Zeke Draker. Are you even sure you actually awakened as a true blood? Before he could finish, Zeke didn't want to waste words on this puppy, coldly warning, shut your mouth, if you don't drop down, don't blame me, he said with an icy gaze, making Leon's face turn pale as he gasped in sudden fright from the main character. He started feeling an invisible wave of pressure that made sweat pour uncontrollably from his skin. What kind of pressure is this? Just a few months ago, he was crawling between my legs, and now I'm scared of him, thinking that. A hidden spark of anger ignited in his chest, fueling his courage to face the main character. How dare you talk to me like that, you lowly piece of trash? What are you waiting for? Beat him up! He bellowed at his lackeyans, and since those loyal lapdogs had no idea of Zeke's true strength, they smiled and rushed him to take a beating and facing their assault. Zeke simply sighed in weary disgust at their utter stupidity. Ha, don't go blaming me later, you got that. With that, he tilts his body to the side to dodge the bald guy's punch. And before the guy even has a chance to process what's happening, Zeke throws a punch straight into his ugly mug, sending the guy coughing up blood as he collapses flat onto the ground. Zeke immediately follows up with a fierce uppercut from below, slamming it right into the chin of the guy behind him and making him cough up blood in turn. At the exact same time, another student rolls up his fist and attacks Zeke from above, but his arm gets intercepted and caught instantly. Then Zeke executes a swift spin, hurling the guy directly into his remaining comrade. Right after, he unleashes a flying knee strike straight into someone else's face, making the guy's eyes roll back instantly. Just like that, this bunch of weakling punks starts getting mercilessly served a beating by Zeke. as opponents of this caliber only require a single move for him to knock them flat on the dirt. Standing behind, Leon watches his lackeys get taken down so effortlessly, his expression freezing in utter shock. No way. Is this bastard really the Zeke Draker I know? He questions himself internally. Meanwhile, after dealing with the trash, Zeke turns his attention toward Leon. Don't worry, I trust you already know this, it'll only hurt for a second, he says casually as if it's no big deal. Seeing this, Leon hastily draws the sword from his waist and stammers, "Stay away from me, come any closer and I'll cut you down." He talks tough, but his violently trembling body completely betrays his panicked state. Shifting back to Zeke's perspective, seeing Leon draw his sword, his gaze turns colder than ever before. "You actually drew your sword out here on the training grounds. You know what this means, right? To meet the murderous intent of Leon Conrad, who has dared to draw his sword upon the sacred training grounds. I, Zeke Draker, shall respond with my honor. This upcoming battle ends only when one of us dies, with all responsibility falling solely upon ourselves. And the surviving party bears zero liability for the outcome. Liam Stone, you shall be our witness." However, before the protagonist can even make a move, Leon is already so terrified he looks like he's about to wet himself, dropping his sword to the floor and begging Zeke for his life. "I'm sorry, Lord Zeke Draker, please let me live, please spare me," he whimpers pathetically, shaking all over. Deciding that taking his life isn't even worth the effort, Zeke simply swings his sword, slicing right past Leon's left ear, causing the guy to let out an agonized yelp as he frantically clutches his ear. As for Zeke, he sheathes his sword, grabs a handful of Leon's hair and issues a warning, "I'll take your ear as payment. If your ear manages to get reattached by the time we cross paths again, the next thing I take won't be your ear, it'll be your head," he finishes, shoving Leon's face straight down into the dirt to make him experience the exact same kissing the ground humiliation he suffered in his past life. Finishing the job, Zeke shrugs and walks away as if nothing happened, shifting focus to the burly guy Liam. Before Zeke can leave, he props his battered body up and asks, "Zeke, why did you help me?" Hearing this, the protagonist offers a faint smile. "Don't read too much into it, I didn't help you. I was just helping myself," Zeke murmurs, officially bidding farewell to the weak shadow of his past. Walking out of the alley, Zeke scratches his head in self-reproach. "Damn, did Galleon rub off on me or something? I almost let a bunch of cringy lines slip out." Time quickly marches on, shifting scenes to the research lab of that mage fellow Fanon. Zeke meets up with him and presents Galleon's blueprint. "Is this feasible, Professor?" Zeke asks, and after giving it a careful inspection, Fanon replies, "Let me be straight with you, feasibly speaking, yes." Hearing that, Zeke's eyes light up brilliantly. "Really? Then I'd like to entrust this to you," he says excitedly. However, things are never that simple and smooth. Fanon doesn't eagerly leap to take on the task, instead cautioning Zeke, "Hold on, I think you'd better listen to my explanation first. As you said, the overall structure is relatively simple. However, the issue lies in the core responsible for the power output. The core acts as the heart of this machine, but the accompanying circuitry has extremely tricky limitations. While compact, it demands immense power and will need a way to regulate the output without any delay. This is unprecedented," he says, pointing directly at the blueprint on the table. Zeke's smile slowly fades as he probes, "But it's possible, right?" "That's right, there are two options depending on the core conditions. I can personally modify the design for you. However, it will take at least a decade to rework the core design. No, scratch that, probably around 15 years. 15 years? Zeke shrieks like the house is on fire. That's right, it'll consume a substantial amount of time. As for the second method, we can bypass the core redesign and use equivalent materials instead. While that saves a massive amount of time. The required material is high-grade compressed spirit stone." Hearing him say that, Zeke gets so agitated he can't even stay seated. "What? Isn't that an ancient treasure that can't be replicated with modern technology?" Across from him, Professor Fanon replies nonchalantly, "Well, obviously, ancient treasures are rare to begin with, but hunting for one in ruins is even harder. Finding a spirit stone durable enough to handle our design is going to cost over 3,000 gold. To sum it up, if you want speed, it all boils down to money." After hearing that, Zeke feels all the life drain out of his body. "I might get kicked out if someone finds out I can't use ether, but 15 years is way too long. And 3,000 gold is an astronomical figure. I can't believe this, I'm going crazy, I refuse to give up the gram or a sword. Most people think I'm an ether user because of what happened during the blessing ceremony, but that was just a reaction triggered by my healing skill and ether. In reality, I still can't use ether. Ether is considered a power that's notoriously difficult for humans to control. Aside from the primordial spirit technique my master taught me, I can't use any sword techniques that properly harness ether. With that technique, I can only reinforce and swing my entire body. Compared to everyone else, regular ether is much more versatile and user-friendly. That's why I need the gram or a sword. Damn it, how am I supposed to find high-grade compressed spirit stone?" The more he thinks about it, the more Zeke feels a gloomy future looming over him. Meanwhile, acting as if he completely misses Zeke's grim expression, Professor Fanon continues studying the blueprint and praises it. "By the way, whoever drew up these blueprints is a total genius. Even considering the complex core, it's an elite design. It'd be tough to manufacture even among Golden Age relics." Shifting back to Zeke, Fanon's words give his chest a sudden jolt. Then, his eyes begin to shine brightly golden age relics. That's right, why didn't I think of that sooner? Zeke breaks into a grin as if he's just had a breakthrough. Wasting no time, he stands up and asks the professor for permission. Please keep this design safe until I return, Professor. Hearing that, Professor Fanon looks at Zeke like he's absolute crazy. What do you mean? Are you telling me to spend 15 years perfecting this? Naturally, Zeke isn't foolish enough to choose the time-consuming route. Haha, of course not, I'll bring back one, I mean, a high-grade compressed spirit stone. Zeke declares confidently as if he already knows exactly where to look. The Golden Age, the era of the Liberation War fought to escape the tyranny of dragons. That era ended with the defeat of the wicked dragon Bahamut, and the one who struck him down was Terrakin Draker, the first head of the Draker family, bringing humanity a century of peace. During that time, many ancient treasures were discovered inside dragon lairs as relics from the era of the Hero King, the pinnacle age of magic. Every single discovered artifact possessed techniques and magic far surpassing modern standards. Among them was the high-grade compressed spirit stone, holding enough essential spirit energy to supply an entire village, a true artifact from the Hero King's era. Shifting scenes to the central library of the Draker Academy. Although rarely used, the central library is meticulously maintained because it is believed to have been founded personally by Terrakin. During the expansion phase of the Records Room, Golden Age artifacts were unearthed, drawing the involvement of the Magic Tower and Archmage Nirvana, one of the three great houses, into the excavation. During those days, countless Golden Age treasures were found and news of it spread through continental newspapers. Or at least, that's what's supposed to happen 10 years from now. But right now, no one has discovered the treasures or even knows they exist. Thinking this, Zeke begins wandering around the records room. However, after packing back and forth for a while, he lets out a sigh. I could search all day and still not find it. Left with no other choice, he decides to activate his Dragon's Eye skill to sniff out some clues. And sure enough, Dragon's Eye doesn't disappoint. After using the skill and scanning his surroundings, Zeke spots a floor tile glowing with a peculiar red light. Hurrying over, the protagonist taps on it to test it. Here it is. It makes a hollow sound when tapped. Bingo, this is it. Thinking this, without wasting a single second, Zeke unleashes his power. The Primordial Spirit Technique, the sole application of ether for the Primordial Spirit Technique he learned from his master. Because ether materializes the user's willpower, applying specific attributes like cutting and utilizing it in various situations is entirely possible. However, it comes with a drawback. The user must consume a considerable amount of ether for any action. Right then, the energy blade in Zeke's hand helps him effortlessly slice straight through the floor tile. Still, after pulling it off, he's left drenched in sweat from exhaustion. Looks like using this is still a bit much for me right now, Zeke murmurs to himself. Next, he gently lifts the tile away, slips down beneath it, and slides the tile back into place so nobody notices. Down below lies a pitch-black underground palace, forcing Zeke to light a torch to guide his way as he complains under his breath. The papers didn't mention it being this deep. Just as the words leave his mouth, he suddenly hears someone's footsteps, startling Zeke into hurriedly extinguishing the torch in his hand. Carefully listening to the approaching sounds, he thinks quietly, at least another decade was supposed to pass before anyone discovered these ruins. Could someone have beaten me to it? He slowly peeks his head out to investigate, and is greeted by the sight of two dry skeletons holding a pickaxe and a shovel. Skeletons. They're holding a pickaxe and a shovel. Alright, so they aren't created by a lick. In that case, this'll be easy. Thinking this, Zeke pulls his sword from his inventory, triggers his critical strike skill, and charges straight at the two skeletons. In under a second, he cleanly lops off the head of the skeleton holding the pickaxe. He follows up with a downward slash, cleaving the shovel-wielding skeleton right down the middle, and the moment the two monsters are vanquished, a notification window pops up in front of him. Because you defeated two skeletons, you have received 2 karma points. Current karma points, 22. Staring at the text, Zeke feels like he's just stumbled upon a brand new treasure trove. Oh right, I can earn points from taking down monsters. I completely forgot about that while I was fixated on the artifacts. Isn't this the absolute best way to farm points? Come to Papa, my beloved points, Zeke says excitedly, gripping his sword as he sets off to hunt down more adorable skeletons and send them off to the afterlife. What Zeke loves most about these monsters is how utterly pathetic their strength is. They hand him karma points on a silver platter without posing any danger at all. Thus, Zeke comfortably begins harvesting his karma points, while pondering how best to spend them. This is too easy. Let's check the shop in case I find something worth unlocking with points. Beginner's Quest book costs 45 karma points, minimap costs 20 karma points, while Dragon's Eye, Devour, and locked Tier 2 skills all require 50 points. Looking at his current balance, he can only afford the minimap. Activating the minimap function. A simulated UI instantly displays a miniaturized map of the area, spotting the red dot representing his current position. Zeke quickly figures out how to use it. Looks like it works just like a magic map. A wave of astonishment washes over his face as his eyes catch a specific area tucked away in the corner of the map. What's this? He wonders, reaching out to touch that section. The system immediately shifts the minimap from 2D to 3D for easier viewing. Seeing the system's flexible adaptability, Zeke can't help but give it a mental thumbs up. Awesome, this is exactly what I wanted. He cheers aloud before his eyes lock onto a single room glowing with a red light. Why is only that one room colored differently? He murmurs, tapping on the room icon. The system prompts him, would you like to set a route to the selected location, storage room? His eyes pop wide open in shock. Storage room. In the past, the search team spent days trying to find this place, yet he managed to locate its exact coordinates just like that. Without hesitating, Zeke taps confirm and the system replies, now providing the fastest route to your designated destination. The moment the notification appears, the 3D map automatically maps out a path leading straight to that room. Letting out a euphoric shout, haha, no way, with this getting lost is flat out impossible. Following the map's guidance, Zeke arrives in front of a massive door. Guess I'm here, but how do you open this thing? Standing around isn't gonna make it swing open on its own. He frowns, reaching out to touch the gigantic door. The moment his hand makes contact, a burst of defensive magic activates from the door, violently slapping his hand away. Recognizing it instantly, Zeke mutters, security spell. No wonder the magic tower and Archmage Nirvana got involved. It must be because of this door. If I weren't wearing these gloves, I might have lost my hand. Phew. I'll never get past this spell on my own. System, can't you just open it for me? Zeke asks aloud, mostly just venting his frustration. But to his utter shock, the system actually replies, administrator request received, connecting to security device. Security spell deactivated. Automatic device activation failed, now switching to manual activation. Too stunned to worry about the door for a second, Zeke blurts out, wait, you're actually responding to what I just said? That is correct. Do you have any further requests, Administrator Zeke Draker? The confirmation leaves Zeke standing there dazed for a moment, completely mind-blown that he can actually converse with the system. Taking a few seconds to regain his composure, he asks the question he's been dying to know. If that's the case, why forced reincarnation? Why did you make me? I cannot answer that question, the system replies flatly. Undeterred, Zeke tries another angle. Then what even is this administrator system? I cannot answer that question. Then who created you? I cannot answer that question. Do you have any further requests, Administrator Zeke Draker? Giving up with a sigh, damn, I'm not getting answers to any of the important stuff. Zeke rubs his head and tells the system to open the door. Administrator request confirmed. Dragonslayer's tomb storage room unlocked. True to the notification, the massive door rumbles and slowly swings open. Beyond the doorway lies a gigantic chamber filled with countless wooden chests neatly organized across wooden shelves. Staring at the chests, Zeke's eyes widen as if he struck gold. Are those treasure chests? Treasure chests? Just like the name implies, chests overflowing with valuable loot and riches. Finding even one artifact is already a miracle. Thinking this, to test his theory, Zeke sprints over and pops open the nearest chest. It doesn't disappoint. Glittering jewels and gems radiate a brilliant light, nearly blinding him on the spot. Haha, are there really hundreds of treasure chests in here? He yells ecstatically, rushing over to fling open every remaining chest and scoop up all the valuables. I'll take this. Oh, this one looks pretty decent too, I'll give this to Fanon. Found it high-grade compressed spirit stones, and there are 4 of them, even better. I'll use 1 point to expand my inventory by 4 slots, but I still don't have enough space to take everything. Guess I'll just have to keep coming back here until I graduate, Zeke murmurs, stuffing all the priceless treasures into his storage space. Finishing up, he stretches comfortably and prepares to leave. That's plenty for today, he mutters. But right at that moment, he senses an unusual aura shifting inside the room, making him spin around in a start. What's with this creepy vibe? Frowning, Zeke reaches out to tap the wall to inspect it, and instantly an anomaly occurs. A complex magic circle suddenly materializes beneath his feet, and a second later the array activates, teleporting him away. Reappearing somewhere else a moment later, Zeke finds himself standing inside another warehouse-like room. Snapped into high alert by the sudden teleportation, he scans his surroundings and asks, System, where is this? The system quickly replies, Administrator is currently inside the Dragonslayer's sanctuary. Realizing the room holds no immediate danger, Zeke relaxes his guard slightly and digs into his past life knowledge. The Dragonslayer's sanctuary. In my past life, the papers never mentioned a room full of tombs. He opens his minimap to verify his coordinates, and calculates quietly. Just as I thought, it's not too far from the previous location, but there are no paths leading to the Dragonslayer's sanctuary. If that's the case, this must be an undiscovered location from my past life. I can't pass this up, Zeke thinks with growing excitement. He walks over to a stone coffin, shoves the heavy lid aside, and reveals a full body of armor resting inside. At the same time, the system chimes in with a prompt. Exclusive Dragonslayer equipment detected. Inspecting the notification, Zeke curiously lifts the armor out, inspecting it from all angles. Exclusive Dragonslayer gear. This definitely doesn't look like any Golden Age armor I've ever seen, he mutters. Before he notices a port-like slot located right at the back of the armor's neck, looking like it's meant for plugging something in. A light bulb goes off in his head and he pulls out the compressed spirit stone from his inventory. Wait, could it be? But I can't just leave it like this, Zeke theorizes. He pushes the spirit stone into the socket, and his intuition hits the nail right on the head. The stone instantly surges with violent energy, kicking the armor to life. Spirit battery installed into exclusive Dragonslayer equipment, activating equipment, according to the prompt. The armor's eye sockets suddenly flare with a bright glow. Then the body springs up autonomously, catching Zeke completely off guard. He instinctively takes a few steps back for safety, only for the armor to suddenly start malfunctioning. Equipment glitch due to overload, activation failed, small explosion imminent, please evacuate immediately, the system shrieks in panic. But before it can finish the warning, the armor goes up in a fiery blast. It actually blew up, Zeke complains. My apologies, the system says apologetically. Shaking it off, Zeke remains awestruck by the armor, so a single high-grade compressed spirit stone was just meant to serve as the power source for that thing. Just what kind of insane functions did it have to demand that much energy? I'll have to ask Fanon later. Time to finish exploring this place first, Zeke mutters, resuming his walk around the sanctuary. Finding every other room completely empty, he mutters, this is the last one, nodding that it's a spacious chamber with a single glass display case sitting dead center. A whole room with just one glass case. Compared to that treasure room, this place is fit for a beggar, Zeke complains boredly. Until the system drops a notification on him. You have discovered the legacy of Terrakin Draker, the cursed heart of the wicked dragon Bahamut. Staring at this notification without a single warning, sweat was pouring profusely down Zeke's face from tension. Terrakin Draker, he's seriously insane. Leaving behind the heart of the dragon he slew as a legacy. So that creepy sensation I felt in the inventory earlier was this. But it feels totally different now, Zeke sighed, failing to notice that the strange aura he was sensing was growing thicker than ever and starting to affect him. The cursed heart of the evil dragon Bahamut is reacting to the administrator, turning back to Zeke. The black dragon's aura began twisting his thoughts. Fine, I hear you, looks like there's no other choice, I guess I'll just slaughter them all. A bizarre kind of thought began creeping into Zeke's mind. But right at that moment, the system triggered the unyielding mental defense skill for him, clearing up Zeke's gaze and instantly making him realize that an evil black miasma was enveloping his entire body. What the hell is this? What is happening? He screamed loudly. And for the first time, the system assigned him a quest, emergency quest, Terrakin Draker's trial, overcome the powerful curse engraved upon Bahamut's heart, quest reward, ownership of Terrakin's legacy. Returning to Zeke, at this moment one of his eyes had been dyed completely black by the evil dragon's influence, and even no matter how hard the system tried to activate the unyielding mental defense skill, it failed. And right now, Zeke had to fight off the influence of that aura all on his own, as countless voices echoing in his head demanded that he ravage and destroy everything around him, making his head feel like it was about to split in two. Then, to stop this madness, Zeke slammed his head hard against the glass display case in front of him, shattering the case into pieces. Stop chattering nonstop, how annoying. You say freedom, but freedom is something you have to seize for yourself, you fools, the main character sneered with a face covered in blood. And with that action, the strange aura stopped bothering him. You have successfully overcome the curse of the cursed heart of the evil dragon Bahamut. Emergency quest completed, quest reward, ownership of Terrakin's legacy obtained. Following the system notification, the glass case completely burst into fragments, revealing a heart burning amidst raging flames right before Zeke. And with no time to care about it, Zeke collapsed to his knees and panted heavily. Damn it, I was a hair's breadth away from being done for. I can't believe my skill activation failed. What on earth was that just now? Zeke wondered inwardly, and while he was still lost in thought, the system automatically took charge of a few things. Self-healing school skill activated. Infinite vitality school skill activated. Beginning absorption of the cursed heart of the evil dragon Bahamut. Up ahead, the evil dragon's heart suddenly gave a beat and shot a beam of light straight into Zeke's chest, subjecting him to a pain so intense it felt like his body was being ripped apart piece by piece. What is this? Dense, pure spiritual energy is flooding straight into me, but I don't even have a spiritual energy ring to receive it. This vast amount of spiritual energy with nowhere to go is tearing my body apart. I have to do something. Zeke reminded himself, then gritting his teeth to endure the pain. He handled the crisis, soul-binding, secret sealing technique, wrap the spiritual energy inside ether and seal it within the ether chamber. Zeke thought desperately, channeling every ounce of ether energy in his body to lock down this massive torrent of spiritual energy. And then, a massive explosion erupted right where he was standing, sending thick clouds of smoke billowing into the air. Inside the smoke, Zeke's body was completely unharmed, though the violent energy was still relentlessly battering him. A few seconds later, that fierce energy finally chose to quiet down, and only then could the main character let out a breath of relief. Phew, I guess I survived, he said, casting his gaze over the devastated surroundings and musing. The heart is gone. So that spiritual energy belonged to Bahamut, the male lead deduced, and right at that moment, from the reflection of a broken glass shard, Zeke spotted the tattoo of the evil dragon right in the center of his chest, prompting him to reach out and touch the tattoo in disbelief, murmuring, "Is this because I sealed Bahamut's spiritual energy?" The words barely left his mouth when a flurry of system notifications popped up before him. The absorbed spiritual energy has fine-tuned the administrator's body. The administrator's physical constitution has evolved into the heavenly bone physique, detected power beyond the administrator's handling. 95% of the power has been compressed and sealed. As the successor, you have gained access to Terrakin Draker's secure archive. Beginner quest activated, providing guidance for the low-level administrator. Returning to Zeke, so much new information appeared that he didn't even have time to process it all. Heavenly Bone Physique, Terrakin Draker's secure archive, quest guidance, another batch of weird crap as usual. I'll check it later. Let's brush it aside for now. Zeke waved a hand and said. Yet right at that moment, another screen popped up and made his gaze shift. Wait a second, hold on. Leave this one out, my ancestor really is generous. He stroked his chin with a cunning expression. Because the notification right before him read, do you wish to unlock another legacy of Terrakin Draker? Time quickly passed, cutting to Zeke's private room in the Platinum Tower. After carefully storing a few precious trinkets in his personal locker, Zeke finally had some free time to review his current status. Looks like the cleanup is almost done. Let's take a closer look, he said cheerfully, quickly reopening his status window. Next, he noticed that his information had undergone a few changes. Under the title section, a new description line was added. Successor of Terrakin Draker, sovereign of the dragon species, physical constitution, heavenly bone physique, dragonic technique, soul-speaking skill, infuse strength into your spoken words, locked, unlocks upon meeting condition. Staring at these status lines, Zeke nodded thoughtfully. So many new expansions, let's check out the rest. And with that, he began tapping on each of his new description lines to inspect them. And the system promptly provided explanations. Sovereign of the dragon species. The sovereign of the dragon species authority allows you to summon and command subjugated dragon species. Heavenly Bone Physique optimizes physical capabilities, accelerates martial arts learning speed, and enhances ether transmission intensity. Gazing at these descriptions, Zeke's eyes narrowed slightly. Descriptions alone don't tell me much, and earlier I caught a glimpse of not just Terrakin's second legacy but also a system window tied to Terrakin. System, show me the notifications related to Terrakin again, he gently requested. And in response to this demand, the system immediately outputted a reply. To access Terrakin's secure archive, data synchronization is required. Please move to a synchronization location. Would you like the synchronization coordinates to be displayed on the minimap? Terrakin's secure archive, huh? What is this? I have to go to a designated location to access it. Show me the map location, Zeke complained. And instantly, the minimap appeared before him, and the designated location made Zeke unable to hide the astonishment on his face. This is Valhalla. Valhalla is the premier night training academy. No one other than authorized individuals can approach it, let alone step inside. Even for me, sneaking into Valhalla is impossible. Going to Valhalla wasn't in my plans either, but if something like Terrakin's legacy is hidden there, then it's worth modifying my plan. Looks like I'll have to stay in this cursed family a little longer. Thinking this, he tapped on another description line to inspect. This time the one related to the beginner questbook. Beginner questbook starts guiding the low-level administrator. Following the tutorial, quests will become available to assist in the administrator's development. Completing quests will grant additional rewards. Reading through the system's explanation. Even an idiot could understand it, so I accept quests and get rewarded upon completion. The mechanism is similar to an adventurer's guild or mercenary missions, but what does this guidance mean? He asked himself inwardly, and as if to answer Zeke, the system automatically triggered the tutorial starting guidance for the low-level administrator. The notification barely dropped when the space around Zeke abruptly shifted, transforming into a simulation space just like inside a video game. The sudden scene made the main character curiously look around his surrounding. What is this? Where am I? Was I teleported like last time? No, this feeling is totally different. As if the entire space has changed, Zeke anxiously guessed before fierce, angry monster growls began echoing from behind his back. Hearing the noise, the main character hurriedly glanced backward and spotted a group of huge, ferocious orcs being spawned by the system. Accompanying them, a guidance notification appeared. Tutorial quest, defeat the monsters within the time limit using at least 2 skills, reward access to the system store, time limit 60 minutes. Looking at this notification, Zeke's brain clicked as he deduced its purpose. Orcs suddenly appearing and a matched quest accompanying this tutorial is meant to create situations where I can proactively use the system. This should have been provided much earlier, he grumbled, and while he was lost in thought, the orcs had already surrounded him and swung their massive spiked clubs straight at him in unison. The blow hit with such force that it caused a massive explosion on the ground, kicking up endless clouds of dust. Fortunately, even though his mind was pondering the system quest, Zeke hadn't lowered his guard upon realizing he was surrounded by monsters. So the moment they attacked, he simultaneously activated high-speed movement and serial slash to dodge and counterattack immediately afterward. His blade flashed like lightning before the orcs even realized it, slicing their bodies into countless pieces. Zeke being able to pull this off so effortlessly was partly thanks to the Heavenly Bone Physique, which optimized his physical stats, sped up his martial arts learning rate, and supercharged his ether transmission. The sword in my hand feels as light as a feather, so this is the effect of the Heavenly Bone Physique. With this level, I can easily take down commander-tier enemies, he mused to himself. And after butchering the orcs, the system popped up a notification, tutorial quest completed. Following that, the simulation space around him slowly dissolved as if it had never existed. "Oh, I'm back. So it was all just an illusion, the realism is no joke." The main character nodded to himself, storing his sword back into his inventory. Then, the system issued rewards for completing the quest, critical bonus added to rewards, time bonus added to rewards, quest reward 40 points and store category unlocked. Returning to Zeke, he excitedly checked out his new feature, I can buy items through the system. What is this so convenient? Following Zeke's gaze, the moment he opened the store he saw several extremely useful items. First, Giant's Hide for 10 points, an elixir mimicking a giant's tough skin, temporarily boosts defensive power when used. Breath of the Fire Giant for 20 points, an elixir containing the condensed breath of a fire giant, unleashes unquenchable flames. Low-grade speed runestone 7 points, a magical stone inscribed with runes, slightly increases movement speed. Wings of the Sky 5 points, an elixir made from bird feathers temporarily boosts agility. Staring at these items, Zeke was dumbfounded. Giant's Hide, Breath of the Fire Giant, these are all rare treasures worth hundreds of gold coins. Just reselling items from the store alone would be enough to make me a fortune. Over here, the system also provided a reminder prompt. Please place the item you wish to sell into the designated window. Items stored in your inventory can also be sold. Practice two-handed sword. This item cannot be sold. Elf dagger. Do you wish to sell this item? Selling price 4 points. Returning to Zeke, the meager price of the dagger made his hand freeze mid-motion. Selling things only seems worth it for ancient treasures. 4 points for this dagger. I could make at least 100 gold coins from it if I took it to an auction house. Selling items is pointless unless I'm desperately short on points. With that, he waved his hand to dismiss the screen in front of him and stretched tiredly. Phew, what an exhausting day. Guess I'll get a long night's sleep tonight, the male lead sighed. Time quickly passed until the next morning, cutting to the professor's research building, where Zeke sought out Professor Fanon to hand over that battery. And upon seeing Zeke pull it out, the young professor couldn't hide the shock on his face. You actually brought back a high-compression spiritual energy stone in just a day. How did you pull that off? Replying to this, Zeke naturally couldn't talk about the dungeon, so he brushed it off vaguely. It's a complicated story. Then when will the operational device be completed? It's already done, Fanon calmly replied. Done already? You're truly extraordinary, Zeke praised, while the professor returned the compliment. You bringing this thing here is even more extraordinary. Back to Zeke's perspective, while sipping tea, he cast a sideways glance at the professor and mused inwardly, pretty suspicious. Whenever high-compression spiritual energy stones are discovered, major factions across the continent register various ancient characters as serial numbers and manage the ownership of high-value spiritual energy stones. Therefore, by checking the serial number, you can pinpoint the excavation time, location, and current owner. But the thing I brought in is no way registered in that book. It's my own brand new discovery. Suspicion aside, he does have decent appraisal skills and talent. Speaking of Professor Fanon, after wrapping up a few final checks, he spoke up. I've verified the serial number, shall we begin? Next, the two of them headed over to friend Galleon's forge to finish assembling the furnace. And right then, once fueled with energy, the furnace began radiating a powerful aura. Watching his furnace in action, Galleon couldn't suppress the joy beaming across his face, while Zeke and Fanon behind him rejoiced right along with him. Then, seeing that everything was running stably, Professor Fanon bade farewell to head to his classes. I must get to my teaching. Thank you very much, Professor, Zeke hurriedly replied. Returning to Galleon, who was still grinning from ear to ear, I never imagined in my life I'd see a fully operational magic furnace. Thank you truly, he said happily. Hearing that, Zeke shook a hand. It's a business deal, no need to go that far. You haven't forgotten the conditions we agreed on earlier, have you? Of course, please name your request, Galleon replied hastily, and the main character pulled an item from his backpack and demanded, forge me a sword using this. What he pulled out was none other than the hardest fang of the evil dragon Bahamut. With a veteran blacksmith's eye, Galleon instantly guessed what the material was. Is this a dragon's fang? Wow, with a size and condition like this, I've never seen anything like it. Where on earth did you find this? For Zeke, this was Terrican Draker's second legacy. From the dragon's heart to this fang, Zeke felt a bit like a grave robber. It's complicated to explain, Zeke softly said, before noticing that the young blacksmith standing before him was trembling like he had a fever. You didn't just build me a magic furnace, you even gave me the chance to forge a dragon's fang. I will definitely repay your trust. I, Galleon Halbert, will risk my life for your sword, he declared, radiating an aura that practically blinded Zeke. His words brought back memories for Zeke, reminding him of when Galleon said something very similar in his past life. He really is steadfast, Zeke muttered inwardly, deciding to leave everything in Galleon's hands. All right, I trust you. Let's see what kind of sword you make. I'm really looking forward to it. Cutting to Zeke's bedroom, where he was still excited in anticipation of the sword Galleon was crafting for him. Making a sword is so exciting. Zeke cheered happily before remembering the message old Uncle Duke had left him. It's been a week since I got the message telling me to come back after my bet with Duke ended. Turns out it's time to face the music, Zeke muttered to himself. And sure enough, right at that moment, old Uncle Duke's figure suddenly appeared outside the balcony, glaring at him with eyes brimming with rage. Why didn't you come this time, kid? Give me an honest answer. Looking at the red-haired uncle's face, Zeke's entire body shook uncontrollably. It looked like the man wanted to murder him. Gathering his courage, he tried to regain his composure and replied, well, you said to come back if I wanted a rematch. Naturally, since I had no intention of going, I didn't show up. Up ahead, Duke apparently couldn't accept that answer as he lunged forward, grabbed him by the collar and demanded, I told you to be honest. Next, giving Zeke zero chance to react, the man tossed him straight out the window, leaving the main character's face stunned for a second. So high, at this height I'll die instantly without even getting a chance to heal. Thinking fast to save his own skin, he spun midair and reached out to grab the balcony railing. Yet before his hand could catch the rail, old Uncle Duke's arm shot out, grabbing him tightly by the throat and speaking coldly. You didn't want to challenge me again. I don't think you're stupid enough not to understand what I meant. Either way, it's the exact opposite. You didn't show up after losing, you didn't even visit the infirmary. It's as if you were deliberately trying to piss me off. I'll give you 5 seconds, answer honestly this time. His tone was overflowing with killing intent, making Zeke realize he had pushed the joke a bit too far. What the hell, he figured it out and still played along. Thinking that, he looked back at the man with a teasing gaze. How absurd. You didn't even reveal your true identity. Am I wrong, Gardner Dexter? Hearing Zeke's words, the old uncle suddenly broke into a smile and casually hurled his body inside like tossing a chair, smashing the room's furniture to pieces. All right, you win, kid. I used to be a Black Knight of the Draker family. My name is Duke Draker, he said, extending a hand towards Zeke. And once he introduced his identity, Zeke placed a hand over his chest and bowed. Esteemed family elder and former member of the Black Knight's Order, I offer my sincere apologies for the disrespect I showed as a knight, he stated calmly. His complete lack of surprise made the old uncle suspicious. That I knew it would turn out this way expression. What's that about? Hearing that, Zeke quickly switched his expression to a foolish blank stare. Nothing at all. Ah ha ha ha. He chuckled awkwardly before shifting back to curiosity about what was just said. But Duke, what do you mean when you said you used to be a Black Knight? In response, the old uncle shrugged. Simple, I used to be a Black Knight, but now I'm a Red Knight. Behind him, Zeke felt his brain short-circuiting. Can that even happen? A knight's rank can go up, but I've never heard of it dropping down. Returning to Duke, as if not wanting to dwell on the subject, he cut the conversation short. Kid, don't bring that up anymore. Seeing his hands trembling uncontrollably as if trying to suppress something, Zeke quickly realized this must be a taboo topic for Duke, so he wasn't stupid enough to press further. Alright, since you were honest with me, Duke, I'll return the honesty. Following that, Zeke explained his motive for intentionally avoiding him. And after listening, the old uncle's eyes grew even more intrigued. So right from the start, you figured out my identity and deliberately provoked me just to become my official disciple. You've got some serious gut. Fine, I'll take you on as my disciple, the old uncle said, slapping his thigh with a smack, leaving Zeke wide-eyed in shock. Just like that. Realizing he needed to act before the man changed his mind, Zeke dropped to one knee and rattled off like a machine gun. I, Zeke Draker, offer my disciple's oath to the great Duke Draker, knight among knights. I swear to follow my master's teachings by diligently cultivating my virtues, studying and striving to preserve and elevate my master's honor. He spoke at breakneck speed, leaving Duke slightly exasperated by the sudden change in attitude. You even know the disciple's oath? That's rarely used these days, Duke remarked in surprise while Zeke calmly replied, cultural knowledge is a knight's virtue, isn't it? Such a sly brat, I'll take that as a compliment. Zeke says smugly before remembering something and turning to ask, but master, can I ask you a question? Across from him, Duke lets out a sigh. You're getting too comfortable calling me master, aren't you? Fine, ask away. Seeing this, Zeke quickly poses his question. What is it about me that caught your eye and made you decide to take me on as a disciple? Hearing himself say this, Zeke recalls his memories of Duke from his past life. Duke was notorious for refusing to take on disciples, and even the century's prodigy Andre had to spend years begging before becoming his sole student. So why did he accept him so easily? He has a guess. Duke must have noticed his potential during their wager, something that far surpassed even Andre's talent. The old man clearly has a sharp eye. Thinking this, Zeke instinctively breaks into a smile. Meanwhile, Duke doesn't answer right away, instead turning the question back on the protagonist. Why do you think? Take a guess, my disciple. In response, Zeke bluntly states his thoughts. Obviously because I'm an ultimate prodigy, right? Hearing his answer, Duke laughs so hard his entire body shakes uncontrollably. Your confidence is certainly admirable. Haha, if that were the reason, I would have taken Riene as a disciple instead. It's because you have grit. Not all so-called prodigies can reach the level of a red rank or black rank knight. Those who grow up without facing any setbacks tend to crumble easily before the smallest challenges. Up ahead, Zeke completely agrees with his master's words. He's right. Many prodigies expected to at least reach the red rank tier end up stalling out at yellow or blue. Returning to the old man after explaining it to his disciple, he gets eager to start teaching him right away. Enough chit-chat. Follow me, the first lesson starts right now. Yes, master, Zeke replies enthusiastically, eagerly anticipating what kind of ultimate secret Duke is about to pass down to him. Afterward, the two of them hurry over to the training grounds inside the western greenhouse. Gazing at the spacious training area, Zeke is slightly surprised. Who would have thought there was a place like this underneath the greenhouse? What is he going to make me do? He told me to run, so I ran. But it's been 3 hours already. Zeke frowns and wonders. Nearby, Duke wears a contemplative expression before suddenly calling out for him to stop. Hearing that, Zeke jogs in place and turns to ask, "So I can stop running now?" "Yeah, but I've got a question." Duke nods. "Yes, master, what would you like to know?" Zeke continues, "Not much." But right as he speaks, Duke's physique suddenly materializes directly behind Zeke's back and reaches out to grab his wrist. Acting purely on bodily instinct, Zeke instantly lashes out with his arm, swatting Duke's hand aside and darting backward to re-establish a safe distance. Staring at his slightly flushed palm, Duke lets out a groan. "Checking your energy really isn't easy, is it?" "Alright, something's been off from the very beginning, back in the infirmary during our test, and even at the greenhouse during the wager, and just now after 500 laps around the training grounds, I couldn't sense a shred of ether from you. And when I tried to check your pulse, you dodged." "Kid, don't tell me you can't use ether at all," Duke guesses, making Zeke's heart skip a terrifying beat. Before Zeke can react or offer any explanation, Duke continues, "That bronze statue reacted, didn't it? An unprecedented golden light caused a massive uproar and brought you here. So why are you blocking me from checking your pulse?" he asks, staring into Zeke's face with intense curiosity while Zeke feels too intimidated to meet his gaze. After a few seconds, Zeke calms himself slightly and steals a glance at his master's expression. Curiosity, not suspicion. A Draker who can't use ether is a serious situation, but it looks like his curiosity outweighs everything else. "Lucky for me, I'm dealing with Duke. Once I get the Gram sword, nobody will ever question my lack of ether again. Until then, I need to tread carefully. No need for a long, rambling lie, unlike my past life when I was the family's first failed awakener." Thinking this, Zeke reaches a decision. He slowly slides off his specialized gloves, while activating his spirit reversal skill, causing tiny red arcs of electricity to crackle through the surrounding air. "This truth will serve as my cover story, the perfect excuse for this situation," Zeke thinks to himself as he begins to explain. "Just as you said, Master, I actually possess the ability to influence spirit energy, the hallmark of a true blood. But for some reason, I just can't use ether. I'm sorry, I panicked earlier. If it ever got out that a member of the Draker family couldn't use ether, I'd be cast out for sure," he says, squeezing out a few tears. Looking at his pitiful expression, nobody would ever guess he's putting on an act. But of course, Duke isn't going to buy it that easily. He channels his own ether into Zeke's body to inspect his condition, and finding nothing unusual, he finally pulls his hand back. Seeing this, Zeke prompts him, "So what do you think, Master?" Without answering, old man Duke knits his brow into a tight frown. "HMPH, a kid with this kind of determination at this age, yet why can't I sense any ether from him at all despite having gone through his awakening?" Duke strokes his chin in deep deliberation while Zeke stands nearby, sweating bullets with anxiety. "Even if he checks my pulse, he won't be able to be 100% sure. The blessing ceremony is paramount to the Draker family, even if I genuinely can't awaken ether. He'll most likely find a way to rationalize the truth himself." Zeke quietly deduces, and sure enough, right on cue, Duke concludes that he must be a mutant. Hearing the verdict, Zeke isn't particularly surprised. A mutant, of course, that's the logical direction for this to go. Since he doesn't know the concept of classes, that conclusion makes total sense. Thinking this to sell his role, Zeke asks, "What's a mutant, Master?" In response, Duke fills him in. A mutant is a term used for individuals with abnormal abilities, like someone who can use both ether and spirit energy, or someone who can see the future, things that defy common sense. Because of that, mutants are usually treated poorly, so don't go running your mouth about potentially being a mutant. "Then why did you think I was a mutant, Master?" Zeke asks further. Duke explains that it's due to Zeke's abnormal physical stats and monstrous healing factor. No matter how minor, internal injuries always take time to heal. Yet you heal up instantly. Duke figures a massive amount of energy must be consumed in the process and asks Zeke what he thinks that energy source is. "Is it ether?" Zeke asks tentatively. The old man nods in agreement. "Right. My hypothesis is that any ether your body generates is instantly devoured by your physical stamina and regeneration, leaving no trace behind for anyone to sense. Behind that facade, if I didn't actually know my own class, I'd totally buy that explanation," Zeke thinks with an inward chuckle. Man, his reasoning sounds surprisingly convincing. Thinking this, Zeke presses on. "Does this mean I'll never be able to use ether, Master?" Up ahead, old man Duke bursts out laughing. "Haha, nothing to worry about. The whirlwind technique doesn't require ether, it's a special technique. Special techniques are unique skills developed by high-ranking knights. Normally, they involve applying or enhancing dragon-slaying arts that require ether, but my whirlwind technique relies entirely on physical conditioning. I'll demonstrate it once, so watch closely." With that, he taps the tip of his foot against the floorboards, and a split second later, a deafening crack rings out as Duke's figure instantly vanishes from Zeke's sight, followed by a rapid-fire series of shockwaves so fast the protagonist can't even track where he is. Then, after a few seconds, the old man reappears in his original spot and asks, "Did you catch that?" In response, Zeke fires back a question. "I just need to trace your footwork, right?" "Well, if that's all you think it takes, I guess I don't need to explain anything else. You've seen enough." Zeke nods with total confidence, prompting a look of eager anticipation on Duke's face. Your confidence rivals that of a black rank knight. Alright, let's see what you can do. Returning to Zeke, he crouches slightly into a ready stance, channels power into the soles of his feet, and begins mimicking Duke's movements by stepping directly into the footprints left behind on the stone floor. By following those exact steps, hidden pathways and trajectories that were invisible before suddenly reveal themselves. Every single step has a distinct purpose, whether it's attacking, dodging, closing the distance, or retreating. Not a single movement is wasted, Zeke thinks to himself. Meanwhile, Duke has to rub his eyes to make sure he isn't hallucinating. No way. It's only been a week, and while he had the talent, this level of proficiency. What the hell happened in just 1 week? This kid's a certified monster, absolutely flawless, Duke thinks, a cold sweat breaking out on his face. Seeing his master's expression, Zeke wears an immensely smug grin. Guess I'm living up to that black rank confidence after all. He silently thanks his heavenly bone physique, which has elevated his martial arts learning speed to a whole new dimension, explaining why Duke is looking at him like he's a ghost. Shifting back to old man Duke, seeing that smug look makes visible veins bulge on his forehead as he mutters internally, if only this brat could lose that punchable attitude, he'd be perfect. Thinking this, he lunges forward and slaps a headlock on his disciple. You little punk, crying just a minute ago and now you're all full of yourself. You're gonna ruin my posture, master. Zeke complains nervously. That depends on your attitude, you insolent disciple, Duke replies, giving Zeke a massive headache. What kind of retired black rank knight has zero filters? He groans inwardly. Time marches on, shifting scenes to the academy's dining hall. As he wolfs down his meal, Zeke reflects on the past month. It's been a month since I started training under Duke and my food portions keep getting bigger and bigger. Before he can finish eating, the voice of instructor Andre interrupts him. Do you have a moment, Zeke Draker? Hearing him, though the protagonist is curious as to why this prodigy is seeking him out. He shrugs and replies, if it's right here, sure, I'm a busy man. Andre nods and cuts straight to the chase. Fine, how on earth did you convince Dexter? Straight to the point, huh? Yes, he's freaking out because I managed to become a disciple, even if I'm not officially one yet, Zeke thinks, turning to reply. Convince him, Dexter chose me himself. His answer triggers a flash of anger in Andre's eyes as he sneers. It's only because you're a true blood. Across the table, Zeke stops chewing and glares wide-eyed at the Rose Knight. What, are you seriously that full of yourself? Is that really all you have to say? Andre snaps back, his hands trembling with rage. Unfazed, Zeke continues, nope, that's only half of it. Even if he was initially drawn to my bloodline, do you honestly think someone like Dexter would take on a disciple for such a shallow reason? The reason I became his disciple, putting aside his passing interest, is because of my talent. So instead of wasting time venting your petty jealousy to boost your own ego, why don't you actually work hard to become someone worthy of being chosen? Zeke lectures him, twisting Andre's face into a distorted grimace since he can't find a single word to argue back. Shifting scenes to the greenhouse training grounds. Staring at the knight running like a madman in front of him, Zeke turns to the red-haired old man and asks, "What's up with him, master?" To which even Duke responds with utter bewilderment, "I've been wondering the exact same thing. I don't know what got into the brat. He begged to stay nearby and even offered to handle logistics if necessary. I told him to run 300 laps without using ether if he wanted to stay, and now he's actually doing it. Man, that guy is a total lunatic," Duke sighs while Zeke looks at Andre in a brand new light. 300 laps without ether. I always thought he was just an arrogant snob, but looks like he actually has some real grit after all. Shifting scenes outside the academy gates, a massive crowd stands in rigid rows, murmuring among themselves, "What's going on? Why'd they suddenly summon all the students out here?" In response, another student slaps his forehead. "You idiot, what do you think it is? The family head is visiting today." Right on cue, a carriage bearing the Draker family crest rolls into view. And the moment it appears, a young knight loudly announces, "The family head is arriving." Hearing this, the portly headmaster Howard strokes his beard and tells the staff, "Get ready, everyone." "Yes, headmaster," they shout in unison. Shortly after, a silver-haired man steps down from the carriage and nods a greeting to the old man. "It's been a while, Howard." Hearing this, the chubby headmaster hurriedly bows, "Greetings to the master of the Draker household." Prompted by his bow, the surrounding crowd roars in unison, "Greetings to the master of the Draker household." Up front, family head Arthur steps forward, pats Howard on the shoulder and says, "You've been through a lot, I can imagine." The portly headmaster shakes his head, "My efforts are nothing compared to yours, master. Then I'll continue to count on you." Shifting to Howard, once the greetings conclude, he invites Arthur to head inside because the sun is glaringly hot. However, before he can finish his sentence, Leon steps out to block the way and climbs up onto an elevated platform where every student can clearly see him, spreading his arms wide to announce, "Young Dragonslayers, you are the future and hope of the Draker family. Dedicating yourselves further to your training, your growth is the growth of Draker." Hearing the family head's reminder, the student body erupts with fighting spirit, shouting back in unison, "We shall engrave these words upon our hearts, master." Satisfied, Arthur turns to leave. "All right, let's go." "Yes, master," Howard replies. Time skips to Arthur's private chambers. For some reason, Zeke has been summoned for a personal audience. Stepping inside, Zeke hastily bows and speaks, "To the master of all knights and guardian of the Dragonslayer's honor, Arthur Draker, I, Zeke Draker, a member of this household, offer my utmost respect and greetings." Up ahead, Uncle Leon chuckles at such stiff formalities. "Haha, even the folks over at the Four Seasons Fortress don't greet me like that anymore. Drop the etiquette and take a seat. I heard you like tea, so I brought a fine batch. Hope it suits your taste," he says, handing the protagonist a freshly poured cup. Returning to Zeke, being summoned to meet the family head like this places an invisible, suffocating pressure on his mind. Just as I thought, even my tea preferences get reported back to the main family. They say the Emperor might not know everything, but the Drakers miss nothing. Now I can actually feel it. Thinking this, he prepares to sip the tea to ease the tension, but Arthur's next words instantly kill any desire to drink. "The reason I called you here is because I caught wind of some surprising news. Duke actually took on a disciple." Hearing this, Zeke forces an internal laugh, haha, straight to the point with zero beating around the bush. Keeping his cool, Zeke replies, "Lord Duke was simply showing me mercy." Up front, Arthur knows damn well things aren't that simple, but he chooses not to dig deeper. "Is that so? If you say so, then I suppose it is. I don't know what your ultimate goal is, but as long as you follow Duke's teachings." Before he can finish, Zeke cuts him off and boldly declares, "I'm going to become the strongest person on the continent." Hearing this, a subtle shift crosses the family head's eyes. Ignoring the change in gaze, the protagonist continues sharing his grand ambition. "So I can live more freely than anyone else, that is my goal." The words barely leave his lips when family head Leon sets his teacup down on the table and speaks in an icy tone. "Does that include surpassing me then?" As he speaks, an overwhelming wave of pressure erupts from his body, sending Zeke's biological alarm bells ringing off the hook. Covered in a cold sweat, Zeke feels like his life is dangling by a thread. Could this be? Within this domain, the power over life and death for all living things is entirely under his control. Celestial Sword, the pinnacle of ether manipulation, achievable only by black rank knights. Despite being terrified out of his wits, Zeke grits his teeth and answers, "Of course." Seeing his stubborn expression, for some reason, family head Arthur breaks into a faint smile, and slowly withdraws his pressure before speaking up. "Out of all the things I've heard lately, that's by far the most entertaining. I came to the academy to encourage you, but seeing you now, mere encouragement won't cut it," he says, reaching into his pocket as if pulling out something special. Shifting back to the protagonist, he studies this unfamiliar father figure. This is the current master of the Draker family, a true black rank knight. I thought Duke's level was absurd, but this is a whole different universe. Unaware of Zeke's inner thoughts, Arthur pulls out a black card and sets it on the table. "Consider this a gift to celebrate you becoming Duke's disciple." A black card? Drawing on his past life knowledge, Zeke instantly recognizes what it is, leaving him sweating with shock. "You're handing this to me, father?" Noticing the boy's stunned expression, Arthur saves himself the explanation. "Judging by your reaction, you already know what it is." Picking up the card, Zeke still can't believe his eyes. A black card is issued only to an elite handful of VVIPs. It grants insane privileges and has virtually limitless spending power. "I never thought I'd get to see this legendary card with my own eyes." Beside him, old man Arthur smiles. "I'll add you as a co-holder, so feel free to use it however you like." Naturally, Zeke isn't foolish enough to turn it down. "Thank you, father. I'll make sure to use it wisely." That said, a sliver of wariness lingers in Zeke's mind. Words are sweet, but his intent is obvious. Since this card logs every transaction, it means tracking my movements will be a whole lot easier for him. Even so, the fact that he used a subtle card instead of brutal coercion means he isn't overly concerned with keeping him under strict surveillance yet, Zeke deduces inwardly. Meanwhile, Arthur's tone shifts slightly. "All right, piss off. I can't waste any more of your precious time, Zeke, the boy destined to become the strongest. You're dismissed." "Understood, family head." Zeke bows respectfully and hurries out of the room. Not long after he leaves, his master Duke struts right into the room and complains, "What an annoying bastard." Hearing the familiar voice, Arthur calmly replies, "Why are you so worked up, Duke? Need you ask? Abandoning some kid in the cradle and now you stroll in playing the doting father." Duke's voice drips with sarcasm. Though accustomed to his friend's antics, Arthur remains unbothered. "As the family head, I had no choice, you know that. And besides, running your mouth like that counts as slandering the family head." Sighing in boredom, Duke drops onto a couch and waves a hand. "Ha, fine, arrest me then." Arthur chuckles at his laid-back attitude. "Haha, that's why you're the only person I can actually kick back and talk to." "Let's drink while we chat," Arthur says, pulling out a rare bottle of liquor. The moment Duke spots the label, his eyes light up like floodlights. "Dragon's breath, and it's a red vintage. See, you do have some taste after all." As they drink together, Arthur's demeanor turns serious as a thought strikes him. "You've heard about the continent's weird situation lately, right?" "I'm holed up in an academy, how the hell would I know?" Duke scoffs, though Arthur doesn't believe him for a second. "Your intelligence network spans the entire continent, don't play dumb." Rolling his eyes, Duke complains, "If you already knew I knew, why'd you ask, you old fox?" The Emperor is obsessed with immortality and scouring the entire continent like a madman. "Tell me, do you think that's even feasible?" Arthur asks, to which the old man replies with absolute certainty, "Obviously not." Eternal youth can be achieved through magic, but true immortality is utterly impossible. Across from him, Arthur nods in agreement, though hesitation lingers in his voice. I agree. But what if it's tied to an ancient dragon artifact? Hearing that, Duke looks like the booze instantly sobered him up as he yells, "What?" Around the same time, while the two of them were engaged in a serious conversation, they had no idea that every single word they spoke was being eavesdropped on by Zeke in a room not far away. Using an artifact called eavesdrop, their voices began streaming straight into Zeke's mind. If it really is an artifact connected to the ancient dragon, then perhaps, Duke hesitated and said, "Don't tell me you've actually managed to pinpoint its location." The uncle asked probing questions, and head of the household Arthur gave a slight nod in confirmation. Exactly. Exactly? According to the report from the Black Desert, the probability of it being located in the northern continent is the highest. Hearing this, Duke's expression turned pensive for a moment before he asked further. Is this information that the Empire hasn't obtained yet? Yeah, that's right, but it's only a matter of time before they find out about it. It reminds me of the old days, that crazy emperor who started a war right after ascending the throne with the desire to unite the continent. I thought he had given up that absurd dream as he grew older, but clearly that isn't the case. If that artifact can truly grant immortality. Speaking up to this point, before Duke could even finish, Uncle Arthur cut in, then the continent will be plunged into a sea of fire once again. Since this is a crucial matter, I've decided to head north myself. Hearing this, Duke panicked and hastily warned, "What? If you leave your position, that emperor will act even more freely." In response to this, Arthur looked at Duke with an expectant gaze. "That's why I came to see you. You really are a bastard." Duke let out a sigh once he guessed his close friend's intention. Saying that, the two of them raised their glasses to each other again. As expected, "I can't think of anyone else besides you." Arthur smiled brightly, while Duke already felt trouble coming his way. "You always choose the hardest jobs for me." Returning to Zeke's position after listening to their conversation up to this point, his head hurt so badly it felt like it was about to split open. Left with no choice, he had no option but to temporarily deactivate the eavesdrop artifact. "I've been using this item for way too long. Even after absorbing Bahamut's heart, I still can't completely avoid its side effects. The ancient dragon, the voice I heard in my head right before I died, and the system message I saw right after reincarnating. Now everything makes sense. I stole the artifact the Emperor craved. He even sent hounds to hunt me down. Back then, I didn't even care what it was, but I still managed to find a clue. The system the administrator gave me to turn back time is a function of the ancient dragon's artifact, but who created it and why? In the end, it just leaves me with even more questions." Thinking up to this point, Zeke leaned his back against the wall and let out a heavy, weary sigh. Meanwhile, the conversation between Duke and Arthur had also come to an end. "I'll take action right away, Arthur." The uncle waved his hand and quickly departed. "Yeah, I'm counting on you," Arthur replied. Next, as he walked past a doorway, for some reason, head of the household Draker suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked at it with a suspicious gaze. Inside the room, completely unaware that his father was standing right outside the door, Zeke was still pondering over the artifact. If that's really the artifact the Emperor is looking for, does reincarnation have anything to do with eternal life? He muttered to himself before hearing footsteps outside. Right after that, the uncle opened the door and abruptly walked in. However, the inside of the room was completely empty. Not a single soul was there. This left Arthur full of curiosity. "Could I have been wrong?" he muttered, completely unaware that his son had just jumped out the window to escape outside. Time quickly passed, shifting scenes to Zeke's private training room. While he was training, Dexter's sudden knock sounded, leaving him with no choice but to stop and complain. "Didn't I tell you not to disturb me during training, Dexter?" In response, old man Dexter apologetically explained, "Apologies, young master, but a fellow student has come to look for you. Should I tell them to leave?" Hearing him say that, a look of curiosity couldn't help but flash in Zeke's eyes. "A fellow student? But I don't have any friends at the academy. Could it be Renee?" Thinking about this, curious about the person about to arrive, Zeke agreed, "All right." Just like that, very quickly, Zeke found out who had come. It turned out to be that burly guy Liam. Out of everyone, it had to be Liam Stone. "What? How am I your friend?" Zeke muttered inwardly while Liam knelt in front of him and bowed his head. "Please take me in." Looking at this state of his, Zeke silently blamed himself. "I should have just walked away back then." Knowing it was no use, he sighed and asked, "Take you in? You mean as a subordinate?" "Yes, young master, I swear my loyalty to you," Liam hastily said. "Then what about that guy Jakin?" Zeke asked further. Ahead of him, thinking about what that guy had done to him, Liam clenched his fists in anger. "I've given up on him. I need to get into Valhalla," he said with a pale face, looking as though Zeke was his final hope. This only made the protagonist even more puzzled. "It was the same in my past life. Why is he so obsessed with Valhalla?" "Please, take me in," Liam continued to plead. In response, Zeke waved his hand. "Are you an idiot? You should have chosen Zimin or Tirun instead. I don't have any family backing me up, meaning I'm useless in helping you get enrolled in Valhalla. And why should I believe you, frankly speaking? You could be a spy sent by Jakin." Zeke's words turned Liam's face pale once again. Next, he abruptly pulled out the dagger at his waist and directly brought it up, cutting off one of his own ears. "You naturally doubt me, but I will prove it by any means possible." If you tell me to shut my mouth, I'll cut out my tongue. If you tell me to cripple myself, I'll slash my heels. I will surrender my life to you, young master. Please accept me, Liam said with a voice filled with determination. These words of his made the protagonist start remembering his own past life. Back when he had once said similar words to his master, I want to become stronger than anyone else. Please teach me, master. Thinking of this, Zeke decided to give the burly fellow in front of him a chance. At that moment, he threw the sword in his hand forward and raised a single finger. One move, if you can endure a single move from me, then I'll take you in. Following that, Zeke let Liam go get treated for his injuries before starting the test. But once he faced Zeke directly, Liam realized that enduring a single move wasn't as easy as he thought. I genuinely thought enduring one move wouldn't be too hard. After all, I'm also a user of the Draker family's light aura. But is this really someone the exact same age as me? Just breathing felt difficult, Liam thought as his entire body involuntarily trembled with fear. However, giving him no time to think much, Zeke gripped his sword tightly and lunged forward at high speed. Seeing this, the burly guy had no choice but to let out a loud shout and swing his sword to block the strike. The clash of their swords was so powerful it caused the air to emit a deafening blast, blowing away all the dust and smoke across the training ground. Next, the sword in Liam's hand was knocked flying away by Zeke. Looking at Liam's battered state, the protagonist disappointedly muttered, "So that's all you've got. How pathetic." Looking at Liam, who was still sitting dazed on the ground, Zeke boredly waved his hand and reminded the young man, "You might have high resolve. But when it comes to Valhalla, you'd better just give up." With that reminder, Zeke turned around and left the training ground, ignoring Liam, who was still trying to cling on behind him. As he walked, the protagonist thought to himself to confirm one thing: it seemed Liam being abandoned by Jaken was probably true after all. If he wasn't Jaken's subordinate, he wouldn't have been able to step foot into the cradle. He's just someone of low-born lineage. That's an academy where even someone with orthodox bloodline like myself was once expelled from. It wouldn't be strange at all if Liam got expelled right now. It's only natural for him to be this anxious. Thinking up to this point, Zeke's steps suddenly stopped. Or rather, it was because the burly guy Liam had dropped to his knees, tightly grabbing his right leg to beg. This made the protagonist turn his head and reconsider everything. Is this really worth clinging to such an extent? In his past life, Liam had been expelled from the academy and his mercenary corps had collapsed. Yet he still reached the Crimson Knight realm and was dubbed the Mercenary King. Down below, Liam couldn't hold back his tears as he wept and pleaded pitifully, "Please give me one more chance, Lord Zeke." Looking at his current state, Zeke guessed that this young man seemingly had no intention of giving up whatsoever. Then, whether out of a sudden soft spot or not, Zeke decided to give him another chance. "All right, I'll give you one more chance. But with one condition. If I want you to become mute, you cut out your tongue. If I want you to become crippled, you chop off your leg, am I right? If that's the case, cut off your right arm," Zeke said coldly while patting the burly young man's shoulder. The command from Zeke left Liam's face stunned. "What's wrong? Regretting it already?" Zeke's voice was full of sarcasm while Liam's eyes were already bloodshot, his lips bitten tightly together as if fighting an intensely fierce internal struggle. This didn't surprise Zeke too much either. This was a mandatory demand requiring him to give up the life of a swordsman. An ordinary person would certainly be unable to accept this. Thinking about this as if sensing Liam had given up clinging to him, Zeke stood up and said, "I have countless training sessions to do. If you can't do it, get lost." Saying that, his body leaned forward slightly, slowly pulling his sword back as if preparing to train. At the same time, Liam behind him, as if having made up his mind, slowly stepped forward. Seeing this, the male lead cast a sidelong glance at him and thought, "Although I don't know why he's so desperate." Don't get discouraged, Liam. Even if you don't make it to Valhalla, you can still reach the realm of excellence. That was what Zeke thought to himself. However, Liam's next action left him unable to hide his surprise. At this moment, following his gaze, Liam began grabbing the sword that had been knocked away earlier, slowly lifting it high up while extending his right arm out. His teeth were clenched tightly as if about to hack off his own right arm. Looking at the expression on the burly guy's face, the male lead immediately guessed that Liam had no intention of joking around. "You lunatic!" the male lead shouted inwardly and rushed forward to stop him. At the same time, the sword in Liam's hand swung down fiercely. Yet, fortunately for the burly guy, at the most dangerous moment, Zeke gripped his sword tightly and slashed it forward at wind-shattering speed. With just a single collision, Liam's sword snapped in two. The tip of his blade flew out of the training grounds. Looking at his right arm, which was still completely intact, Liam panted heavily like an ox from the sheer tension. However, before he could even recover his wits, Zeke strode forward, grabbing him tightly by the collar and demanding, "Hey, you lunatic. What if I had changed my mind? You just went ahead and swung your sword like that." Responding to Zeke's words was an emotional expression from the burly guy. "That, because there is something more precious than this arm and I cannot afford to lose it." For Zeke, after hearing the answer, he looked at Liam with a gaze as if looking at a fool. However, he then shrugged, threw a punch at Liam's body and warned, "If you ever pull stupid stunts like that again, no matter how loyal you claim to be, I'll throw you out." remember that. Shifting back to Liam's perspective, after hearing that, a visible look of joy flashed in his eyes as he asked back, Lord Zeke, does that mean? Without answering the question, the male lead merely reminded, hurry up, Liam. If my subordinate only has one ear, what will other people think of me? Understood, I get it, Lord Zeke, Liam replied excitedly. Time quickly passed until late afternoon, shifting scenes to the protagonist's private office. At this moment, he was sitting and drinking tea with Liam. Currently, Liam's previously severed ear had been reattached by the medical staff, and the only visible trace was a faint scar at the severed spot. On this side, Liam gently raised his hand, feeling his intact ear again and asking, can I really use medicine this good? In response, Zeke told him this was an investment in his value, so there was no need to worry. Next, Zeke calmly set his teacup down and asked in a serious tone, so what exactly was it? Something more important than your right arm? No, even more important than your life itself. Across from him, after hearing that, Liam lowered his gaze slightly. After a few seconds, the guy shared his story. It's about my mother. A few days after being abandoned by Jakin, I got word that she had collapsed from a high fever. Fortunately, the fever broke quickly, but her body became covered in rose-like red spots, and her health deteriorated day by day. The village healers didn't even know the name of this disease. As he spoke, his body couldn't stop trembling with agitation while Zeke asked back, so that's why you wanted to go to Valhalla? Yes, exactly, because the medical benefits for students and families at Valhalla are the best on this continent, Liam exclaimed. Across from him, after hearing that, Zeke let out a sigh. Next, the protagonist called a servant to bring pen and paper, then slowly jotted something down on the paper. Rose-like red spots, recurring high fever. These are the symptoms of the disease that will sweep across the Midrealm over the next 5 years. It's also known as the Rose disease, a highly contagious illness with an extremely high mortality rate, which has claimed the lives of countless people, but a timely cure was eventually developed to stamp it out. Thinking of this, Zeke handed the paper he had just written on to Liam and explained, this is the recipe to manufacture the medicine for your mother's illness. It's not too difficult, so the village healer can easily brew it. In response, Liam hastily clutched the scrap of paper and stammered, thank you, my lord. But how do you know the cure for an illness whose name even the healers don't know? Hearing the question, two familiar figures suddenly flashed in Zeke's mind, the genius alchemist brothers Al and Jeff. They were the ones who invented the cure to save the decaying Midrealm. However, the greedy alchemist guild exploited the lives of desperate people for profit. Upon discovering the truth, the two brothers published the manufacturing method to the world, allowing even mercenaries like himself to learn of it, and it spread across the continent. Thinking about it, Zeke wore a soft smile and calmly said, just say you have an acquaintance who is an alchemist. Now that you have your medicine, you don't need to come to Valhalla or stay under my command anymore, Zeke said gently while enjoying his tea. Meanwhile, Liam wasn't the kind of person who didn't know how to repay someone's kindness. Right at that moment, he abruptly stood up from his chair, knelt on one knee before Zeke and swore, I swear to dedicate my life to Lord Zeke. I swear absolute loyalty to my master for the rest of my life. These words of his made Zeke somewhat pleased to realize he hadn't helped the wrong person. An oath of loyalty? Having the mercenary king of my past life become my subordinate truly gives me peace of mind. Thinking that, Zeke quickly concealed his joyful expression and said in a stern voice, if you fall behind, I'll abandon you. So you'd better keep up with me. Understood, master, Liam shouted loudly. Time quickly passed until late afternoon, shifting scenes to the headmaster's office. At this moment, he was receiving a guest. What is it, student Owen? In front of him was Owen, a cunning guy who had shown up here with unknown intentions. Hearing the headmaster's words, he bowed in greeting and stated his purpose. Yes, headmaster. I've come with a suggestion. Is it possible to increase the difficulty of this semester's exam? Opposite him, the fat headmaster Herod stroked his mustache and asked for the reason behind Owen's proposal. In response, Owen confidently explained, you might think I'm crazy, but this year's first-year class has an exceptionally high level of skill. Descendants of prestigious families are present, and there are even 2 pure-blood awakeners. If the exam is held with last year's difficulty, it definitely won't be able to distinguish their true capabilities. Shifting back to Howard's perspective, after listening, the old man fell into deep thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. That makes sense, truly a descendant of the Zimmons. I will positively consider it. Thank you, headmaster. Then I'll take my leave. Finishing his words, the cunning guy quickly departed. If other students found out that he had deliberately sought out the vice headmaster to raise the exam difficulty, he would undoubtedly be torn apart by the rest of the student body. Over here, after watching Owen leave, Howard turned his chair around, looked out the window, and muttered in thought, bloodlines really can't be hidden. I never expected to have the same thoughts as him. If we think about future troubles, it's best to nip danger in the bud beforehand. Time quickly passed, and today was the day of the Dungeon Exploration Semester exam. To put it simply, this was the Draker Academy's semester exam where groups of 2 had to cooperate to escape a dungeon within a set timeframe. Notably, the difficulty of each dungeon was assigned randomly to each group, and every dungeon had a completely different level of difficulty. Within their group, Zeke turned to look at Liam and asked, Are you scared, Liam? In response, Liam couldn't hide his anxiety and admitted, yes, I'm a bit nervous. Hearing this, Zeke chuckled and said naturally, too much nervousness causes mistakes while too little breeds complacency, but just the right amount prevents both. Therefore, nervousness is a necessity. Elsewhere, the swordsman Riene was also trying to regulate her breathing to stay calm, while the rest of the students chatted and laughed without a hint of worry. Then very quickly, someone's voice shouted, next up, Zeke Draker, Liam Stone. Hearing the call, Zeke and Liam quickly walked toward a dungeon gate entrance. However, before they could step inside, an exam proctor reached out to block them and pointed to a different side. Wait a minute, you guys go over there. Returning to the protagonist's perspective, seeing someone suddenly block his way, his gaze stared fixedly at the guy, as if sensing the scent of some conspiracy unfolding here. However, the proctor acted as if he hadn't seen Zeke's cold gaze, speaking in a chilly tone, well, aren't you going in? What are you standing there for? Hearing that, Zeke quickly withdrew his sharp, cold gaze, and shrugged in reply, yes, yes, we'll follow instructions. With that, the master and servant duo swiftly walked into the dungeon prepared for them. Inside this dungeon was a very deep staircase leading far down. As they walked, Zeke mentally reviewed the exam details. Although dungeons varied in difficulty, since this was a test dungeon controlled by the Draker family, there were no significant hazardous elements. The goal was to escape the dungeon within the stipulated time, and each group was issued a countdown clock which started ticking the moment they entered, giving everyone 96 hours. Since basic combat capability was also part of the evaluation criteria, bringing back materials from monsters they defeated would earn bonus points. But the most important thing was still escaping the dungeon. Failing to escape within the allotted time meant officially failing the exam. Time quickly passed. At this point, Zeke and Liam had set up camp to rest. After eating, Zeke turned to the burly guy and said, "You're full, so go get some rest, Liam." In response, Liam hurriedly waved his hand in refusal. "You've done all the work from setting up camp to preparing the meal, so you should rest first, my lord." As for Zeke, he explained that he could go without sleep for about 4 days, so Liam could rest easy. Hearing that, our burly guy finally accepted. "Then I'll take you up on that and rest first." "Yeah, go ahead and sleep. If anything comes up, I'll wake you," Zeke nodded and said. Meanwhile, while keeping watch, Zeke pulled out his pocket watch once more, checked the remaining time, and thought, "It's been 16 hours since we stepped into the dungeon. Since I spent 3 days training right before the exam, I've basically been awake for almost 90 hours straight." Infinite stamina only restores physical fatigue, not mental exhaustion. Inside a dungeon where any unpredictable variable can happen at any moment, it's best to minimize risks as much as possible. "I'll swap shifts with him as soon as Zeke wakes up." Thinking that, Zeke's expression grew slightly dazed and clear fatigue flickered in his eyes. Then, before he even realized it, our protagonist drifted into a hazy trance, his mind conjuring up an image of a battlefield beneath a snow-filled sky. There, a beautiful blonde girl dressed like a noble young lady was lying in a pool of blood. At that exact moment, a strange chime suddenly rang out, snapping Zeke out of his daze. Realizing he had just dozed off while on guard duty, Zeke rubbed his face in self-reproach. Damn it, that dream again. But the very next second, Zeke's gaze turned sharp as he caught onto something and reminded himself, wait, that sound just now was definitely a bell. With that thought, as if realization had struck him, Zeke hurriedly grabbed the water bottle beside him and threw all the water onto the campfire in front of him to put it out. At the same time, Zeke whispered a warning to his companion, "Wake up, Liam, the enemy is here. I'm going to scout the situation first, so don't turn on any lights." Inside the tent, the big guy quickly snapped awake and replied, "Yes, master." Returning to Zeke, he gently approached the entrance of the room where he had strung up lines rigged with little bells to ensure that any invading monsters would set them off and alert him. Right now, he had no intention of using his dragon eye to observe immediately. Using the dragon eye during a grueling 4-day exam like this was way too huge of a risk, and it was much better to just get used to the dark, the protagonist reminded himself. Next, a strange scent began to drift into his nose, and the moment he caught it, Zeke froze. This was the smell of sulfur. No way. A monster that smelled like sulfur and hunted in packs. A Tier 3 dangerous monster, a hellhound. Even though Riene had hunted an orc during her exam in his past life, he never expected to find a hellhound here. Realizing that his personal dungeon had an abnormally high difficulty level, Zeke quickly figured out that he was definitely being targeted. He slowly gritted his teeth and gripped the sword in his hand tighter, preparing to deal with the immediate danger. Very soon, a countless number of heavy footsteps began echoing in Zeke's ears as they approached. Yet this left Zeke with a bit of a doubt. Hold on, something's wrong. Even if a hellhound was the pack leader, it would only weigh a few hundred kilograms at most. With a sound that loud, it had to weigh tens of tons. Could it be a mutation? Thinking that, to check out the situation, Zeke slightly extended his sword outward, using the reflection on the blade to take a look. Then, God knows what he saw, but Zeke couldn't help cursing out loud, "What the hell?" Right as that thought crossed his mind, a massive explosion suddenly went off at the entrance, sending dust and debris flying everywhere while Zeke himself was blown backward. Even so, our protagonist landed smoothly, jamming his sword into the ground to break his momentum. Seeing this, Liam hurried over and asked, "Master, are you all right?" Ignoring the question, Zeke wore a grim expression as he looked ahead and silently cursed the Zimmons family down to their 18th generation. What kind of dirty tricks are those bastards from the Zimmons pulling behind the scenes now? They definitely want to wipe me out. At that moment, following their gaze, a gigantic troll stepped into the entrance from the outside, holding the severed head of a hellhound in its hand. The instant it spotted Zeke and Liam, it tossed the head aside and let out a deafening roar straight ahead, its echoing sound powerful enough to make an ordinary person dizzy and deafened. A troll, that was a Tier 1 dangerous monster capable of easily wiping out hellhounds or even orcs. Its blood was the main ingredient for crafting recovery potions, so it possessed an unfathomably terrifying regenerative ability. Just thinking about facing a giant monster the size of a building with such an absurd healing factor was enough to drive anyone to despair. However, even when faced with an opponent like that, Liam didn't show a hint of panic. He stepped forward and said to Zeke, "I'll act as the decoy, take this chance to run away." Behind him, Zeke let out a satisfied smile upon hearing those words. He stepped forward, lightly patted the big guy's shoulder and shook his head. "What are you talking about? How could I ever abandon my own subordinate? Believe in your own efforts, not mine, Liam. You aren't weak at all. I'll back you up, just do whatever you want." Hearing Zeke say that, though Liam was still a bit anxious, he forced himself to answer, "Yes, master." Then both of them gripped their weapons tight and proactively charged forward to attack the giant troll ahead of them. With blazing speed, the pair began carving countless slash wounds across its massive body before the troll could even react. However, just as Zeke had mentioned earlier, with a body this impossibly huge, the cuts Zeke and Liam inflicted were basically nothing more than minor scratches. And true to its recovery powers, within mere seconds all its wounds quickly healed right back up. Still, the protagonist couldn't help mentally praising Liam for a second. Not bad at all. Inflicting actual wounds through a troll's thick hide was already impressive, but aiming straight for the joints was even more remarkable. Could it be that he actually studied up on monsters during his spare time? The next moment, the troll's massive body buckled slightly. At the same time, it swung its giant spiked club straight at Liam, startling the subordinate so much he couldn't react in time. But right at that instant, Zeke lunged forward in front of him and swept his sword from above, knocking the heavy club flying off to the side. Seeing that, Liam apologized with a guilty look. "I'm sorry, master." In response, Zeke reassured him, "It's fine. For your first actual combat, that wasn't bad at all. Targeting the weaker joints was a good choice, but you underestimated a troll's regenerative capacity. Remember this, small wounds on a troll's body heal instantly. You won't ever keep up with its healing speed using ordinary attacks." Across from them, the troll stared down at its weapon, which was now broken squarely in half, its eyes bulging out and its face turning as red as a charcoal furnace from pure rage. Left with no other choice, it tossed the remaining half of its weapon backward and slammed its giant hand straight down toward both of them. Meanwhile, Zeke wanted to finish it off quickly. "You still seem to be having a hard time. Then I'll put an end to this," Zeke muttered, tightening his grip on his sword. Time flew by rapidly, and by this point the troll's bloody skull was hanging limply to one side, completely devoid of any breath of life. For its sacrifice, Zeke was rewarded with an additional 30 causality points. Looking at the system notification, Zeke nodded in agreement and turned to Liam. "This species should net us a pretty good reward points-wise. Hurry up and pack it up, Liam." "Yes, master." The big guy hastily replied, rushing over with his backpack to harvest the carcass. At that moment, the system suddenly sent Zeke another notification. "Sudden quest, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, take down 100 monsters spanning 10 different species within the dungeon. Time limit, 72 hours. Rewards, 2 extra causality points upon completion alongside 2 random gift boxes. Current progress, 2 species/14 monsters, only monsters with offensive capabilities count." Glancing at these lines of text, Zeke couldn't help his surprise. Talk about striking gold when you least expect it. "What? I can get a whole 2 causality points." There were 79 hours left until the exam ended. The condition of 100 monsters wasn't a problem, but reaching 10 different species was seriously tough. No matter how big a dungeon was, a normal exam layout would only feature 3 or 4 species at most. But if this was a trap laid by those bastards from the Zimmons, then if he searched carefully enough, finding 10 species might actually be possible. "I've got to complete the quest and escape the dungeon. It's going to be a tight squeeze," Zeke muttered to himself. Not long after, the brawny Liam finished his work and trotted back to report, "Everything is done, master." The giant sack slung over his back was the retrieval bag issued alongside the countdown watch. Compared to a spatial pouch, its efficiency was way lower, but it was just enough to carry the spoils of war. Seeing that his subordinate had finished the task, Zeke nodded. "Good job, let's move, Liam, don't drag your feet." With the dual pressure of completing the system's sudden quest and passing his family's exam, Zeke couldn't afford to leisurely stroll through this dungeon anymore. The two of them sped up, going all out to conquer the dungeon. Just like that, time flew by faster than a dog running across an open field. At this point, the two of them paused briefly to catch their breath when Zeke suddenly spoke up. "How is it, Liam? After hunting so many monsters, you're starting to get used to actual combat, right?" Up ahead, Liam tied off his sack and turned to reply, "I'm still not entirely sure." A faint smile from the protagonist answered him. Understandable, it's totally normal to need a bit of time to adapt. With that, his expression grew pensive as he stared at the minimap floating before his eyes. The remaining time for the quest was 50 minutes and the current progress sat at 9 species out of 99 monsters. Having the quest stall right before the finish line left Zeke immensely annoyed. I even caught a blood-sucking leech the size of my finger and there are still only 9 species. There's nowhere left to search. Seriously, those Zims bastards are utterly useless. Why couldn't they have prepped just one more species? Thinking about it, Zeke irritably flicked his hand, dismissing the floating minimap. Then, as if answering his prayers, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Following that, the earth split right down the middle, catching Zeke off guard and nearly throwing him off balance. He hurriedly spun around and shouted at his subordinate, "Liam, quick, drop that bag." Across from him, the big guy still looked clueless, having no idea what was going on. At that instant, Zeke lunged forward, using his sword to slice the retrieval bag clean in half. Right at that moment, a massive monster burst straight up from the depths of the earth, gliding right past their position and blasting them both sideways. Fortunately, Liam came out unhurt. However, the moment he regained his wits, he noticed that Zeke's left arm was stained entirely with blood. "Zeke, are you okay?" In response, Zeke shook out his left arm and reassured him, "Don't worry, relax, it's just monster blood. This time, just stand back and watch, Liam. I'm afraid I won't be able to look after you." Right then, following both of their gazes, the monster that had just attacked was revealed to be a colossal worm with a maw overflowing with sharp fangs. Its entire body began radiating an intensely wild and ferocious aura, forcing even Zeke to raise his guard to the absolute maximum. This is a dungeon worm, a high-level dangerous monster. It usually takes a dozen experienced purple knights just to take one down. Those damn Zimmons, they really went all out preparing this. Zeke silently cursed those people in his heart. Meanwhile, the dungeon worm had no intention of giving him time to think. It instantly lunged straight toward the protagonist, as if acknowledging that he was the biggest threat rather than Liam. Sliding forward with devastating momentum, its massive body barreled right at Zeke. Liam watched anxiously from the sidelines. A deep sense of helplessness washed over his mind as he watched his master fighting desperately while being unable to help at all. Then, as if an idea struck him, he frantically rummaged through his backpack to find a way to support the protagonist. Cutting back to Zeke, he was gritting his teeth, using his sword to block the razor-sharp jaws of the giant worm while his body was steadily being pushed backward. The feeling of being constantly pushed back was dangerous, so Zeke poured strength into both arms and swung his sword hard, swatting the dungeon worm's head off to the side. However, the worm capitalized on the opening to burrow straight back down into the earth, its movement shaking the entire cave system without stopping. And Zeke had no idea how to attack it while it was underground. Even a blue knight would hesitate if they had to face a dungeon worm in a place like this, due to its trait of moving by burrowing through the ground. If dragging out its defeat took too long, they would be buried alive instantly. At the same time, a cracking sound suddenly echoed from right behind Zeke's back. Hearing it, he hastily whipped his head around and instantly witnessed the terrifying sight of the giant worm's gaping maw bursting out from the earth and lunging right at him. Reacting with insane reflexes, Zeke ducked down low, successfully dodging its lethal bite. Next, refusing to give the worm a chance to burrow underground again, Zeke leaped forward, plunging his sword deep into the dungeon worm's body. Then, gritting his teeth and tightening his grip on his weapon, he sprinted forward, dragging his blade along to carve a deep, gaping wound across the creature's flesh. "Let's see if I can carve you in half this time," Zeke muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, taking such a deep wound, the giant worm shrieked in agony, its body violently writhing and thrashing around. Finally, it coiled up and launched itself straight into the air like a spring, dragging Zeke, who was still gripping his sword, right up into the sky with it. Seeing this, Zeke couldn't help letting out a mental curse. "You damn worm." Before he could even react, the giant worm coiled its body into a tight spiral, wrapping itself securely around Zeke. A horrific wave of pressure bore down on him from all 4 sides, causing every single bone in Zeke's body to groan in protest as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Bound that tightly, even Zeke couldn't find a way to break free on his own. Luckily, however, he still had his subordinate Liam. The moment he saw the protagonist fall into danger, the big guy lunged forward, stabbing his own sword deep into the body of the giant worm and causing it to shriek in pain. Along with that, the pressure crushing down on Zeke seemed to ease up considerably. "The pressure's dropped a lot," Zeke cheered happily. And taking advantage of the moment while the giant worm thrashed in agony, Zeke instantly broke free from its bind and dropped back down to the ground. Thanks to his recovery ability, the injuries inflicted by the giant worm healed at a dizzying pace. Meanwhile, Liam hurriedly asked, "Are you all right, master?" In response, Zeke curiously asked, "What on earth did you just do, Liam?" "Ah, I smeared some numbing ointment on my sword," Liam replied, holding out his palm to show Zeke the jar of ointment. Hearing that answer, the protagonist finally understood why the worm had reacted so violently. "I see, the main ingredient of the numbing ointment is belladonna. It only has a mild paralyzing effect on humans. But against worms, it acts like a lethal toxin." In a critical situation, he remembered belladonna, the nemesis of worm-type monsters, and used it right away. That was an incredibly fast reaction. And your judgment and adaptability totally match your title of mercenary king, Liam. Taking him under his wing really was the right decision after all. Thinking that, Zeke smiled and instructed the big guy, Liam, when I give the signal, plunge that sword into the worm again. Finished speaking, the protagonist poured strength into the soles of his feet and sped up, running straight up the length of the monster's body. Once he reached the top of its head, he let out a loud shout to signal. Down below, understanding the cue, Liam gritted his teeth and drove his sword into the dungeon worm's body once more, making it shriek like a house on fire and even regurgitate a pool of deep purple liquid resembling blood from its mouth. Suddenly, however, the worm paused for a beat because it sensed a danger far greater than the pain it had just felt. Right in front of its face, Zeke gathered energy into his sword and activated his skill, Soul Body Art Slash, unleashing a massive blade of energy that cleaved straight through the dungeon worm's body. That deadly blade split its entire body in half in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, to reward the protagonist's efforts, the system chimed in, sudden quest completed. Quest reward causality points doubled, 2 random gift boxes awarded as quest rewards. Current causality points, 780. Time flowed by, cutting scene to the outside of the assembly plaza. By now, countless trainees had returned after escaping their respective dungeons, and a series of wooden tables had already been set up in front of them to display and inspect the proof of monster extermination they had brought back. Trainees who have made it out, come over here to receive your scores. Those who are already done may leave, a certain instructor called out to remind them. At the same time, the female swordsman Riane brought her monster-slaying proofs forward for inspection. Glancing over the items on the table, the instructor spoke up. I'll begin grading now. Basic exam completion points, 30 points. Goblins 20, Hobgoblins 2, Orcs 1, total score 180. Hearing her score, the surrounding trainees couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat and whispering among themselves. That's practically touching the all-time record of 200 points set by Lord Abel. As expected of pureblood status, their tier is completely different. Not just the students, even the instructor couldn't hide his delight as he offered praise. As expected of Riane, exceeding the passing benchmark by a whole 130 points. In response, Riane's group placed their hands over their chests and replied, "You flatter us too much." Next in line, the cunning Owen brought his proofs up for grading. "All right, I'll start scoring. Total score is 120, exceeding the benchmark by 70 points. Excellent." The instructor nodded. Hearing that, a brown-haired teammate in Owen's squad beamed like he'd struck gold, but Owen himself was furious. The result made his face darken like the bottom of a pot. Because compared to Riane, he fell short by 60 points, a figure that equaled a full half of his own total score. At that moment, he shot a cold, chilling glare toward Riane. "Riane Tyrun, you can't act so smug forever." "Well, whatever, if anything happens. I'll just handle it the same way I handled Zeke." Thinking that, he wore a sinister smile, figuring Zeke was probably dead and rotting somewhere inside that dangerous dungeon by now. It sounded like weaklings could only ever resort to dirty tricks to trip others up. However, there was one thing Owen never expected. Zeke's voice suddenly echoed right behind his back. "Man, how long has it been since I last saw sunlight?" Hearing the familiar voice, Owen's face instantly twisted in terror. He spun around, and sure enough, his worst fear had come true. Zeke and Liam had safely returned to the assembly area without a single scratch on them. In fact, the brawny Liam was dragging the head of the giant worm behind him because their previous storage pouch had been sliced cleanly in half by Zeke. Staring at the head Liam was dragging along, all the trainees' eyes bulged out of their heads. "I must be lagging. Hey, don't tell me that's a dungeon worm. Weren't orcs supposed to be the highest scoring monsters? Why did that thing show up? Those two actually hunted a dungeon worm?" Whispers of disbelief erupted across the crowd. Next, Liam dragged the worm's head over to the instructor's inspection area and dropped it heavily onto the ground. Meanwhile, Zeke turned to look at Owen and spoke in a tone dripping with sarcasm. "You look pretty shocked, Owen. Does running into me make you feel happy? Where did that cold poker face of yours go?" "Oh well, seeing you like this is even better." Zeke watched Owen's expression with amusement. The guy had turned purple with rage, bulging veins snaking across his face, his teeth clenched tight and his hands balled into fists of pure anger. Not giving Zeke a chance to tease him any further, Owen turned and stalked off. The action left Zeke feeling a bit disappointed as he mocked after him, "Hey, heading out so early." In response to Zeke's words, Owen silently cursed in his heart. "Damn it, those damned purebloods, you bastards will definitely pay for looking down on me." Off to the side, Owen's pack of hounds saw their master storm off in a huff and hurriedly chased after him. Watching their retreating backs, Zeke shrugged dismissively. "Haha, looking a bit stressed, aren't we?" At the same time, the swordsman instructor Andre standing in front of Zeke spoke up, done jawing at each other. "Trainee." Hearing that, Zeke hurriedly turned forward and replied, "Ah, yes, long time no see, Instructor Andre." Greeting aside, Andre didn't want to waste time on pleasantries and cut straight to business. "I'll start grading right now." Beside him, Zeke glanced at the giant worm's head and explained, "There's nothing else besides this one. Do you need to grade it separately?" In response, Andre pulled out a pair of gloves and stated, "I'm the examiner, so don't expect to cut corners with me." His words left Zeke curious. Didn't the retrieval pouch get swallowed by the worm? "Yeah, that's right. That's why I'm going to inspect it thoroughly," Andre nodded. Next, he began using both hands to inspect the carcass with utmost care. Splatters of blood sprayed outward, causing the surrounding students to watch in disgust and back away. Shifting to Zeke's perspective, seeing Andre take his job so seriously naturally made him silently marvel at his own luck. Talk about lucky. Because I got ambushed by that damn dungeon worm, all the heads I gathered over the past 3 days got wiped out. Since I couldn't afford to fail, I had no choice but to grab the dungeon worm's head as a substitute. But aside from Instructor Andre, who else would be crazy enough to inspect every single scrap of meat stuck between these teeth? Time flew by, and shortly after Andre finished his inspection, he tossed his gloves aside and announced the results. The confirmed monsters found are gremlin, goblin, hobgoblin, hellhound, orc, and lastly troll. What? Even a troll? The trainees murmured among themselves with pale faces. The giant worm was already a terrifying monster on its own, but now a troll was added to the mix. It made them shudder just thinking about the dungeon Zeke had stepped into. Ignoring their reaction, the swordsman instructor Andre wiped the blood off himself with a handkerchief and continued, "Judging by the amount of blood spilled, there must have been dozens of them. But if I gave credit for all of them, it wouldn't be fair to the others, so I'll treat each monster type as a single count." Furthermore, although trolls and dungeon worms aren't listed on the grading chart based on available intel, they possess strength equivalent to a group of 3 orcs and 6 orcs respectively. Therefore, I will award 90 and 180 points for them. Total score, 368. Congratulations on passing. Off to the side, the 2 remaining instructors heard the result and were utterly stunned. "Hey, how many points did we get back when we were trainees?" the instructor on the left asked. The instructor holding the clipboard confirmed, "Back in our day, we didn't even get credit for hellhounds." Elsewhere, the other students looked at Zeke as if looking at a monster. 368 points? How is that even possible? In another corner of the assembly grounds, a foolish, black-haired student who refused to accept the results stepped forward and shouted, "It's cheating! There's only the corpse of a single dungeon worm in there." In response to this question, another student began looking at him as if he were an idiot and enlightened him. "Hey, the dungeon worm alone is already worth 180 points. But what does that even mean? Think carefully, any of you guys, whether it's a dungeon worm or a troll. If you face them, would any of you actually be able to survive and make it back? Has Zeke Draker really gotten that strong?" the group murmured inwardly. Meanwhile, Zeke glanced at the weak students around him, smirked, and thought, "So noisy. This feeling is completely different from the old days when they used to mock me. Not too bad, but I've gone and done something prominent again." During this exam, the people from the Zimmons family had intentionally tampered with the test dungeon, raising its difficulty to eliminate him. But is this really just Owen's arbitrary action? No. Even if it were him, he wouldn't dare interfere with the Academy's exam. Perhaps the real issue lies with the Zimmons themselves. "It seems I'm being watched a lot more than I imagined, huh? If I conceal my strength too blatantly, it will backfire. For now, I have to keep it at a moderate level and observe the situation first." Zeke reminded himself inwardly. Sweat beaded on his face and he couldn't help feeling the pressure of being targeted so heavily. Then, while he was still feeling anxious about the future, the female swordsman Riene and her subordinates walked past him and spoke up. "Zeke Draker, you won this time," she said with a scowling face, then quickly walked away, leaving Zeke behind looking dazed and not quite understanding. "I won, but won what the hell? What is she talking about?" Time quickly passed. Shifting scenes to the familiar training grounds, Zeke prepared to experiment with a new skill he had never used before. "I should probably start from here, huh?" Saying that, Zeke looked at the system screen. The skill he was referring to was Dragon Skill Level 1 Gluttony. This was a skill that allowed the user to eat more and digest food much faster. It cost 50 points to unlock, and Zeke's current causal points stood at 780. With such rapid wealth accumulation over just a few days, Zeke decided to unlock the skill. A useless skill that I skipped in the past, but now I can comfortably invest about 50 points into it. Saying that, Zeke quickly unlocked the skill. After rereading its description, his eyes widened in shock. Wait a minute, the skill description has changed. At this moment, following Zeke's gaze, the system screen displayed Dragon Skill Level 1 Gluttony. In the gluttony state, you can digest anything and convert it into energy. Furthermore, if you digest a monster with a bloodline skill, you can absorb their abilities. After finishing the description, a drop of sweat involuntarily rolled down Zeke's face as he secretly regretted it in his heart. Absorb monster abilities? I should have activated this skill before the exam. Energy conversion? I have to test it to find out. Saying that, he pulled a piece of fresh meat out of his inventory and began activating the gluttony skill. Right after that, something resembling a dark plume of smoke rushed forward, plunging deep into the piece of meat and startling Zeke slightly. Glancing backward, he noticed that a dark mist radiating a faint golden light was spreading from his shadow. Currently, the fresh meat he had just taken out was also slowly sinking deep into this mist. What the hell is this? It's like being sucked into a swamp. The piece of meat gradually shriveled up and completely vanished into the darkness. Zeke thought with a frown. As soon as the meat completely sank in, the system sent him a notification, confirmed, energy absorbed, helping to recover the energy deficit. Immediately afterward, Zeke felt a refreshing surge of energy flowing through his entire body, making his condition noticeably better as if he had just taken a short nap. His headache had also subsided. Although only slightly, the mental fatigue in his brain seemed to have lessened. Not only that, his whole body seemed to brim with vitality once again. Even his ether pool was partially restored. These 50 points are totally worth it, Zeke thought, his heart filled with excitement. With this skill, I can minimize all the risks of the skills I currently possess. Mental fatigue can be solved with gluttony, while infinite stamina helps me resist physical exhaustion. If that's the case, even with 24 hours of no food, drink, or sleep, I can still focus entirely on training. Instantly, Zeke decided to take action. Let's start right away. He felt as though his future path was opening up wider than ever before. However, before he could celebrate for long, his smile faded, and shortly after, Zeke's complaining voice rang out. Hey, Dexter, I told you already, when I'm in the training room, don't disturb me unless it's truly necessary. The old butler Dexter immediately bowed in apologies. I apologize, young master, but I have important news that I need to report to you immediately. Zeke frowned. Important news? What is it? Dexter's steady voice continued. Your sword has been finished. Hearing those words, a smile bloomed on Zeke's face once again. After all, he needed the sword crafted for him by Galleon so he could conceal the fact that he couldn't use aura. Without a moment's hesitation, Zeke immediately rushed over to his friend Galleon's forge. Stepping inside, he anxiously asked, Galleon, the sword is finished, right? Galleon nodded and replied, that's right, please wait a moment for me. Saying that, he hurried inside, retrieved a wooden box containing the sword and tossed it to Zeke. However, upon looking at the appearance of the sword, Zeke couldn't help stroking his chin in contemplation. The item Galleon gave me in my past life was a sword crafted from mithril and pure steel. That was the sun sword Graham. Just by looking at it, anyone could tell it was an amazing sword. This time, even though dragon fangs were used as material, I figured it would definitely look like Graham. But Zeke took a deep breath, his eyes showing a hint of disbelief. What on earth is this? Right now, before him, the item placed inside the wooden box was a blue-black sword with a rather ugly appearance. Next, he reached forward, grasped the sword tightly, and raised it up before him to inspect it more carefully. However, after looking at it for a moment, Zeke could only shake his head. Outwardly, it just looked like an ordinary sword. Did you intentionally not sharpen the blade? Zeke asked back. Galleon explained, it was naturally meant to be a sword like this. His words caused Zeke's gaze to narrow slightly. However, after remembering Galleon's abilities, Zeke smiled and asked, is this the shape you thought best suited me? That's right. Galleon nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing that Zeke didn't question the sword too much, Galleon was somewhat surprised. An ordinary person would probably find it very confusing, but his lordship had instantly seen through his intentions. If it's this person, it will definitely match. Thinking that, he pointed at the sword again and said, actually, this sword still doesn't have a name. I tried naming it, but no matter how much I thought, I couldn't come up with a suitable name. Could you name it? Me, Zeke said, pointing at himself. At the same time, he recalled a few memories from his past life. Holy Sun Sword Graham was the name Galleon himself had given it, yet now Galleon couldn't name a sword. I thought this was still Graham, just with a changed appearance due to using dragon fangs as material. But it seems this is a completely different sword compared to Graham. Thinking about this with goodness knows what intention, Zeke suddenly pulled a dagger from his inventory and directly slashed hard across his own wrist, causing his arm to bleed profusely. Across from him, Galleon panicked and shouted, what are you doing? Hurry up, stop the bleeding! Paying no mind to his panic, Zeke tried to concentrate his mind to stop his wound from healing. Even though the healing factor was always active, with the skill I'm using I can definitely control it, Zeke thought to himself. And as if answering his inner call, the system provided assistance. Confirmed administrator request. Temporarily pause continuous activation of vocational skill, healing factor. After this notification appeared, Zeke's regeneration ability immediately stopped. Alright, that's done. Now let's do it. Saying that, Zeke reached his hand toward the sword to let his blood drip onto its body. Seeing this, Galleon instantly guessed what Zeke's intention was. Could this be the sword naming ritual? The sword naming ritual was a traditional ceremony of the dwarf race. In it, the master dripped their blood containing vital auras like aura or mana onto the sword, activating the ritual. Once the ritual began, the practitioner would plunge into deep subconsciousness, wandering endlessly until finding the sword's true name. But because it was too dangerous, this ritual was nearly forgotten. But he knows about the ancient dwarf ritual? How on earth did he pull that off? Galleon thought, his eyes filled with astonishment. Returning to the protagonist's perspective, just as Galleon had mentioned, Zeke was currently sinking deep into his mental world. This place resembled a deep lake with countless names floating everywhere. Among the countless names rushing in, I have to choose the single name that will advance forward with me. A new name for a new sword, Zeke muttered to himself. Just like that, he began swimming within this lake until he found the matching name, Black Sword Bahamut. At the same time, the system announced, Black Sword Bahamut has been registered as equipment. Seeing this, even Zeke felt a hint of existential doubt. The name I chose is actually the name of that evil dragon, is my subconscious alright? Returning to reality, Zeke had just finished bandaging the wound on his left arm. Meanwhile, the blacksmith Galleon praised him profusely. You're extraordinary, even among dwarves few know about the sword naming ritual. In response, the protagonist waved his hand and explained that he only happened to know it while studying dwarven history. Across from him, as if remembering something, Galleon suddenly shouted, "Would you like to take a break? I have something I definitely must give you." His words made the male lead slightly curious, but he nodded in agreement. "All right. Right, take your time looking for it." Just like that, Galleon hurriedly ran off somewhere, while Zeke looked at the wound on his arm. Being able to control his own regenerative ability helped him conceal his uniqueness. Being able to control it even when it was constantly active held immense significance. If I had known this earlier when I made that bet with Master Duke, I could have concealed my abilities, and wouldn't have had to display everything I had. "Sorry, Galleon, but I'll take off the bandages once I get back. For now, the more important thing is to test this out." He spoke while glancing at the sword beside him. Next, all information regarding the sword was displayed by the system before the protagonist. Black Sword Bahamut, a sword forged by a master smith using the Heavenly Eye with Azure Flame Mana, utilizing the hardest fang of the Cursed Dragon. Bahamut unique skill, indestructible, aura conversion. Note, sealed will be released gradually according to the user's growth. Looking at these notifications, Zeke, despite having witnessed all sorts of strange things with his past life knowledge, couldn't help but be startled. The seal will be released as the user grows. I've never heard of a sword like this before. Furthermore, its trait is that it's indestructible. Even if made from a dragon's fang, this is still too absurd. But regardless, the most important thing was the aura conversion ability. Striving to create a mana battery for Galleon and having him forge the sword was partly due to his exceptional talent and the core function of the sword gram. Aura conversion, a special ability allowing the conversion of ether mana or any other energy type into aura. This exact ability had helped him, someone congenitally unable to use aura, reach the Crimson Realm. Thinking this, Zeke closed his eyes, concentrating energy to channel into the sword to convert it into aura. At the same time, the blacksmith Galleon returned carrying a scabbard, flustered as he said, "Ha, finally found it. I'm so sorry, you've been waiting for a long time, right?" Finished speaking, he noticed Zeke's sword was enveloped in a layer of blue radiance, leaving him stunned into silence. A sharp aura surrounding the sword. Has he broken past the boundary of the purple night? Up ahead, seeing the blacksmith standing frozen, Zeke cheerfully praised back already. "This is truly an extraordinary sword. You've worked hard, Galleon." In response to Zeke's words, Galleon pushed the scabbard forward and replied, "Compared to the forge, this is nothing. But, can you take a look at this? This is a scabbard crafted by my master himself." Hearing this, Zeke frowned, stroking his chin in thought. "In my past life, I had never heard of Galleon's master. Let's see." The name engraved on the scabbard, Golan Jober, Zeke muttered. But shortly after, his eyes widened and he quickly realized the significance of the name. "What? Golan Jober? Is it Golan Jober?" The man hailed as the greatest blacksmith. Golan Jober, an outstanding blacksmith among the dwarves, currently dubbed the greatest blacksmith on the continent. His works all reached perfection and possessed special features. To collectors, those pieces were worth tens of thousands of gold coins. Thinking of this, Zeke wanted to rate Galleon even higher. "I didn't expect you to be Golan's disciple." Hearing Zeke's words, Galleon was somewhat surprised. "As expected, you can even read Dwarven script." Putting the Dwarven language aside, Zeke asked a probing question. "If it's Golan, this definitely isn't an ordinary scabbard, right?" "Of course not. If you turn the roller next to the scabbard's opening like this, it will turn into a shield. Because it's made of mithril and wyvern bones, no matter how heavy the attack, it won't suffer a scratch. If you reverse the roller on the shield's handle, it turns back into a scabbard. Compared to the favor you granted me, this gift still falls far short. But please accept it. This is a gift I want to give you," he said, pushing the scabbard forward. Seeing this, Zeke awkwardly accepted the scabbard and confusedly asked, "But if you sold this, couldn't you fund your forge?" "Haha, I can't just casually sell my master's work to anyone." Galleon smiled and said, "But it's worth tens of thousands of gold," Zeke asked back. Hearing that, sweat beaded on Galleon's face as he hadn't realized it was worth that much. "What? Are you serious? I'll take it anyway, thanks," Zeke said with a voice full of gratitude. Then he looked down at the scabbard and his oversized sword. Compared to the sword, the scabbard seems a bit small, huh? But if this is the work of Golan Jober, it'll definitely be different. Thinking this, Zeke tried inserting the sword into the scabbard. Sure enough, right after, the scabbard began to automatically change its shape, enveloping the entire sword and forming a completely different sheath. As expected, it far exceeds my imagination. "I've received an extremely precious gift. Thank you, Galleon," Zeke smiled while Galleon looked inexplicably overjoyed. "I'm glad you like it." Time quickly passed, shifting scenes to the familiar training grounds. Zeke was observing the pair of gloves he had just received. Glove info, forged from cloud steel, both sturdy and lightweight. Special ability, none. Trait, equipping the full set of cloud steel will activate a special ability. After reading, Zeke couldn't help admiring it. Cloud steel, this is an extremely rare material. This was something he received from the random gift box, a surprise quest reward. He thought it was just like a treasure chest, but it contained items far more valuable. "Alright, time to check the second box." Saying that, Zeke glanced at the remaining box and slowly opened it. However, what lay inside made him even more curious. The item Zeke pulled out from the second treasure box was a tattered map, missing multiple sections, making him wonder if it was even a real map at all. However, before Zeke could think much, the system sent a reminder notification. You have found a map containing traces of the great sword Saint Kaishir. After seeing this name, the protagonist raised his level of interest to the highest degree because the name Kaishir was too famous. If it was Kaishir, don't tell me it's the hero King Kaishir. Hero King Kaishir and the Knights of the Clock Tower. This was the most famous book on the continent, chronicling the journey of Kaishir and his knights since the founding of the Kingdom of Kronos, a once glorious civilization. However, due to its absurd content and lack of documentary evidence proving its authenticity, it was merely regarded as fictional literature. Thinking that he had actually obtained a map related to that hero, Zeke's hands trembled with excitement. Hero King Kaishir actually existed, he said tremblingly. Over here, the system began analyzing the map and issued a notification, proceeding to restore and decode the damaged parts of the item. Decoding complete. The designated location has been marked on the minimap. At the same time, a minimap automatically appeared before Zeke. After looking at the markers, the male lead quickly recognized where this location was. It's in the giant mountains, that's the territory of the barbarians. Looks like this might be easier than I thought. Saying that, before Zeke could think further about the location marked on the map, the system gave another notification. Depending on the user's level, the tutorial ends. You have found an item connectable to a quest, achievement quest, the vision of hero King Kaishir. Search for Kaishir's vision at the ruins preserving his traces. Time limit, unlimited. Quest reward, upgrade system administrative authority, primary administrator upgraded to intermediate administrator. Reading up to this point, even an ox could understand, let alone Zeke. So that's how it is. The tutorial is just a system to help me upgrade to a certain level. Everything now is just the beginning, meaning from now on is the real game. The rewards are also in a completely different league compared to the tutorial. Alright, so that's how it is. I'll sweep through everything and leave nothing behind. First, let's try using the accumulated points. The male lead smiled, then made a heavy expenditure to upgrade his skills. You have used 50 points to unlock Dragon Skill Level 2. You can check information about Dragon Skill Level 2. Open Dragon Skill Level 2. Dragon Scale Armor. Crystallized dragon scales form a sturdier armor, greatly increasing magic resistance. Requires 80 points to unlock. Dragon Claws. Summon powerful Dragon Claws, destroying enemies with a single swipe. Requires 80 points to unlock. Looking at these two notifications, although Zeke still had a craving to unlock more skills, he had to rein in his desires. For now, I have quite a few points left, but who knows when I'll get a large amount of them again. What a pity. But for now, I should only invest in a few potions and these two skills. Let's hold on to 400 points as a backup. Saying that, he unlocked the Dragon Scale Armor and Dragon Claw skills. Immediately afterward, unable to suppress his curiosity, Zeke tested them right away, starting with Dragon Claws. He muttered a word and activated the Dragon Claws skill. At this moment, energy began pouring from his palm, forming a giant dragon hand. Then Zeke turned around and executed a powerful swipe forward. And with just a simple swipe like that, it instantly caused deep claw marks to appear on the sturdy floor a dozen meters away from him. Looking at the damage output of this skill, Zeke could only give a few awkward laughs. Ha ha ha, this skill is really top tier. Alright, time to test the next skill. Finishing his words, he activated the Dragon Scale Armor skill, causing phantom golden dragon scales to appear on his left arm. To test its defensive capability, Zeke didn't hesitate to pull out the black sword from his inventory and slash hard against his own arm. However, to his surprise, Zeke's sword bounced backward from this armor. The defensive power of the skill was so strong it left the protagonist in disbelief. Even without using aura, my slash is still strong enough to tear everything apart, yet the blade bounced outward? Even though it's just bare skin, it feels no different from wearing a full heavy suit of armor. Dragon Claws for attacking, Dragon Scale Armor for defense. Simple yet extremely effective. My body is warmed up enough, let's continue. Zeke smiled, then resumed his familiar training routine. Time quickly passed, shifting scenes to the central arena of Draker Academy. Today was the day of the semester evaluation exam. At the upper section of the training grounds, numerous scarecrow dummies were arranged while the students stood solemnly below. Seeing this, an instructor's voice rang out. Today is the semester evaluation exam. Before starting the test, I will briefly explain the rules. Everyone see the dummies behind me? They are specially crafted. If you only use ordinary strength, it's hard to leave even a scratch. But if you channel aura into your strike, you can easily destroy it. However, if you can't even make a single scratch, you will fail immediately. All previous evaluations will be cancelled, and you will have to retake the course from scratch. The instructor spoke with an expressionless face, causing the students below to intake a cold breath and anxiously murmur to each other. Retake from scratch? Doesn't that mean we won't get promoted? Ignoring their chatter, once the instructor finished giving instructions, he shouted loudly, "Silence, those whose names are called step forward." First is Aaron, present. Aaron replied and hurriedly ran up. At the same time, the cunning Owen standing within the crowd secretly smiled to himself. For those taking the exam for the first time, anxiety is just a normal thing. But for me, this academy's training method is no different from my family's aura training system. This academy's aura training system was originally established by our Zimmons family anyway. Even among pure-blood awakeners, no one can compare to me in aura control, he thought, glancing back to observe Zeke and Riane. Then not long after, the instructor called his name. Next is Owen, if you're ready, begin. In response, Duke confidently drew his sword from its scabbard and assumed a swinging stance. However, remarkably at that moment, his body was enveloped in a blue radiance. Seeing that, the students couldn't help sweating and shouting, "Is that sword resonance?" Being able to use sword resonance at just 13 years old is truly extraordinary, the instructor spoke while eyeing his colleague standing behind him. The bearded uncle had to nod in agreement, indeed, as expected of a noble bloodline. Then, in everyone's sight, Owen's body lunged forward like lightning and began inflicting numerous consecutive slashes onto the red dummies. With each strike, he left a massive sword mark on the dummy. Down below, the other trainees turned pale at the sight, their mouths hanging wide open in utter shock. Then, after Owen finished his test, an instructor stepped up to inspect the dummies and praised, "Absolutely incredible, truly worthy of a Zims. At this rate, surpassing Lord Abel is only a matter of time." He smiled brightly, but unaware of how his words sounded. Owen's face turned as purple as a pig's liver. Owen bit his lip slightly and swatted the instructor's arm away, leaving the instructors somewhat annoyed. "What an insolent brat, what's wrong with him?" the two whispered to each other while Owen's face was twisted in rage. Ignoring him, the test continued as usual, and the results weren't looking all that promising. After inspecting the dummies, the instructors shook their heads and muttered to each other, "Looks like everyone's struggling." Probably shaken up from being overshadowed by Owen. Even so, nobody has failed yet. Even if it's just a tiny amount, every single trainee can channel aura into their sword, as expected of the special class. But even in a place packed with geniuses, the weak will still be culled. By now, it was swordswoman Riane's turn for the test. She bowed to the instructors and stated her request. "I look forward to your guidance." "Instructor, I have a request. I want to be evaluated using Dragonslayer punishment." Her request left the instructor's eyes widening in surprise before he warned, "That is an evaluation standard meant for senior-level trainees." "I know," Riane nodded with a resolute gaze. Down below, upon hearing Riane's request, Owen started chuckling to himself. "Now that you've become a pure-blood awakener, you think you're hot shit, huh?" Channeling aura into a sword and executing Dragonslayer punishment are two entirely different levels. Just maintaining aura on a weapon requires extreme focus, but Dragonslayer punishment is different. Aside from controlling the aura, it also requires regulating the aura consumption with every single movement. At best, she'll swing a few times before her aura completely scatters. "Looks like your own competitive drive just pushed you straight to your grave, Riane Tyrann." Imagining Riane receiving a pathetic result, Owen grinned from ear to ear. Up above, the instructor asked once more, "If you choose Dragonslayer punishment, the failure criteria become much stricter. Are you sure?" "I'm sure," Riane nodded again. Seeing her determined gaze, the instructor didn't try to dissuade her further. "Haha, suit yourself then, thank you," Riane gave a slight bow. Next, faced with an over-the-threshold difficulty test, the entire testing grounds fell dead silent. Everyone swallowed hard, locking their eyes on Riane so as not to miss a single movement of hers. Following their gazes, Riane enveloped her entire body in aura and slowly raised her sword high above her head. Then, with blinding speed, her wind-splitting sword arcs executed with lightning-fast ferocity. The attack was so powerful it didn't just leave marks on the training dummies, it directly sliced them into countless pieces. After finishing her Dragonslayer technique, Riane slowly lowered her sword while the dummies were left utterly destroyed beyond recognition. Seeing this, the trainees could only force awkward smiles, not knowing what else to do. "Wow, even the will to compete is gone. I thought Owen was number one when it came to aura control, turns out they're completely incomparable." Those whispers constantly fed into Owen's ears, leaving the idiot biting his lip hard, his eyes bulging wildly like someone about to have a seizure. But soon after, his gaze was drawn as Riane lowered her sword downward. "What the hell, damn it, is she mocking me?" Owen asked himself, but the next second his expression turned blank. He frantically shifted his gaze behind him and thought in a panic, "No way, from the very beginning she didn't even care about me." The direction Riane was pointing her sword toward was none other than Zeke. It seemed the female swordsman was determined to compete with the protagonist. Returning to Zeke, seeing Riane challenge him like that, he could only awkwardly scratch the back of his head, sweat streaming down his forehead as if he had just run a kilometer. Deep down he thought, "This is so awkward being stared at like this, how am I supposed to ignore it? Oh well, better live up to the expectations a little, otherwise it'd be too embarrassing." With that, Zeke took a deep breath, raised his hand with determination and shouted loudly, "Instructor, I also want to be evaluated using Dragonslayer technique." Someone nearby turned as pale as a lemon, wincing as if biting into a spoiled fruit. The instructor standing nearby approached Zeke with a skeptical gaze, speaking in a low voice. "You're Zeke, right? Did you think the Dragonslayer technique was ordinary just because trainee Riene executed it so easily? Trainee Riene is a pure-blood awakener. Before he could finish, an instructor standing beside him waved a hand to cut him in, chiming in with a firm tone. Conditions identical to trainee Riene, no problem, right? Hearing that, Zeke wore a confident smile, radiant as an angel descending from heaven, and replied, "Of course." Then, Zeke stepped up to the center, ready for his impressive display while a relentless buzz of chatter rippled through the crowd like scattered bees. "Why did you approve that, instructor? Even if his name is on the roster, I've never seen him show up to class once." A puzzled voice rang out. The instructor casually replied in a flat, storytelling tone, "That's the result of a bet between him and Instructor Andre. Well, you haven't been in office long, so it's normal not to know." An unprecedented golden pureblood awakener. The rookie who shattered Lord Abel's record in the dungeon exploration exam, that person is none other than Zeke Draker. Over here, Zeke closed his eyes tightly, focusing on sensing the powerful aura surging from within his body. Suddenly, the system's voice chimed in repeatedly, cold and decisive. "Black Sword Bahamut has sensed it. Unique ability activated. Convert Black Sword Bahamut's aura. Conversion, Radiant Chi Sense." Instantly, that source of Radiant Chi flared up, enveloping the sword in his hand. Looking at the glowing blade, even Zeke was startled, muttering, "Holding back power is harder than letting it all out. Alright, this should be enough, right?" Then, the kid raised his sword high, gripping it tightly while his hands shook slightly with excitement. Riene stood there, witnessing the scene before her and unable to believe her eyes, her pupils diluting into two large discs and her mouth dropping open. That. The first form of the Dragon Slayer technique, Heavenly Slash's initial stance. Not to mention compared to me, even compared to Instructor Andre, it's not inferior at all. Simultaneously, Zeke's blade split the dummy in front of him in a single lightning-fast slash, the sound of splintering wood ringing out crisply. Without stopping, Zeke moved as if dancing in his own world, every sword stroke flowing smoothly and decisively. A thought flashed through his mind. I used the Dragon Slayer technique over and over for 2 years before regressing. Even the sword's trajectory, foot placement, and the flow of radiant chi, my body reacts automatically without my brain even needing to consciously think. A swordsmanship style that used to sicken me, but reviewing it from the basics doesn't look half bad. After showing off for a bit, Zeke stopped, looked around, and muttered to himself, "This should be enough to provoke Riene, right?" However, the surrounding spectators started buzzing, whispers spreading like ocean waves. Did he really coat his sword in radiant chi just now? That's right, I saw it too, the entire greatsword. Does that mean Zeke has reached the Purple Night realm? The protagonist accidentally overheard those remarks, startled for a second with sweat rolling down his forehead. Just now, he even intentionally tried to conceal his strength, but it seemed he still left an opening. Zeke thought frantically, maybe I was too focused, causing the radiant chi to leak out unconsciously. I was only planning to adjust my power to match ordinary people. That damn smile made me stand out again. Even the instructors were blown away by Zeke's display, their eyes widening in shock as they muttered, "A freshman reaching the Purple Night realm? How on earth could something that absurd actually happen?" This unintentionally inflicted heavy psychological damage on someone. Owen stood there, furious yet entirely helpless, his heart trembling with every beat, shame surging like ocean waves and his confidence vanishing into thin air. But contrary to Owen, Riene was utterly captivated by Zeke, her eyes gleaming as she thought to herself, "As expected, I didn't misjudge my choice." Shifting to a moment later in the headmaster's office, the old man grabbed his teacup, took a sip, and spoke in a deep voice, "I've heard about your performance in the semester evaluation. What an astonishing result." Zeke was there too, nonchalantly replying, "It was just luck." He chuckled softly, setting his teacup down as he continued, "Reaching the Purple Night realm at age 13 and calling it luck. So Zeke, what do you think about participating in the grade-skipping exam?" The protagonist was surprised upon hearing that, his eyes widening slightly. "The grade-skipping exam? You mean skipping a school year?" The headmaster nodded, explaining, "That's right, it could be a year or even more. This is a system meant for exceptional students like you." Zeke remained silent, thinking inwardly, "Faster than expected? Well, makes sense, I've done way too many things to draw attention to myself." With that thought, he smiled confidently and spoke up loudly, "I'll participate." Afterwards, Zeke quickly left, gently closing the door behind him as he stepped outside. He speculated privately, "Looks like he's plotting something." Finishing his thought, the protagonist flashed a sly smile, "Fine by me, I'm happy to play along." Inside, the headmaster still sat in a daze, reaching into his pocket to search for something. Then muttering to himself, Riene Draker and Zeke Draker, both pure-blood awakeners, are going to participate. Someone's voice chimed in clearly, "I understand, I will proceed according to instructions." Things are getting more and more interesting. Shifting to the senior division's aura training room, both Riene and Zeke were present. The atmosphere at that moment was suffocatingly tense, as if everyone was holding their breath waiting for something to explode. Riene was so mortified her face turned pale, thinking to herself, "At least pretend to glance my way for a second." Suddenly, the door ahead slowly opened, accompanied by a deep, authoritative voice, "Turns out you two have been waiting here already." The person stepped inside, continuing the introduction, This person will supervise today's grade-skipping exam. Senior knight of the family, Lord Owl Draker. It was a handsome young man carrying an irresistibly cold charm. The moment he laid eyes on Owl, Zeke couldn't believe his eyes, his heart involuntarily trembling. That person is the Woodflow sword. Right then, memories of the past flooded back. On a gloomy day resembling a heavy heart, Owl carried an apparent corpse in his arms, his footsteps heavy and his heart desolate. Zeke, who was present back then, couldn't help blurting out in shock at the sight. Draker, that damn dog of the Empire, why is he here? But when Zeke looked closer at the dead person's face, he was quite surprised. Meanwhile, Owl said nothing, only kneeling down to quietly dig through layers of soil. Realizing something, Zeke also stood there in silence surrounded by countless cold gravestones. Suddenly Zeke grabbed a shovel, startling Owl as he spoke, "Need a hand." Without waiting for Owl's reply, Zeke took the shovel and continued while digging. "Even if you refuse, I'm still going to help." While working, Zeke introduced himself. "I'm Zeke Morida from the Northern Alliance. You're from Draker, right?" Owl responded dazedly, "No, I've thrown away the name Draker." Zeke felt even more empathetic, smiling softly. "Oh, turns out we're similar. What should I call you then?" He stammered. "Just call me Woodflow Sword." Returning to the present, hearing the somewhat unfamiliar name, the protagonist couldn't help marveling inwardly. Owen. A name that actually matches the cold vibe of the Woodflow sword. Anyway, why is a senior-level knight supervising a freshman grade-skipping exam? Afterward, both of them quickly bowed politely in unison. "Greetings, Lord Owl, senior knight." A lofty position, a true pillar supporting the Draker bloodline. A title reserved only for those possessing superior strength, fame, and experience. The instructor spoke up in a decisive tone. "The sword fighting format is one everyone from the cradle is familiar with. As long as you haven't passed out or surrendered, you can keep challenging. Give it everything you've got." Hearing that, Riene stepped forward and said with confidence, "Then I'll go first." But Owl arrogantly replied, No need to split up. All of you come at once." Faced with that provocation, Riene instantly flared up, a flash of determination in her eyes as she prepared to charge straight in like an enraged wild beast. But right at that moment, Zeke reached out and stopped her, his movement as swift as catching a buzzing fly. "Don't be too hasty," he shouted, his voice both rushed and tinged with teasing. "You already know the skill gap, right? Besides, the test started way earlier. If you couldn't control your emotions and rushed in just now, we probably would have had our points docked miserably." Hearing that, Riene shot a side glance, her sharp look directed at the proctor. He was busy scribbling away on a clipboard, his feather pen dancing around like drawing spells. She let out a deep sigh, her breath puffing out like white smoke in the chilly air. Even though she hated it inside, she finally lowered her tone and reluctantly asked, "Then what should I do, Zeke Draker?" The protagonist turned, flashing a confident half-smile as he thought inwardly. As expected of Riene, famed for her tactical genius, she adapts at lightning speed. Finishing his thought, he nodded affirmatively, replying with certainty, "I've got a perfect plan for this. Let's give him a real taste of a fatal blow." After both of them agreed on the plan, the official duel began. Glancing at the supervising knight's sword, Zeke narrowed his eyes, analyzing it in his head. A strange sword with a blade only on one side, bearing the distinct style of the Eastern Empire, a Dao. "He's always used that," he muttered. Riene stood nearby with a tense expression, treating it as a matter of honor. But Zeke just sneered inwardly. What do honor and pride mean to the weak? Put personal matters aside and focus on the plan. A second later, both of them swung their swords simultaneously, charging forward like arrows shot from a bow. The sound of clashing metal rang out sharply as their two swords swung to form intersecting, razor-sharp arcs from opposite directions, the air whistling with each motion. But the knight merely leaned slightly, moving as fluidly as dancing amidst the wind. His blade swept through the gap between their two attacks and counterattacked like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he swung downward. Riene immediately retreated, just barely dodging a slash that grazed a few loose strands of hair across her forehead. Zeke remained exhilarated, his eyes glowing as he charged forward without hesitation. The pair resumed their assault, slashing like a rainstorm, but it didn't rattle the knight in the slightest. The sound of clanging swords echoed across the space, loud enough to drown out the wind. Right after, with a powerful strike, the knight knocked both Riene and Zeke flying backward. Riene glanced at Zeke, thinking to herself, is this the power of a senior knight? Even though I followed Zeke's instructions perfectly and targeted his blind spots, let alone hitting him, I couldn't even leave a scratch. Next, Riene gritted her teeth and unleashed the Dragonslayer technique Chapter 3, First Form. She muttered to herself with fierce resolve, "Must fight with the intent to kill the opponent." Thinking that, she swung her sword hard at him, the blade hissing through the air like a roaring dragon. Thinking that slash would deal damage right at the critical moment, the knight gently leaned sideways to dodge, his movements as fluid as flowing water. Momentum carrying her forward, Riene stumbled out of balance. Before she could stop, the knight threw out a powerful wave of his hand. Bam! Riene was blasted away like a kite with a broken string, her body spinning midair before crashing hard into a stone wall. Crash! The terrifying power shattered the wall into countless debris fragments as dust billowed everywhere. A nearby support staff member hurried over, asking anxiously, "Are you all right, Riene Draker?" Riene coughed raggedly, groaning in pain as fresh blood stained the corners of her lips. Her legs trembled as she tried to stand up, but her arms were completely numb and devoid of feeling. She stammered, I'm fine, it's dangerous, back off. Deep down, she thought, my consciousness was shattered in the blink of an eye, leaving an opening. With my current strength, I have zero chance. But can you actually pull this off, Zeke Draker? She recalled the moment before the duel started. Zeke had proposed his strategy, but Riene strongly opposed it. I cannot agree with such a despicable tactic. Are you trying to stain an honorable duel, Draker? But Zeke only asked back with a deadpan tone, can honor be eaten? He continued, this isn't a knight's duel, it's an exam. It evaluates the ability to kill the opponent. After pondering for a moment, Riene relented and nodded helplessly. Fine, anyway, I'm the one who asked for your advice first. But do you really think this strategy will work? The opponent is a senior knight. While Riene remained doubtful, Zeke was entirely confident. Just create a situation where it can work. He asked further, then why couldn't you dodge the stone when we fought at the cradle? Riene flusteredly replied, because I didn't expect you to resort to such dirty tricks. Zeke answered casually, there you go, a senior knight isn't any different. Just wait for my signal, it'll definitely work. A tiny opening is all it takes. Returning to reality, the duel was still ongoing. Zeke stood his ground, activating the applied skill Dragonslayer human technique. His body suddenly split into multiple afterimages, appearing everywhere and surrounding the knight. Just looking at it was dizzying, making it impossible to tell which was real and which was fake. An ultimate technique never used before, today finally getting unleashed, Galefoot phantom footsteps. But the knight was no amateur, deeply experienced. He quickly realized and uttered, this is Dew's technique. He glanced around side to side, observing closely. Suddenly, Zeke rushed forward swinging his sword, but the knight blocked it instantly. Zeke smiled confidently, from now on you'd better mentally prepare yourself. Right at that moment, the blazing electric lights suddenly cut out, plunging the atmosphere into pitch-black darkness. The knight was surprised, lights out. I see, exploiting the magic disrupting trait of a pureblood awakener. Thinking that, he swung his sword, batting Zeke far away before putting on a brilliant display of swordsmanship in the dark. Wherever Zeke slashed, he parried effortlessly as if snacking on candy. He thought to himself with a smirk, such a childish idea, thinking that just obstructing vision can create an opening against a senior knight. But what is this annoying feeling? In the thick darkness, even he could only vaguely make out shapes around him, yet Zeke moved as if he could see everything clearly. Just in time, I wanted to try out a new dragon technique. Looks like this is the best opportunity. Anyway, Owen isn't the type to go blabbing around, he muttered to himself. On this end, Zeke immediately activated the dragon technique Dragon Claw, moving as fast as a passing breeze. The protagonist casually teased the knight, leaving him struggling to defend. The knight was startled. Is this the swordsmanship of a freshman? Well, calling it swordsmanship isn't quite right, it's way too different. Anyway, Zeke Draker has long since surpassed a trainee's level. Riene Draker seemed able to move in the dark just like Zeke. Could it be that he stripped away unnecessary energy sources and placed a limit on me? That tactic only works when opponents are on equal footing. Thinking that, the knight chased after Zeke, attacking aggressively in the darkness. At this point, only flashes of light from clashing blades remained. The two swords lunged at each other at speeds the naked eye could barely track. Before any sound rang out, metallic light flashed midair, sharp and cold. Sparks scattered like brilliant fireworks in the night before instantly extinguishing, leaving behind the acrid smell of burning metal. Observing the knight's reaction, Zeke smiled, thinking to himself, his movement hasn't changed at all compared to before the lights went out. Has he adapted to the darkness this fast? On this end, the knight suddenly sensed an abnormality. Out of instinct, he slashed hard forward, but the blow missed its target completely. The knight frowned, mildly annoyed, disappeared. I can only vaguely see shapes, it feels like fighting a shadow. Thus, he vaguely slashed into empty space, but all his swings missed. It seemed Zeke had completely vanished from his crosshairs. Right at that moment, a lightbulb fell from above right in front of the knight. But that wasn't all. Zeke kept cutting down other lightbulbs, sending them raining down heavily like a downpour. Everything went according to plan. The noise completely masked Zeke Draker's aura and the knight lost track of him entirely. He stood dazed, looking slightly bewildered. Right away, Zeke appeared right in front of him, flashing a bright yet crafty smile. This is the exact moment, he shouted, his voice echoing out. Before the knight even understood what was happening, a flashbang plummeted from above straight toward his position. Zeke recalled what Professor Fan Nong had once said. The structure and materials are quite simple, but if left as is, it can only be used once. What kind of magic do you intend to store inside it? Could it be explosion magic? Zeke didn't explain much, simply smiling casually, not at all. Magic that creates a blinding flash and a loud bang is more than enough. Living up to Zeke's expectations, a massive explosion erupted. Boom! This was the absolute perfect timing. Riene, the male lead, stood leisurely with his ears covered, waiting for a miracle to happen. The knight was startled by the explosion. The ear-piercing sound shattering the atmosphere and making everything around him seem to shake. By natural reflex, his body recoiled slightly, dropping into a crouch as his heart felt squeezed in his chest. Only then did he realize he had been tricked. He thought to himself, looks like I was wrong to think that was just excess energy. Seizing this opportunity, Riene and Zeke charged forward together. However, a senior knight was still a senior knight. Right at the most dangerous moment, he unleashed Dragon Slaying Technique Chapter 4 First Form Full Moon Slash. The attack was unleashed at lightning speed, giving Zeke and Riene no time to react. Their bodies were instantly struck and knocked backward. Following that, a terrifying explosion occurred, sending dust and smoke billowing everywhere. Even so, forcing him to unleash that move was already a massive success for them. Summing it all up, in the end, Zeke and Riene still couldn't defeat Owl, getting beaten flat onto the dirt by the instructor with their faces bruised as if they'd been run over by a carriage. Very quickly, the supporting medical team rushed frantically to the scene, carrying Zeke and Riene away for treatment while the pattering sound of footsteps echoed like a hasty emergency soundtrack. The knight still stood there without a single scratch, looking as heroic as if he had just taken a stroll in the park. An instructor approached Owl, bowed respectfully, and spoke, "You've worked hard." Suddenly, a furious, thunderous roar echoed from afar. "You bastard Owl, how could you beat my disciple into such a mess?" Following the direction of the voice, Owl turned his head to look, his eyes narrowing slightly as he recognized Duke. He bowed politely, his voice deep. "Greetings, Gale Knight." Duke stepped closer, slinging an arm around Owl's shoulder with ease, wearing his usual teasing expression as he grinned broadly, still as rigid as ever. "All right, how is my disciple doing?" He spoke while draping his arm over Owl's shoulder, the enthusiastic pat making Owl tilt slightly. He fell into contemplation, a trace of retrospection flashing through his eyes as he recalled what had just happened. The exact moment Zeke Draker's sword touched him, Owl had intentionally dropped his guard and maintained a defensive stance. Why didn't he counterattack when he had the chance? Was it because the goal wasn't victory but promotion? Was he only revealing as much strength as necessary? Thinking about it, Owl spoke up in an even tone, "Zeke Draker has far exceeded my scope of evaluation." A moment later, inside the meeting room, a student promotion review meeting was taking place. The academy principal, after hearing everyone's opinions, sat up straight and concluded, "So, does everyone agree with this resolution?" Everyone responded in unison, their voices ringing out, "Yes, headmaster," with no objections raised. The result was that Zeke and Riene were promoted to the 5th and 3rd years respectively. Afterward, Zeke tried to live as quietly as possible, like a lazy cat just wanting to curl up in a corner. After receiving all secret techniques and styles from Duke, Andre inherited Zeke's position. He still maintained a good relationship with Professor Fanon, but they gradually grew apart when Zeke was selected for the Royal Magical Research Institute, donned his gloves, and left the academy. From then on, Zeke no longer got entangled with the offspring of prestigious families, avoiding trouble like dodging plague. But the interesting thing was that Owl still came to find Zeke every quarter to request sparring matches, refusing to let go of his prey like a hound. Then, it seemed he had attained some kind of enlightenment, his eyes brightening as if he had discovered the ultimate truth. Owl immediately applied for a leave of absence, packed his bags, and joined a training dojo, leaving behind his glamorous title of senior knight. Time just kept flowing, and 2 years later, Zeke graduated from the academy. Inside the dormitory, the joyful voice of the old butler Decker echoed with excitement. "Congratulations, young master, the youngest student ever admitted to Valhalla. The head of the house will surely be very proud." At present, Zeke was no longer a naive 13-year-old kid, having grown older and more handsome into a dashing 15-year-old version of Zeke Draker. The principal had personally written an enrollment recommendation letter, something that wasn't common at all, amounting to a precious privilege. He clicked his tongue and thought to himself, "But this title of the youngest student, doesn't that mean my 2 years of peaceful living have just gone to waste?" Thinking that, he spoke up casually, "There are about 3 months left until the entrance ceremony, right?" Decker stood nearby, nodding along. Zeke continued, "Decker, just head to Atlas first." Hearing this, though quite startled with his eyes widening as if he'd just heard the sky falling, Decker had no choice but to reluctantly agree, "Yes, sir." "But what about you, young master?" Before Decker could finish his sentence, Zeke cut him off firmly. "I will vacation alone in peace. I don't want to be disturbed by anyone, do you understand?" Hearing that, Decker dared not disobey and bowed, "Yes, young master." Afterwards, Zeke looked at the map before him, his mind swirling with thoughts. Kaishir's ruins are located in the giant mountains. Under the guise of a vacation, I'll use the Kingdom of Argus Adventurer Guild to carry out this expedition. There's no reason to reveal my destination to suspicious people. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door from outside. Zeke quickly said, "Come in." Liam stepped inside, bowing respectfully. "This subordinate pays respects to Master Zeke Draker." Zeke turned back with a wince. "Liam, didn't I tell you this greeting is way too tedious? A simple greeting is enough." Understanding the cue, Decker chimed in, "Then I shall take my leave, young master." Zeke nodded. "Yeah, and just handle the Manhwa enrollment using the black card." After Decker left, Liam asked with a curious voice, "Why did your lordship summon this subordinate all the way to the Platinum Mansion?" Zeke answered calmly, "I heard you got transferred into the special class this time, right? As your master, how could I just stand by and watch? I've compiled everything you'll need during your time at the academy, predicted exam papers for the semester evaluations, training curricula, and all necessary items for the exam." Saying that, he handed Liam a stack of papers. While Liam stood frozen in shock, Zeke continued, "Just go to the Breath of Fafnir, present this list, and they'll hand over all your supplies. Also, when you reach your 4th year, you'll really need a sword suited for you. Go to the Breath of Fafnir and place an order. I've already paid in full, so don't worry. I trust you won't disappoint me, Liam. Hearing this, Liam was so moved he couldn't hold back his tears, his eyes welling up as tears threatened to fall. He immediately bowed, his voice choked with emotion. I swear I will never let down my master's expectations. Zeke sighed, muttering, I literally just said a minute ago not to overdo it. Liam smiled awkwardly. This subordinate will correct it right away. The kingdom of Argus is located in the far north of the central continent, and together with Dulpea, Tuba, and Ulansa, it is known as one of the four central kingdoms. The giant mountains mark the boundary between the Beastlands and the continent, containing countless large and small dungeons that attract throngs of adventurers eager to strike it rich. The founding king of the Kingdom of Argus, now just a faint name in history, linked adventurers with dungeons, turning it into the kingdom's core industry. With royal support, they divided the giant mountains into hundreds of areas, establishing transport routes and transit points. That was the predecessor of the Argus Adventurer Guild, an organization that has now spread across the entire continent. At the registration counter, a steady announcement rang out. Next, number 546, number 546, number 546 is not present, next person number 547. Congratulations on becoming an adventurer, Zeke Murray. Please submit these papers to the licensing office to receive your registration card. Zeke, after disguising himself with a wig and magic glasses, had turned into a completely different person. He smiled gently, thank you, and walked away. A version of Zeke wearing a wig and magic glasses looked so unfamiliar that even he almost failed to recognize himself in the mirror. Hee, with this, I'd like to see anyone recognize me. Looking at the paperwork in his hand, Zeke was extremely satisfied, thinking, if I want to move around freely, it's best to have the identity of an adventurer. I can't just walk around openly under the name Draker. Very quickly, carriages carrying adventurers set off one after another. Sitting in the carriage, he thought to himself, finding a shared seat during peak season like this is already lucky. Suddenly, someone's voice rang out in a friendly tone, hey pal, are you an adventurer too? Hearing that, Zeke slowly opened his eyes. The guy sitting opposite him smiled mockingly and said, looking that tense, this must be your first time entering a dungeon, right? Another guy sidled up closer, grinning broadly, how about it pal, want to join our party? Look at us, we're all veterans. Around here, dungeons are dangerous and going alone makes you easy prey for monsters. Zeke said nothing, thinking to himself, no matter where I go, trashy types like this always show up, huh? They didn't give up, continuing to entice him. People often say that the first party you join when entering a dungeon determines half your fate in the adventure world. Haven't you ever heard of that, pal? Zeke sighed dejectedly, whispering to himself. Classic playbook of scammers trying to lure newbies into dungeons to use them as monster bait or sell them to slave merchants. What nonsense? Thinking that, Zeke remained silent, neither accepting nor refusing. Meanwhile, all their gazes fixed on him like a pack of hungry wolves eyeing a fat meal. Helplessly, Zeke stood up abruptly and snapped bluntly, shut your traps! That remark left them stunned, one guy stuttering. What's wrong, pal? Did I say something wrong? But the male lead didn't say anything further, simply walking straight forward. He poked his head through a small opening and told the driver, orcs, there are monsters 500 meters behind on the left side. Is this area supposed to be a monster zone? Hearing that, the driver expressed surprise. What are you talking about? This is a safe route. Immediately, jeering laughter echoed around. Ha ha ha, you must be a super nervous newbie, pal. Don't you know this route is directly managed by the headquarters of the Adventurer Guild and the Kingdom? Even wild beasts can't get in, let alone monsters. But Zeke's next words sent a chill down his spine. Then what's that right behind you? His eyes went wide as saucers, refusing to believe his ears. What? In truth, right behind him stood an orc with bloodshot eyes, sharp teeth baring as it roared and stood tall. It looked as though it was craving the scent of fresh meat. Right after that, the carriage was instantly attacked. Sure enough, you never know what life has in store, anything can happen, and it wasn't just a single ferocious monster but an entire horde, each swinging axes furiously. Chaos instantly consumed the scene. They were tall and muscular with rough, stone-like scaled skin and glowing red eyes reflecting a frenzied bloodlust. Wielding heavy axes and rusted hammers, they slammed down onto the carriage, tearing it to pieces. The horses neighed in panic and backed away, but it was too late. They only managed a few whinnies before collapsing to the ground as blood pooled in deep crimson. At this point, only the sound of splintering wood and clashing weapons filled the forest. The guy who had just been running his mouth trying to lure Zeke into his party still had no clue what was going on, poking his head timidly out of the carriage. But he never expected that an orc had already noticed him and was walking closer. Just as he managed to comprehend the situation, that towering dark shadow was right in front of him. His face instantly drained of all color, leaving not a single drop of blood. In his final moments, he only hoped it would spare him and begged for his life. But life isn't all pink. Splat! With one strike, his head flew off in all directions, blood spraying everywhere. Such a bitter end for some unlucky guy. Zeke thought to himself, quickly leaping out and hiding behind a nearby large tree to observe the orcs enjoying their freshly harvested bounty. Each one chewed ravenously, making sickening smacking noises. Seeing that sight, Zeke reasoned, the fact that orcs can run rampant in a safe zone means the outpost is no longer functioning properly. I wonder how much time has passed. The monsters finished their hearty meal and quickly departed, leaving behind a foul-smelling battlefield. Zeke stepped out, surveying the surroundings where corpses were piled up like trash. Looks like Zeke is the only survivor. He stood there, muttering to himself. Just as expected, what an unimaginable mess. Even Argus soldiers were taken down, but with their strength, regular monsters shouldn't be a match for them, right? But upon closer inspection, Zeke's gaze instantly narrowed in annoyance. On their bodies was a long, sweeping slash wound, something not merely caused by monsters. In his mind, he immediately pictured the bloody scene that had just transpired. Zeke thought, not monsters, this was caused by humans. Looking at this, Zeke's expression darkened heavily. He muttered inwardly, the corpses were heavily mutilated, clearly to fake a scene of monster attacks, but if monsters really did it, the cuts wouldn't be this clean. Furthermore, most of the victims died instantly without any sign of resistance. This was definitely the work of a group of death knights. But then he frowned, continuing to mutter, if I linger here, I'll only bring myself more trouble. Right now, the top priority is finding Kaishir's ruins. Thinking that, he continued his journey, his steps full of determination. Walking a bit further, where skulls and crossed bones were piled up like a small mountain, Zeke stopped to survey his surroundings. He thought, that's the barbarian territory marker right there. According to the minimap, I've almost reached Kusha's ruins. But he paused, feeling a chill run down his spine. Looks like I'm being tracked from behind. Puzzled, Zeke gritted his teeth and thought, what the hell are the Empire's hounds doing out here? Hounds, units directly under the Emperor, selecting only the elite talents among the Empire's apprentice knights, specializing in tracking and assassination skills. At this point, the Hound unit was still a secret, with few people even within the Empire knowing of their existence. But soon enough, when the Empire sparked the Continental War, they would quickly rise to become a core force. I've been closely monitoring their movements via the minimap on my way here. I could never forget this signature tracking technique, Zeke muttered. Because before regressing, these exact bastards killed me. His gaze turned icy. Furthermore, Duke mentioned that the Emperor obsessed with immortality was scouring the continent searching for something. That's right, even before my regression, the Emperor was obsessed with artifacts. The ambition to unite the continent was crazy enough, yet he was still greedy enough to chase the illusion of eternal life. He smirked, and wondered, if so, could the Empire have already found Kaishir's ruins here? Guess I have no choice but to confirm it myself. Thinking that, Zeke vanished in a split second, swift as the blink of an eye, leaving the hounds trailing behind, staring around in utter bewilderment. A man with a long scar on his face sensed something amiss, hurriedly reaching into his chest pocket to search for something. He fished out a flare gun, but before he could pull the trigger, he was ambushed by Zeke so fast he couldn't even react. The gun in his hand let out a pointless pop, and right after, a hand bid farewell to its owner. A clean, smooth slash from Zeke left the guy's eyes wide open. He spoke up in a cold voice, a yellow flare is a signal indicating an unexpected situation. Sure enough, you're the leader. Only 3 of you, so is this just an outer patrol squad? Usually, a squad has 12 members, doesn't it? Hearing Zeke say that, another guy standing at a distance stepped forward and barked, who the hell are you? Who sent you to do this? Zeke didn't bother answering, directly sending the team leader to meet his maker. His head separated from his neck in an instant. Finished with that, he said, still don't understand the situation. I'm the one asking questions here. Think carefully, you still have 2 mouths. If one stays silent forever, the other won't be able to speak up much longer either. Make a wise choice. And as a result, they were all neatly dealt with by Zeke. From then on, they would never see the sun again. After slashing to his heart's content, Zeke opened the map to observe, muttering, is this their temporary base, so crowded? Did they turn this base into a place filled with mutilated corpses, daring to touch kingdom soldiers? Could they have really found the ruins? He smirked, well, I'll just go in and see. Anyone who dares bear a sword against me won't know peace. Over here, inside their normally peaceful base, a sentry let out a massive yawn, his eyes stinging and watery as if he'd just been crying. But then he looked down below, sighing and uttering, no way, what kind of lunatic dares charge into barbarian territory and still post sentries like this? The guy standing next to him agreed, nodding along. Agreed, that really is weird. But before they understood what was happening, one of them was suddenly attacked. The remaining guy shared the exact same fate. In less than a minute, both sentries vanished cleanly, departing without even another gasp. Someone swept past as fast as the wind. Inside, a man in black finally realized something was amiss. Another guy saw him standing frozen and growled, why are you still standing there instead of going in? He replied, wait, wasn't there some noise from the gate just a second ago? Hearing that, the other guy glanced toward the gate and said, I didn't hear anything. But he didn't know his comrade had already been attacked. Suddenly, crimson blood splattered out, the noise catching his attention. However, he only had time to glance over, witnessing with his own eyes his comrade's head being sliced off by a stranger. Shocked out of his mind, he screamed, intruder! But before he could say another word, Zeke darted forward like lightning, landing a direct punch right to his jaw that shut him up completely, preventing any further words from escaping. Without hesitation, Zeke sent him off to meet his ancestors. Within moments, fresh blood had stained his blade red. He muttered to himself, "Looking at these guys reminds me so much of back then, when I took orders from the old man who was exhausted from the 5-year factional war to attack the Pavla cartel. The feeling right now is identical." At this point, Zeke was completely surrounded by them. Standing on high, a leader spoke up. "Southern Assassin's curved blade technique, huh? Mecane or Pavla, whichever faction you're from, once you sneak all the way in here you won't survive to leave. If you surrender right now, I'll grant you a painless death." Following the voice, the male lead raised his gaze and thought, "He's the commander in charge here. At best, he's only just touching the threshold of a blue knight. Compared to the hounds I faced in my past life, you punks are still wet behind the ears." Thinking that, he wasn't scared at all, retorting sharply, "Ridiculous, huh? A painless death. Is that something a guy who just murdered his comrades should say? You should be tearing me apart and eradicating my entire bloodline to avenge your fallen comrades. The Central Continent really is full of weak cowards." Hearing Zeke's provocative taunts made them furious. The leader bellowed with an open mouth, "Damn it, grant him his wish, tear him apart while he's still breathing." With those words, they immediately launched their attack. Each of them swung their swords, targeting Zeke and hacking away like chopping firewood. But the male lead thought to himself, "Something's not right. Are the hounds really only at this level? Are they too weak, or have I simply gotten too strong? No need to observe any further." Instantly, he activated the magic reflection skill. The surrounding light was immediately snuffed out, plunging the entire cave into pitch darkness. The leader standing on high wore a blank expression, thinking, "A blackout right at this moment. Could it be Dragonslayer mana interference?" Wait, from the start he only fought barehanded and didn't use any aura at all. His swordsmanship was also the southern short blade style. Definitely an assassin, so was it just a technical glitch? Pondering for a moment, he spoke up to steady his comrade's nerves. "Don't panic, it'll recover soon, so focus on defense until then." But surprise, surprise, when the lights turned back on, a horrifying sight met their eyes. In just a matter of seconds, all the hounds below had been dealt with by Zeke. Corpses lay strewn across the cold ground with blood pooling in deep crimson. Unable to believe his eyes, sweat pouring down like rain in utter shock, he stammered, What is this?" Zeke had closed in right behind him out of nowhere, speaking up. "The Emperor's got some nerve, daring to target hero King Kusha's ruins." Trembling all over, he muttered, "Kusha's ruins? What the hell are you talking about?" But the moment he turned around, Zeke had vanished. Only his ghostly voice echoed, "Don't worry, even if you don't confess, I'll find out myself." In the darkness, with a hand full of killing intent, Zeke swiftly placed his sharp blade against the man's neck. Only then did the man realize death was closing in on him, panicking, "Wait, we really don't know anything." Zeke smirked, "So much for knowing nothing, so much for not knowing." Fresh blood splattered as the unfortunate captain met his inevitable death. After handling the situation, Zeke quietly walked toward the exit of the cave, where a blinding light poured out. He left a sword behind and thought, "Everything that happens here will be framed as the work of Mukun." The Mukun cartel, this was the southern continent's criminal syndicate that he used to belong to in his past life. A gang willing to do anything for money. After the southern continent's Gusco kingdom collapsed from civil war, the wasteland became a lawless zone, divided between the Mecane and Pavla cartels. He could have just used dragon skills to hide his identity, but he deliberately used the Southern Blade Squad's swordsmanship, even leaving behind Mecane's signature warning, because giving a clear target is actually the safer choice. He smirked, "The Empire will definitely think this is the work of the Southern gang. Even if the Empire takes action over this, it'll just help me get rid of Mecane. That makes it even better for me." Judging by the letter found inside, the Empire's emperor was way crazier than he had imagined. The Emperor's directives were basically just to search for ancient ruins, but what was shocking was the accompanying campaign map. Not only in the central continent but also in the eastern continent, which was still in a truce phase, and even the mysterious Black Sea. He had sent his hounds anywhere suspected of having ancient ruins. That means their forces have reached the scale of my past life. But it looks like they still haven't found Kaishir's ruins. I'd better act fast. Suddenly, from the hound's lair, a red signal flare shot up into the sky. Zeke, already far away, smiled and said, "A red flare. Could that be the opening signal for the Heaven Net Earth Trap?" Time passed quickly. Seeing the signal flare light up the sky, Zeke picked up his pace when he sensed that the Emperor's hounds seemed to have started tracking down the location of Kaishir's ruins. However, before he had gone far, the protagonist suddenly felt presences appearing behind his back. He glanced back slightly and thought, they caught up already. The meaning of that flare branches out into 5 parts, which is the Heaven Net Earth Trap, meaning the threat must be eliminated at all costs. Using the flare as the center, they will comb the surrounding area to pinpoint the target and then gradually tighten the encirclement. The death warrant represents the hunters. Accordingly, all hunters in the area will maintain this encirclement until the person who issued the order recalls it. That's no different from a death sentence. Just like last time, even when stealing the relic the Emperor targeted on the northern continent, I perished under the Heaven Net Earth Trap. But now I have the system. Thinking of this, Zeke immediately pulled out 2 short swords from his inventory and gripped them tightly in his hands. But now, I have the system. Thinking of this, Zeke immediately pulled out 2 short swords from his inventory and gripped them tightly in his hands. Their sword strikes began hurtling toward Zeke at wind-shattering speed. However, instead of feeling scared, our protagonist actually felt a bit thrilled inside. He muttered to himself, "This is worth a shot." With that, Zeke's hands whipped around like a machine, leaving behind afterimages in the air and swatting away all the incoming attacks aimed at him. Right after that, the male lead immediately leaped backward, breaking out of the assassin's encirclement and maintaining a safe distance. Then, after carefully observing the appearance of these people, Zeke was able to confirm his thoughts. As expected, their skill level is completely different from the rabble in the cave. No sooner had he thought this than countless footsteps echoed from behind Zeke. It was a bunch of other assassins who had just rushed over. And just like that, within seconds, countless figures in black cloaks appeared all around Zeke. Seeing this, even Zeke felt a slight headache. This is getting really troublesome. He sighed and looked at the system map in front of him. Countless red dots were swarming around the area and more red dots kept rushing in. He muttered to himself, "If I really use it, I can still break out. But if I do that, it's no different than throwing away the meching disguise I worked so hard to build. Is there no other way? I didn't plan on using this for a situation like this." Thinking this, with no other choice, Zeke started pulling out a small whistle. And amidst the curious gazes of the assassins, he took a deep breath, blew into the whistle with all his might, producing a piercing sound that echoed in all directions. Hearing this, the assassins grew somewhat wary and looked around. What is that? Could he have called for reinforcements? On the other side, the scarred assassin saw Zeke suddenly pulling out some small spheres and shouted, "They're smoke grenades." The sound was just a decoy. Capture him immediately. Hearing the command, the hounds lunged to intercept. Too bad they were a bit too late. At that exact moment, Zeke threw the spheres hard onto the ground, causing them to explode and generate thick black smoke that blanketed the surroundings. Seizing the opportunity, Zeke's figure vanished instantly. Seeing this, although the assassin group's captain was somewhat annoyed, he calmly gave instructions. "Don't panic. Once the Heaven Net Earth Trap is set up, no one can escape. Hold your positions and look for abnormal movements in the smoke and figures." With that, he looked around. However, he only saw the figures of his own comrades. This left his eyes filled with a puzzled confusion. Not a single trace. Does he think just obstructing our vision means we'll retreat, or does it have something to do with that whistle earlier? Those were the captain's questions. And as if to answer that question, right afterward, the scream of some assassin in the group echoed across the area. His body was knocked flying like a tattered sack into the air, leaving the captain completely stunned as well. "What on earth is going on here?" he said as he hurriedly looked around everywhere, and finally spotted the cause of the sudden attack. It turned out to be a bunch of bare-chested, muscular guys built like forest bears who were starting to attack and crush all of his subordinates. The barbarians? What is going on here? We didn't do anything to provoke the barbarians. If it were just one or two bellicose ones, it could be understood, but this time they were attacking in a whole pack. The more he thought about it, the more puzzled the captain became. Elsewhere, an assassin in the group angrily yelled, "Lowly savages, how dare you attack us?" As he spoke, he coated his sword in aura and slashed straight at the waist of a barbarian right in front of him. However, when his sword collided with that massive body, it was no different from crashing into a block of steel. Even his sword bounced off and vibrated. Seeing this, the assassin's eyes went blank, and he blurted out in disbelief this. However, not giving him much time to think, the bald barbarian sent him off with a destruction punch, smashing his head into a bloody pulp. Just like that, the assassins began to be literally crushed. Meanwhile, the captain watching from the side felt his heart freeze with terror. "This is bad. This is the first time I've seen them get this agitated. With our current forces, this is way too dangerous." Stopping his thoughts, he immediately drew his gun. Thinking of that, to prevent the remaining subordinates rushing here from becoming appetizers for the barbarians, the captain also pulled out a signal pistol, fired it into the sky and shouted loudly to the rest, "Recall the Heaven Net Earth Trap." Meanwhile, the barbarians behind them pursued relentlessly. "Retreat, fall back immediately." Hearing this, the assassins were overjoyed as if they had struck gold. They hurriedly scrambled, running for their lives with all their might. Only when they completely vanished did Zeke appear. He crawled out of a hole he had dug for cover, and laughed, "More effective than I thought." With that, he looked at the cracked whistle in his hand. It's a barbarian horn created to quickly transmit commands on a chaotic battlefield and a tactical tool of the barbarians. In my past life, I accidentally established a friendly relationship with the barbarian Mohican tribe, and from there learned how to craft the horn as well as their signal system. The signal I just emitted with the horn means an outsider is trespassing on the ancestors' sacred ground. Barbarians are often viewed as crude savages, but in reality, they have their own traditional culture and distinct civilization. With craftsmanship this shoddy, I guess it's probably a one-time use. Just like that, with the assassins no longer bothering him, Zeke quickly moved according to the map's guidance. And before long, he approached Kaishir's ruins. However, upon stepping inside, he sensed that the assassins weren't the only obstacle, and that inside these ruins lay something even more dangerous and terrifying. At this moment, Zeke was hiding against a wall, stealthily peeking his head out to observe ahead. one difficulty after another. What he witnessed was a giant monster with 9 heads constantly scanning its surroundings. Accompanied by a notification from the system, detected corrupted dragon species eroded by filthy evil chi. Looking at this notification, the protagonist was dumbfounded. What the hell is a corrupted dragon species? According to the minimap, that door over there. System, can you open that door? He asked himself, and the system responded with a notification. Administrator request confirmed. Proceeding to connect to the control system, connected to the system manager of Hero King Kaishir's resting place. Proceeding to open the entrance. Following the notification, the stone gate rumbled open, revealing the passage from behind. However, when the giant monster discovered this, it immediately went berserk. And seeing this, Zeke could only muster a wry smile. Sneaking past it quietly doesn't seem feasible anymore. Thinking this, Zeke took a deep breath and sprinted rapidly toward the monster. Initiating wind technique, phantom footwork. His body surged forward like a speeding bullet and began dancing amidst the terrifying attacks of this giant monster. The protagonist's intention was to use phantom footwork to disrupt vision and quickly reach the entrance. Just a little more, Zeke muttered to himself as the entrance was right in front of him now. Yet how could things go that smoothly? Before Zeke could reach the entrance, one of the giant snake's mouths lunged right beside him. It opened its mouth as wide as possible, lunged forward, and crashed heavily to the side, sending rubble flying everywhere. Fortunately, Zeke managed to dodge the attack in time, and even felt a surge of anger inside. Time to teach this snake a lesson. He immediately used Chapter 7, first form of dragon slaying art, dragon head severing, creating countless slash marks on the giant snake's body, causing it to howl in agony. Its blood splattered everywhere, with a few drops landing on Zeke, and wherever the blood touched, it made a sizzling burning sound and continuously smoked. This forced Zeke to pause for a beat, not daring to attack recklessly anymore. Its blood has acidic properties. A 9-headed monster with acidic blood. Even my master in my past life barely had enough strength to destroy it. The 9-headed dragon Hydra. Alright, let's give it a try, Zeke thought as he gripped the sword in his hand tightly. Across from him, the dragon's 9 heads were staring right at him with dangerous gazes. The moment the 9-headed Hydra bared its venomous fangs, aiming straight at Zeke, he could only grit his teeth and swing his sword to block. Clang! Steel blade met sharp fang, the piercing sound ringing out like a grim reaper's death knell. Before he could catch his breath, another head roared, its emerald eyes glowing like 2 ghostly jewels, exhaling a killing intent that made the heavy air feel like a muddy swamp. He skillfully stepped back a few paces to regain his footing, muttering as if arguing with fate. Damn it, what's so great about this dragon slaying skill anyway? Dragons are completely extinct, and the closest thing to one is a dragon species monster. But it has no effect on them. No matter how I slash, it regenerates instantly. So annoying. Zeke bitterly admitted that his current strength was still not enough to take down this monster. Ahead, the gate leading to the sacred ground loomed, only about 30 meters away. Thinking his doing, he shouted loudly, "System, close the gate." The system replied, its tone as monotonous as a bored office worker. Administrator request confirmed. Closing the gate leading to Hero King Kaiser's sacred ground. Boom, the gate slammed shut, shaking the entire cave like the sky was falling. Zeke thrust his sword fiercely into the ground, the stone floor cracking apart like it was struck by a divine hammer. A wave of energy erupted, spreading like a tsunami by applying the dragon slaying technique, causing the snake heads to freeze and their eyes to flash with panic. He roared, martial art secret technique wind slash. A brilliant sword beam tore horizontally through space, and lunged into the snake heads like a reaper's scythe. Rip! One head soared into the sky, purple blood erupting like brilliant fireworks. The Hydra's roar echoed, making the cave itself seem to groan in pain. Not missing the chance, Zeke darted like lightning toward the gate, calculating to himself, good. It's confused from losing a head. Time to bail, killing can wait. But the Hydra wasn't stupid. Its eyes flashed like sci-fi monster headlights, instantly spotting Zeke's scheme. One head lunged forward, its neck stretching out like a rubber band, fangs snapping shut from all directions as if trying to turn him into a raw meat sandwich. Zeke was only a few steps away from the gate, thinking he had escaped, when suddenly he panicked. What the hell? Bam! A lightning-fast snap tore his left arm away. Red blood gushed like a fountain, splattering against the freshly closed gate. He staggered inside, his face contorted in pain but still hissed through clenched teeth. Damn it, you bastard snake. You chased me all the way here. Anger flared like an erupting volcano. Zeke roared, his eyes blazing red as he pointed his sword straight at the Hydra. You want my arm that badly? Then come and take it? He leaped forward, charging at the nearest head, hacking away like a storm of steel. Blood gushed uncontrollably from his wounds, soaking his clothes as if he'd been dipped in a pool of blood. But his immortal body began to regenerate. A new arm grew out, each joint condensing like living magic. The Hydra roared furiously, not just from pain but out of sheer frustration. It spewed a stream of emerald toxic gas, dense as a death mist blanketing the area, making the air as suffocating as hell. Zeke frowned, muttering, "Poison breath, is that the end of your tricks, buddy?" The system coldly announced. "You have been poisoned by the venom of the poisonous Hydra dragon." Without hesitation, Zeke poured all his power into a fatal blow. His sword flared like a blazing torch, tearing through the air with a flash of lightning and slashing horizontally across the Hydra's body. Swoosh, another head flew into the sky, purple blood scattering like toxic rain. The monster's eyes stared wide and helpless, as if regretting daring to challenge an immortal. Zeke was sweating profusely, his face pale and lips white from the poison, but his hand still gripped the sword tightly, his eyes burning with indomitable will. It's not over yet. The last head roared, lunging forward with terrifying speed as if trying to drag them both down to hell. Only one life left, one chance. Zeke gritted his teeth, go big or go home, I'm not going down here. At the most critical moment, he activated Dragon Aura. A terrifying pressure erupted like a falling meteorite, crushing the Hydra and making the air violently vibrate as if the cave was about to collapse. He glared, his voice deep and cold. I'm not playing around, scram, unless you want to be chopped into pieces and made into sausage. The Hydra growled, but a second later it trembled violently, sweat pouring off it like rain in huge bean-sized drops. Its whole body cringed, eyes panicked. And then whoosh, it bolted straight away like a dog fleeing a lone shark, not daring to look back. Zeke breathed a sigh of relief, sitting down heavily and panting like an old man after a long day of farming. I didn't expect Dragon Aura to work on a dragon species, should have used it sooner. But before he could celebrate, he felt his body grow heavy as if weights were tied to his legs. Wait, why am I still tired? My stamina is endless. The system popped up as if trolling him further. You have engraved fear into the corrupted dragon species and been infected by dirty energy. Do you wish to activate the dragon species subjugation authority to tame the target? He recalled the scene just a moment ago. Did he make it scared? Was it thanks to dragonly majesty at the last minute? Whatever the reason, could he tame that absurd monster? Fine, let's try it. He opened the interface, but the moment he saw the notification, his body went rigid as if struck by lightning. Insufficient administrator authority to tame the corrupted dragon species. Failed to subjugate target. Zeke was speechless, shouting, not enough authority? Seriously, you made me think I was getting a free high-end pet. But oh well, up until now, the fact that a top-tier skill had no limitations at all would have been the abnormal part. Zeke was about to curse more, but a splitting headache struck, feeling like a dragon kicked him straight in the skull, hurting so much he wanted to cry. His face turned pale, his hands clutching his head, his whole body trembling like a puppy caught in the rain. The system announced coldly, warning, the poisonous Hydra dragon's venom has exceeded dangerous limits. Zeke hissed through his teeth, damn it, this freaky venom. Healing doesn't work against venom, there has to be a way. Suddenly, amidst the dizzying pain, an idea flashed in his mind. Right, rank 1 devouring dragon technique. In the devouring state, everything can be digested and converted into energy. If I swallow this monster, I'll definitely absorb some kind of poison resistance. A monster carrying poison, this potent must have some bloodline ability related to poison resistance. Without hesitating, Zeke activated the devouring dragon technique. The Hydra's corpse melted, smoking profusely, as if thrown into a hellish metallurgical furnace. The system updated continuously. The head of the corrupted dragon species eroded by filthy evil chi has been digested in a violent state. Upon absorbing a destroyed target, the gluttony skill has been upgraded from beginner to proficient, recovering missing capacities through absorption capacity. The system notified endlessly, absorbed the bloodline ability of the digested creature, absorbed only a portion of the opponent, gaining incomplete constitution, immunity to all poisons. In a split second, Zeke felt his body lighten as if soaking in a cool, divine spring. All toxins vanished, swept away by the mountain wind without a trace. His muscles grew firm again. His eyes sparkled like stars and his skin became smoother than a high-end cosmetics commercial model. The system confirmed, detected toxins of the 9-headed dragon Hydra. The effect of the all-poison immune constitution helps detoxify the detected poisons. The status panel flashed brilliantly like an honor roll for top students. Low-level administrator 1 name, Zeke class, immortality unique rank title, blessed by the ancient dragon heir of Turrican constitution, heavenly bone physique total poison immunity authority, dragon species dominant system functions, 100 slot inventory Manhwa beginner questbook combat skills. A rank weapon attack proficient, A rank chi reflection novice, A rank northern aspect novice rank 1 dragon skills, dragon eye proficient, dragon aura proficient, devouring proficient, dragon speech locked rank 2 dragon skills, dragon scale armor proficient, dragon claws proficient rank 3 dragon skills, unlocked requires 300 points karma points, 465. Trait, absolute poison immunity resists and neutralizes most types of venom. Zeke smirked triumphantly, from now on anyone who uses poison will just end up poisoning themselves. Glancing at his new status window, he frowned, that word most is a bit concerning. But with this skill, poison is no longer an issue. He stood frozen, muttering, gluttony went from rookie to proficient? Unbelievable, this thing almost never levels up unless. He nodded, his eyes brightening. Right, it must be from wiping out the designated kill target. Hitting the monster on the system's hit list really does drop sweet loot. Oh, this information is useful. So eliminating the exact person the system hates yields great rewards. He abruptly stood up, flicked his robe, and strutted forward with an air of absolute confidence as if he hadn't just been beaten to a pulp by the Hydra. Zeke muttered, that Hydra slowed down my whole schedule, I've gotta move fast. In his mind he thought of Hero King Kaiser, half human, half fairy, a living legend etched into lore. Born to the wise sage and the elf queen, Kaiser's life was far from peaceful. A dark witch tore him from his parents and tossed him into the forest like trash. Fortunately, a divine wolf, certainly SS rank or higher, found the newborn Kaiser and raised him as its own flesh and blood. Thanks to that, Kaiser grew up strong, sporting a six-pack, flowing wild hair, and an overwhelming aura. Kaiser rescued the oppressed people and founded a kingdom exclusively for humanity in the central continent, naming it the Kingdom of Kronos. This was the part of the story everyone on the continent knew, the very genesis of Kaiser's legend. Nowadays, not a shred of data remained. It truly had become a pure myth. Yet the undeniable proof that Hero King Kaiser and the Kingdom of Kronos actually existed. Standing before the ruins of Kronos, Zeke was mesmerized. Dilapidated ramparts stretched out, silent yet magnificent, recounting ancient legends through the whispering stones. It was right there, right before his eyes, unfolding right in front of him. Looking back and forth, he felt it was much smaller than described in the books he read. He couldn't believe the ruins of Kaiser were actually the Kingdom of Kronos itself. Walking up to the gates, he continued speaking. Now that I think about it, the Dragonslayer sanctuary actually had a very similar vibe. The system chimed like a burglar alarm. Analyzing, Kaiser's mark confirmed, opening the sanctuary of Hero King Kaiser. Without a shred of hesitation, Zeke stepped inside. Faint light radiated from a sparkling blue crystal, as if containing the very soul of the kingdom. Reaching out to touch it, he whispered, "Is this the vision of the Hero King?" The system immediately went ding-dong like a house being burgled. Initiating quest chain, the vision of Hero King Kaiser. Zeke jolted, screaming, "Wait, what? I got dragged into a quest out of nowhere. Did anyone bother asking if I agreed?" The system continued, as cold as a bank loan officer rejecting a mortgage. Warning, unable to leave the area until the quest chain is completed. He shouted aloud, "Hey, what the heck, who gave you permission to do this?" Slam, the heavy gates behind him slammed shut like a mother catching her kid playing video games at 2 in the morning. Zeke shrieked, "Huh, what?" The system displayed detailed quest info, the footsteps of Hero King Kaiser. Objective, within the ruins bearing Kaiser's traces, collect each of his progressive milestones. Time limit, unlimited. Reward, Tear of the Fairy King. Zeke frowned, rereading the final line, and muttered, "Quest chain, the footsteps of Hero King Kaiser. Tear of the Fairy King?" He rubbed his chin, his mind a tangled mess of yarn. Kaiser's mother, the entity that bestowed blessings upon humanity, and I'm going to get her tears. He looked up at the glittering crystal shining like an NPC about to hand out an ultra-hard quest, whispering, "I'm starting to get spooked. Hero King Kaiser's mother, the one who can grant any wish, and the reward is her tears." Zeke was still in shell shock, his jaw hanging wide open, muttering like a lost soul, "Even if I don't know what this is for, it's definitely an overpowered super artifact." He turned to the system, his voice hurried. "How do I make progress like that?" The system let out a beep, replying as coldly as a grumpy AI assistant. Administrator request confirmed, extracting data from the magic recording device. Discovered 546 spell videos of Hero King Kaiser. A total of 12 videos matched the criteria. Playing the first video. The screen flickered, magical light glowing like a broken stage lamp. Dim imagery appeared, accompanied by an ancient voice from a language long lost to time. The system announced, automatically translating to the central continent's common tongue. Poof, a figure appeared, radiating godlike handsomeness and an overwhelming aura that could sweep across the world. That person spoke. "What is a sword, you ask?" "It's just a sword, what else could it be?" Those old fogies spend all day preaching about sword philosophy yet haven't even landed a single decent strike in their lives. Total nonsense. From behind, a shout rang out, "Hey Satin, focus on recording." The screen shook violently as if someone had kicked it. Zeke held his breath, his eyes bulging. "No way!" The person speaking was none other than the legendary Hero King Kaiser, and Satin was his loyal bodyguard from the annals of history. Seeing this, he suddenly thought, so this isn't fake, these are real historical records. The voice in the video kept playing. "How does one master the use of a sword, you ask? There's nothing complicated to it, just swing the sword diligently and repeatedly." The imagery continued as Kaiser lifted his sword in the darkness. The blade flashed with a cold light slicing through the gloom. Just by looking through the screen, Zeke felt as if his heart had been pierced by a dagger, his entire body trembling as he fell backward, limbs turning to jelly while sweat poured down like a torrential rain. A single thought echoed in his mind. That presence, that pressure, just watching through a screen makes me want to faint. Is this the progression of the Hero King? Zeke's eyes burned bright like a kid seeing a new toy. He burst out laughing, "I like this." "System, replay that last video from the beginning for me," the system replied. Administrator request confirmed. Time quietly ticked away. 4 days had passed since Zeke got locked inside this place. Before him stood 3 doors. The first room was packed with food, enough to last a whole month. The second room was as comfortable as a 5-star hotel with a bed soft as cloud. The third room contained military documents, books, weapons, and training equipment. Outwardly looking like a dungeon, it was actually a specialized training room meant for Kaiser's successor. allowing him to focus solely on training and swinging his sword tens of thousands of times. Zeke spent his entire day swinging his sword, repeating it tens of thousands of times in an attempt to mimic Kaiser's movements. But that world-crushing aura of his was still something he couldn't replicate. Suddenly, the system chimed, learned hero King Kaiser's progression, basic elemental swordplay. Zeke jolted in surprise, elemental swordplay. Immediately, a storm of notifications flooded in, concluding basic stage, initiating application stage. The magical stone behind him began to glow brilliantly, leaving him a bit puzzled. The application stage. A status window materialized, summoning the soul of hero King Kaiser. From the light, a hazy yet majestic figure emerged. That man stepped forward as if resurrected from an ancient era, hero King Kaiser, the immortal king of Chronos. Zeke turned pale, muttering, What? Don't tell me hero King Kaiser is actually standing right in front of me. Before he could recover his wits, Kaiser suddenly gripped his sword handle tightly, his eyes cold as ice, as if intending to slice him in two. Zeke had no idea what he did wrong. Whoosh! Kaiser lunged forward like lightning, his sword slashing downward. With lightning-fast reflexes, Zeke drew his sword to block. Clang! The metallic clash reverberated through the space. Gritting his teeth, he howled, What the heck? Why are you attacking out of nowhere? What the hell? A second later, boom! Kaiser's tempestuous strength batted Zeke away like a dry leaf, rolling across the ground like a burnt sheet of rice paper. Covered in scratches, he panted heavily like a fish out of water. Kaiser's majestic voice boomed, Get up, do you think sword training is a game of whack-a-mole? Zeke scrambled up onto all fours, thinking to himself, Is he trying to teach me by beating me up? This feeling was way too familiar, just like running into his master from his past life. Kaiser walked as he spoke. When I was lectured back in the day, I was told to train my sword purely through real strength. If the knights of old saw you like this, they'd probably die of a heart attack and rise from their graves. The pressure radiating from Kaiser felt like a collapsing mountain, but Zeke remained baffled. What on earth does he want? Is he testing me or just torturing me for fun? Giving him no time to think, Kaiser abruptly materialized right in front of him. Kaiser swung his sword. A ferocious slash tore the ground open, hurtling straight toward Zeke. He screamed like he was being chased by a wild bull. What kind of madness is this? Is he seriously trying to kill me? Sweat pouring down, Zeke dove to dodge by a hair's breadth, thinking, Damn it, can I even block this? This guy is a total monster in human skin. A slight smile crept onto Kaiser's face, his gaze resembling a total creep. Zeke wanted to punch him, but he just swallowed hard and told himself, Don't overthink it. Just go all out like every other time. Aura flared up like a melting blast furnace exploding. Zeke took a deep breath, Here I come. Kaiser blinked, muttering, Are you Satan's disciple? You finally pulled it off. What even is that power? Aurora? Zeke didn't answer, lunging straight forward as his sword tore through the air like thunder. But Kaiser effortlessly parried it away as if he were cutting grass, sending him flying far backward. Tilting his head, Kaiser muttered, Still doesn't quite feel right. Zeke strained his muscles, his face red as a tomato, thinking to himself, Executing that move completely drains me physically and mentally. Kaiser smirked, launching a lightning-fast counterattack. Doesn't matter. As long as it's fun, come on, let's see how much longer you can stall. Boom, boom, the two plunged into an earth-shattering battle. Sword clashed against sword, light flashing like New Year's fireworks. But gradually, Zeke ran out of steam, sweat dripping as his limbs trembled. He knew he was going to lose. But he hadn't expected to be flattened like a pressed rice paper sheet. Sporting a smile, he thought, So this is the true power of the Hero King. But this guy here isn't a pushover either. Snap! Zeke activated a barrage of skills. The system chimed like a fire alarm. Activated Dragon Skill One-Hit Kill. Activated Dragon Skill Swift. Activated Dragon Skill Continuous Slash. Activated Dragon Skill Dragon Claws. In the blink of an eye, Zeke transformed into a raging dragon tempest. His entire body blanketed in aura as his swordsmanship erupted like a volcano. He charged straight at Kaiser, the heat of the battle shaking the space as if it were about to shatter. But Kaiser refused to lose, summoning a massive hand lined with sharp claws to deliver a fatal blow. Boom, dust and rubble billowed everywhere. Standing amidst the dust, Kaiser clicked his tongue. You're not a dragonkin yet, you've got dragon skills, fascinating. But Zeke had slipped behind him at some point. A flash of light crossed Kaiser's eyes. Glancing over his shoulder, he muttered, Elemental Force 2. Zeke unleashed the God Spirit skill, his body morphing into countless afterimages moving like a tempest as he rushed toward Kaiser. Boom, boom, two colossal forces collided, bursting into a shockwave of energy that racked the space. Sword chi, killing intent, dragon aura, everything blended into a chaotic symphony. Yet after a fierce brawl, defeat remained the outcome. No miraculous plot armor, no magic turnaround. Zeke lay sprawled flat on the ground like an unpancake. A moment ago, he opened his eyes wide with an expression of waking up in the middle of a war zone. Who am I? Where is this? Why am I lying here amidst shattered rubble? Beside him, Kaiser sat cross-legged, as leisurely as someone sipping afternoon tea. Seeing Zeke wake up, he smirked. The weakling is finally awake. He continued at a leisurely pace. Well, you've got talent though. Satan's aptitude, the dragon clan's strength plus elemental force. A rather interesting combo. Kaiser frowned as if discovering something even more fascinating. He stepped closer, leaning down to stare intently. Wait a minute, is your soul interacting with the spirit realm? Zeke twisted his face. What the heck is the spirit realm? Kaiser continued like a university professor lecturing. You've crossed the boundary between life and death more than once. For a mere human body to pull that off, wielding elemental force makes complete sense. Zeke's eyes went wide as he thought, another wave of esoteric logic hitting me. Sighing with a grimace, he complained, ever since a moment ago, all I've heard is you talking about Saturn, the spirit realm, and elemental force without making any sense at all. Could you explain it clearly to me? Kaiser chuckled, his gaze sharp as a knife. Ho, are you pretending not to understand? Don't you have a goal far bigger than petty little things like that? Leaving him completely dazed. What? Kaiser pointed straight at him. Are you pretending not to understand my true progression? He paused, his eyes glowing brightly as he channeled magic. What you're studying right now is elemental swordplay. Elemental force is the purest essence of nature, the foundation creating all things in the universe: water, fire, earth, wind, the four supreme elements. And elemental swordplay is the peak forged from those four legendary elements. Rather than just talking, hero King Kaiser delivered a horrifying surge of power while explaining. Like a divine tempest sweeping clean the space, cracking the ground open into deep, jagged chasms. He proclaimed, his voice thundering, this is the Tempest Sword Zephyr Force, the wind attribute among the four supreme elements. His tone shifted rhythmically. To execute elemental swordplay, the core component is none other than the cosmic spirit chi you've heard about. Standing behind him, Zeke turned as pale as if he'd seen a ghost, thinking, wait, hold on, what is this? It sounds like magic, yet the execution style is purely swordsmanship. Before he could ponder further, Kaiser abruptly spun around. Now it's your turn. Zeke stood dumbfounded, his mind buzzing like a disturbed beehive. Is the source of elemental force, but I can't sense any from him at all, or does the secret lie in the conversion method? Hesitating, he took a deep breath and spoke up. If so, could you teach me how to convert into elemental force? Raising an eyebrow and scratching his chin before Kaiser could reply, snap. His sword burst into flames, raging crimson as if looking to incinerate the surrounding space. He laughed, well, you just execute it like that, why complicate things with a bunch of explanations? Zeke froze, staring blankly like a lost puppy. Why are all the people about to become my masters like this? He muttered to himself, it's not that I can't sense it's that I sense too little of it. Operating it right now is as difficult as catching a weak Wi-Fi signal. I have to concentrate with all my might just to grasp a tiny hint. But he still nodded. All right, I'll try, Kaiser smirked. Quite a bold mouth you've got. Off to the side, Zeke racked his brain. Don't trust everything you see. This so-called elemental force. Kaiser clearly called my god spirit skill elemental force, which means, gripping his sword tightly, he smirked confidently, the god spirit skill is also a power that utilizes elemental force. Watching Zeke attempt to execute it, Kaiser wore a questioning look. Acting on the thought, he summoned the wind attribute god spirit skill. But within 3 seconds, whack! A heavy blow landed right on top of his head, nearly blowing his brains out. The culprit was none other than Kaiser, sitting back and kicking his legs lazily while glaring at him in utter dissatisfaction. I told you to use elemental force. Who said you could wave around cheap tricks like that? Rubbing his head with teary, pained, and confused eyes, Zeke stammered. A trick? You mean word magic? Kaiser snorted coldly. Right, word magic is a secret technique only the Dragon Clan can wield. If you were a Dragonslayer, it might be somewhat acceptable, but humans absolutely cannot use it. Every time you use that power, your physical body must suffer significant strain, am I right? The souls of humans and dragons are fundamentally worlds apart. You can copy it superficially at best, but the actual effectiveness can never match up. I don't know who created such a cheap trick, but it's utterly laughable daring to counterfeit word magic into such a pathetic technique. Alright, now that you understand, do it again. In the back of his mind, he still wondered. I've actually witnessed word magic before when absorbing Bahamut's heart at the Dragonslayer's resting place. Back then, I learned word magic, but I also saw a notification stating I couldn't cast it yet. Dragon skill word magic. Words carrying power, locked, administrator growth level insufficient. Zeke thought deeply, if the god spirit skill was created based on the foundation of word magic, then once I grow up and unlock word magic, I should also be able to freely control the god spirit skill. Well, that's just another reason for me to grow up faster. While Zeke was lost in philosophy, Kaiser lost patience, raising his sword to the sky and roaring, do you need to take another hit to wake up? Get up! Zeke sprang up like a spring. Yes sir, I'm up right now. Application training proved vastly harsher than the basics. But thanks to his heaven-sent physique, Kaiser's godlike demonstrations, and countless memorable beatings, Zeke gradually grasped the principles of elemental swordplay. It resembled magic using magic arrays to channel mana, but elemental swordplay utilized as a bridge to summon elemental spirits. Once the principles and usage methods were understood, casting elemental swordplay was no longer a difficult task. Following a grueling chain of training filled with sweat, tears, and nosebleeds, mostly courtesy of Zeke, Kaiser finally passed judgment. Now it's starting to look somewhat decent. Don't celebrate just yet though, the advanced stage will make you wish you were licking rocks instead. Take a break today. snapping a military salute. Zeke responded, "Understood, master." Then, as if remembering something, he scratched his head. While taking a break, can your disciple ask a few questions?" Kaiser nodded lightly, "Ask away." But as he hovered midair like a deity relieving stress, Zeke paused. He noticed faint glowing specks dancing around Kaiser like they had souls, so those things were elemental force too. His eyes flashing, he cut straight to the point. "When you and I first met, you saw me using Aurora and called me Satan's disciple. What did that mean?" Raising an eyebrow in mild surprise, Kaiser replied slowly, his voice deep like a legendary drama. "Aurora, right, that name. I called you that because the technique you use was actually created by a guy named Satan. He always insisted humans couldn't comprehend elemental swordplay, yet he went and invented a technique grounded in E. Worse yet, he completely skipped my techniques and only passed down his own." Kaiser's eyes darkened, filled with bitter resentment. "That guy, Satan Draker, what a bastard." Zeke jolted as if struck by lightning. Satan Draker. His heart took a heavy blow. Wasn't Satan a noble knight, the closest confidant of the hero king, the founder of the aura training method known across the entire continent? He carried the Draker surname. So the ancestors of the Draker household weren't Terracan like everyone believed, but an ancient figure named Satan? Why had no one ever mentioned this? Shaking off his dizziness, Zeke pressed on. "Then what about the place called the spirit realm where spirits reside? Even though I've sensed spiritual power, I still can't picture its true nature." Before he could finish his sentence, Kaiser snapped his fingers like a street magician. Instantly, a howling gale struck, swirling the air into a vortex that formed an invisible wall before him. Zeke reached out to touch it, feeling as though he were pressing against wind compressed into solid concrete. He thought to himself, his eyes shining bright, Zephyr Force can even be used like this. Kaiser's voice echoed from the other side of the vortex, melodic as a fairy tale. "To put it accurately, it's a bit complicated, but just think of it this way. The spirit realm is the netherworld and our world is the living realm. Once a person's physical body leaves the present world and steps into the spirit realm, it's like crossing a point of no return, a one-way trip with no return ticket. Anyone trapped there shouldn't even dream of coming back." Zeke was stunned, muttering, "But didn't you say a part of your soul still lingers in the spirit realm? Then why are you standing right in front of me now and in a spiritual state at that?" He snapped his fingers again, his voice lazy. "Well, I guess I'm encountering a case like yours for the first time. But it's not impossible to bend the rules and cross the boundaries of the spirit realm." Stretching comfortably, he replied, "Prime example is yours truly right here. Got lucky with a dragon lending a hand." Zeke's eyes bulged, nearly popping out of his sockets. "Dragons," he replied unbothered, "is there a problem with that?" He swallowed hard and stammered, "Wait, dragons helping humans, are you kidding me? I've never heard of such a thing in all my life." Kaiser frowned, glaring at him as if he wanted to punch him. "What the hell are you talking about? Out of all the races, the dragon race is the one that cherishes humans the most." Zeke stood frozen like a stranded fish, his mind in complete turmoil. "What is this? Dragons cherish humans? Didn't prime monster bosses like Behemoth nearly wipe out the entire world?" He thought to himself, does that mean the relationship between humans and dragons in ancient times was completely different? What on earth is going on here? Kaiser stepped closer, his voice full of hidden meaning. "I don't need to explain the details because you yourself are living proof." He walked up close to Zeke and reached out to gently touch his chest. "This heart and the tooth used to forge your sword. Weren't they given to you by Bahamut's own hand?" He chuckled softly, his tone half teasing and half praising. "Even though his temper is as grumpy as a stray dog in the midday sun, he's someone who never turns down a sincere plea. Honestly, he's actually pretty adorable." Zeke didn't reply, just scratched his head and thought, it looks like Kaiser and the evil dragon Bahamut used to be close. It's probably best to hide my past crusade against him. He smiled awkwardly. "Ah, right. My family has served Lord Bahamut for generations, so we were rewarded for our loyalty. I guess I must have misunderstood." Kaiser laughed heartily. "Ha ha, he's still the same, always looking out for his people. But you must have had a hard time cleaning up the messes caused by his eccentric temper. Because of that fiery hot head of his, he got into plenty of arguments with Kronos too." Zeke raised an eyebrow, pondered for a moment and asked, "Wait, Kronos is the name of a dragon too?" He continued. "I've heard a lot about Kronos, but as the kingdom of Kronos. Isn't that a nation? Does that mean the kingdom was named after Kronos?" Kaiser nodded, his eyes tinged with nostalgia. "Right, because I was his contractor. Back then, all of us racked our brains trying to think of a name for the kingdom and everyone kept throwing out nonsense. Meanwhile, he was just sitting there leisurely sipping tea. It pissed me off, so I casually used his name and called it a day." Zeke's face twisted into an awkward grimace, forcing a smile while thinking internally. "Dragons know how to drink tea too? Don't tell me he used some legendary shape-shifting magic." Kaiser crossed his arms, closing his eyes as if laughing at himself. Anyway, Kronos probably wasn't even surprised. He probably saw it coming. Truth be told, I just wanted his name to be remembered by future generations. In the distant past, when Kaiser still walked the earth, humans and dragons lived together like close brothers. A glorious era now only found in ancient books and carved stone. But if a dragon possessing heaven-shaking power were to unconditionally support humans, the balance of the world would tilt out of alignment, pushing the mortal realm to the brink of destruction. Therefore, the dragon race made a historical decision to restrain their power. Use shape-shifting magic to take human form and form contracts with those deemed worthy. They didn't interfere directly, merely assisting quietly like a grand shadow behind the flow of history. Those chosen ones who contracted with dragons were called contractors. Zeke muttered, "So that's how it is," he thought to himself. No wonder ancient relics are so powerful, turns out dragons had a hand in it. But if that's true, why did the relationship between dragons and humans fracture, turning from friends into enemies and fading into murky legend? I've really got to reread the history books. Suddenly, Kaiser's voice grumbled from the side. "Hey, I've been waiting until I'm old and gray over here." He reminded himself that whenever he had free time, he definitely needed to read through the entire chronicles from start to finish. Zeke walked over with a cheeky grin. "You've been waiting for your successor for 2,000 years, what's a few more minutes?" Kaiser narrowed his eyes, his voice ice-cold. "You cheeky brat, let's see how long you can keep that attitude up." He took a deep breath and declared, "The final stage of advanced training is a direct sparring match with me." The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy, an invisible pressure pressing down like a mountain. "But if it's only to this extent, it won't be any different from the previous times. Therefore, I'm adding a new rule to the training." With that, he slammed his hand down, sending rocks flying into the air. "From now on, you are not allowed to eat or sleep. The spar will continue non-stop until I say that's enough. And most importantly, you are only allowed to use an elemental sword matching my element." Right after he finished speaking, Zeke asked, "What happens if I break the rule?" As soon as the question left his mouth, he simultaneously cast a spell. An elemental sword, Fire Force Chapter, Fire Rain. "You're asking what happens if you break it." He turned serious. "If you happen to have more than one life, feel free to try and find out. Elemental swords are divided into 4 schools corresponding to each element. First is based on the fire element. The Fire Force School, incinerating everything with scorching heat and terrifying flames, possessing overwhelming destructive power. Next is based on the Earth element, the Metal Force School, specializing in subduing and suppressing opponents with the power to manipulate hardness and mass at will. Following that is based on the Wind element, the Wind Force School. Though not as powerful as the Fire Force School, it has high practical application in fast combat, rapid movement, and projecting sword chi. Finally, based on the Water element, the Water Force School, comprehensive in attack, defense, suppression, or even support. It is a flexible power, transforming like water, harmonious and diverse. Right at this moment, Zeke was instantly blown away by the violent torrent of water unleashed by Hero Kaiser, and our dear protagonist even took a sizable slash right across his chest. Zeke's eyes went wide and he muttered inwardly, "Damn it, what the hell is going on here? Both power and scale completely eclipse mine. Why is the gap this massive?" His mind began flashing back to the moment he successfully employed the Water Force School, generating a massive pillar of water. Seeing this, Zeke had been quite pleased. Too bad his temporary master, Kaiser, wasn't happy at all. He immediately rewarded Zeke with a knock on the head that hurt like hell, prompting Zeke to grumble, "Geez, what is it this time, master?" In response to that, Kaiser cursed him out bluntly, "You idiot, that's the power of a waterfall, not the power of flowing water." Hearing that, Zeke blinked cluelessly and asked back, "Isn't it enough just to deploy the attribute?" Explaining this, Kaiser slowly descended to the ground and set the male lead straight. "The other schools only require you to manifest the attribute and swing hard enough to generate force. But how many times do I have to tell you? The Water Force School is all about softness. Overcoming hardness with softness, don't you understand that? Hey, do it again." Facing the hero's explanation, Zeke cursed silently in his heart. "Damn it, what kind of logic is overcoming hardness with softness? Because you lack the strength to fight back, you're forced to submit. Because you lack the strength to protect, you end up losing everything. To survive, to uphold trust, to repay what is precious, my entire life has been spent pursuing sheer strength alone. Yet you talk about overcoming hardness with softness. How is that supposed to convince me?" No sooner had he thought this than Kaiser didn't give him any more time to ponder, instantly coating his sword in water and lunging straight at him, forcing Zeke to hastily raise his sword to block. He muttered to himself, "Is this old man sleepwalking during a spar?" Naturally, Zeke couldn't withstand the pressure coming from Kaiser's sword and was sent flying backward. By this point, his whole body began trembling uncontrollably from the pain. That's right. After passing the 15th day, I even gave up on trying to figure it out. It's been at least over a month since this insane training started. No eating, no resting, just continuous, endless sword fighting. Thanks to that, I've realized that infinite stamina isn't a cure-all. Standing before me is a monster that completely outclasses me in ability. Damn it, my arms don't have an ounce of strength left, and the ground is slippery. Right after this train of thought, as if to prove the protagonist's words, his foot suddenly slipped out from under him, causing his body to tilt backward. At the same time, a massive explosion from Kaiser's sword sent rubble flying everywhere. Fortunately, Zeke managed to hang on through the attack, but a fascinated smile involuntarily spread across his face. I just grazed past that heavy blow, overcoming hardness with softness. Now I finally get it. From the strength to hold a sword to the strength to stand firm. When you let go of everything, you finally begin to understand Kaiser's words. The way I used to learn it. Controlling the path of the sword tip and linking combos together are actually what shackle a sword's freedom. Cut away those unnecessary chains, pouring down from above like flowing water. Letting the sword find its own path. That's right, clearly in my past life I had already felt this. The moment the boundary between myself and the sword vanished. That feeling of becoming one with all things. Sometimes fierce, sometimes soft and fluid. Right at this moment, the male lead began enveloping his entire sword in the water element. All around him, currents of water began churning violently. And opposite him, Hero Kaiser made the exact same motion. Just like that, both of them broke into excited grins and unleashed the water force elemental sword technique. Water Horizon. A flash of lightning-fast light erupted across the battlefield. The sound of the two attacks colliding was so intense it made the surrounding air vibrate outward. Cutting back inside the training room, naturally, how could Zeke ever hope to defeat Kaiser? His body completely collapsed from unconsciousness. Standing before him, the hero wore a satisfied smile and nodded as he said, "Well done, the successor has carried on my path, Zeke Draker." Who knows how much time had passed, but by now our protagonist Zeke finally woke up. His head felt a bit dizzy, unable to process everything just yet. Did I pass out? What time is it? The first time was when fighting Duke. The notification popped up. Using skills beyond the fatigue limit for the user's safety, consciousness is temporarily forced to shut down. But back then, I used Dragon Strike excessively and the system forced me into an unconscious state. This is the first time since my regression that I've passed out purely due to physical limits. Thinking this, he glanced back and called out for his master, Kaiser. However, he didn't see a trace of the hero anywhere. This led Zeke to guess that he had returned to the spiritual realm. Still, what made Zeke curious was how that quest turned out. I think I applied the water power pretty decently near the end. Then, as if answering his curiosity, a system screen popped up before him. At the same time, numerous other system screens appeared simultaneously, leaving him somewhat dazed. Linked quest completed, bonus time added to rewards. Quest rewards, Fairy King's Tears, 500 karma points, 3 random skill books. Hearing this, he was overjoyed. After going through that hell, succeeding was only natural. Achievement, quest completed, bonus time added to rewards. Quest rewards, System Administrator rank upgrade, 500 karma points, 3 random gift boxes. System Authority upgraded to Intermediate Administrator, new system features unlocked. Beginner Questbook upgraded to Intermediate Questbook, disabled equipment slots enabled. Teleportation Gate feature and minimap enabled. Administrator Soul has matured, soul growth partially unlocked. Bahamut's Heart, current seal level 90%. Looking at the countless system screens suddenly appearing in front of him, Zeke couldn't hide his surprise and muttered to himself, "There's a ton of them, just checking everything out is going to take a while." First, checking the seal level. It was 95% after I absorbed the Dragon Heart. Back then, I tried to break the seal right away, but it was locked down by the system. Naturally, from experience, I know very well what power beyond one's capacity is like. Right now, it looks like I can handle about 10%. Even Dragon Speech, which couldn't be unlocked with karma points, and Dragon Species Dominance as well. They're probably all tied to the seal level. I'll keep an eye on it for now. Next are the random gift boxes. With this thought in mind, Zeke quickly opened the 3 gift boxes, and all 3 turned out to be equipment. First are boots made of meteorite iron, strong yet light, no unique ability. Special note, set bonus, activates when wearing the full meteorite iron equipment set. The second reward is also individual gear, namely leg armor made of meteorite iron, matching the boots. The final reward he received was a pair of earrings. These are exquisitely carved glass earrings with the unique ability to increase the wearer's chi recovery rate by 15%. Special note, goes well with a red dress. Among the 3 gifts he received, Zeke was arguably most pleased with these earrings. He cheerfully remarked, selling this to a mage would net a small fortune. Plus, I already have the boots and leg armor to go with the gloves. That completes the set. And then he hesitated. What about the random skill card? As the name implies, inside this must be, could it be? So Zeke couldn't hesitate another second, immediately proceeding to gacha roll the skills. The system quickly popped up a confirmation notification. C-rank static electricity skill has been registered as a skill. Static electricity skill generates electricity to shock targets. C-rank flash bomb skill has been registered as a skill. Flash bomb skill shoots compressed energy high up, creating an explosion that releases light, blinding and obstructing vision. C-rank sound break skill has been registered as a skill. Sound break skill emits an obnoxious sound, disrupting the opponent's hearing. Looking at these 3 skills, Zeke's face darkened with disappointment. All C-rank skills? Man, if they just handed out high-tier skills for free, all my suffering would have been pointless. Next, he began testing the C-rank static electricity skill. Instantly, the dagger in his hand was covered in flowing currents of electricity. Seeing this, countless ideas suddenly popped into Zeke's head on how to apply the skill. Is this a C-rank skill? Pretty good power for its level, and I can use it in various ways. If I combine Flash Bomb and Sound Break, I can counter status effects better than the artifact I used during the promotion exam. Also, the Authority upgrade, it said it unlocked a new system feature. Here it comes. The male lead grunted. The new system feature is the toggleable equipment slot. You can use equipment inside the slot like a skill. Facing this feature, Zeke fell into deep thought, contemplating the best way to apply it. Using equipment like a skill will definitely come in handy during critical moments. Since I have infinite stamina and self-healing, I should use these slots for something other than healing potions. That was what the protagonist calculated. However, a second later his gaze shifted slightly and he shook his head. No, wait a minute, even a power considered flawless has weaknesses. There's no guarantee I won't run into someone like Kaiser again, someone my infinite stamina can't handle. I still don't know the true limits of self-healing. There's always a what-if scenario. Next, to ensure his own safety, Zeke bought a few life-saving items. You have purchased A-rank healing potion, remaining karma points, 1,465. Registering high-grade healing potion into the toggleable equipment slot. This is a masterpiece by Jababin Hassan, instantly heals severe wounds and restores stamina. Special note, due to its overwhelming performance, it will not have a second effect on the same target and carries unknown side effects. Regarding these descriptions, Zeke was relatively satisfied. Unexpected spending, but at this level it's worth it. It can act as a backup for infinite stamina or self-healing. And now the most important reward. The Fairy King's Tears, he muttered as he pulled a blue glass bottle from his inventory. The Fairy King's Tears, this is the tear shed when hero King Kaiser lost to the Dark Sorcerer's scheme. Can summon the Fairy King from the spiritual realm once by using this tear as a catalyst. After reading the description, instead of feeling joyful, Zeke's face turned completely purple, because he had thoroughly witnessed just how powerful hero Kaiser was. Summoning the Fairy King, you say? According to legend, the Fairy King grants wishes to humanity. If all the legends about Kaiser are true, could I really summon the Fairy King and receive a single wish? But there's only one chance, so I can't just use it recklessly. At this moment, he continued to stare intently at the glass bottle. Oh well, for now I'll just hold on to it. I'm sure there will come a time when I'll need it. Saying that, he tossed the glass bottle back into his inventory and swiftly departed from the ruins. Time quickly passed, shifting scenes to some corner of the forest. Suddenly, a red magic circle appeared on the ground. Next, Zeke's figure materialized inside the spell formation. Giving a quick glance to the surrounding scenery all around him, he promptly made an assessment. This place is the Adventurer Outpost, so I've actually teleported successfully. The system's new teleportation portal feature is genuinely convenient. Just selecting a location on the minimap allows me to reach it instantly. Aside from longer distances requiring more points, there are virtually no restrictions. If I have enough points, I can even travel between continents. Not only is it handy, it even helps shake off anyone trying to track me down. This will come in handy for future plans. The male lead nodded to himself, before casting his gaze around and noticing the branches fully blooming with vibrant, life-filled flowers. This caused a terrifying speculation to instantly cross Zeke's mind. Flowers in the middle of winter? Don't tell me. No way. Time quickly passed, shifting scenes to Valhalla, the premier knight training academy of the central continent. Inside the headmaster's office, his voice rang out full of dejection. Oh my, after 10 years as headmaster, I've never encountered a case like this. A new student showing up a full month after the entrance ceremony. He spoke while trimming a small bonsai tree before him. Meanwhile, hearing that, Zeke could only cry inside. I didn't want this. I was stuck in there for 4 months, sir. The instructor who gave me the recommendation letter said that missing the entrance ceremony could lead to a rejection of admission at the headmaster's discretion. Waiting until next year would be fatal. I need access to the secure archives of Terrakin Draker, so I have to persuade the headmaster at all costs. Thinking of that, he bowed and explained the reason to the headmaster. Headmaster, actually I fell into a state of trance while training on my own to make up for my shortcomings and lost consciousness for a long period. Facing those words from him, the headmaster of Valhalla Academy, Flaubert Borgs, turned back to look at him with a sharp gaze. I don't see any trance here. Is that the excuse you came up with after missing the entrance ceremony? Shifting back to Zeke's perspective, he began digging up information regarding this headmaster. Flaubert Borgs, former longest-serving captain of the Tebi Kingdom's Royal Guard, a knight respected across the entire continent. The story of Arthur Draker, the current head of the household who personally invited him 3 times to take on the position of headmaster, was still very famous. This was a man who respected honor and principles. Showing emotions would come across as deeply offensive. Thinking of this, he bowed deeper and continued. I have no excuse to justify missing the entrance ceremony even if I had 100 mouths, but that is the truth, headmaster. Across from him, Flaubert's brows furrowed tightly, as if evaluating whether Zeke's words were accurate or not. After a few seconds, he continued, achieving a state of trance is no easy feat. If it were any other student, I would have accused them of lying because it sounds like utter nonsense. But you are a student recommended by the head of the academy. I will arrange a position for you. If I judge that your training was more valuable than a month at Valhalla, then I will grant you admission. Facing that demand, Zeke actually felt a slight pang of annoyance inside. Even though he felt annoyed that the damned Howard paved the way for him, right now wasn't the time for him to be picky. Thinking that, he hurriedly said, "Thank you, headmaster." Then Flaubert pressed lightly on the bell on his desk. Immediately, a servant rushed inside to receive orders. Flaubert instructed this person, "I want a vacant training room prepared immediately. Inform the professors of all departments to assemble for a supplementary entrance evaluation right away." The staff member nodded and quickly ran off to announce it. Shifting scenes to the private training rooms of Valhalla Academy. At this very moment, the professors had gathered in full. Just looking at their presence alone made sweat bead on Zeke's face. He muttered to himself, "Valhalla really lives up to its reputation. Every single professor here is a renowned knight I've seen at least once in Continental reports." Knowing this in his heart, Zeke looked toward Headmaster Flaubert. Seeing everyone present, he went straight to the point. "Everyone is here. Let us see the fruits of the training you've undergone." Up ahead, Zeke began drawing the sword from his back, then contemplated just how much of his true strength he should display. "Let's see, what should I show them now? I can't casually flash elemental swordplay in a place like this. The pressure is terrifying. After all, they are the ones who train the strongest knights on the continent. Half-baked skills probably wouldn't even elicit a reaction from them. If that's the case, I should get somewhat serious, shouldn't I?" With this thought in mind, Zeke began shrouding his sword in a layer of blue mana. However, the exact moment they laid eyes on that, a professor gasped in disbelief. "No way." The professor's face at that moment was utterly stunned, instinctively letting out an exclamation. "Wait, isn't that sword aura?" Beside him, the others also turned to exchange incredulous looks. To reach the realm of a blue knight at just 15 years old, before this, wasn't the youngest person on the continent to achieve that, Lord Abel at age 19. Truly living up to being a pure-blood awakened noble. Their words startled Zeke slightly, prompting him to silently blame himself. "Oh crap, I forgot. Throughout months of sparring with Kaisher, I completely forgot I needed to dial down my aura. But thank goodness they still think I'm only at the Blue Knight level." Before meeting Kaisher, his aura truly had only reached the Blue Knight tier. However, ever since comprehending the hydraulic field and elemental swordplay, he had broken past his own limits, advancing to the next realm, the Crimson Knight. The most distinct difference between a Blue Knight and a Crimson Knight was the mastery of sword aura. Sword aura was the technique of utilizing aura to hone the sword blade to its ultimate sharpness, thereby amplifying the power of imagination. While a Blue Knight could only maintain its initial shape, a Crimson Knight was superior, capable of freely maintaining and transforming forms according to their own will and visualization. Good thing I stopped at the sword aura level, otherwise it would have been a lot more exhausting than it is now. Zeke let out a sigh of relief inwardly. Meanwhile, Headmaster Flaubert also wore a beaming smile as he stepped forward to congratulate him. "Splendid. Compared to a month at Valhalla, this result is truly incomparable. An enlightenment so precious, even if it's delayed by a few months, no, even a few years, it's entirely worth it." His unexpectedly enthusiastic attitude made Zeke's scalp tingle. He thought to himself, "Looking at him right now, he's like a completely different person." Naturally, Zeke didn't dare voice that thought aloud, so he bowed and spoke in a humble tone. "Not at all, Headmaster. Please allow me to apologize once more for failing to attend the entrance ceremony due to unforeseen family matters." His humble demeanor only made the headmaster feel even more gratified. "Haha, I told you it was fine. What about the rest of you? Is there anyone objecting to Zeke's admission?" Leaving Zeke aside, the remaining professors looked at Flaubert's beaming expression and felt somewhat confused, sharing the same thought. Whenever a genius of peerless talent shows up, he's always this generous. Then, the group of professors unanimously agreed with the headmaster's decision. "We have no objections. Sword aura that's sharp and distinct is rare even among genius knights. Indeed, there's no need for further testing." Hearing that, Headmaster Flaubert smiled and nodded. "Since that's decided, then it's settled. Welcome to the Academy, Zeke Draker." Midland Atlas, a kingdom-scale megacity, is located right in the center of the Midland continent. This place houses the headquarters of Valhalla, the continent's premier knight training academy, alongside the Four Seasons city of the Draker family. Among them, Four Seasons City serves as the residence for the head of the household and core pillars of the Draker family, making it the true headquarters of this lineage. Shifting scenes to Zeke's private mansion in Atlas, just looking at this massive architectural complex alone was enough to leave our male lead feeling dizzy. This is truly magnificent. Zeke's private mansion in Atlas. First the black card and now this mansion, this is getting a bit over the top, Zeke sighed awkwardly. Then the exact moment he opened the door and stepped inside, a barrage of colorful party poppers fired straight toward him, accompanied by cheers. "Congratulations, congratulations on enrolling in Valhalla." The organizers of this celebratory greeting were none other than his master Duke alongside fellow instructor Andre. Their slapstick, clownish outfits caught Zeke off guard. "Master, even head instructor Andre is here." Up ahead, the slovenly Uncle Duke stepped forward, clapping Zeke on the shoulder and praising him. "My disciple, you really are a superhuman kid. From the day I was born until now, this is the first time I've ever seen someone have the guts to skip Valhalla Academy's entrance ceremony." "Well, since the guest of honor has arrived, shall we get started?" the uncle spoke while gesturing inward, leaving Zeke somewhat baffled as to what getting started meant. In short, right upon setting foot in the Atlas mansion, I found Duke and Andre already setting up a surprise welcome party for my enrollment. I kept wondering why people who were supposed to be at the academy were here. Turns out, Duke received a recall order from the head of the house and returned to Four Seasons City, then shamelessly moved into my mansion and had been staying there for over a month. Meanwhile, Andre flushed as he explained his reason. I've decided to join Valhalla Academy as a teaching assistant. Sorry about this, but I guess I'll be intruding on you for a while too. Just hearing that, Zeke could say with absolute certainty that these two had plotted this beforehand. Seeing them smiling without a care in the world made Zeke somewhat irritated, screaming internally. This is my house, by what right do you guys just make yourself at home? Time quickly passed, until the welcome party finally came to an end. Duke and Andre, after polishing off over a dozen bottles of liquor, ended up passed out like dead pigs across the dining table. Meanwhile, Zeke quietly sneaked out towards some bar. He handed the bartender a gold coin and requested a glass of dark beer. I'd like to meet Kay for a moment. Right after his words, the atmosphere inside the tavern abruptly shifted. Then, as if sharing a telepathic cue, all the rough-looking men drew their weapons and quietly surrounded Zeke. However, facing this move from them, he simply broke into a teasing, playful smile, flashed the family crest engraved on his gloves and challenged them. Well, if you've got the guts, come and get me. Upon laying eyes on that crest, naturally none of the thugs dared utter a single syllable. They awkwardly retreated back to their seats, while the bartender turned pale with fright and stammered out an apology. I'm sorry, I should have stopped them. Speaking, he hurriedly pulled down a bottle. I'll take you to meet the branch manager, he said while guiding Zeke toward a secret passageway in the back. While moving, the male lead took the opportunity to observe his surroundings and nodded in approval. A secret door sealed with layers upon layers of security magic, truly Kay's style. Before his regression, when talking about the most powerful intelligence organizations on the continent, everyone would think of two names: the Draker family's Black Feather Pavilion and the Roman Empire's Intelligence Bureau. Yet aside from those two, there was another organization few knew about, the Syndicate. Originally, it was just a ragtag bunch of smugglers. But then, an errand boy named Kay used that very same smuggling transport network to build an intelligence industry. Before his regression, he had just been expelled from the academy and drifted into the criminal organization Mecking Cartel. After surviving for a while, he climbed up to the rank of assassin within the syndicate. And then Kay, who was the branch manager at the time, approached him and assigned him the task of clearing out vital transport routes. Leveraging those newly cleared routes, Kay began expanding the network and transforming the syndicate into an intelligence organization easily rivaling the Black Feather Pavilion or the Intelligence Bureau. Through sheer willpower and talent, he completely monopolized the syndicate into his own private faction. And then, when he lost everything at the hands of the Empire, the fully cloaked man handed him a piece of paper and said, "Here is the information on the artifact the Emperor is targeting. Be careful, it won't be easy." Hearing that, he figured the one who actively helped him on his path of vengeance was Kay. Even if you call it the price paid for contributing to the growth of the syndicate, without Kay, he probably never would have laid hands on that artifact, let alone ended up here. Information is a weapon. Just like Abel attending the blessing ritual, no one knows how the future will turn out. That guy possessed exceptional talent. If this transaction goes smoothly and both sides maintain a good relationship down the road, he would undoubtedly become a powerful asset. Thinking up to this point, Zeke was led inside a spacious warehouse. He walked up, pulled out a chair, and noticed the lit match burning in her hand. Her tastes really haven't changed after all. Up ahead, a young woman struck a match of her own to light a cigarette, locked her gaze onto Zeke's face and spoke. So, what brings the newly rising genius of the Draker family to request a meeting with me? On this side, our male lead didn't want to waste time with small talk, cutting straight to the chase. Let's skip the beating around the bush, get straight to the point. I want to do business with the syndicate. Facing those words from him, Kay cast an intensely intrigued gaze at him and curiously asked. A promising and noble pure-blood awakener of the Draker family who reached the Blue Knight realm at just 15 years old. Why would you want to do business with criminals like the syndicate? Hearing her words, Zeke's gaze turned icy. He mentally deduced, looks like she's already caught wind of what happened at Valhalla Academy today. She really is fast at gathering info. Thinking that, he reached into his pocket, pulled something out and replied, judging by how you keep trying to bicker pointlessly, you probably have zero interest. But at least take a look at the real deal first. Saying that, he tossed a pair of earrings he received from the system onto the table. However, this item didn't seem to impress Kay much. Earrings? Her voice carried a hint of skepticism. But Zeke, guessing she lacked an eye for quality, pointed out their effect. These aren't ordinary earrings, they're artifacts. Try putting them on, you'll be in for quite a surprise. Following Zeke's advice, Kay tried wearing them on her ears and very quickly began sensing their effect. Let's see, boosting mana recovery efficiency. This cheap stuff? Before the words could finish leaving her mouth, the moment she finished putting them on, she was so startled she dropped the cigarette right out of her mouth. Her face flushing red with excitement. It doesn't boost it by 10% but a full 15%. Current artifacts only boost it by around 1% with the highest being 3%. That means this is 5 times stronger. If this kind of item had ever been manufactured, how could I possibly not know about it? He must have his own private pipeline or personally excavated this artifact. Just what on earth is this kid? She thought, casting an inquiring gaze toward the male lead. Seeing the shock on her face, Zeke wore a satisfied smirk. Well, are you starting to take an interest in this deal yet? Next, Zeke stated his terms. Just use the personal info I sent over to open a new account. I've already registered as a representative. You just need to pick up the goods at the North Atlas Bank. Shifting back to the red-haired woman's perspective, just by casually listening to the kid's request, she had already pieced together part of the story. Judging by the earrings, I can already guess. It's just another consignment deal for artifacts of unknown origin. The commission fee is 10% per item. If total profits exceed 10,000 gold, a bonus will be paid out. Exactly the ceiling price I set for a transaction. And yet this kid even knows I'm a mage. His intelligence network is definitely nothing to sneeze at. Thinking to herself, she quickly packed up the documents before her and smiled. The contract is established. I'll be counting on you from now on, young master. Hearing that, the male lead smiled back in response. Same to you. By the way, there's something I'm a bit curious about. Is your ghost ship still safe and sound? For some reason, the exact moment Zeke uttered those words, the atmosphere inside the warehouse instantly grew overwhelmingly tense. Kay glared at him with a sharp gaze while guards materialized from all 4 directions. Their hands gripped their weapons, their eyes glowing red as if waiting for a single command from Kay to tear Zeke to shreds. Fortunately, Kay retained enough composure to calmly ask, "Where on earth did you hear about that?" In response, far from showing fear, Zeke remained as calm as if nothing had happened. "I was just asking. Why so tense? Intimidation is cute and all. But do you really think that's enough to drag me down?" Saying that, he activated his dragon dignity skill, surging his presence and oppressive aura to their absolute peak. Merely meeting that gaze alone was enough to make everyone around break out in a cold sweat, especially Kay. Instantly, even the guards found themselves suffocated by the surrounding pressure. She began realizing Zeke wasn't someone to mess with. Damn it, missing info, Zeke Draker is the youngest Blue Knight? No, absolutely not. Even if every branch in Atlas, no, even if the entire syndicate piled on, we couldn't possibly beat this guy. Unbothered by her train of thought, seeing the group calm down slightly, Zeke continued. Shall we change seats now, partner? Time quickly passed, shifting scenes to the office of the syndicate's Atlas branch manager. Unlike that warehouse, this was an immensely luxurious room. In Zeke's hands was a piece of paper that amused him slightly. A blood oath, huh, this really screams mage style. A blood oath was a form of covenant commonly used by mages to guarantee safety between parties. It simply required using blood as ink and signing your name. Simple, yet infinitely powerful. Once the covenant is activated, the other party's signature etches itself onto your arm. If one party harms the other, both lose their lives. Meanwhile, for indirect betrayal like hearing an assassin, the signature simply vanishes from the traitor's arm and a non-violence curse befalls them, leaving them at a massive disadvantage. Shifting back to the red-haired woman, still seemingly annoyed, she deliberately nagged. Since you understand it well, hurry up and sign. I need some sort of safeguard for my own safety too. Who knows when you might decide to take me out? Facing those words, Zeke didn't hesitate, taking out a dagger and lightly slicing across his wrist. To draw blood and sign straight onto the paper without a single second of hesitation. Zeke remarked, as long as it earns your trust, I'll sign as many copies as you want. Once the signature was completed, a red magic circle materialized right above his head. Next, this magic circle transformed into a stream of light, flying toward the arms of both Zeke and Kay, ultimately manifesting as their signatures. Seeing it appear, Zeke casually settled into the sofa as if it were his own living room and continued, "Now I'm officially your partner. So let's resume our previous conversation. The cargo you're moving with your ghost ship is Mekin Soma, right?" The red-haired woman could only rub her head in frustration and complain to him. "I have no idea how you found out about my ship. But yes, I'm distributing Mekin Soma." Speaking of Soma, it was a magical drug banned from cultivation and consumption in most kingdoms. But in the southern reaches of the continent, which had devolved into a lawless zone after the kingdom collapsed from civil war, it served as a colossal source of revenue. On this side, Zeke spoke with an earnest tone. "Is it because of the kill-on-sight decree recently issued by the Transcendental family?" Kay pulled out a cigarette, delicately placing it between her plump lips as she shrugged. "That's right. Even Mekin wouldn't be foolish enough to cross a Transcendental family. The only overland route connecting the central continent to the south is the desert region controlled by the Ishtar Transcendental family. But a few years ago, Ishtar suddenly slammed shut all its borders, banning outsiders from entering. Just like that, communication with the south was completely cut off." Hearing that, Zeke chimed in, "The land route is blocked and the sea route is controlled by Pavla. That's why you had to borrow syndicate transport routes, am I right?" Kay replied. well, you pay a high price to us that makes you a valued customer. To clarify further, Mekin and Pavla were two major criminal organizations sharing control over the lawless south, using the central jungles as their dividing line. The north belonged to Mekin, while the south belonged to Pavla. Mekin profited from transporting Soma overland, but because they monopolized the pathway, Pavla had no choice but to shift to maritime routes. Then, when Ishtar closed its borders, Mekin lost its land route and rushed to find maritime access. But by then, Pavla had already seized it. Turning back to Kay, she curiously asked a question. By the way, how on earth did you know about my ghost ship? Her question prompted Zeke to pause and think for a moment. The Syndicate's ghost ship was Kay's brainchild, enveloping the entire vessel in invisibility magic. That way, it could evade both pirates and the Navy. It had become the Syndicate's most vital financial lifeline, kept so strictly classified it had never leaked to the outside world. Naturally, he couldn't tell her that she was the one who leaked it in his past life. Zeke smirked teasingly, an intelligence broker asking about sources. Now's not the time to dwell on that. Shouldn't you focus on Pavla's offer first? That's right, Pavla did approach me recently. They said they'd pay double provided I cut ties with Mekin. The higher-ups are still debating it. Before she could finish her sentence, Zeke advised, turn it down. Don't think that's just some ploy by Pavla to keep Mekin in check. If you guys concede, Mekin will lose its means of smuggling Soma. But what if Pavla turns out to be none other than the pirates wiped out by the Silver Knights? Although she didn't know who the Silver Knights Zeke mentioned were, just hearing this info made Kay's face turn slightly pale. She exclaimed in rebuttal, absurd, Pavla respects rules completely unlike those bloodthirsty plundering pirates. Explaining this, Zeke shrugged nonchalantly, that's just the image they project to outsiders. Pavla's true goal is to seize the single secret maritime route they haven't been able to trace, the Syndicate's route. Unlike Mekin, who preserves ships for long-term profit, the moment Pavla discovers the true identity of the ghost ship, they'll immediately move in to hijack it. Over here, the more Kay listened to Zeke, the paler her face grew. She stammered, but Pavla and the southern pirates are treated as two entirely separate entities. How could you possibly? Before she could finish her sentence, Zeke slammed his hand on the table and yelled, hey Kay, first you need to pay for the info I just provided, right? What I want is simple. Help me establish a connection with Mekin's big boss. Heck, if you pull it off, I'll make you the new overlord of the Syndicate. Zeke's proposal made the red-haired woman's body give a slight jolt. Time quickly passed until evening, at which point Zeke was wandering down a street. He thought to himself, even though Kay has a pretty strong intelligence network, it's still not enough. Before regressing, the fastest way to seize the Syndicate's intelligence network was to pacify the entire southern continent and swallow up its power. Just you wait, heck. The small spark I just kindled will soon turn into a hellfire burning down your entire empire. A few Academy Knights walked back and forth, sunbathing in the Academy courtyard on the grounds of the Valhalla Knight training facility. Zeke looked up at the sky, his hands tucked into his pants pockets. The atmosphere here was indeed much freer than places like the training cradle or the academy. He wandered around, looking about, recalling that the headmaster had said he only needed to wait a moment for an instructor to come meet him. A mocking tone drifted over from behind, catching Zeke's attention. As soon as he turned his head, he saw a dark-skinned man stepping forward asking, could you be the Zeke the headmaster mentioned? The other man, who had a tattoo circling his left eye, eagerly reached out his hand toward him. Zeke pouted, his hands still tucked in his pockets, completely ignoring the outstretched arm in front of him, leaving the other man awkward. He winked, walked over and patted his shoulder, saying, our buddy Zeke here is probably not shaking that academy vibe anytime soon, huh? Zeke coldly brushed off the hand resting on his shoulder, asking, are you the instructor the headmaster sent? The other man didn't look angry, looking around constantly. He mocked his tone. Are you the instructor the headmaster sent? Why are you using such a tense voice? He flashed mocking hand signs saying, don't put your quills up like a hedgehog, peace, let's walk together in peace. Just like you said, I'm the one personally assigned by the headmaster to show you around every nook and cranny of Valhalla. While Zeke looked up, silently evaluating him, he doesn't stop talking for even a second before the other man continued. Almost forgot to introduce myself. The name he dropped made Zeke freeze, his pupils contracting as he said, I'm Diego. The other man kept making hand signs, opening his mouth to reveal a gleaming silver piercing on his tongue. A propagator of new age music blending medieval melodies with traditional southern rhythms. That's me, Diego Villa, looking forward to your help, bro. Zeke spun around saying, yeah, looking forward to it, Diego. He trotted along behind. Oh, the atmosphere suddenly softened up, huh, Zeke bro? While Zeke walked straight ahead without a care, you're just imagining things. Zeke rolled his eyes, glancing at the guy chatting endlessly beside him, silently assessing the rhythm knight, Diego Villa. To think I'd get the chance to meet a talent who would later be called one of the 5-Star Knights. The 5-Star Knights was the title given to the 5 knights who made monumental contributions in the Continental War before his regression. The Silent Knight, Bishop Castique, the arena knight Jeffrick Salma, the phantom knight Astarellidopo, a petite girl with short cropped hair and a slender blade, the lightning knight Riene Draker, and the dark-skinned boy with facial tattoos, the rhythm knight Diego Villa. Zeke rolled his eyes looking up at the sky. Come to think of it, there's a rumor that all the 5-star knights originated from Valhalla. I'll have to verify if that rumor is true. He silently assessed the situation. If things went smoothly, he might quickly expand his influence while Diego trailed right beside him, chattering endlessly. Walking around so much makes me hungry. Wanna try some southern dishes, bro? I don't have very fond memories of those dishes. That's just because bro hasn't been to the right place yet over there. Zeke took a bite of a meat pie. His eyes widened in shock. This is seriously good, and Diego laughed heartily. Naturally, bro. His tone was boastful as he pointed to the steaming dishes on the table. Dishes made from shark dragon, a specialty found only in Valhalla. Even someone like me, originally from the south, has to admit it's top tier, which Zeke marveled at. Yeah, I admit it really is top tier, even better than native food. The other man asked with interest, have you ever been to the southern continent? And he vaguely replied, I'm just saying. After finishing eating, Zeke narrowed his eyes and asked, by the way, someone with a southern background like you, why did you end up all the way here in Valhalla? Diego stirred his cup of tea. That's a long story, but actually my mom and dad used to rule a small kingdom in the south. While Zeke wondered inwardly, a rhythm knight is actually southern royalty. A mental map of the continent flickered in his mind, connected by winding threads. The southern continent was originally an alliance of minor kingdoms revolving around the Cusco kingdom, and most of those kingdoms must have migrated toward the center when Cusco collapsed from civil war. Diego squinted his eyes with a smile, spinning the small spoon in his hand. In other words, I'm a noble prince. While the corners of Zeke's mouth twitched, rolling his eyes disdainfully, even though such a background doesn't mean much anymore, I never expected royalty to have someone who cares so little about losing face. Diego sighed glumly, however, because those stubborn old men insisted on preserving the royal family's traditional dual sword style. Someone with a natural talent for dual swords, got dumped all the way here in Valhalla. He flashed a bright smile, winking at Zeke. Instead of swinging a sword, I just want to play music. While Zeke's expression clearly showed helplessness, what about the people who placed their expectations on you? Diego's eyes sparkled like stars as he made a suggestion. How about you join the Southern Blended New Age Music Research Club too, bro? While Zeke pouted dejectedly, I'm not joining. The two of them currently appeared in a crowded large hall. Is it okay to just casually barge into a seniors class like this? You really haven't dropped that academy vibe yet. Valhalla is a free place. As long as it helps with learning, anything is permitted. Diego's slanted eyes curved in amusement. As long as bro wants to learn, you can go into any class. Besides, today's not a normal class, bro. Rumor has it something extremely grand is waiting. While Zeke sighed wearily as he looked at him, this guy really doesn't know what it means for his mouth to get tired. Whispering around them inadvertently caught his attention. Is that him? Yeah, definitely. Everyone in the lecture hall stared intently toward him and Diego, whispering in low voices. The one who just joined Valhalla as the youngest trainee, Zeke Draker. Heard he's direct bloodline, right? And a genius who even defeated an instructor. That certain rhythm knight put on a bewildered expression. What bro is a Draker? While Zeke hunched over in a brusque tone. What? Zeke frowned, raising the back of his black-gloved hand prominent with a golden dragon symbol and two swords crossing each other. Then what did you think this was the whole time? While Diego looked even more wrinkled than him, wondering, what is what? He blew his fuse, his face turning pale. Idle, you idiot, these are pureblood gloves, the symbol of a pureblood awakener from the Draker family. Which shocked the other man. What? His eyes spun and his body swayed. What the hell? You didn't even take them off while eating. I just thought it was some cool concept. Oh god, turns out those are pureblood gloves. I had absolutely no idea. Zeke sneered, propping his chin up to watch the other man with amusement. You've made it all the way to Valhalla and still can't tell pureblood gloves apart. Diego stared in dizzy astonishment, his pupils darting back and forth while still not forgetting to make hand signs, as Zeke laughed silently. Well, in front of a pureblood awakener, that reaction is only natural. Now it's probably a bit quieter. Suddenly he burst out laughing as if enlightened. No wonder you were acting all high and mighty earlier, so that was the reason. Zeke gritted his teeth with a forced laugh, rolling his eyes irritably. This guy. Diego threw an arm around his shoulder even more gleefully. If you're a Draker, bro should be treating me to a meal, right? Just kidding, just kidding. While Zeke suddenly got weighed down, his mouth twitching. I thought he'd tone it down, but he's even more pumped than before. The man on the podium clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. He had a robust physique and an authoritative voice. Everyone pay attention. All the members in the lecture hall simultaneously fell silent, turning their eyes toward him. Zeke pressed his lips together, marveling inwardly. No wonder there are so many people. Turns out today's special lecture is hosted by the headmaster himself. The solemn voice boomed through the speakers. Just looking at the number of students is enough to see how much everyone is looking forward to this lecture. While Diego covered his face with a notebook, turning to whisper, hey bro, how's the lyrics for this track? The rhyme scheme is amazing, right? And Zeke seriously refused. If you invited me to a lecture, at least pretend to pay attention. The headmaster continued, all right, skipping the cumbersome intro, I'll introduce him right now. and upon his introduction, a figure stepped forward from the back of the lecture hall. A very special guest whom we had a hard time inviting, the Black Knight of the Draker family, has returned. Zeke observed intently, his eyes widening with interest. He's back in the Four Seasons city. Could he be starting to make a comeback in the Jianghu as well? The red-haired man with a robust physique rubbed the back of his neck shyly and waved to everyone. Duke Draker. The students in the lecture hall couldn't help whispering among themselves, "Isn't that the Gale Knight, Duke Draker? Is he that Black Knight who disappeared without a trace?" Lately there were rumors of him being seen around the Four Seasons city. Looks like it's true. Duke placed his hands on the wooden podium, adjusted the mic, and began his speech. "I've been away from the front lines for a long time, yet you all still remember me. It's a great honor." All the students listened to him with delight. "I hope this morning will be very rewarding for all of you, and now I, Duke Draker, will tell you the journey of how I went from an ordinary class student of the academy to becoming a Black Knight." Wait, what? I never expected him to be such an engaging speaker. He chattered away, recounting everything he had been through. The story was so long that the students in the lecture hall were exhausted, nearly collapsing onto their desks. Zeke watched the flush-cheeked, radiantly smiling man speaking on the podium and marveled. He's been bragging about himself for 2 whole hours now. Who knows when he'll finally finish? He continued his speech. "I told you, think about it again, and yet Arthur." Before he could finish, the headmaster rushed over, snatched the mic, and shoved him aside. "Yes, although it's a bit unfortunate for the students listening attentively, time is up." "Good grief, headmaster." He said his final words before letting go of the podium mic. "The second speaker is someone everyone knows, so I won't need a lengthy introduction. Despite being very busy in the position of Guardian Knight, that person still made time to come here today." Zeke's pupils suddenly contracted. The Draker family divided knight ranks into 4 tiers: Junior Knight, Intermediate Knight, Senior Knight, and Guardian Knight. The hierarchy was arranged like a 4-tier pyramid, in which the Guardian Knight was the highest rank, holding a voice equal to the clan's council of elders. Restless, he leaned forward to monitor the situation. Because of that, the number of Guardian Knights is fewer than 10. Looks like the second speaker is also a heavy hitter. The headmaster cast a glance. He clenched his hands anxiously as the clock hands ticked by slowly. Long platinum hair shone brilliantly when hit by the light. Iron high heels clicked against the inlaid stone floor with every step. Zeke propped his chin on his hand to watch. He glanced over in assessment. Platinum hair and completely white full armor, truly eye-catching, but I still can't guess who it is. The people around him started whispering endlessly again. How lucky to come to Valhalla. Seriously. A sentence of theirs suddenly shocked him. To think we'd have the chance to see the Silver Knight in real life. He whipped his head around to look. What? Long platinum hair cascading down, so that person is. The other person smiled faintly, raising a hand to rub the back of their neck as the messy hair parted to reveal narrow eyes with mint green pupils. The eldest child of the Draker family, the Silver Knight, Carly Draker. Port city of Asen, the center of maritime trade in the heart of the continent, Asen, Republic of Dorda. Today, Asen is a city with geographic value so superior that it can control trade routes not only with the trading Republic of Dorda, but also the southern continent and even trade routes to the eastern continent. The eastern continent. Yet, just over 10 years ago, the situation was completely different. At that time, Asen had been seized by southern pirates, turning into a lawless land where all kinds of crimes ran rampant. Right after becoming an official knight of the family, Carly Draker began a campaign to eradicate the pirates. And by the 5th year since she started her sweep, not a single pirate appeared in Asen anymore. Since then, under the protection of Carly Draker, Asen was revived and rose to become the largest port city in the region, while the surviving pirates had to retreat to the south of Dorda, hiding out in the Dead Sea. Thanks to the feat of reclaiming Asen, Carly was appointed the youngest Guardian Knight in history, a grand achievement that even Abel, who once held everything in his hands before regressing, had never attained. Carly stood proudly before all the students in the lecture hall. Zeke was momentarily stunned. I thought it was some heavy hitter, but I never expected the person who showed up to be my eldest sister. He stared intently at his older sister standing before the podium. Furthermore, a direct family member who was directly clashing with Abel Draker in the war for succession. Zeke propped his chin up, muttering incessantly in his heart. The fact that I didn't recognize her face is also understandable, because before I regressed, Carly Draker had. Carly closed her eyes and took a breath. Her fingers tapped against the wooden podium. An authoritative voice shouted out, "Order." The bunch of students in the lecture hall couldn't help trembling in fear. Zeke propped his chin on his hand, glancing over at Diego shaking violently beside him. Everyone was so excited just a moment ago. For someone holding the status of a Guardian Knight to shout and holler like that, what kind of decency is left? Carly cleared her throat. Even though the instructor has entered the class, the atmosphere and attitude haven't softened up at all. Valhalla, where I once graduated, was absolutely not chaotic like this. If our predecessors saw today's scene, they'd surely shake their heads in disgust. Every steely word struck like a psychological blow, crashing down on the students, making them fall silent. Do you think the peace you are enjoying fell from the sky? No, it's an achievement traded with the blood and sweat of our ancestors. She said sternly, if you only understand with your reason, it means nothing. Only when you act does that understanding truly have value. As Zeke narrowed his eyes helplessly looking at his sister, so that's how it is. Carly slammed her hand irritably onto the wooden podium. Only by going through bone-piercing hardship and strict training can you truly deserve to be a real knight. As he marveled, talk about a chatterbox. After stepping out of the lecture hall, the students couldn't help gossiping. That was truly terrifying. I told you, suddenly I miss Lord Duke's lectures. While Zeke rolled his eyes, hands tucked in his pockets, swaggering away. Actually, her advice isn't bad, it's just that these childish students can't digest it. He squinted his eyes anyway, that guy Diego. The image of that certain rhythm knight with sparkling eyes irresponsibly waving goodbye flashed through his mind. Sorry, bro, 5 hours immersed in composing has fanned the flames of art in my soul. And I've introduced you to quite a few things about Valhalla, so I'll be taking my leave first. As Zeke cursed inwardly, he really just ditched me like that. Zeke pouted, on second thought maybe it's for the best. From now on I'll be busy recruiting talent and adapting to life in Valhalla anyway. While I still have free time like this, perhaps I should take the opportunity to check out Terrakin's secure archive. Thinking is doing, he just walked straight off. Well then, let's go find it right away. Having his name called out made him freeze. Zeke Draker. Carly stepped up from behind and spoke, can you spare a moment? The two of them stood facing each other in Valhalla's general training arena. Carly's sword was drawn from its scabbard, cutting a slash through the air. Zeke's pupils dilated wide. He closely observed her blade. Could that be the mithril sword granted by the Holy Kingdom? Originally, the Holy Kingdom lay right next to Aeson and had suffered headaches from rampaging pirates. But after the pirate extermination campaign, the Holy Kingdom was somewhat relieved, and to express their gratitude, they gifted 100% pure mithril armor and a sword to Kali. Her title of Silver Knight also originated from her appearance clad in that battle armor. The other person spoke while Zeke calmly rotated his elbow. I hope you won't hide your strength. He bent over, doing light stretches, thought it was nothing. Who'd expect a blunt challenge like this? Looks like she's also heard rumors about me reaching the blue color realm through my activation of sword aura. A massive sword nearly as tall as his entire body was slammed down hard onto the floor. Zeke lightly stroked the hilt of the sword. The sharp blade swept rapidly across the space, leaving only afterimages. You want me to display my true strength? He dropped to one knee as his sword flared with a ferocious dark blue flame. Then I apologize for I cannot grant your wish. Zeke narrowed his eyes, silently assessing inwardly. Not just her, there are probably a bunch of people curious about my true strength. What benefit is there in just showing everything off to her? Chains surrounded the area, with the heavy sword stabbed down like a suppressing formation. The foundation of the Draker house is the law of the strong devouring the weak. Reaching the blue color realm at just 15 years old was already an unprecedented achievement. If I expose my true strength as the crimson color realm, Siemens, the one fighting directly against me in the succession struggle, will surely find every way to eliminate me, while the head of the family will try to bind me under his control. If I have to lay my cards on the table, it must be after I surpass even the family head. A bleak, cold atmosphere enveloped the two of them. What I need right now is just the title of descendant of a transcendent family. Don't expect me to obediently let the people in the family do whatever they want with me. The two of them rushed forward simultaneously. Their blades collided, causing sparks to burst out crackling. Carly used force to slash horizontally across his sword. She closed in, pinning Zeke's sword straight down to the ground with a single strike. Her blade flashed upward rapidly, startling him. The sharp blade swept past his eye, sending blood splashing all around as a notification rang out. Administrator request confirmed, temporarily halting the continuous activation of class skill. Healing element. Zeke's eyes darkened with murderous intent. The opponent is a guardian knight. The possibility of her recognizing the healing element is entirely real. He recalled the red-haired guy's eyes looking at him and his arrogant words. How come he recovered lightning fast? As Zeke's pupils dilated, I won't repeat the same mistake as with Duke. The two of them exchanged blows continuously, one parrying and one blocking. Zeke sprung up into midair. The corners of his eyes slanted up as he dove downward. Carly swung her sword at the same time, the shockwave from the strike generating a ferocious tsunami-like blast of air that enveloped Zeke. He glanced down, one of his shoulders already injured with blood splashing backward as expected of the crimson color realm. Limiting my power to the blue color realm while trying to counterattack is definitely no easy task. Carly exerted force, causing the ground beneath her feet to crack and shatter as well. With a flying leap, she soared right above Zeke's head. Both of them swayed in midair simultaneously as Carly raised her sword into an attacking stance. A mercilessly cold slash swept past swiftly like the wind. Zeke narrowed his eyes, holding his sword up in front of his chest to block the incoming holy sword. A cold current rushed over, pressure surging violently to create a massive explosion. Pitch-black dust and smoke billowed thickly across the arena. Their two swords were still grinding directly against each other. With an ordinary sword, it would have already broken in half. Carly narrowed one eye, giving a disdainful compliment. Your swordsmanship is excellent. Zeke sneered, gritting his teeth and exerting all his strength to block her sword. A flash of light erupted when their swords clashed once again. Zeke backflipped away. The spot where the two of them had been fighting was already shattered and ruined. Covered in grime from head to toe, he casually wiped across his face with his hand. It's truly reckless to face a Crimson Iron Knight head-on while still suppressing my aura at the blue color realm. Her words made Zeke raise one eyebrow in question. His gaze darkened. I forgot. Carly swept her leg, lowering her body and swinging her sword backward. Even before earning the name Silver Knight, Carly Draker was famous by another moniker, the mighty sword, because the aura sword she swung was no different from the blade of a giant. Her sword slashed horizontally across his shoulder, causing Zeke's body to ache with agony as he coughed up blood. The stone ground of the arena all around shattered, the impact so powerful that dust and smoke billowed blindingly. The black smoke gradually cleared, revealing the massive sword planted in the ground. An invisible shockwave with immense pressure blasted out all around, dense and mixed within the hazy smoke. Carly frowned. I overdid it. Suddenly her pupils dilated wide. Smoke rolled up into the air. Covered in wounds all over his body, Zeke staggered out from the debris. He leaned against the wall, but all things considered, this performance wasn't half bad. Sneering, Zeke wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and muttered, well, are you satisfied with this? Amidst the ruins and debris, plumes of dust and smoke rose into the air. Carly stood amid the smoke and dust, retracting her blade as she spoke. Truly magnificent, Zeke. She looked over at Zeke, who was trembling as he stood before her, and praised, you actually blocked that sword strike. You far exceeded my expectations. Suddenly, Carly knitted her brows and took a deep breath. Looking ahead with hesitation, she said, Zeke Draker, to be honest, there is something I'd like to discuss with you. But Zeke had already reached his limit. He collapsed straight to the ground, taking her completely by surprise. Panicking, Carly rushed over to his side and cried out anxiously, Zeke, are you all right? Supporting Zeke's body, she observed his condition and thought to herself, his internal injuries are severe. Could it be that he overextended his aura? With that thought, Carly immediately reached into her waist pouch. She pulled out a vial of divine potion and popped the cork off with her thumb. Pouring it slowly into Zeke's mouth, she tried to reassure him, this is top-grade restorative potion from the family, drink slowly, don't rush. After swallowing the potion, a red glow emanated from his entire body, and his complexion instantly flushed with health. Suddenly, the system notification rang out, administrator request confirmed, activating the healing class skill in permanent passive mode. After observing for a bit, this should go completely unnoticed, right? Lying there, Zeke pondered his situation, pausing and then reactivating the healing element. It was all just an act. Right down to suppressing his power just enough to look like he had barely reached the Azure Realm, and even when that greatsword came hurtling at him. Instead of blocking it, he had intentionally used minimal defense to get caught up in the slash. For some strange reason, right before the blow landed, a bizarre void had opened up, thanks to which everything else went smoothly. Next came taking Kali's aura into his body, which inherently couldn't channel aura, naturally creating internal injuries. That way, Kali would completely believe he knew how to use aura, and would rationalize the internal injuries as a result of power overload. Finishing his thoughts, Zeke pushed himself up into a sitting position, and Kali, sitting nearby, anxiously asked, do you feel better now? He offered a calculated smile in response and replied, yes, thanks to you, thank you so much, Kali. Seeing that Zeke was doing better, she nodded and stood up. Then, extending a hand, she said, just call me big sister to keep things comfortable, Zeke. In a secluded alley on the outskirts of Atlas, a carriage stopped on the street. Inside the carriage, Kali walked over, handed him a cup of tea, and spoke, I heard you like tea, so I prepared some. It's a variety shipped all the way from the eastern continent. I hope it suits your taste. Zeke, flustered and grateful, replied, oh yes, thank you. An image flashed through his mind as he quietly recalled, even the head of the family said something similar. Just how far has the rumor of my love for tea spread? Looking out at the city outside, Zeke wondered, is this really the inside of a carriage? Looking at the exterior, nobody would ever imagine it looks like this on the inside, and Kali quickly explained, it's camouflage magic. The carriage of an elite bodyguard knight tends to draw too much attention. Hearing this, he thought to himself, she dragged me to the dojo just moments ago, and now she's whisking me out of the city in this carriage, before lifting the teacup in his hand and asking, I suppose you have something so sensitive to discuss that you couldn't let anyone else overhear. The moment Kali uttered the name, the massacre knight, Abel Draker, Zeke and the cup in his hand froze. As the image of that man surfaced in his mind, her resolute voice rang out clearly, I need your help to stop him. Kali gazed at him with an unwavering, serious expression as she pleaded. Puzzled, Zeke asked back, what did you just say? Isn't Lord Abel the second young master of the Draker family? Lowering her gaze to her teacup, she said, I apologize for being so abrupt. I'll explain everything step by step. Taking a sip of his tea, he listened as Kali's steady voice continued. Right now, Abel is acting against the oath of neutrality, one of the most sacred rules of the family. That oath forbids any involvement in conflicts between nations. And yet, he is standing with the Empire and meddling directly in the war between the Roman Empire and Alencia. Setting his teacup down on the table, Zeke thought, Abel has made his move this early. Then he spoke aloud, does the Council of Four still have no idea about this? Kali quickly answered, no, they know, but they're turning a blind eye. She recounted with a grave expression, the Council of Four is currently fractured. Some members of the Elder Council have already sided with the Empire and thrown their support behind Abel, prompting Zeke to wonder, you mean the Elders have all been manipulated? Kali immediately replied, a few still maintain their neutrality. And hearing this, he continued, even a conservative Elder Council like that isn't raising objections and is merely staying neutral. Then it's only a matter of time before they're completely subdued, and she nodded in agreement, yes, that assessment is accurate. She then added, we are currently investigating what methods he used, but we can't just sit around waiting for concrete proof. If we leave Abel to do as he pleases, war will break out soon enough, and that is inevitable, causing Zeke to furrow his brow and marvel inwardly. His prediction was completely spot on. Old memories rushed back and he recalled, it has been 3 years since my regression, and in 7 more years when Draker falls into Abel's hands and he joins hands with the Roman Empire, a full-scale war will swallow the entire continent. The number of dead and wounded would be countless, the sky scorched black and the earth dyed red with blood and ash. Kali continued, and that is why I've made up my mind. Extending her hand with eyes full of fierce determination, she emphasized, we must build a force strong enough to stop Abel. Kali explained the current situation. Right now, Abel is gradually taking control of the upper echelons of the Draker family, believing that if he controls the leadership, everyone beneath them will naturally submit. But a true knight never yields to mere power. They only bow before ideals and justice. Concluding her thoughts, she said, therefore, I will act upon my beliefs and gather the commoner knights who are the true core of the Council of Four to rise up for our ideals. However, I won't force you to take my side. You are young and a pure-blood awakened one with a bright future and countless paths ahead of you. Taking a sip of his tea, Zeke pondered with a thoughtful gaze. Now I finally understand the true nature of Kali Draker. He quietly observed and evaluated her, a person possessing an iron will yet soft enough to bow for the sake of justice, an upright and pure soul. Zeke recalled the earlier clash, that opening in the greatsword slash earlier. Could it be that she was worried about me? It was as if Kali possessed two completely contradictory sides. She wore a tough, righteous exterior true to the Draker bloodline, but deep down she was unbelievably soft-hearted. Lifting her teacup, she continued, if things fall apart we could be branded as traitors, which is why I told you to think carefully, and he replied with appreciation, thank you for worrying about me, while the hooves of the horses outside continued to clatter rhythmically. Inside the carriage, an oppressive tension blanketed the air. Zeke's voice rang out clearly, but I've already made up my decision. Kali listened intently to his confession. Though I am young and lacking in many ways, please allow me to stand by your side and support your knightly ideals. Hearing this, the corners of her lips curved upward slightly, and she said cheerfully, thank you, Zeke. Shortly after, Zeke arrived at the Valhalla Research District, walking while looking at the system interface in front of him and thinking, even in my past life, I always kept up with the family's latest news through K, but I never imagined the rot had begun even before the Great War broke out. Reminiscing, he had long intended to leave the Draker family in his past life, aiming to escape Abel's suppression and secretly build his own force to prepare for the Continental War. But now, having someone who shared the exact same ideals, he no longer had any reason to leave. Zeke resumed his steady stride, sinking deep into thought. On the contrary, this is an ideal opportunity. Staying within the family allows me to monitor Abel's movements more easily. And by using Kali as a shield, the suspicious eyes directed at me will also soften somewhat. But the prerequisite for all of this is becoming an official knight and shifting public opinion in Kali's favor. She and he were balancing on the same scale. Although Kali was the eldest daughter and an elite bodyguard knight, because she wasn't a pure-blood awakened one or part of the ruling lineage, she had failed to counter Abel's influence in her past life and ultimately failed to reform the Draker family. But if he, a pure-blood awakened one, became an official knight and declared his support for Kali, he might just be able to tip the scales of public opinion currently leaning toward Abel. Thinking this far, he let out an annoyed huff and thought, and that's precisely why I have to go through with that ridiculous night exam. Glancing at the map on the screen, Zeke muttered, anyway, I seem to be almost there. Arriving at the Central Grand Library in the Valhalla Research District and looking at the antique building before him, Zeke figured, my main goal is right here inside Valhalla, hidden within Terrakin's top-secret archives. Stepping inside, a warm atmosphere enveloped the entire interior. The system announced, you have arrived at the secured archive, and Zeke looked around for a moment before asking himself, right here. Disappointed, he ran his hand over the books and muttered, how disappointing. It's no better than a messy warehouse. It's just full of useless ancient books with no real value. Clearly, this is the location marked by the system. I actually thought something insane like Bahamut's heart or a dragon's fang would be hidden here. Thinking this, Zeke touched the back of his neck and asked with frustration, damn it, was this all a waste of time? Suddenly, his foot stepped on some kind of switch and the system immediately chimed, data update point detected. A flash of light instantly burst forth, making Zeke jump in startle. Gazing ahead, he stared blankly and asked, what the hell? A system notification caught his attention, currently linking and synchronizing with the secured archive of another administrator, Terrakin Draker, which prompted him to think, another administrator? Does that mean Terrakin used the system just like me? Looking at the bookshelf that had just materialized before him, Zeke mumbled, if this is a bookshelf that only responds to system interference, it's no wonder nobody else has found it until now. Suddenly, system notifications rang out one after another. Information from the secured archive of Terrakin Draker has been linked and synchronized with the system of Administrator Zeke Draker. From now on, you can access Terrakin's secured data at any time through the system. And to make searching and exporting more convenient, the system suggests the following new category. 1 is Operational Emotions of an Organization, 2 is Dragon Slaying Guide version 5.21, 3 is Reference Materials, and 4 is a collection of growth-supporting maxims, leading him to sigh and remark, I'll deal with those messy categories later. A quick glance at the titles shows nothing particularly special. Zeke immediately issued a command, "System, find me the best growth scroll right now," and the system quickly complied and reported, "Administrator request confirmed. A document best suited to the administrator's request has been found." Spotting a glowing book in the corner of the shelf, he exclaimed, "Oh, there it is." Holding the ancient book in his hands, Zeke read its title, "The Secret Dragon-Slaying Technique." Flipping through the pages, he remarked, "I've never heard of this technique before, let's see, the author is." As he read, Zeke's expression instantly changed, his eyes widening in shock. The author of the book was none other than Shatten Draker, the closest confidant of the hero King Kaishir. A drop of sweat trickled down Zeke's forehead, his jaw dropping in sheer disbelief. Moonlight filtered into an ancient room from outside. Inside the room, light spilled from a crack in the door before the dragon-slaying sword technique was passed down. I, Shatten Draker, wish to recount the reason why I set out to create the dragon-slaying sword technique. The karmic bond between dragons and humanity began with the great hero King. Thanks to him, despite their weakness, humans were able to forge pacts with dragons, the supreme beings. And yet, dragons do not help humanity out of any noble reasons. They merely pity humans because compared to all other races, humans are forever weak and lacking in every aspect. From that point on, the number of pact makers grew at a rapid pace, and centering around them, an independent civilization blossomed across the continent. But that very rapid growth filled me with unceasing unease. I fear dragons. If a transcendent species like them helps humanity merely out of pity, then they can also turn on us at any moment and annihilate mankind with ease. And if that fear were to ever become reality, then humanity would undoubtedly perish overnight without even a chance to resist. Because of this, I began searching for a way to fight back against dragons. The very first thing I thought of was magic. But magic was the initial gift bestowed upon humanity by dragons. Human hearts naturally cannot generate mana, and it was dragons who carved magic circles into human hearts to allow us to use magic. Therefore, trying to use magic to fight dragons is essentially using the dragon's own power against them, which is utterly absurd. The next thing I thought of was the Hero King's elemental sword, a power fierce enough to make even dragons cower, but that power is bestowed only upon those carrying the bloodline of the Elf King. Therefore, I poured all my effort into discovering a completely new source of power belonging solely to humans, trying everything to surpass human limits, from primitive northern swordsmanship to mysterious Eastern arts. Ironically, the person who helped me most enthusiastically in this research journey was none other than Kronos, the Hero King's dragon pact holder. When asked why, Kronos merely replied that he was doing it for fun, but in his eyes I saw that it wasn't just a joke but a profound determination. The research dragged on, and finally Kronos and I discovered a new source of power called aura, neither an element nor mana, but a power that only humans can unlock and utilize. Having found that clue, after the Hero King passed away, I continued to pour my heart into researching aura, and before long that research bore fruit. I systematized all knowledge regarding aura, from its concepts and application methods to the swordsmanship utilizing it. I then compiled it into the secret dragon-slaying technique and sent it to various kingdoms. And yet, in a world where people could easily grow strong simply by using artifacts bestowed by dragons, the dragon-slaying sword technique, a swordsmanship demanding grueling discipline through one's own effort, received no attention whatsoever, though fortunately up to the moment I write these lines, the fear of dragons betraying humanity has yet to come to pass. But I am certain that one day this swordsmanship will undoubtedly become necessary. Standing before the large bookshelf, Zeke continued reading aloud, "If anyone manages to find this secret tome, I hope that on that day you will understand my earnest wish and devote yourself to mastering it." Right at that moment, a system window popped up and caught his attention. Achievement quest displayed. The successor of Shatten, comprehend the dragon-slaying sword technique of Sword Saint Shatten Draker. Time limit: 3 months. Reward: the coordinates of the kingdom of Kronos' treasury, prompting Zeke to ask himself. It pops up right after I finish reading it. He smiled with amusement, putting the book back with his other hand. The treasury of the kingdom of Kronos must be filled with artifacts far exceeding anything I've seen so far. Saying this, Zeke touched his chin in calculation. The problem is the 3-month time limit. Does that mean it's even harder to learn than the elemental sword? Looks like for the near future, I'll have to focus entirely on mastering the dragon-slaying sword technique. Leaning on his hand, he muttered, but then again, Shatten was right in the end. Envisioning the historical moment, Zeke thought to herself, though it's unclear how much time has passed since the Hero King's era, everything has unfolded precisely as he feared, and the consequence of it all is the War of Liberation. With that thought, he looked up and asked, "System, is there any other useful information in the top-secret library like Tarakan's diary, for example?" The system immediately chimed, "Administrator request confirmed. A document matching the request has been found." Playing back the magic visual record of Tarakan's diary, the notification vanished and the space around Zeke abruptly shifted, leaving him stunned. Gazing around with utmost vigilance, Zeke realized, the space around me is changing along with my movement. It's identical to the tutorial when everything suddenly deformed. A block of rings exploded right after. Zeke was transported to an unfamiliar place consisting entirely of wasteland, and he wondered, where is this? Channeling his power, his eyes flashed with sparks as he thought, it seems like a space created by the system. Suddenly, a beam of light struck downward, reflecting Zeke's silhouette. He gently lifted his foot. Releasing a surge of energy, he assumed a defensive stance against a monster suddenly erupting from the ground. Suddenly, the system rang out, activating the tenacity of will-class skill, and Zeke turned pale with a wry smile, marveling inwardly. It feels so real, just like living in actual reality. That evil dragon appeared, sending dirt and rocks flying in all directions. Seeing this, he marveled. No wonder it was called the peak of all creatures in the past, a dragon. A voice rang out, startling Zeke Bahamut. Looking up at the massive evil dragon before him, he understood, so that's how it is, he is the evil dragon Bahamut. A figure approaching from behind caught Zeke's attention, and furthermore, he let out a drop of sweat, glancing sideways at the figure as he thought, someone whose presence I couldn't sense at all until he spoke right behind my back. Staring at the blurred face, Zeke mentally evaluated, this guy is a monster in a completely different sense compared to Bahamut. Suddenly the figure walked right through Zeke, startling him. He watched the figure warily, feeling a strange sensation. He just walked right through me. Could it be that this time I've truly just stepped into a memory recorded in the form of visual data? And right now, the scene unfolding before my eyes, recorded under the name Terrakin's Diary, could it be the legendary decisive battle between the dragon-slaying human Terrakin Draker and Bahamut? The evil dragon raised its claws high into the air. Terrakin simultaneously teleported to dodge it. Filled with excitement, Zeke watched everything eagerly and thought, it's starting. The legendary decisive battle that was only passed down as a myth is about to unfold right before my eyes. In the blink of an eye, the evil dragon slammed its foot down hard, sending earth and rocks flying everywhere. But Terrakin didn't budge an inch, staring expressionlessly ahead. The evil dragon closed in on him, its voice dripping with mockery. What are you still hesitating for, Terrakin? But he didn't answer, silently lowering his head before the evil dragon. It continued, how disappointing, the one I once chose to be my pact holder, prompting Zeke to freeze and ask himself what. Overwhelmed by confusion, his eyes widening in disbelief, Terrakin was Bahamut's pact holder, just like Kaishir and Kronos. If so, then the so-called legend of the dragon-slaying human Terrakin annihilating Bahamut couldn't possibly be. Suddenly his eyes widened in mild surprise. The surrounding scenery distorted, and screeching noises echoed continuously. Panicking, Zeke blurted out, why is this happening all of a sudden? Turning his head back toward them with annoyance, he thought, damn it, I can't hear what they're saying at all. Zeke then called out, system, isn't there any way to fix this? It quickly replied, unable to confirm administrator request, causing Zeke to grit his teeth as a bead of sweat rolled down. Suddenly a sound rang out, startling him. Zeke's face filled with killing intent as he turned his head toward the source of the noise. Then he immediately spotted a faint, hazy figure standing right behind him. Memories suddenly rushed back as Kaiser swung his legs and laughed aloud. What? A bound dragon actually harming its contractor? That is beyond ridiculous. He was entirely convinced that a dragon could never betray a human, and if there ever was any betrayal, it would solely come from the contractor's side. As soon as he finished speaking, the evil dragon radiated a frantic purple aura, its eyes widening as if it couldn't believe anything happening. Right after that, the evil dragon turned into purple dust and gradually vanished. Seeing this, Zeke's face suddenly turned pale, unable to believe his eyes as he thought, Bahamut's corpse is turning into ash and slowly dissolving. Dust rose into the air, leaving behind only Terrakin's silhouette. Something appeared and startled him, that a dark purple heart and black claws hovered amidst the red energy, and Zeke instantly recognized them. Bahamut's heart and claws, which he had acquired from the Dragonslayer sanctuary. He felt strange and wondered, wait, when a dragon dies, shouldn't it normally leave behind just a little bit before dissolving into ash? Zeke raised his own hand to examine it and thought, if pureblood armor is made from dragon skin, then Bahamut might just be a special case. Suddenly, the surrounding space vanished, leaving only a pitch-black void that left him puzzled. The scenery abruptly turned stark white, with intermittent black streaks drifting away. Returning to the room, Zeke asked in surprised wonder, does the video end here? He sat down on the floor, lowering his head in a gloomy sigh. I really don't understand what's going on. Glancing at his system board, he suddenly recalled, ever since I visited Valhalla's research district, I've linked the system with Terrakin's secure study, allowing me to check any records from anywhere. I immediately replayed Terrakin's journal, but it still glitched out right at the very end just like before, so there's no way to know what the two of them discussed at the final moment. Naturally, he hadn't gained anything, but thanks to reviewing the data in the secure study, he had discovered something new. That was the true dragon sword art being the original source of the Dragonslayer technique. Terrakin had simplified the true dragon sword art and reinvented it into Dragonslayer techniques to make them easier to learn. But because it was easier to learn, its destructive power also dropped significantly, to the point where that skill didn't even seem to deal heavy injuries to the true dragon species, hardly worthy of the name Dragonslayer technique at all. However, if combined with personal characteristics to create custom applications, it could still land effective blows, so despite losing raw power, it could still be regarded as a success in terms of practicality. Yet right now, what bothered him more than anything else was that the contents of Terrakin's journal differed vastly from the currently circulating legend of the Dragon Slayer. The Dragon Slayer legend known to the world today went like this. Terrakin defeated Bahamut, ushering in an era of peace and prosperity, a classic heroic tale that could be found in any era. On the surface, it didn't differ much from Terrakin's journal, but the fact that Terrakin and Bahamut were actually contract partners did not appear anywhere. No, this definitely wasn't just an omission. Shaking off his train of thought, Zeke carefully examined the piece of paper in his hand. The magical letters glowing upon it read, "Long time no see, old colleague. I don't know why you suddenly took an interest in ancient history, but as requested, I've investigated all the Dragon Slayer legends both inside and outside the continent, including rough drafts that were never translated into the common tongue. And just as predicted, the matter of humans and dragons forming contracts with each other, and legendary figures like Kaiser or Terrakin signing pacts with dragons, not a single book mentions it. But the strange thing is, as I investigated deeper, I realized all sources seemed to speak with the exact same tone as though it had been prearranged. And right when I intended to dig deeper, the noble Draker family personally sent a warning letter. Reading it, Zeke's complexion instantly changed. For that reason, our guild has decided to withdraw from this investigation, since clashing with the Draker family was entirely not part of the plan. Once finished, the letter immediately burst entirely into flames in midair. Tucking his hands into his pockets, he walked away amidst his thoughts. It's crystal clear now. The Draker family is censoring information regarding Terrakin. But for what reason? The prestige built by honoring and bringing the name of Terrakin, the pioneer of Dragon Slayers, out before the world, had helped establish the Draker House as one of the three major transcendental forces of the modern era. Yet the Draker family itself was controlling information related to Terrakin and Bahamut. Whatever the reason, this matter was clearly much deeper than he thought. Maybe he had missed something. He really had to search the security room once more. Thinking of this, Zeke pushed open the door and stepped inside. Glancing to the side, he called out, "System." Suddenly, Zeke's gaze turned filled with killing intent. He looked around, cautiously waiting to see what was unfolding. But everywhere was empty with nothing out of the ordinary, and he suddenly snapped to his senses. Striding down the corridor, Zeke sank into deep thought. Today is clearly Decker's day off and all staff members are absent. Duke and Andre also reported they'd arrive late due to a mission. So then who is that person? Thinking to this, he mentally commanded, "System, open the minimap for me." The system immediately chimed with a notification, "Administrator request confirmed." A map appeared before Zeke. He carefully examined it and thought, one inside, one outside. I've temporarily detected two targets. An image flashed through Zeke's mind. Could it be? A bead of sweat trickled down slightly as he wondered, did the predators from the Great Mountain Range track me all the way here? No, that's not right. Back there I didn't even use my greatsword, let alone Dragon Slayer techniques. Even if they are bloodhounds, they couldn't possibly trace me from that. Thinking as he shoved his hands into his pockets and walked up the stairs, so the important thing now isn't them, but rather who gave the order to target me. After weighing it over and over, the most likely possibility was, just as he thought, opening the room's door, a masked man was lying in ambush along the wall. Zeke acted as if he didn't know the guy existed and slammed the door shut. The masked man gradually revealed himself to observe. Suddenly, the window behind his back flew open, the moonlight outside casting Zeke's shadow, and he called out, "Did Abel send you?" Shocked to find himself discovered, the masked man abruptly turned his head toward the window. Zeke dropped to the floor, hands in his pockets, walking forward in thought. He found out about the alliance between me and Kali and sent an assassin. Viewed that way, everything matches up quite coincidentally. Pulling a dagger out of his coat pocket, he said, "Not wanting to answer is fine too." Afterward, a cry echoed throughout the room. Startled, the masked man whipped out his blade to block Zeke's unexpected attack. His long-scarred eyes widened in surprise as Zeke faced him, his eyes glowing brightly with killing intent as he spoke. "But when it comes to extracting information, I've got plenty of ways." From outside the house, the sound of clashing metal rang out continuously. The two of them fought, every blade contact sparking a flash of light. Zeke spun and twisted with versatile fluidity, launching consecutive attacks that left the other guy only able to parry. Whenever he landed a blow, the other blocked it. A stream of light erupted from the friction of their metals. The masked man swung his arm, batting Zeke far away, and the latter immediately spun, pressing his foot against the wall to gain momentum and land on his feet. Zeke stood upright, his whole body hanging loose as he quietly let out a long breath. His gaze burned with killing intent as he looked up, thinking inwardly, after fighting directly, I've managed to figure out his identity. The masked man's forehead was covered in sweat as he looked at Zeke warily, while Zeke silently assessed him. An appearance can be disguised, but in combat, swordplay is hard to hide. His vision then dropped to the dagger at the guy's waist. This is the distinctive short blade style of the Gorma kingdom in the northern continent. The assassins of Gorma are the strongest among the northern guards, distinguished by their use of curved short swords called kukris in combat. With superior skills, they are frequently hired at high prices in the central continent for special missions. Zeke turned his back to the masked man, swinging his sword backward and tilting his head in thought. Regardless if they're Gorma assassins, Abel probably didn't hire them since they don't accept assassination jobs that invite trouble. The knife he threw flew straight toward the masked man alongside his train of thought. Furthermore, this guy is defending way too much, which doesn't fit an assassin's usual style. I deliberately left openings during our clash, but he had no intention of stabbing straight through. He clearly could have reacted but deliberately held back, so then their objective isn't to eliminate me but to take me alive. Thinking this, a sound suddenly stirred outside the window. Zeke shot a gaze full of killing intent over there. Suddenly, a large bullet flew toward him in astonishment. The guy outside is finally making a move. He raised his knife and cleaved it in half, instantly realizing this is a tactic using sleeping agents to neutralize movement. Very quickly, a strange smoke emanated from that bullet. He frowned, coughing a few times to himself. Just as I guessed, the distinctive earthy smell of mandragora roots, the kind typically used to make sleeping potions. Suddenly, the arm Zeke was using to hold the dagger went limp. The knife quickly dropped to the ground, but everything was within Zeke's calculations as he thought to himself, fine then, let's see who wins this game. Right at this moment, the system chimed with a notification, mandragora root component detected, activating skill, immunity to all poisons. Zeke flopped face down onto the floor, pretending to pass out as the masked man quickly approached. He hoisted Zeke's body onto his shoulder and walked toward the window where another guy was waiting. Zeke slightly opened his eyes to observe. Looking at everything around him, he felt certain in his mind, if it's not Abel, then who is it and why kidnap me? I need to mentally prepare myself. Dawn was breaking with gentle sunlight shining across brown tile roofs and a slowly turning windmill. Atlas suburban farm. Bound tight by iron chains, secured further with a heavy padlock, a voice rang out, well really. At this moment Zeke, tied tightly to a chair, still maintained a cold smile. To think the client would be you. Cleef rested his hands on a wooden table flanked by bodyguards wearing an extremely serious expression as he faced him. Cleef Reinhardt, head of the Reinhardt Trading Company. Cleef Reinhardt. If you knew who I am, things would go a lot faster. Zeke frowned slightly, his gaze sharp and his expression turning gloomy as he thought, we have ties from a past life after all. The Reinhardt Trading Company, one of the 10 major trading guilds operating primarily in the Kingdom of Arentia. Naturally, if things kept going down this path, the Continental War ignited by Abel and the Empire would cause the Kingdom of Arentia to perish alongside that trading guild. Back then, Cleef Reinhardt was also someone who fiercely resisted the Empire just like him. However, for reasons unknown, after providing confidential information capable of defeating the Empire, he returned alone to the Kingdom of Arentia, which was on the verge of collapse, and ended up dying there. His face possessing sharp contours, he thought, even though it took so much effort to escape, I don't know if it was out of patriotism or something else, but to me, that was just a stupid choice. Cleef spoke up, raising a finger in gesture. Anyway, sorry for having to resort to rough methods. The bodyguard standing beside him stepped forward to untie the iron chains for Zeke. On behalf of the Trading Guild, we will definitely send a formal apology for this discourtesy. Cleef's voice came gently as if genuinely wishing to negotiate with him, so let's have a leisurely chat. Without letting him finish his sentence, Zeke rotated his wrist and cut in. Spare me the pleasantries, let's get straight to the point. Zeke looked up with a gaze as sharp as a carved blade, his hand tightening slightly as a terrifying aura radiated around him and said coldly, what do you want? Cleef pressed his lips together, naturally feeling the pressure as well. As expected, even though he's still young, a Draker is still a Draker. The two sat in silence looking at each other, making the surrounding atmosphere tense. The others watched closely. No matter how seasoned a knight is, facing a situation like this makes it hard to avoid tension and vigilance, yet this person hasn't shown a shred of panic from the very beginning. Cleef frowned, biting his lip in frustration. Despite setting up the scenario to seize the initiative in the conversation, his momentum was completely overwhelmed and he finally spoke up. All right, before getting to the request. He pushed a carefully wrapped file folder across the table towards Zeke and continued, could you take a look at this document? Listening to Cleef while unrolling the folder to examine it carefully, Zeke noted, this is a list of people infected with the new contagious disease spreading across the southern continent lately. Flipping through the pages, Zeke asked, and why bring this to me? His eyes widened slightly, his sharp look gradually tinged with surprise. Cleef quickly noticed Zeke's fleeting expression. He gripped the document tightly, staring at the familiar photograph upon it. Elena Stone. Zeke recalled the first retainer who had ever followed him, the mother of Liam Stone, his first retainer. Although she had once contracted the crimson flower disease thanks to the treatment prescription he had handed over, she had recovered. Throwing the file down onto the table with a loud thud, Zeke questioned Cleef in confusion. So what are you getting at? Cleef folded his hands together and replied seriously. In that region, this disease is notoriously known as the Crimson Flower Disease, a painful and terrible affliction with a 100% mortality rate. Then Clef placed 2 fingers on her photo and continued, yet, the sole survivor who even recovered is Alina Stone. When I asked the doctor in charge, I only received silence. His tone suddenly turned cold and low as he countered, do you know anything about this? Zeke calmly let out a faint smirk. I caught the scent of something unusual from the start, yet you pretended to probe me, truly a merchant through and through. He felt a bit perplexed, wondering, if so, is the goal to monopolize the cure for the Crimson Flower Disease? Given the mortality rate of this illness, it's certainly worth pondering because its value is enough to rake in mountains of continental wealth. Zeke closed his eyes to silently assess and calculate. Still, from what I know, this guy isn't the type to be blinded by money. He isn't crazy enough to recklessly kidnap a pureblood family member just for profit. Opening his eyes, his gaze was both cold and powerful enough to terrify anyone. Since that's how it is, Zeke finally replied, of course I know. Confident to the point of certainty, it left Clef smiling with a mixture of triumphant joy and unease. From the very beginning, I was the one who provided that treatment formula. The chair crashed backward onto the floor with a loud noise. He slammed his hands on the table, looking overwhelmingly excited as if striking gold, and shouted, I want to buy it. Name your price, whatever you want. Zeke's hand abruptly shot up right in front of him, radiating an overwhelming presence. On his end, he sneered in amusement, because the guy had walked right into the trap. Reclining calmly against the chair, Zeke chuckled and remarked, why get so worked up? Doesn't look like a merchant at all. Clef gritted his teeth in anger, quickly realizing his purpose wasn't simple. This person's goal isn't money. Zeke's face twisted into a satisfied smile as he voiced, then let's trade like merchants, while thinking inwardly, besides, it's to save a human life anyway. The two sat back down to talk seriously, with Clef speaking first. You want me to accept 3 conditions in exchange for the drug formula? Zeke nodded slightly opposite him. That's right, it's simpler than you think. You two conversed and made a deal in this place for a long time. Specifically, what about? Can you tell me in advance? Can't say for sure yet. I'll use them when the circumstances are right. Clef rubbed his chin in silent contemplation, listening to his prompt. Don't worry, I won't ask for anything beyond the trading guild's capabilities. Zeke lowered his head slightly to hide a cunning, triumphant smile at Clef's words. As long as it's within mutually acceptable limits agreed upon and clearly written down, it's fine. Afterward, he focused on watching Zeke jotting something down. Picking up the paper and handing it to Clef, Zeke said, here, just do exactly as written on this. Clef eagerly stretched out a hand to take it. Oh, is this it? Suddenly, Zeke snatched the paper back, making Clef grab at empty air. Before that, I have a private question. Smiling casually, he continued, who is the person who genuinely needs this medicine? Leaving him frozen in place, dazed. Clef stammered, his face covered in sweat and his eyes betraying clear panic. What do you mean? The trading guild is merely trying to acquire a high-value commodity. Zeke calmly laid everything out without leaving a single thing out. You mobilized Northern Rangers to kidnap someone from a pureblood family, and on top of that reacted with extreme agitation without a shred of composure. That is not the image of the Reinhardt Trading Company I know. Clef rested his arms on the table, burying his face down into a deep silence. Then Clef slumped heavily back into his chair. Clenching his hands on the table into fists, he gritted his teeth and said, it's the royal family of the Kingdom of Arentia. Zeke smiled in feigned surprise. Oh, specifically which one of them? Hesitating slightly, he replied, I can't tell you that. Dissatisfied, Zeke pouted and exclaimed, do you even know how many people are in the Arentia royal family? Suddenly, Zeke's eyes went round as he realized something. He reminisced about the past, planning to return to the Kingdom of Arentia. Don't be so foolish. Both the Kingdom of Arentia and the Reinhardt Trading Company have collapsed. Going back is a death sentence. Seeking refuge in the northern continent is the wisest choice. Thank you for the advice, but I'm tired. I want to end my remaining days in Arentia. Clef's image from his past life flashed through his mind, contrasting with who he was now. Sorry, I can't say anything more. Zeke frowned in deep seriousness, thinking, his gaze right now is completely different from that hollow, soulless stare before. Must be someone very important to him. He continued to recall what Kali had said during their conversation. After all, the Kingdom of Valencia is still at war with the Empire. The conflict between the Roman Empire and Valencia is growing increasingly tense, and the Empire is actively intervening. Not to mention, the scramble for control over the joined tribes' residential district has only added to the chaos, with the Kingdom of Valencia, the joined tribes' territory, and the Roman Empire all experiencing a weak monarchy that is surely fracturing from internal power struggles. Zeke offered a subtle smile as he slid the paper back forward. There's still some time before the Continental War breaks out, so establishing a connection with the Alencia royal family now will definitely come in handy later. Cleef took the paper back, his voice carrying a rather whimsical tone. Fine, if you don't want to talk about it, then don't. Zeke spoke up calmly, causing the man opposite him to fall silent in mild surprise. Good, then the contract is established. Cleef's hand gripped the paper tightly, trembling intermittently. He clutched it against his chest and let out a soft sigh of relief. Suddenly, Zeke's voice rang out, causing Cleef to freeze with his eyes wide in astonishment. Sorry to interrupt this emotional moment, but can I make my first request right now? Hastily tucking the paper inside his coat, he stammered, oh of course, ask for anything you like, as long as it's within the Chamber of Commerce's capabilities. Clenching his fists with an excited smile, Zeke replied, excellent, then first of all, let me work inside your Chamber of Commerce. The peaceful scenery of a village basking in the soft sunlight appeared as a familiar voice spoke up, applying for a job or planning to do some trading. And Zeke's voice replied, strictly speaking, I need a temporary identity to use. In a wooden room bright with sunlight, Cleef sat with his arms crossed and asked dubiously, if that's all, you didn't need to go through us for it, to which he calmly responded, I plan to use it on the southern continent where everyone is a seasoned criminal, so a half-hearted disguise won't cut it. Zeke rolled his eyes and raised his voice, but the Reinhardt Chamber of Commerce is a place trusted and used by the cartels, am I right? He nodded, his voice trailing off with a hint of hesitation. Yes, though I'm hardly happy about it. Cleef frowned, lowering his gaze while bringing a hand to his chin in a pensive gesture. All right, anyway, I understand what you're getting at. If it's just that, just use my cousin's name. That bunch won't dare to question it anyway. His expression instantly lit up with joy as he responded cheerfully, wonderful. Furthermore, I need a regular means of transportation back and forth across the southern border, along with a house, and it needs to be big enough because I'll be using it for storage. Zeke rattled off a long list of demands nonchalantly. That covers my first request. Oh, and since you guys dragged me here, you must have already prepared a way to send me back, right? Hearing this, Cleef forced a smile while a visible cross-shaped vein throbbed on his forehead and the cords on his neck bulged. What a brazen little brat. Cleef let out a light chuckle, ultimately resigning himself to the deal. Fine, I'll contact you when everything is ready, and the Rangers will take care of your safe return. As Cleef slowly stood up while Zeke remained seated with his arms crossed, his eyes darted around as he thought to himself, I never expected the Reinhardt Chamber of Commerce to agree to a deal so easily. That person must be incredibly important to them. Shortly after, Cleef and the mysterious figures in black cloaks walked out the door and departed one by one. A voice called out toward Zeke, making him turn his head. Hey. Two bulky bodyguards standing in front of Zeke pointed backward and said, follow this way. Stepping outside, a sturdy horse stood ready, snorting aggressively and looking quite fierce. He smiled and walked toward the horse led by the two bodyguards. Oh, this warhorse actually looks pretty decent. Wearing a calculating smile, Zeke stepped between the two bodyguards, tapped one of them lightly on the back and said with confidence, I'll make good use of it. In a flash, he hopped effortlessly onto the horse's back. Seeing this, the two men turned to leave, glancing back coldly as one of them spoke, we're done here, we'll take our leave. Zeke raised his voice, causing the two bodyguards who were about to leave to freeze instantly, their faces darkening. So I suppose the contract with Reinhardt is officially concluded then, right? One of them turned around, furrowing his brow slightly as he remarked, you speak Gorkin? Your Draker family even teaches people that. He smirked with an underlying meaning, let's just call it a hobby, but anyway, getting back to business, I have a job I'd like to hire you for. The brown-haired bodyguard frowned seriously, crossing his arms and slowly repeating in disbelief, rescue a captured Meccan individual. He then fell deep into thought, his expression carrying a heavy sense of hesitation. Sitting on the horse's back, Zeke tilted his head and asked, what's wrong? Is my offer not attractive enough? The man shook his head in a hasty denial and continued, no, the price isn't the issue. In fact, if the terms match what Reinhardt offered, we'd actually make a profit. The bodyguard furrowed his brow with evident worry. The problem is your identity. Our king doesn't like dealing with transcendent families. Raising an eyebrow in bafflement, Zeke gave them a deadpan stare and clicked his tongue. Seriously, you're hesitating over something so trivial. Zeke's expression turned serious again as he reminded them in a low voice, didn't Reinhardt prepare a fake identity for me? Just use that name to forge a commission letter and send it to Gorka, and that'll be that, which somewhat eased his anxiety, though he still hesitated for a moment before replying, fine, as long as it doesn't get exposed. Zeke let out a sound and spoke up, causing the bodyguard to tilt his head in confusion. First of all, we still have a score to settle, don't we? Sitting on horseback with a smug smile, Zeke tossed out two daggers which plunged straight into the ground right in front of them. Their expressions shifted from calm to terrifyingly astonished. The two sharp daggers were deeply embedded in the dirt. To the Rangers of the Kingdom of Gorka, a kukri wasn't merely a weapon, but something bestowed only upon those recognized as true warriors. At some point, those daggers had slipped from their belts and ended up in his hands, and to the Rangers they were companions to the soul, as precious as their own lives. That was because as he brushed past the two bodyguards, Zeke had casually slipped the two daggers away and kept them on himself until now, meaning the fact that he could take them without their owners even noticing implied he could easily take their lives at any moment. The atmosphere among the three of them grew tense, his words swords carrying an invisible, terrifyingly heavy weight. Consider this a return gift for daring to kidnap me. An absolute disparity in strength. The bodyguard clenched his teeth tightly, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. What kind of freak is this? Squinting his eyes as he glanced at them, Zeke spoke in a mocking tone. You speak Continental Common pretty fluently too. See you later, my friends. After leaving the meeting place and returning, a complex, contemplative expression crossed his face. After meeting Reinhardt, I officially entered the phase of gathering companions. My targets are the heroes once dubbed the 5-star Knights due to their brilliant exploits in the Continental War before my regression. If I can befriend them now and pull them to my side, they'll undoubtedly make for an exceptionally high-quality force. Fortunately, thanks to the help of Headmaster Flaubert, who held a very favorable view of me, I investigated and found out, just as the rumors said, that all of them hailed from the Valhalla Academy. The only issue is timing. The Silent Knight Bishop Castique has already graduated and is currently a member of the Thebine Royal Knight Order. The Black Tortoise Knight Jeffrick Salma is in his final year and busy with field internships. Aster Aladov, who is still studying, dropped out due to severe insomnia. Zeke knitted his brows in deep thought. Riene won't enroll until next year, but since we both belong to the pureblood lineage, there will be plenty of opportunities later. He sat at the desk, hanging his head and clutched his fists, feeling thoroughly distressed after all. Sitting alone and quietly in his chair, Zeke let out a helpless voice. Is only Diego left? A little later, he found himself in a room filled with various musical instruments, jamming out with them and Diego. With a pair of drumsticks still in his hand, Zeke stared blankly with a dazed and bewildered expression. Wait a minute, what on earth am I doing here? He tried to retrace the fragmented memories of walking to this room to meet him, remembering that he had originally gone to Diego's club room to rope him over to his side. Then came Diego throwing an arm around Zeke's neck and dragging him into the music room. Yo bro, you came at the exact right time, the drummer's spot is open. And before Zeke could finish his bewildered, what do you mean I'm just here to? Diego cut him off. You're gonna say you just want to jam, right? Yeah, I totally get that feeling. And before he knew it, he had successfully joined their band as the drummer, wearing a blank face as Diego announced, congratulations on becoming an official member of the Southern Continent's New Age Fusion Music Research Club. Then the music started playing, vocals blending with the instruments. Bathed in dazzling lights, Zeke abandoned all thoughts and surrendered to the lively rhythm along with them. Screw it, he broke into a broad smile, pouring his heart and soul into the music. Let's just enjoy the moment. Pitch black sword was driven firmly into the ground by Zeke, his voice echoing through the practice room. First, channel the aura to circulate around the body to clear the meridians, moving from the lesser heavenly orbit to the greater heavenly orbit. As Zeke sat seriously reading the glowing book with an astonished expression. What the hell is this? These are entirely terms I've never heard before. Zeke frowned and pondered. Come to think of it, I can now understand a bit of why Terrakin modified this technique into the dragon-slaying method. The text on the book glowed brightly, projecting martial arts movements onto the pages for him to follow. Because every single move in the dragon-slaying sword technique takes compressing a massive amount of aura and releasing it outward as its premise, something ordinary techniques could never accomplish. The sword was yanked out decisively, a swordsmanship not created to fight humans but literally meant for slaying dragons, which is why its power could rival the elemental sword. Gripping the sword tightly with both hands, Zeke raised it in front of him and focused intently on it. His eyes suddenly shifted color, burning with a fierce purple glow. Lunging forward with his entire body radiating killing intent that made the surrounding air feel frozen, he whispered with utter confidence. Within the stances of the dragon-slaying method, every single movement is amplified to the extreme. A single strike is enough to slice a giant dragon in half, compressing an astronomical amount of aura to its absolute limit, and then bringing the blade down. A quiet footstep approached, despite the surrounding air having been churned into a gentle breeze. The elderly butler silently observed Zeke's training from afar. After images of him were left all over the arena as Zeke swung and slashed with countless powerful strikes, creating a chaotic scene. He chuckled inwardly, haha, this heaven-sent body is truly no ordinary thing. The heaven-sent physique allows for optimal physical performance, superior technique comprehension speed, and heightened ether conduction within the body. A wide grin spread across his lips. Zeke frantically unleashed countless more sword strikes, thinking to yourself, it's like a map opening up right before my eyes, clearly pointing the way to perfect the technique. I can feel it, the more I repeat this. Frowning as his sword blazed with a blue flame, Zeke finally brought down one last powerful and mighty strike. The faster I master it. A shift in his perception made his eyes widen in shock. What's this? I just barely crossed the red wall as Zeke stood before a massive stone wall and stepped into a new realm, yet I've already reached the black wall. He tightened the muscles in his arms, bracing his posture. They say training too hastily will only make the barrier blocking the path to the next realm higher. But Bahamut's heart resting within the ether core is resonating violently with the dragon-slaying sword technique, continuously gushing forth power, followed by a barrage of sword strikes slashed down by Zeke. Before I lose this feeling, I have to swing my sword one more time. A red mark suddenly appeared on his chest. Clutching his face, Zeke's eyes turned pitch black as his heart beat heavily and rapidly. Bahamut's heart is reacting to Shatten Draker's dragon-slaying sword technique, recreating the memories deeply etched within Bahamut's heart. Glancing around in astonishment, Bahamut's memories. A dark void enveloped Zeke's entire body. It's too dark, I can't see anything. He stared in surprise as he noticed a strange presence. Someone is coming. A mysterious figure draped in a black cloak with his hood pulled tightly over his face spoke up. Ruler of Twilight Bahamut, I have a favor to ask of you. A massive, fierce-looking black creature listened in silence. The man reached into his chest pocket. Pulling out an ancient book, he said in a low voice, I wish to entrust the dragon-slaying sword technique, a technique I created myself, to your safekeeping. The majestic, powerful black dragon stood tall, finally speaking in a low, deep tone. I know you're an annoying bastard, but I never expected you to be crazy enough to do this, Shatton Draker. Zeke watched everything unfold from the side and thought, as expected, that person is Shatton. He put the book away again, listening in silence to the dragon's deep, eerie, and mocking voice, creating the pinnacle of dragon-slaying techniques for a dragon to keep. At that moment, the mysterious cloaked man replied, right, even Kronos agreed to it. The reason why is something you should know better than anyone, Bahamut. The ground cracked open with a violent noise, sending sand and rocks flying from the dragon's powerful step. Black killing intent filled the surrounding air. Lowering its head, it let out an angry roar alongside a barrage of spears pointing straight down. Kronos has been bewitched by humans and lost his qualification to act as a coordinator. The man leaned forward, lowering his center of gravity to ready himself for combat. He looked utterly tiny compared to the massive dragon ahead, standing all alone beneath countless spears aimed right at him. That kind of nonsense prophecy. It opened its jaws and roared, I don't believe it. Then countless spears above seemed to activate, plunging downward simultaneously toward the ground where he stood. The sharp sword at the black-clad man's waist flashed as it was drawn. Bracing his body, he spun his tiny blade to parry the giant spear glowing with purple lightning from the dragon. Then, using his strength, he deflected it elsewhere, sending dirt and rocks flying in all directions. Next came a flurry of other spears hurtling straight toward him, with the man blinking in and out to parry them one by one. Every time the two weapons clashed, sparks flew. The mysterious cloaked man gripped his sword tightly, showing no fear as he faced his opponent's formidable weapon. A loud crash rang out from the collision, kicking up thick smoke and dust that obscured everything from view as numerous other spears prepared to plunge into the impact zone. Standing high above, Zeke watched in silent observation as countless spears continuously stabbed downward with brutal force. He was filled with awe watching this. This is the ultimate magic of dragons, the peak of all creatures, truly an unbelievable power. If it were me, I'd probably only be able to block 1 or 2 strikes. Zeke stared in amazement at the tiny human figure standing completely unharmed amidst the massive spears embedded in the ground. Shatton actually blocked all of that. That human is also a monster operating outside all normal bounds. Amidst the thick purple smoke and shaking earth, while a barrage of pitch-black spears rained down to pierce everything, the dragon's majestic voice echoed, "Get out of my territory right now, Shatton Draker," followed by a cold warning, "Otherwise my next spear will target the kingdom of Kronos." Standing amidst the surrounding dangers, Shatton calmly continued his negotiation. "Are you sure that's a good idea? Doing that will bring karmic retribution down upon you too." The dragon let out a contemptuous laugh as a chilling killing intent surrounded him. Karmic retribution? Ridiculous. Raising its claw to conjure a black magical orb that sucked in all the surrounding killing intent. It shouted loudly, "What do you puny humans know to talk nonsense like that? Even if I slaughter a swarm of crawling bugs like you, there's no reason for me to be punished." Shatton drove his sharp sword into the ground and spoke, "In the end, everything is playing out just like Kronos' prophecy." Shatton then pulled out a necklace with a very unique pendant. Seeing this, the dragon's burning golden eyes widened in shock as its pupils constricted. It shifted slightly and drew a purple-black sword, larger than any other weapon, pointing it at him as it roared, "Do you really think you can control me with Kronos' power?" Amidst the gray sky and swirling gales, the giant purple glowing sword plummeted straight down from the air, accompanied by the dragon's angry roar directed at the tiny human on the ground. The pendant Shatton had just pulled out suddenly flashed violently, transforming into a pocket watch. A clock-face magic circle appeared beneath his feet, radiating a brilliant golden light. This left Zeke completely speechless with astonishment. What he saw right then was the dragon's giant sword blade halting right in front of Shatton. Has Bahamut stopped attacking? No, this is. The dragon stood motionless amidst the blazing lights, its glowing red eyes flashing with killing intent but frozen like a statue due to the massive golden barrier enveloping it. Shatton had used magic to stop Bahamut. Zeke's eyebrows twitched tightly, his expression horrified and utterly disbelieving of the scene before him. The necklace he had pulled out was originally a pocket watch, and it had now frozen time. That extraordinary magic likely came from that watch. "Do you really think Kronos' power can do anything to me?" Hovering in the sky and watching it operate in Shatton's hands, he thought, judging by Bahamut's reaction just now, that watch is definitely an artifact containing Kronos' power. Suddenly, the dragon reared up from behind Zeke, producing a loud noise. Gritting his teeth, Zeke brought his hands up to cover his ears tightly against the deafening noise echoing all around. Has the magic been broken? Zeke tried to squint his eyes open for a peek. The dragon's foot slammed hard onto the ground, generating a mild tremor that caused cracks to spread beneath its feet. The magic circle under the dragon's feet was now fading, and its body was about to move again. The dragon's claws dragged across the ground, gouging a long trench into the earth. Lowering its head with drool dripping from its jaws, it growled, "Shatton Draker, that illusion just now. Could it be?" Shatton tucked the necklace away into his pocket and said in a low voice, "That's right, it's Kronos' prophecy. By now you should understand why I entrusted the dragon-slaying sword technique to you." The angry dragon slammed its foot onto the ground and cursed, "Damn it, dragons forming pacts with humans was a mistake from the very beginning. I agree. Humans should stand on their own 2 feet using their own power." Baring its razor-sharp teeth, it breathed out an aura reeking of killing intent and hissed with an eerie screech, "All right, let me see it then, your so-called dragon-slaying sword technique, your method for killing dragons." The ancient book hovered in midair, emitting a faint glow alongside endlessly swirling red magical runes. Then the book slammed shut. The dragon's glowing golden eyes looked down at the book hovering beside Shatton with astonishment. "You actually dared to create this?" To which he replied coldly, "To protect the world." It leaned down close to Shatton, its glowing golden eyes glaring fiercely as it shouted, "Nonsense, not the world but you humans, that's what you mean." It then swiped the ancient book away and caught it. "I'll keep it anyway, but until the prophecy comes true, this thing shall never be brought out into the world." He responded coldly, "It doesn't matter, even without the dragon-slaying sword technique, humanity would eventually awaken aura on their own." The dragon stood tall, letting out a cold snort, "HMPH, when that time comes, I'll wipe you foolish humans out with my own hands because that's a power a lowly species doesn't deserve to wield." Seeing this, Shatton wore a sinister, cold smile. "I don't get it, why would someone like me, who fears dragons and created the Dragon Slayer sword art, trust you and Kronos more than anyone else?" He turned and walked away, not forgetting to leave behind a parting remark. "Kronos used to say this like a catchphrase that one day you too would find a contractor who could share your heart." Inside a dark and damp cave, the dragon paced around before curling up into a ball. "Find a contractor who can share my heart." Its glowing golden eyes narrowed sleepily. "Absurd, that will never happen." At this moment, Zeke leaned back, thinking silently. Even though from start to finish it's all confusing, one thing is certain. He recalled when the black dragon in the cave unleashed a massive sword toward Shatton. That was Bahamut's deep distrust of humanity, and by absorbing Bahamut's heart, he had felt those emotions to some extent. Zeke's eyes held deep contemplation and puzzlement. Yet because of that, why did he form a contract with Terrakin? It's truly incomprehensible. Afterward, he began searching the library for books that recorded related matters. After viewing Bahamut's memories, I started investigating to clear up my doubts. But all materials regarding Terrakin had been falsified by the Drakers. This era even calls Bahamut, the one who contracted with Terrakin, an evil dragon, leaving no valuable materials whatsoever. Just as Zeke finished his bath, he seemed to notice that a letter had been delivered. And while continuing to train in the Dragon Slayer sword art and search for new clues, he received a message from Reinhardt stating that the first request was ready. In that room, a familiar voice rang out. "Even though I requested an identity that wouldn't arouse suspicion." Zeke sneered as he looked at the card in his hand. "Vice branch manager of the Southern Continental branch of the Reinhardt Trading Company, isn't that over the top?" A loud noise caught his attention and made him glance over. Zeke smiled as he looked out the window. A carrier pigeon was perched on the window sill. It seemed Kato had finally made a decision. In a towering building shimmering with magical, enchanting golden light, the secret garden under the management of the Atlas branch of the syndicate. Kay sat on a luxurious sofa, smiling as she greeted him. "Welcome, partner, to the VIP room of the Secret Garden Hotel Bar." He stepped over with a soft smile and sat down in the opposite chair. "Now you're really calling me partner, that feels genuinely fresh." Then he turned to look at the brilliantly lit city through the glass window beside them. Kay looked rather puzzled at his action. The two of them sat inside the room looking out at the glowing city under the night sky. "Even though I've been in Atlas for a while now, seeing it with my own eyes like this still feels so unfamiliar." The city's scenery abruptly turned blazing with rampaging fires encircling everywhere. Naturally, the image more familiar to me is the desolate ruin left by the Continental War, so feeling strange about this makes sense. Then he turned back and shook his head slightly. The wine glass on the table was quickly filled up. "I didn't expect Atlas to have a place like this." What, mesmerized by the scenery. Kay poured wine for him while speaking. "Magnificent, right? This hotel is one of the sideline businesses of us in the syndicate. Underworld operators always need a private spot to chat." As he reached out to take the cup and replied, "Well, hold on, as for the wine, I must decline. Preparing tea next time would be much better." She covered her mouth with a cheerful, teasing smile. "What? Don't tell me you're refusing because you're still a minor. Never knew you could be this adorable." He made a helpless gesture of exasperation and answered, "Good grief, I just don't find drinking special in any way, that's why I'm passing." Zeke recalled being coaxed into drinking last time and couldn't help feeling worried. Back then, during the celebration party for becoming a new trainee, I got carried away by the atmosphere and drank a little, but just as expected, immunity to all poisons treated alcohol as a toxin and automatically detoxified it. Afterwards, the system immediately popped up a notification. Before regression, I used to drink to get drunk. Alcohol detected, activating immunity to all poisons, detected toxins will be expelled. Now that I can't get drunk anyway, I might as well drink the tea I like. The red-haired woman smiled and turned away. Fine, fine, in short you don't like alcohol, right? Anyway, let's drop the small talk, I've got something to show you, as he cast a deadpan, helpless look at Kay. You really don't pay attention when people talk, do you? Afterwards, the red-haired woman took out a file folder, placed it on the table along with a few photos and said, "That guy you're backing, Pavla, actually has a background as a pirate." Kay gestured forward, their reflections casting onto the glass panel beside them. I investigated it and the evidence is countless. The strange thing is, up until now nobody else has noticed it. The red-haired woman leaned forward, pointing at the photos on the table and continued. More importantly, the timing of when the Silver Knights swept through the pirates and they vanished completely coincides perfectly with the time Pavla started experiencing explosive growth. Not only that, I reaped information beyond expectations. Seeing this, Zeke's eyebrows twitched slightly with deep gravity. Then Kay pointed straight at a photo in front of her and continued. Joaquin Fernandez, nicknamed El Mencho, he's the #2 figure of the Mecking organization, yet he's secretly traded with Pavla, who is supposed to be his rival. The moment the red-haired woman lifted her hand away, he reached out and snatched the photo back to review it. This is quite shocking, so I haven't reported it to superiors yet because it would definitely cause chaos within the syndicate. Sometimes staying in the dark is the better choice. Kay bowed her head slightly, glancing upward toward Zeke with a slightly hesitant voice. Ah, as for that antique you asked me to sell. A low, mocking voice echoed, filling the red-haired woman's face with sheer terror. You've rendered a tremendous service, Kay. At this moment, with a different expression, he wore a sinister, creepy smile and continued. Starting now, I will explain the plan to make you the new leader of the syndicate. Amidst heavy rain, steam locomotives successively puffed out smoke and hissed heavily. In an alley where raindrops ticked down, Zeke held an umbrella while looking at a notification on his system board. Activate portal at the designated location. Good, the preparation phase is complete. He paced down the rain-drenched alley. Even though it consumes quite a bit of karma points if I use the minimap's portal function, thanks to that I'll completely avoid being suspected, even if it's just the slimmest possibility. Among the 3 major transcendental families proficient in magic, the number of people who can use teleportation magic is extremely rare, and moving between cities at least requires using the magic tower's grand portals. In other words, this plan will be flawlessly disguised as an ordinary accident. Zeke twitched his lips into a smirk and muttered softly, just thinking about that bastard old man's expression makes me unable to hold back a laugh. He stepped out into the bustling street under clear blue skies and spoke gently. Tonight's going to burn fiercely, Don Juan. When night fell, a roaring, blazing fire swept through, burning everything down as panicked screams echoed, plunging the whole neighborhood into chaos with drifting ashes. Fire's broken out, someone call the fire mages. Panic-stricken crowds jammed together in front of the blazing red alley, their screams ringing out amidst the scarlet flames, while a familiar figure slipped into the crowd. Otherwise, the fire's going to spread to the adjacent building. Has the owner of that building been contacted? When are the fire mages arriving? Inside the room, cigarette butts piled up in an ashtray. Kay clenched a cigarette between her lips, lit it with a flame and thought, that guy, regardless, he's got that true Draker quality, what a remarkably bold kid. She recalled the vortex of fire generated before surging violently. It's not just simply bold. The red-haired woman with a cold gaze, sweat trailing down her cheek, took a slow drag of her cigarette and frowned grimly. He's completely, truly insane. Kay recalled their recent conversation when she had slammed her fist on the table and yelled, "What, you intend to burn down all the Soma warehouses owned by Mecking in the center of the continent?" Compared to the flustered Kay, Zeke remained extremely calm and replied, "That's right, so give me the locations of those warehouses." The red-haired woman's face filled with anxious panic as she spoke. "That's top secret information. Only Mecking, high-ranking syndicate officers and myself know it. Doing this will definitely get us exposed immediately." He reached forward and immediately retorted, "Even better, I never intended to hide it in the first place." Zeke pointed a finger at a man in a photo. "Because I'm pinning all the blame on El Mencho. The fewer people suspected, the easier it is to handle. Besides, up until now the syndicate still doesn't know Pavla used to be a pirate, right? Right, because I haven't reported it yet." Seeing this, Kay's eyes widened in shock, sweat streaming down her face as she stared right ahead and stammered, "Wait, could it be that you?" He smiled, leaning forward with his arms stretched straight across the table. "I knew you'd catch on quickly." Then Zeke casually swiped aside all the wine bottles, cups, and everything else on the table down to the floor. "There, no need for us to lift a finger for much." His face darkened into a deeply sinister smile. "We just need to drag all the syndicate officers, those hesitating between Mecking and Pavla, into this game of chess, and then report everything to Don Juan." Hearing this, Kay's body grew dizzy, her surroundings turning hazy and blurred. Gritting her teeth, sweat pouring down her face, she stammered, Do you even know what you're saying?" Zeke remained utterly casual. Of course I do. Kay turned pale, shaking hands, clutching her chest as her eyes bulged in panic, and she screamed, "That's an insane plan. You know damn well what happens to traitors of the organization." He slammed his hand heavily onto the table. Then Zeke shouted loudly, making even the red-haired woman jump in fright. "When the entire batch of officers gets wiped out, who's going to tell who's a traitor and who isn't?" His face grew grim as he growled in a low voice. "Do you intend to spend your whole life acting as a lackey for the organization? Didn't you already accept the proposal to make you the leader?" Zeke gripped the wine bottle on the table, his eyes blazing with fury as he looked ahead. "From now on there are no folds, it's either call or raise. Make your choice." Kay widened her eyes in astonishment as she looked at his expression. The red-haired woman clenched her hands over her chest, biting her trembling lip as she thought, "He's right, I didn't join the organization just to remain a lackey forever." Zeke Draker, possessing extraordinary intelligence capabilities that tracked down Pavla's true identity without anyone knowing. And not stopping there with those information-gathering skills, he even found unannounced ancient ruins and completely seized massive quantities of high-quality artifacts intact. After witnessing those absurd capabilities firsthand, didn't I already decide to get in the same boat with him? Kay reached out and tightly grabbed Zeke's hand, which was holding the wine bottle. Yet right now, the red-haired woman stood up trembling, snatching the wine bottle back toward herself with a noticeably flushed face. "How can I not panic after hearing a plan like that?" Kay closed her eyes tightly and tilted the bottle back to chug it in one go. She completely drained it before his stunned, admiring gaze. Kay slammed the bottle hard onto the table and shouted, "Is that all? If it fails, I'm dead meat anyway. This is the biggest gamble of my life." The red-haired woman broke into an excited smile, wiping away the remaining wine from her mouth and yelling, "No limit, all in." Zeke felt very satisfied seeing this, smirking, "Starting to feel the thrill of battle, aren't you? That gamble, I won't let you regret it." At this moment, the cigarette in Kay's hand was gradually burning out. The hand holding the cigarette also grew shaky, perhaps out of fear. Kay's other hand immediately steadied it. Standing on the balcony looking out into the distant horizon, the red-haired woman thought, "Zeke Draker, I'll bet everything on you." On the table inside the room lay a newspaper. A series of fires breaks out in the Continental Center. Coincidence or intentional crime? Last night, multiple fires broke out simultaneously across various locations in the Continental Center. Local investigative agencies unanimously agreed that due to geographical distances, it is hard to view this as a planned crime. Because the buildings were completely burned down with no traces left behind, the incidents were ultimately concluded as accidents caused by human carelessness. Meanwhile, inside a vast and luxurious mansion, a man sat quietly in a pitch-dark room without a single light. "I don't care what bastard did this, but I swear." He leaned back, a newspaper also resting on his desk. Don Juan held a wine glass in his hand, his face dark as he looked through the window and said in a deep voice, "I won't let you die peacefully." Don Juan, leader of the Meccan cartel. At the vast academy, the setting sun casting down added to its splendor and majesty. The sound of fingers tapping evenly against the wooden table betrayed boredom. Zeke propped his chin up with a clearly bored expression, glancing elsewhere as he spoke lazily. "Another semester is about to end, and half a year has passed since everyone found out about my blue-collar realm. I figured it's about time." Looking at the luxurious wooden box placed on the table, lined with red velvet on the inside along with a letter which made him change his mind. Yet when you actually receive the promotion banquet invitation, it still gets your heart racing. A promotion banquet? That was a celebration ceremony for young members of the Draker family who surpassed the Yellow Sword user realm and stepped into the Night realm. Even as a Draker, one usually had to reach around 20 years old to attain the blue color or purple color Night realm, so this ceremony was also known as the Draker-style debut. Zeke closed his eyes to reminisce about an encounter from long ago, thinking, meeting the family head again after nearly 3 years since the last time, let's hope nothing happens. Evening sunlight pierced through the giant glass frame, shining down onto the marble floor of the solemn banquet hall. The banquet hall, the central hall of the Four Seasons City Spring Garden. Many distinguished guests and nobles were present, chatting and socializing happily and lively. Footsteps approached accompanied by a warm, polite voice. "I pay my respects to the master of the Draker family." He turned around and smiled in reply. "Oh, you've arrived." Abel stepped forward with a corporate smile carrying a fake friendliness. "Abel, have you been well lately, Lord Family Head?" While the banquet continued lively, the two stood apart to talk, with the latter speaking first. "By the way, this is the first time I've seen a promotion banquet with so many important figures." He nodded in response. "Indeed, indeed." The family head turned to look around the joyful banquet and continued. "Well, after all, he's the youngest blue-collar knight on the continent, so having all eyes focused on him is only natural." Abel narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at him, a flash of indignation surfacing in his gaze. Even though he knows full well the youngest blue-collar knight before Zeke was me, he still deliberately brings it up. Then the family head turned back, extending a hand politely. "Well, it looks like Zeke is about to arrive. I must go prepare for the ceremony. It's been a long time since we met and we couldn't talk much. My apologies." The other bowed low in respectful response. Please don't worry too much, Lord Family Head. He walked away without forgetting to tilt his head, smiling as he left a reminder, make sure you take advantage of and enjoy this precious banquet. Abel maintained his bowing posture as he answered, I understand, my lord. Waiting until the man walked far away, he slowly lifted his head. His blue eyes flashed, his face now darkened and looking exceptionally terrible. Over on this side, Zeke reached out to tug slightly at his collar, complaining uncomfortably, man, this is suffocating. Walking down the luxurious corridor with Duke, he pulled slightly at his gloves and vented. It's getting hard to run into Master lately, huh? The lazy uncle walking ahead replied. Don't even mention it. Retired only to get dragged back and worked like an ox, can't even go home. Duke frowned as he walked, his face showing clear annoyance and irritation. On top of that, I'm dying of overwork having to deal with that damned Arthur, and today he even made me act as your tour guide. Then he said something about a master guiding a disciple being a matter of course. What a shameless blockhead. Zeke looked toward him, smiling awkwardly to himself. No wonder your complexion looks so terrible, turns out you're overworked. He continued following right behind Duke and asked, so are we heading to the spring garden now? The latter walked ahead with his hands in his pockets, looking very dashing. Right, within the Four Seasons city, that's the only place allowing outsiders to enter. He frowned and gritted his teeth with lingering irritation, while Zeke, following quietly behind, cast a sidelong glance, observing closely and thinking. The main facilities of the Four Seasons city are divided into 4 areas in total. According to Duke, the Spring Garden is the only place allowing outsiders to enter, so most events are hosted here. Summer Rock is where all business related to the Draker family is handled, and it's also where the family head's office is located. Autumnfell is the area for internal rituals such as induction ceremonies into the family's affiliated night order. And finally, Winter Cup, where rare artifacts collected by the family over thousands of years of history are preserved. He pouted as he looked around, thinking inwardly, I'd only heard tales of it. This is my first time actually setting foot here. Before regressing, around this time I'd already been expelled from the academy. Finally, the two reached a massive, luxurious door and Duke spoke up. Well, we've arrived. He looked toward the door before him with utmost seriousness. From here on you must go in by yourself. This door is reserved exclusively for the protagonist of the banquet. Duke gently placed a hand on Zeke's shoulder to instruct him. I have other duties, so I can't attend the banquet. He smiled with trust and pride, looking down at him. Don't lose heart, go on in with confidence. He closed his eyes slightly, his lips curving into a warm, gentle smile as he thought, having someone worry about you doesn't feel half bad. Zeke tilted his head to tease, Master really worries about everything, huh? Seeing this, Duke put his hands on his hips, laughed out loud and said, anyway, as long as you don't cause trouble, that's good enough, right? Inside the grandiose grand hall, golden trumpets blared ceremoniously, red banners embroidered with a golden dragon and crossed swords fluttered, along with a shouting voice. The protagonist of the banquet, Lord Zeke Draker, is entering. Abel, holding a wine glass on the side, watched with a displeased expression. A red carpet stretched out along the path ahead, with neat and solemn people standing on both sides. Then came the image of Zeke clad in a red cloak, majestically stepping down the stairs with a cold gaze. As he reached the center, everyone around was astonished by his powerful aura and whispered, oh, is that Lord Zeke? Reaching the blue color realm at just 15 years old, truly deserving of a golden pureblood awakener, but I never expected him to shatter Lord Abel's record for the youngest blue color knight promotion. Oh, it looks like you haven't heard the news yet. Lord Zeke even surpassed the academy achievements Lord Abel once attained. Oh, truly astonishing. Zeke walked up and knelt, bowing his head before the family head who was already standing there holding a greatsword prepared for the investiture ceremony. Arthur Draker, head of all Dragonslayers, hereby proclaims that Zeke Draker shall take his first steps on the path of becoming a knight. He drew the sword and gently placed it across his shoulder. The voice resonated throughout the grand hall where many were witnessing the ceremony. In the name of Draker, I bestow blessings upon the bright future of Draker, who shall walk the glorious path of a knight. Suddenly, his words paused for a moment, catching Zeke's slight attention, and his sharp golden eyes opened wide, his gaze filled with astonishment upon hearing, Zeke Draker shall be appointed as an official knight of the Draker family. The nobles and knights watching below were startled, and simultaneously granted the title of official knight. The grand hall erupted into buzzing whispers. What, just 15 years old and already an official Draker knight? Even if he's the youngest blue color knight, isn't this decision way too hasty? Zeke looked up slightly, his eyes flashing with complex emotions and growing unease. Yet the requirement to be granted the title of official knight in the Draker family relies solely on achievements. Because Draker is a family blessed by the power of aura, awakening early and reaching the purple or blue color realm is practically a given. Because of that, rather than judging based on aura realm, they value achievements above all else. Even Abel, who held the record for the youngest blue color knight before me, had to spend 3 months accumulating achievements before being appointed an official knight. That alone shows the absolute importance of achievements within Draker. Yet Arthur's proclamation just now completely contradicts past rules. After the investiture, the sword was returned to its place, his contemplative expression reflecting off the gleaming blade. Even though granting titles is the family head's prerogative, so there's no opposition, it's still baffling. Who knows what he's plotting? Immediately following was the family head's voice. Today I am honored to have the opportunity to introduce my son to everyone. Standing proudly beside Zeke, he announced, Zeke is not only the only unprecedented Golden Awakener but also the youngest to reach the blue-color Night Realm. I believe that hereafter he will become a knight far superior to even myself. Then he picked up a wine glass placed on the table beside him. I don't wish to become an overly boastful father, so I'll stop the bragging here. The family head raised his celebratory toast high, smiling happily yet full of calculation. Now I shall conclude the ceremony with a toast. Let's all celebrate the future of this talented young man and pray for peace and prosperity for the continent. For Draker. Everyone present simultaneously raised the glasses in their hands in celebration. For Draker. He tilted his head back and drained his wine glass. Everyone finished their drinks together. Zeke frowned, gritting his teeth as he glanced at the man's calm demeanor. In the previous life when Howard threw me out of the house, he just kept silent and showed no reaction, yet now he's voluntarily playing the role of a proud father of a talented child. A call interrupted his train of thought. Zeke. Zeke placed his hand over his chest and bowed respectfully. Yes, Lord Family Head. The family head placed his emptied glass back on the table, turned toward him and spoke, let's move somewhere else. He wore a fake, affectionate smile and said, I want to have a private conversation between the two of us, father to son. Afterwards everyone dispersed, each going their separate ways. The blonde-haired young man wearing glasses frowned slightly, turned to Abel, who was standing behind him with a cold glare, and said, Hey Abel, don't you think you should keep your facial expression under control? His face was already darkened, his mood worse than terrible. That was not the look an older brother should have when congratulating his youngest sibling. His face was already darkened, his mood worse than terrible. That was not the look an older brother should have when congratulating his youngest sibling. Abel remained silent, pressing his lips tightly together. He finally ended up asking, Where is the prince? To which the other replied he said he'd come after these boring ceremonies wrap up, he should be here soon. The two stood side by side chatting away like that, Abel's voice carrying a hint of danger. Well then, we better seize the moment, and the guy beside him nodded slightly, I think so too. The luxurious door swung open and Zeke stepped through it before closing it behind him, his gaze fixed intently on the token in his hand. As he walked, he examined it thoroughly, a heart full of doubt weighing on him, a token that can be exchanged for one of the family's treasures. Why on earth did the family head give this to me? Irritated, Zeke ruffled his hair and muttered, as long as it isn't anything bad it should be fine, right? Damn it, I just don't get it. Glancing toward the main hall where the banquet was taking place, still packed with nobles, knights, and influential figures, he realized the bigger problem was that this banquet wasn't just for a single day but would drag on for multiple consecutive days. How on earth was anyone supposed to endure that? Zeke walked along, scratching his head in puzzlement. How can they maintain completely unchanging expressions while attending this for days on end? Living among the upper class really isn't something just anyone can do. Suddenly, a voice called out, making him tilt his head in curiosity, Lord Zeke Draker. Lifting the edge of her gown slightly, a hand delicately raised as she spoke, This is my first time laying eyes on you directly. Melissa placed a hand over her chest and bowed her head with utmost politeness. I am the first princess of the kingdom of Alencia. Melissa Alencia. Seeing this, Zeke frowned slightly, making a silent mental assessment. Isn't she the leading candidate for the next throne of the kingdom of Alencia? She is currently stepping in for the sickly and incompetent king, introducing numerous groundbreaking policies aimed at the commoner class. And as a result, she has earned overwhelming support from the people. Because of that, she frequently clashes with the Alencia nobility, but once she officially ascends the throne, it's only a matter of time before those nobles try to ingratiate themselves with her. And yet, before the regression, that once promising princess, when the conflict with the empire escalated, halted all foreign activities and then mysteriously vanished. Rumors had swept across the continent that she was assassinated by the Empire, but after the kingdom of Alencia was destroyed in the war, the truth was buried forever. Pressing his lips together, he glanced at her cautiously as if probing her in this lifetime. Although she's keeping a relatively low profile, if she's showing up at a formal event like this, things must still be alright. His shining eyes narrowed slightly as if realizing something. Wait a minute. Zeke recalled what Clef had said during their private chat. The royal family of the Alencia kingdom, huh? Then he looked back at the blue-haired girl smiling so warmly before him. Could it be? Zeke placed a hand over his chest and bowed in response. It's an honor to meet you, Princess Melissa. He smiled, extended a welcoming hand and strode toward her. I've heard of your reputation for a long time. It's an honor that you came to my promotion banquet, prompting Melissa to let out a surprised gasp. Oh, you know of me? Zeke replied warmly, momentarily leaving her speechless. Of course, I've taken an interest in the princess's pro-people policies for a long time. His calm, composed voice rang out amidst the lively chatter of the surrounding VIPs. Many might think those are just for show, simple acts of doling out whatever one has on hand. Tilting his head with a professional yet understanding smile, Zeke continued, but in reality, everything from the budget down to the smallest detail has to be meticulously calculated, doesn't it? His spot-on words left Melissa stunned, completely at a loss for words. The blue-haired girl covered her mouth with a smile, thinking to herself, just as the rumors say, he really is different from other knights. Looking baffled, Zeke hurriedly waved his hands to explain, did I accidentally commit some discourtesy toward the princess? To which she replied cheerfully with an unceasing smile, not at all, I just didn't expect anyone to understand my struggles, honestly, I'm a little moved. Melissa then bowed politely to take her leave, well then, I shall take my leave now, it was a pleasure meeting you, Lord Zeke, leaving a bewildered Zeke to quickly call out, huh, you're leaving so soon. The blue-haired girl smiled amiably and answered, I'd love to chat more with you, Lord Zeke, but I can't monopolize the guest of honor, while Zeke merely frowned, casting a cold, sweeping glance around the room, fair enough, even if no one is saying it out loud. Although everyone was caught up in their own conversations, strange gazes were still lingering on the two of them, and those starring eyes clearly made her feel uneasy. Melissa's sweet and gentle voice rang out, leaving him slightly confused, even so, you don't need to feel too regretful about it. She covered her mouth with an amused smile. After all, there are bound to be better occasions for us to meet again. Right after Zeke politely bade farewell to the final guest, he smiled as he watched them leave, finally letting out a stealthy sigh of relief. Well, the greetings are practically over, I can finally catch a breath. Although he always maintained a serious and proper image on the outside, Zeke was thoroughly exhausted on the inside. Banquets like this really didn't suit his personality at all, he'd rather train with Kaishir. The heavy clanking of footsteps echoing across the floor instantly put him back on guard. Zeke looked toward the group of banquet attendees, making a silent assessment at the sound of heavy armor clashing. Frowning slightly, his expression darkening as he thought, who on earth wears armor to a banquet? A booming, cheerful voice rang out, accompanied by a flowing red cape fluttering in the air. Ah, found you, finally found you. A man appeared wearing a suit of gleaming steel armor with a longsword strapped to his waist. You must be the guest of honor for this banquet. Karis and a group of knights marched over with an imposing aura, flashing a wide smile as he said loudly, Zeke Draker, the youngest person ever appointed as a Blue Knight, right? The fourth prince of the Roman Empire, Karis, and the very bastard who caused the continent-wide war alongside Abel before my regression. He extended his hand, offering a friendly greeting, I am the fourth prince of the great Roman Empire. Strutting forward with an imposing swagger, Karis thrust his hand out decisively, his eyes burning with arrogant confidence as he announced in a ringing voice, Karis Nerva Constantinus. Instead of reciprocating by offering his hand, Zeke lowered his head slightly. Placing one hand over his chest and the other behind his back, he replied with respectful formality, It is an absolute honor to meet your Highness Karis. Thank you for attending my promotion banquet, which instantly made the prince's face darken completely. Karis froze, standing stiffly in place at the rejection of his gesture. Then the corners of his mouth curled upward into a smile. Acting as if nothing were wrong, Karis slung an arm around Zeke's neck and pulled him in close with suffocating familiarity. Come on, don't stand on ceremony, let's share a drink together. Giving a deadpan stare at the arm wrapped around his neck, Zeke was momentarily left speechless while the prince loudly commanded with high spirits, Hey someone bring us wine. Bring the absolute best vintage worthy of this historic encounter between Karis, the most dashing man on the continent, and Zeke, who's bound to become the continent's strongest knight in the future. Red wine was poured into a glass, sloshing and spilling a few drops over the rim. Then came Karis's booming, commanding voice as he raised his glass with a radiant smile. Now then, this is wine bestowed by the Empire, don't let a single drop go to waste, bottoms up. The surrounding crowd watched in alarm as Zeke boldly accepted the glass, whispering among themselves to accept the fourth prince's offer just like that. Talented Blue Knight or not, he's still far too inexperienced, while Karis remained quite thrilled with the stunt ho-ho bold choice, prompting further murmurs about the prince himself. But that prince is far too arrogant, considering the influence of the Draker family. He really should have exercised more caution before pulling such a rude stunt. Karis smiled with amusement and spoke loudly, excellent, magnificent. I really take a liking to you. Today, let's drink together until we can't even stand when suddenly a voice rang out, Your Highness. Before anyone knew it, Abel had arrived, placing a hand over his chest and bowing deeply, Congratulations, Your Highness, the rising son of the Empire, prompting Karis to pat his shoulder with an oh, Abel, will you be joining us for a drink too? To which Abel replied with all the respect he could muster, I am deeply honored by your invitation, Your Highness, but I have an urgent matter that I need to discuss with you in private. At those words, Karis's smile vanished, replaced by a frown, a matter to discuss? Go ahead, and Abel replied mysteriously, there are far too many prying eyes here, I believe it would be best if we moved elsewhere. Zeke, who had remained silently observing their conversation all along, thought, well, if you're going to put it that way, I'll gladly step aside. Karis then strode away smoothly, his red cape fluttering majestically, pausing to tilt his head with a smile as he said, Apologies, Zeke, I was the one who invited you, yet I have to leave early. Next time we meet, we'll raise our glasses all night beneath the moonlight and share our views on epic poems praising the legend of the Dragonslayer. With that, he and his entourage departed alongside Abel, leaving the rest of the banquet guests trembling in awe. As soon as Karis left, the crowd immediately broke out into whispers, a guy like that is actually an imperial prince. Well, the Roman Empire has always lacked a sense of legitimacy anyway, but I must say Lord Abel's handling of the situation was truly impressive. It's no wonder he holds such a stellar reputation. While Zeke cast a sidelong glance around the room, taking in every single word as he thought, nothing but praise for Abel, huh? Well, true enough, if you didn't know the inside story, you'd just think he was smoothly cleaning up the mess for a flustered prince. He frowned, his expression hardening into one of severe gravity. However, the fact that the fourth prince and Abel are interacting is happening much earlier than the timeline K provided before my regression. Zeke recalled how the two of them interacted just moments ago. Furthermore, the way they treated each other looked as though they had been close for a long time. Right now, the two of them were sitting together having a private conversation in a room, looking awfully cozy. The Continental War might be much closer than I thought. At the Grand Estate, the sunlight only served to enhance its powerful and solemn aura. Zeke sat in deep thought, staring at the token in his hand, a token that can be exchanged for one of the Draker reports. He recalled his private conversation with the family head. Well now, how is your plan to become the strongest person on the continent coming along? Judging by the fact that you're the guest of honor at today's banquet, things seem to be going smoothly, to which Zeke replied politely and cautiously, yes, it is all thanks to the family head. The man's words sounded harmless on the surface but carried an invisible pressure weighing down on his shoulders. What family head? In a private setting like this, call me father so we can be comfortable, Zeke. Zeke lifted his teacup to take a sip, casting his eyes downward as those words reminded him of what Kali had said, just call me big sister to keep things comfortable, Zeke, exactly what Kali had told him. Zeke gently set his teacup down, falling into deep contemplation. Now I finally understand what felt so off back then. Abel is acting so boldly that he's even dragging the elder council over to his side, and Kali even figured it out and prepared to deal with it. Yet Arthur, the head of the family, hasn't noticed. That makes no sense. That means he's turning a blind eye, fully aware of Abel's plot. If so, was him echoing Kali's phrasing meant to pressure me as well, or was it just a coincidence? Either way, operating under the assumption that Arthur is on Abel's side won't cause any harm, he thought, casting a glance at the man taking a sip of tea and softly replying, yes, father. The man smirked, letting out a chuckle as he said, father, it sounds so nice to hear. All right, I'll give you a gift as encouragement for you to keep striving toward your goal. He then placed something down on the table and slid it toward Zeke. Looking down at the token resting alone on the table, the man continued, this is a token that can be exchanged for a treasure kept within the Eastern Vault. Picking it up with a smile, Zeke thought, the Eastern Vault mentioned in the Draker reports, renowned across the continent as a place filled with the rarest ancient artifacts. The family head didn't forget to add a warning, however, keep this well in mind. Alongside truly priceless treasures, there's also plenty of junk mixed in that's just dressed up to look flashy, to which Zeke obediently replied, I will keep that in mind, father. His footsteps finally came to a halt. Standing inside a dimly lit room, Zeke muttered, what on earth is he scheming by giving me this? But still, the report on the Dragonslayer inside the Council of Four's Eastern Vault. Clenching it tightly in his hand, a fiercely excited smile broke across his face. Whatever I can make use of, I'll exploit every last bit of it. Standing before a massive gate, a young woman noticed his arrival and spoke up. I've been waiting for you, Lord Jack. Before you enter, I will briefly explain about this archive. Would you care to follow me this way? According to the Draker reports, this place houses roughly 17,000 rare relics, and the items can be exchanged based on quantity. There is no time limit for choosing, but once you leave, you won't be allowed back in. Please keep this in mind. Noticing someone standing outside, Zeke wondered, a place holding such rare and precious relics, yet there isn't a single guard in sight. The young woman answered nonchalantly, because it's not necessary, leaving him astonished. The young woman continued explaining, the security magic here is no slouch compared to the family head's private office. Furthermore, every single relic inside the vault is accounted for and strictly managed by magic, making the theft of any relic practically impossible. Jack Draker muttered to himself inwardly, you really shouldn't judge things by their cover. The young woman gestured with an inviting hand. Now then, please insert your assigned token right over here. Jack Draker promptly slipped the token into the small slot. Instantly, a tremor rippled through the air. Accompanied by that sound, the heavy gates before them began to open automatically. Before long, the gigantic gates swung fully open for the two of them. His expression was utterly bizarre as he witnessed the sight. Revealed inside were massive shelves packed with relics. Zeke stepped inside to inspect the items, the corners of his mouth curling upward uncontrollably. It's much bigger on the inside than it looked from the outside, truly worthy of the Drakers. The young woman spoke up again, then I shall take my leave. Zeke focused intently on his inspection. Man, just checking the functions of all these relics would probably take a lifetime. System, can I filter the artifacts here based on my preferred criteria? At that moment, a system window popped up with a notification. Administrator request confirmed, activating the Dragon Eye link feature. Please use the Dragon Eye to scan and register the items you wish to filter. Jack Draker wore a face full of question marks. Scan with the Dragon Eye. Once it clicked, a grin spread across his face as he blurted out, ah, got it. He grew so excited that sparks seemed to flash in his eyes, stretching his neck and shoulders as he muttered, time to warm up a bit then. The system window popped up again. The dragon flag's dragon eye helps observe and inspect target details more closely and can display information on detected objects according to the administrator's demands. Jack Draker's foot stomped hard against the floor. Instantly, a surge of energy radiated outward from him. He simultaneously activated two techniques, the wind/art and the phantom footwork. Once finished, Jack Draker landed back on the ground. That should probably be enough. The system notification displayed the registered items on the minimap. Total registered items, 17,138. Jack Draker examined the screen and marveled. Way more than I expected. Filter out ordinary items and single-use consumables that aren't true relics. The system responded, filtering detected items according to the administrator's request. Remaining items after sorting, 9,832. After reading it, Jack Draker made a weary face. Still way too many. Get rid of every single sword with performance lower than the black sword. Promptly, the screen weeded out the clutter. He smiled with satisfaction. All swords have been filtered out. Does that mean out of tens of thousands of relics here, the black sword is the strongest one? Suddenly, he frowned upon spotting something. His fingers swiped across the screen. What the hell, why isn't this one showing any info? Jack Draker started searching around. It's gotta be somewhere around here. The system announced, you have arrived at the coordinates specified by the administrator. Jack Draker stopped at a specific spot. Resting right there was a mysterious jade bracelet, its information completely obscured by question marks. Jack Draker gasped in surprise. A bracelet. It looks totally ordinary on the outside, yet it shows no information at all. Another notification chime rang out, catching his attention. After reading that notification, Jack Draker's eyes widened in sheer shock. This item is reacting to the title of Tarakan Draker's successor. Jack Draker broke into an excited grin, staring down at the bracelet. It reacts to the air title. That means this is one of Tarakan's relics. Something activated within the bracelet. The window popped up with a notification. Holy Guardian Stone. A bracelet embedded with a Guardian Stone capable of summoning a spiritual beast. Innate ability. Summons a spiritual beast matching the user's soul. Special note, the Guardian Stone contains the blessing of the Elf King. The Holy Guardian Stone has been linked to the administrator. You may use the Holy Guardian Stone to summon a guardian beast suited to your soul. Then the bracelet instantly snapped onto Zeke's wrist of its own accord, startling him. Hey, wait a second, what do you mean it's linked? Who gave you permission? You mean I can't undo the link? The system notification chimed right back. Administrator request confirmed. This item is bound to the title of Tarakan Draker's successor. The link cannot be removed. Jack Draker stared at the bracelet in panic. Damn it, I haven't even finished checking out all the other relics yet. At this rate, my whole plan's down the drain. He tried to look on the bright side. Gotta stay positive. If it's one of Tarakan's relics, it's bound to be stronger than almost anything else here. Zeke could only sigh helplessly. System, activate the bracelet's innate ability. The system replied, Administrator request confirmed, activating the Holy Guardian Stone to search for a spiritual beast matching the user's soul. Instantly, a wave of energy surged forth from the bracelet. Jack Draker felt as though he were being pulled into a floating, shimmering space. Beneath him, a magical circle was activating. The system announced, thanks to the Elf King's blessing, the search radius has been expanded to a higher tier of spiritual beasts. A spiritual beast matching the user's soul has been found, now summoning spiritual beast. A sudden beam of light materialized. That light appeared right in front of Zeke, leaving him completely startled. The beam shot straight upward through the relic vault. At that moment, a creature appeared, boasting a mysterious and fierce appearance. Accompanying it were bolts of light flashing like lightning. The newly summoned spiritual beast possessed a shape that was part horse, part dragon. The system announced, spiritual beast summoned, dragon horse. Zeke gasped in astonishment. Is this a spiritual beast? The aura it's giving off is terrifying. Then an excited grin spread across his face as his heart pounded. And on top of that, a relic that can summon a spiritual beast. Just how many insane things did Tarakan own? Suddenly, the dragon horse lowered its head and touched its forehead against Zeke's. He reached out to stroke its head. So that's what matching the soul means, meeting it for the first time, yet it feels just like reuniting with an old friend. He then hugged its face, leaning against it as he spoke. All right, I've taken a liking to you too. I feel strangely close to you. Suddenly, another notification caught his eye. If you name your spiritual beast, you can summon it at any time via the Holy Guardian Stone. Jack Draker blurted out quickly, a name, how about Bucephalus? The dragon horse gave a swift, satisfied nod, tossing its head high in excitement. Zeke chuckled, good thing it seems to like the name. The system notification chimed. Bucephalus, a dragon horse bearing auspicious spiritual energy. Innate ability, can wield the power of thunder from its two manes. Note, ultimate spiritual beast, king of the dragon horses. Jack Draker read it and muttered in deep thought. King of the dragon horses sounds cool and all, but this is the first time I've ever seen a dragon horse in real life. How am I supposed to know how strong it actually is? Suddenly, Bucephalus moved again, gently grabbing hold of Zeke's hair, making him fluster. Hey, Bucephalus, what's gotten into you all of a sudden? Some kind of mysterious force shifted his body. Jack Draker stared in amazement as he found himself already sitting atop Bucephalus's back, happily wrapping his arms around its neck. You're saying you want me to ride you? As expected of a supreme spirit beast, it can read my thoughts, clearly knowing I wanted to test its abilities and lowered its back so I could climb on. Then Jack Draker cheerfully blurted out, Alright, Bucephalus, come on, run at full speed. Bucephalus swiftly moved its step. Streams of power resembling lightning flashed across the space. Bucephalus darted forward like an arrow. Jack Draker was extremely excited, running so fast yet not making a single sound of hooves. Just what kind of absurd creature have I tamed? Then Zeke's eyes opened wide. Bucephalus's hooves stepped down upon a magical circle. He excitedly laughed out loud at this surge of power. Ha ha ha, absolutely top tier. Scene transition. Outside, a carriage was traveling along the road. Remembering just moments before, upon seeing him choose the ring, the gate guard girl had been utterly astonished. My lord, do you really want to choose this thing? Jack Draker sat in the carriage, leaning against the window, thinking merrily. The instructor's attitude when I said I wanted this ring wasn't enthusiastic in the slightest. Afterwards, he recalled Alencia Draker's warning. In this archive there are priceless treasures, but there's no shortage of trash, either things that only look flashy on the outside, so you must be careful. In other words, this ring was precisely one of the pieces of junk Alencia had mentioned. Naturally, before reacting to the title, even the system couldn't display information about it. It was entirely understandable that people failed to recognize the true value of this ring. Zeke thought to himself, I figured Terrakin's relics could only be retrieved from ruins indicated by the system. I never expected to stumble upon this item so easily. Talk about good luck. Zeke leaned back against the seat, feeling immensely comfortable. No matter what, this is definitely a massive haul. Talk about a great mood boost. After all the exhaustion from the banquet battle, today he would head back and have a proper, well-deserved rest. As soon as he arrived, he heard a congratulatory voice. Congratulations on officially becoming a Draker Knight. Lord Jack. Zeke wore an utterly weary expression, all of a sudden speaking all formal like this. With his hands tucked in his pockets, he stepped inside. The newly appeared person was Clift Reinhardt. He smiled brightly. You've become an official Draker Knight, so it's only natural that I change how I address you. Jack Draker sat down on a chair, scratching his head helplessly, and cautioned, all right, but from now on don't show up like that out of nowhere. If someone finds out about the connection between us, our whole plan down the road could fall apart. Clift Reinhardt. Regarding that matter, Clift Reinhardt replied, I sincerely apologize, but there really was someone insisting on meeting Lord Zeke at all costs, so I had no other choice. At this moment, the person sitting in the chair, wrapped tightly in a hood, removed it. It was a familiar, long, blue-haired look. She spoke up, fancy meeting you again, Zeke. Let me reintroduce myself once more. I am the master of the Reinhardt Trading Company. Melissa Alencia, first princess of the Alencia Kingdom. Zeke frowned slightly, blurting out, the first princess of the Alencia Kingdom, Melissa Alencia. Sure enough, the real master of the Reinhardt Guild is the princess. Melissa covered her mouth, giggling softly. Surely you already figured that out beforehand. Lately, Princess Melissa rarely appeared in public, only to show up again right at your promotion banquet. Coincidentally, that timing also matched when patients injected with the Crimson Flower cure brought back by Clift recovered instantly. Anyone who isn't a fool would realize this immediately. Thinking this, Jack Draker smiled and said, yeah, true. Melissa raised her hand and continued, then I'll skip the introduction and get straight to the point. The reason I urgently sought you out is because I want to ask for your help. While speaking, she produced a document folder. He questioned, help, specifically what is it? Melissa replied, first of all, could you take a look at the documents I brought? This is information on the recent progression of Crimson Flower cases, mostly concentrated in Alencia's border regions, along with the analysis results of the Crimson Flower conducted by the Transcendental Nirvana family. Jack Draker immediately focused on reviewing the documents. Suddenly his gaze halted on a page. With a gloomy expression, he asked, are the things written here true? The Crimson Flower disease. Looking extremely grave, he uttered, it's a pathogen created through magic. This is the analysis result from top tier 3 Transcendental family Nirvana, so there's definitely no mistake. Upon hearing the answer, Jack Draker gritted his teeth in fury. The Crimson Flower disease is actually a man-made illness, and its spread rate is even faster than previous rare outbreaks. Could my regression have caused things to change? While his anger hadn't subsided, Melissa spoke up again. That's not all. As you can see in the documents, the Crimson Flower disease first broke out in villages near the border between the Rome Empire and the Alencia Kingdom. Yet it didn't spread toward the Rome Empire. While speaking, she pointed across the map. Melissa held a piece of chalk and marked a location on the map. Instead, it only spread in the direction of the Alencia Kingdom. Jack Draker looked incredulous, blurting out, wait a minute, you mean? Alencia, with a sharp gaze, confirmed, that's right, I share the same thought as you. It's highly likely that the Rome Empire created the Crimson Flower disease and intentionally spread it toward Alencia. By now, the map was pinned full of markers. Zeke's expression was filled with panic. This matter is truly serious. The reason the Alencia Kingdom easily fell to the Rome Empire before my regression was also because of the Crimson Flower disease. Turns out that was why the princess needed his help. Finishing his thought, he laid the document folder down. What the princess wants is likely the manufacturing and mass distribution rights for the Crimson Flower cure, right? Wearing a cold expression, he challenged. Melissa simply replied calmly, yes, exactly. Zeke then analyzed, In our previous contract, our guild only acquired the manufacturing principles. Distributing the medicine on a nationwide scale requires a supplementary new contract. Furthermore, the princess has put forward a very interesting clause. Even so, I have no intention of breaking the contract. Melissa cheerfully affirmed, naturally, I'll do the same. As a merchant, whoever reveals their intentions first gets the short end of the stick, but getting the chance to work with you now can hardly be called losing out. The corners of Draker's mouth couldn't help curving upward, followed by an excited, grinning smile as he made an unmasked inward remark. Sure enough, the true master of the Reinhardt Trading Company. It's no wonder the Reinhardt Guild grew this powerful. Melissa presented the contract. The medicine will be distributed to the common folk as relief supplies. You also don't need to worry about your manufacturing formula getting leaked. Of course, we will pay a fitting amount. I will grant you a 20% share of our trading company. Zeke Draker's expression turned startled upon hearing this. Then he began pondering. The Reinhardt Guild is still one of the top 10 prestigious trading guilds. If it doesn't collapse alongside Alencia during the Continental War like before my regression, then the guild will grow even more formidable. The value of a 20% share in this guild amounts to at least several million gold pieces. If the war is prevented and the guild expands further, that value could soar up to tens of millions of gold. At this moment, Jack Draker sat in silence in deep thought for a moment, then looked seriously at the other person. This is truly an enticing offer, but first I have a few questions for the princess. For all I know, I could be an agent for the Empire, so the fact that you're willingly sharing such information and using 20% of the guild's shares just for relief goods leaves me puzzled. Hearing these doubts, Melissa chuckled coldly. HMPH, I'll answer your questions one by one. I am already certain that Lord Zeke is not an agent of the Empire. If a princess has any strength besides her title, let me tell you, it's keen intuition forged through enduring many wounds. She continued, actually, after parting ways with you at the banquet, I didn't head straight back but watched from afar. Though subtle and hard to notice, you treated people associated with the Rome Empire coldly. Most importantly, you refused to shake hands with the fourth prince of the Rome Empire, Caris. People might think Lord Zeke simply chose a polite alternative to greeting instead of shaking hands, but in my eyes that was an instinctive resistance and aversion, as if wanting to avoid contact. Therefore, I am certain you are not with the Empire. Hearing this explanation, the corners of Zeke's twitching mouth tightened. The princess's observation skills are truly sharp as a god's. Suddenly, Melissa's expression turned serious. The second question needs no lengthy explanation. With just 20% of the guild's shares, if it saves people's lives, this is undoubtedly a profitable venture. Hearing this declaration, Zeke was momentarily left speechless. Recalling his past life, loud voices echoed, Alencia, please don't push it anymore, we have to retreat. Even if we stop the Empire right now, what meaning is there if the ruler dies? That's right, Zeke, that's your job. For the sake of the future, retreating right now is probably the right choice. Zeke argued, you understand it clearly too. The girl interrupted, but Zeke. The girl continued, just trading my life to buy time for the refugees to escape. That same girl in the past life also turned away with a confident remark, uttering, that is definitely a profitable venture. Presently, Jack Draker cradled his head in utter helplessness, not knowing what to do. Damn it, I tried so hard to prevent this from happening, yet she said the exact same thing Alencia said back then. He found it immensely difficult to make a decision. Then Jack Draker blurted out, all right, it's a deal. Hearing this, Melissa clapped her hands in joy. Really, good decision. He cautioned again, but be careful, don't let my identity leak. She reassured him, rest assured I can guarantee that. Very quickly 2 weeks passed. In the basement training room of the mansion, sword auras swept up into midair, as the training ground was continually battered by striking attacks. Jack Draker diligently practiced his swordsmanship without rest, executing tremendously powerful techniques. He rushed forward repeatedly to perform them. Dust billowed thickly from his powered movements, generating a massive vortex. After a while, Jack Draker's sword auras finally came to a halt. Suddenly, a notification window popped up. Successfully comprehended the beginner tier Dragonslayer sword art. Reading through it, Zeke let out a long breath. Finally done, took about a month, huh? Other notifications followed shortly. Completed the mission conditions for Shatten's successor achievement. Completed achievement mission, completion time added to the reward. Mission rewards include Chronos Kingdom Treasure Coordinates, Title Sword Art Inheritor, 500 Karma Points along with 2 random fruit boxes. Intermediate Administrator Status, Name, Zeke, Class, Immortal, Unique, Title, Blessed by Dragon, Descendant of Terrakin Draker, Successor of the Sword Saint. Powers, Dragon Shield. Physique, Poison Immune Saint Body. System functions. 100 slot inventory. Minimap, portal teleportation. Intermediate quest count, shortcut bar, potion flasks, class element skill, mental healing beginner tier, infinite stamina, realistic combat sensation, mastery of wind skill grade A, mastery of elemental sword grade S, beginner tier Dragonslayer sword art, mastery of static electricity grade C, mastery of lightning grenade grade C, mastery of discordant chord grade C, dragon skill phase 1. Mastery of Dragon Eye, Mastery of Dragon Majesty, Command Spell Toggle upon condition fulfillment, Mastery of Gluttony, Dragon Skill Phase 2, Mastery of Dragon Scale Armor, Mastery of Dragon Claw, Dragon Skill Phase 3 Unviewable, unlocks at 300 Karma Points. Current, 1095. Draker broke into a triumphant smirk. Oh, 2 random fruit boxes? Well, the points I spent burning down Mekin's warehouse are practically reimbursed now. Alright then, let's start by checking this out first. Immediately, a spherical object appeared in his hand. Chrono's Kingdom Treasure Coordinates. Administrator request confirmed, but currently unable to read these coordinates. Zeke was stunned upon seeing that notification. Need to find the seal to activate the coordinates. If you collect and piece together the scattered seal fragments, the coordinates will be activated. The locations of the seal fragments have been linked and displayed on the minimap. He observed the red dots on the map, 2 fragments in the center, 1 in the south and 1 in the north. The distance between the fragments was quite far. Gathering them all would likely take some time. Then he noticed something else, a smile curving across his lip. No wonder it never popped up. Linked mission, Treasure of the Legendary Kingdom. Find the scattered seal fragments of the Chronos Kingdom and restore them to their original state. Time limit, unlimited. Mission reward, title Successor of the Chronos Kingdom. Zeke stared earnestly at the screen for a moment, then looked unimpressed. What's this? The reward is just a title? The system popped up another notification. Linked mission, Treasure of the Legendary Kingdom. Find the scattered seal fragments of the Chronos Kingdom and restore them to their original state. Time limit, unlimited. Mission reward, title Successor of the Chronos Kingdom. After reading it, Zeke wondered, does restoring the seal and finding the treasure mentioned in the report also count as a reward, or is it like before when relics reacted directly to titles? Could this title also have some special function this time? With an extremely contorted expression, he stowed the spherical object away. Leave it for now. Walking along, he muttered to himself, there's no time limit anyway, I'll handle urgent matters first and figure this out slowly later. Good thing I just got in touch with Kay. It's been a while since I met those drug dealers in the south, huh? Saying that, Jack Draker wore a terrifying, crazed expression. Scene transition to Gopaport, a southern continental harbor village. Jack Draker had arrived in disguise. The blend of sea breeze and the stench of blood, the southern atmosphere was still as wretched as ever. As he stepped off the ship, a line of people stood bowed in respectful greeting. It's an honor to serve you, the southern branch's vice manager spoke up. Zeke Draker waved his hand. You guys went through a lot of trouble. The group continued. I look forward to the day you return to your position as vice manager. His expression was deadpan. Cut it out, that's way too dramatic. Jack Draker looked around while thinking, at least the sea smell is still the exact same. Whether before regression or now, it seems not everything changes. Must stay focused. As he walked, someone waved and called out, Murray. Jack Draker looked toward that direction, right on time for a mission hub. An image from the past surfaced. Northern Rangers, those were 2 people waiting for Jack Draker. Dressing as a merchant suits you pretty well. Purple Hair replied. Thanks. Jack Draker walked closer and continued. You've grasped the plan attached to the mission letter, right? Purple Hair wore a serious expression. Of course, on the day of the operation we'll take advantage of the chaos to rescue the girl held captive by Mekin. Hearing that, he felt satisfied, tapping the other person's chest. Good, looks like you understand very well, but the mission also includes protecting and escorting the target to a safe place, so don't get careless till the very end. Purple Hair added, got it, but I have one question. Zeke wondered, what is it? He asked. Perhaps to prevent information leaks, the letter didn't explain the chaos happening on the day of the operation. Is it a special day like a festival in the southern continent? Jack Draker's lips curled up upon hearing that. Both his pupils glowed with an eerie blue light. It's not a festival, it's going to be way more chaotic because that's the day Mekin vanishes from this world. This expression made Purple Hair break out into a cold sweat. At that moment, a voice rang out, catching Jack Draker's attention. So you were here, Vice Manager. Ah, are you chatting? I'll come back when you're done. The person scratched his head awkwardly. Zeke asked, are you the trading company's guide? No problem, finish talking and let's go right away. The person turned away. Ah yes, I understand. I'll take you in the carriage that was prepared, follow me. Zeke followed the guide. The 2 young men left behind wondered, could they be planning to go to war with Mekin? Hearing that, he paused, then waved and shouted loudly, no way, just joking around, don't mind it. The 2 young men remained uneasy, but hearing that brat speak, it didn't feel like a joke at all. Agreed. At that moment, a carriage was traveling down the road and a voice rang out. Did you check the place prepared by the guild? Of course, it looks fancy on the outside, but the red warehouse and the interior are managed entirely by us. Standard hotel quality. Isn't that great? Oh, by the way, to recap the plan, let's summarize it one more time. Today is Don Juan's birthday. Jack Draker propped his chin on his hand, looking out the window. This is an occasion to celebrate him and also a meeting of all top leadership for upcoming transactions. Therefore, Kay, the key figure in the transaction, and her assistant Jack Murray will both attend the meeting, right? The person replied. Ah, yes. Zeke Draker continued. How many times have we talked about this? Probably the 5th time already, to the point where every word is memorized. Kay, sitting opposite him, pointed and yelled angrily. Well, what can you expect, partner? I'm not as thick-skinned as you. Feeling anxious is normal, or did you rope me in just so you refuse to let me vent a little? Jack Draker smiled bitterly, thinking, I thought something was out of the ordinary, turns out it's because of that. Kay clutched her head and trembled. what should we do if we get caught burning down the Soma warehouse? I heard Mechan's method for dealing with traitors is to paralyze their entire body and shove them into a shark dragon ship. Ah, this is bad. We laid down smoke screens so thoroughly nobody noticed, right? Her face was deathly pale with immense fear. Seeing this, Jack Draker amusedly thought, seeing her this worried makes me want to tease her even more. Then he spoke up, Kay, you're a mage, you'll be handled differently, so don't worry. Hearing that, Kay was curious. Handled differently how? Zeke flashed a dazzling, handsome smile and blurted out, down south, legend has it that possessing a mage's body can ward off curses so nobody wastes them as chum. They'll probably just break down your entire corpse and sell it off to settle debts. Hearing this, Kay's body went limp and twisted with shock, and then her terrified screams echoed out from the carriage. So those rings the Mechan members have been wearing all this time aren't models, they're actual fingers? Ah, oh no, what's going to happen to my fingers? If that actually happens, partner, please collect my corpse and bury it somewhere warm and sunny. But wait, how on earth do you even know about this? Jack Draker silently looked out the window thinking, there's no way I wouldn't know. I understand the southern continent better than anyone, and as a hired assassin, I'm the one who guided Mechan's prosperity and collapse. He recalled his past life, his grievances with Mechan before regression, starting from being expelled from the academy and captured by slave traders, then being sold to Men's Soma Farm. Men's Soma Farm wasn't just a place to grow soma on command. It was sometimes used as cannon fodder in factional wars, and I was the only one who survived and returned time and time again. Back then, I just felt relieved to have survived without questioning anything, but looking back now, perhaps my survival instinct unconsciously utilized healing. And anyway, after surviving 5 or 6 cannon fodder missions, Don Juan began forging me into a hired assassin. And look, Don Juan's sharp eye was right. The work of a hired assassin suited my abilities perfectly, so by luring the opponent off guard and then using poison, taking down a purple knight became a breeze. But blue knights were different. Even when I approached while concealing my traces, they would miraculously notice, and even when poisoned, they could adjust the aura within their bodies to burn or purge the poison out. Yet blue knights were human after all, so I learned how to subtly target the flaws that only humans inherently possess, making it possible for me to take down blue knights. By the time the number of blue knights I killed reached double digits, I had firmly established my position as a hired assassin within the Mechan organization. Afterward, I continued to expand my standing through major achievements in wars and the elimination of the Pavla organization, eventually becoming Don Juan's adopted son with the promise of an official succession. But on the night all the top leaders of the gang gathered to announce the successor, I killed everyone present, including Don Juan, and left the Mechan organization. Well, never mind, it's all in the past now. As Jack Draker was sinking into memories of his past life, Kay waved her hands to snap him out of it, saying, hey partner, you've been dodging my questions this whole time. Could you be a spy for Mechan? Are you planning to use me to swallow up the syndicate? She pointed and questioned with a tense expression. Jack Draker raised an eyebrow, looked at her without saying a word, and then went back to glancing outside. This attitude made Kay feel like she was turning to stone. Impatiently, she pressed on, am I wrong? Say something, partner. While he chuckled inwardly, Kay is different from before the regression, still a bit naive, so it's fun teasing her. The scene shifts to the interior of Don Juan's mansion. Inside, the guests had arrived in fairly large numbers. The crowd inside looked luxurious, each holding glasses of wine. Just then, a voice rang out, Don Juan, this is Kay, the shushy employee I mentioned. Someone was introducing Kay and she quickly lifted her skirt to curtsy. It's an honor to meet you, Don Juan. He pursed his lips as he observed the space, marveling inwardly, truly filthy rich. Not only men's assassins but even famous outlaws down to rangers, the preparations are seriously diverse. This was inside the secret conference room behind the mansion's main hall. A row of people seated at the large conference table all cast glances toward the two of them. The master of the mansion held a cigar, flashed a friendly smile and spoke, nice to meet you, Kay. I heard you were a mage, but I didn't expect you to be a woman. A beautiful mage is more precious than gemstones. I look forward to hearing your words of wisdom. Please begin. This old man was none other than Don Juan, the boss of the Mechan organization. Kay placed a hand on her chest, taking a deep breath, then blurted out, a few months ago, do you remember the warehouse fire? These words shocked everyone present in the room. Old Don Juan put out his cigar and replied, of course I remember, it's not like I could ever forget. But why are you bringing that up now? His expression turned as cold as a demon's as he questioned her. Intimidated by that heavy pressure, Kay grew tense and began to stammer. That's because there's a traitor here who colluded with Pavla to burn down the Soma warehouse. Someone among us colluded with Pavla, and they are the very person who set fire to the warehouse. Her words caused numerous furious people to shout, what did that crazy bitch just say? Drag her out right now. Old Don Juan slammed his fist hard onto the table, and the noisy bunch quickly fell silent again. Exuding a thick murderous aura, he questioned, do you dare take responsibility for the words you just uttered, Kay? Kay nodded without hesitation. Don Juan reached out his hand and continued, Fine, then go ahead and tell us who dares to boldly betray Mekin. The people there were extremely anxious, terrified that their own names might be called out. Suddenly, Zeke Draker grabbed one of them, held a knife to their neck as a hostage, and then spoke. Nice to meet you, Don Juan. He calmly introduced himself. I'm Zeke Murray. Regarding what Don Juan just mentioned, I think I can help. Old Don Juan appeared calm and replied, Zeke Murray, a pleasure to meet you. On my birthday, you bring a knife instead of a gift, he asked as he lit another cigar. Looking at the guy in his grip, Zeke Draker said, the gift is right here, isn't it? Don Juan, are you saying my lovely brother Joaquin is the traitor? Kay wore an excited, wicked grin. Hey Joaquin, also known as El Mencho, you should understand this best of all, right? Why don't you speak up yourself? Joaquin gritted his teeth in anxiety. A matter that even the boss hasn't discovered yet. How on earth did this guy find out? Then he screamed, you useless trash, what are you just standing around starring for? After eating off me for so long, at least do something useful. The guards nearby panicked. But even if you say that, we can't do anything. That guy is a professional, he hasn't left a single opening to approach. If we attack from afar, he'll use Mr. Joaquin as a shield. He's very likely a spy sent by Pavla. With a sharp gaze, Zeke said, as expected of Mekin's right-hand man, you're deeply trusted, aren't you? Yet you're the one who's actually Pavla's spy and you dare turn around to suspect me. Joaquin, with a knife pressed to his neck, sneered, identity exposed, so you're starting to talk nonsense, huh? Zeke calmly replied, pretty confident, aren't you? Do you think I did all this without evidence? At this moment, Kay began activating her mage abilities. A stack of documents appeared on the table in front of old Don Juan. He quickly picked it up to read. Don Juan silently flipped through it for a moment with a pensive look. Then his eyes narrowed. You've brought something quite interesting, Zeke Murray. Not only did Joaquin collude with the syndicate to betray us, but those bastards Pavla turned out to be pirates as well. This statement threw the rest of them into shock. Zeke Draker thought to himself, as expected, just mentioning pirates changes the atmosphere instantly. Nobody likes pirates, and Southerners hate them even more because living close to pirate bases meant they suffered greater losses than any other continent. Above all, Don Juan lost his entire family to pirates, so his grudge against them was unquenchable. Even someone like Don Juan would never let slide an incident involving pirates. Now what are you going to do? Controlled Joaquin gritted his teeth, panicking further. Damn it, hell, where on earth did you get that photo? In that report too, it clearly details how my past smuggling with Pavla and the Soma warehouse fire a few months ago are connected. Just that alone is enough to cast suspicion on me. Suddenly, old Don Juan threw the documents onto the table. I've looked closely, Zeke Murray, but if you think a bit of evidence like this is enough for me to suspect Joaquin, my own flesh and blood brother, think again. Zeke Draker frowned and thought, looks like that's not enough. I didn't want to resort to this method, but it seems there's no other choice left. Then he whispered something into Joaquin Mencho's ear, making his body stiffen as if turned to stone. Don Juan remained calm and continued. If that's truly all there is to it, then you've insulted my brother in a way I cannot tolerate. Then Joaquin gritted his teeth and blurted out, Boss, Zeke Murray is right. The one who secretly colluded with Pavla is me. At that moment, his pupils shrank lifelessly as if he lost his sanity. The space grew so silent you could hear a pin drop. Old Don Juan lowered his head, propped himself up, and stood. So that's how it is. I never expected you to betray me. How shameful, since you've confessed like that, you must receive treatment fitting of your sins, right? He said as he walked over. Suddenly Zeke's eyes widened, and old Don Juan threw an axe toward Joaquin, causing fresh blood to splatter everywhere, spraying even onto Zeke Draker. Just like that, a headless corpse and a massive pool of blood appeared in the conference room. Zeke Draker swallowed hard, looking down at the axe blade embedded in Joaquin's forehead, thinking, to think Mekin's right-hand man met such a pathetic end. Southerners really are bizarre. Recalling what he whispered into Joaquin El Mencho's ear earlier, confess that you're the traitor. If you do as I say, I swear before God I won't touch your hidden family. Zeke took a towel to wipe the blood off his face. An oath before God is absolutely trustworthy after all. Actually, I never had any intention of touching your family in the first place. Anyway, he truly lived up to being the boss of a notorious criminal organization. Don Juan surely didn't genuinely believe El Mencho was the traitor. He only executed him because circumstances forced him to do so. Because a few months ago, the culprit behind the Soma warehouse fire, the incident that caused Mekin heavy losses, was also the one who colluded with Pavla and torched the warehouse, while Kay affirmed that the traitor collaborating with Pavla and the arsonist were one and the same person. At that exact moment, I took extreme action, pointing straight at El Mencho as the traitor and instantly subduing him, combined with the shocking news that the Pavla organization was actually composed of pirates. Amidst such chaos, Don Juan somehow maintained his composure, analyzing the situation coldly. But his subordinates did not, and right in the middle of that turmoil, El Mencho had confessed with his own mouth that he was the traitor. Even if El Mencho wasn't actually the traitor, turning a blind eye would likely cause the organization's discipline to collapse. Sure enough, Don Juan calculated things with extreme rationality as always, unchanged. He pursed his lips and stared toward the opponent. Old Don Juan pulled the axe blade out of the corpse, dragging along a gruesome stream of fresh blood. A bizarre, eerie aura surrounded him, and his cold gaze looked upon them like a predator eyeing its prey. Then he spoke again. However, if Kay's report is correct that Jokwin was the traitor, then those who worked closely and allied with him must also be traitors. This startled the remaining subordinates in a panic. Old Don Juan chopped down hard onto the documents. The report clearly states that burning the Soma warehouse was merely a stepping stone for you all to prepare to side with Pavla along with Jokwin. If you confess like my brother Jokwin, I'll send you off without making you suffer any pain. Someone tried to justify, this is a complete slander. With a sharp gaze surveying the situation, a sweating subordinate pointed at Kay. We never plotted anything like that. This is definitely a dirty trick by that damned bitch of a mage, if you'd interrogate that mage. Before he could finish his sentence, an attack instantly shot toward him, cutting him off completely. A stream of fresh blood splattered onto Kay. Her expression turned stunned at the situation, her body trembling as she looked down at the corpse at her feet. A voice of interrogation rang out. What are you doing, Zeke Murray? The person who launched the attack was none other than Zeke Draker. He calmly replied, I'm simply helping the boss deal with traitors. Jokwin confessed himself and you personally executed him. As for those who allied with him, they were already in collusion with him, so there's enough legitimate justification to kill them now, isn't it? Old Don Juan glanced over at him, thinking inwardly, I kept wondering what on earth this brat was plotting. It turns out his ultimate goal was to use my hands to eliminate the syndicate. Still keeping his head lowered, old Don Juan muttered, justification, sounds nice, but Zeke Murray. His cold eyes fixed on Zeke. Are you a messenger of God sent to help me or merely a minion of the devil sent to destroy me? The corners of Zeke Draker's mouth curved up as if everything was going according to his plan. Placing a hand on his chest, he confidently declared, not a messenger of God nor a minion of the devil. I'm just a business partner wanting to propose a new deal. Don Juan looked perplexed hearing this. A business partner. He reaffirmed, that's right, I think just like you. Boss, you want to wipe clean the syndicate's order and restore command, right? However, with Ishtar's deportation order and Pavla's control over sea routes, Meccan's only Soma distribution network right now is through the organization. You're clear-headed enough to see all of this plainly, boss. That's why you hesitated to punish them even after knowing they betrayed you. Hearing him speak, old Don Juan thought in astonishment, you talk as if you've known me for a very long time. Zeke Draker continued, don't worry, by now the Federation's Soma distribution has been entirely handled by Kay. Kay, who was still shaking and suddenly called out, could only force a laugh, ha ha ha. Zeke Draker confidently declared once more, from now on, Kay and I will take over from the Federation and handle Meccan's Soma distribution ourselves. Don Juan silently sat back down in his chair, feeling somewhat at ease, and replied, that is indeed a fantastic offer, Zeke Murray. If what you say is true, transactions must be built on trust. But without trust, how can I hand this distribution over to you when this is only our very first meeting? Zeke agreed, you're completely right, he asked again, then how about this? Suddenly he tossed the axe aside, then flipped the documents up into the air, drew his sword, and finally drove it fiercely down through the photo placed on top of the documents. After finishing that series of movements, he turned back with an arrogant smirk. Paulo Santos, I'll eliminate the territory managed by that coward. Paulo Santos, nicknamed Cowardly Paulo, earned his moniker because he prioritized safety above everything else, which was why despite being an enforcer, his reputation within the organization was exceptionally low. Don Juan analyzed calmly, Zeke Draker, and you even know details like his existence and his nickname. Well, as long as it benefits me, I don't care. Finishing his assessment of pros and cons, Don Juan stood up and spoke, all right, that brat has earned my trust. But even though I'm impressed by your boldness and nerve, that place is still too dangerous to ambush alone, so I'll send Meccan's elite assassination squad to support you. Zeke thought to himself, support my ass, they're definitely just going to spy on me, he continued, and while you prove your courage just as a precaution, young lady here will be under my protection. He turned toward Kay, speaking with a vile expression while she grew extremely tense and terrified, her body still shaking. Zeke Draker's gaze turned sharp as he thought, that's just a long-winded way of saying she's been taken hostage. Then he replied, I understand, please take good care of Kay, boss. Vast is the port of Soma, so I'll send Meccan's elite assassination team to support you. By now it was nighttime, and with a raised arm as Kay led the assassination team to the destination, he signaled, stop. At this point, Manuel, the leader of the assassination squad, glanced over at him and marveled. Even as the team leader, I unconsciously stopped at his command without even realizing it. Well, after seeing his skills, only a fool wouldn't follow his orders. He had more stamina than assassins like them, moved faster and was more precise, as if he knew the northern forest by heart. But above all, he was exceptionally skilled in battle, even when facing powerful beasts capable of easily defeating the most expensive mercenaries of the wolf tribe. He truly was a monster. Manuel stood there in awe, admiring Zeke Draker's strength for a moment. Zeke Draker suddenly spoke up, all of you wait here. Hearing this, Manuel was flustered. But we came here as observers and aren't supposed to help directly. Zeke Draker looked back with a cold gaze. This is the only spot where the factory can be clearly seen. Stop saying things you don't actually mean and just focus on observing. With that, he quickly vanished from the front. Manuel anxiously called out after him, Master Murray. Manuel felt helpless dealing with this guy. One of the team members asked, "What should we do, leader?" Manuel replied, "We'll do as he said and keep observing here. Just like he mentioned, we're only here to monitor, no need to follow him into battle. From now on, hold your positions and make sure we're properly camouflaged so we don't get spotted." Just as he spoke, a fire suddenly started raging down below. Manuel broke out in a cold sweat at this rapid pace of action. He's already charged in. Down below, a massive fire was spreading outward. People gasping for breath from the fire lay scattered across the ground, looking utterly horrific. Then a column of fire began swirling around the space. Screams rang out, "There's a mage among the attackers, we can't handle this alone. Request backup from the magic weaponry squad immediately." Zeke Draker was holding a small sword emitting flames. Such reactions were obvious when seeing an elemental sword for the first time. Someone who spotted him yelled out, "The intruder has been sighted." Zeke closed his eyes and sighed. But for an organization clashing with Meccan up north, I already anticipated this, that their reaction would be lightning fast. A group of armed individuals rushed in to attack him. Streams of power unleashed in unison, answered by flying fireballs. This was an attack of the elemental sword. Below his firefield luminous flame. Zeke Draker swept past, instantly setting those people ablaze. Having finished them off, Zeke Draker landed back on the ground. Looking at the burning corpses, Zeke Draker let out another sigh. Still, this isn't nearly enough to get things started. Suddenly he glanced off to the side, frowning as he muttered, "That cowardly bastard Paulo really is a crazy freak." At this moment, Zeke found himself targeted by the barrels of several tanks. He's even exploiting a magic pool. How much money went down the drain here? Wouldn't hearing mages be cheaper? The tanks quickly powered up, and an explosive shell fired, heading straight for Zeke. He casually pointed his elemental sword forward, cleaving the large projectile in half, and thus easily neutralizing the attack. Delayed explosions erupted right behind his back. After taking care of it, Zeke broke into a triumphant smile. "Well, unless you're a criminal, you wouldn't accept an exchange like that." Saying that, he began employing a barrage of techniques. The elemental sword, wind fields, and dancing blades. Just like that, the surging power blasted apart the tanks and nearby objects. Beneath his black face mask, the corners of Zeke's mouth curled up. Before regressing, I might have run away at the sight of that magic pool. He turned his back to the lingering explosions, slashing his sword through the air. But things are different now. After some time, the stronghold was reduced to ruins and unquenched flames. Inside the underground corridor were scattered corpses and pools of blood. The remaining guys were swiftly dealt with. As they collapsed, Zeke Draker revealed himself as the one who had just struck. Stepping further inside while scratching his head, "After cleaning up this many, it's about time for that guy to show up." Suddenly an arrow came shooting toward him, but Zeke effortlessly caught the projectile. Suddenly the arrow burst open, releasing a cloud of powdery substance. The system instantly popped up a notification, "Black Mamba venom detected. Immunity to all poisons negates venom effects. Administrator command confirmed, temporary suspension of the continuous activation of the healing coefficient class skill." Zeke Draker frowned, casting a sideways glance. "You've finally shown your face." At this moment, a man named Paulo Santos emerged from the dark corner, speaking up. "What the hell is the underground army doing, letting an intruder get all the way in here?" 5 or 6 footsteps drew closer, accompanied by a threatening voice. "What you just inhaled is lethal poison. Even an aura user can't do a thing against this extreme toxin." He walked forward carrying an antidote vial, laying down a condition. "I'll give you a chance to trade information about your accomplices for the antidote." Pavla Organization Officer Paulo Santos. Paulo began mocking Owen while the latter was in a tight spot. "Looks like this is a diversion, but seeing the ground so dead quiet, your accomplices must have all been subdued already, right? How about a smooth trade before it's too late?" But Owen swiftly saw through his intentions. "Want to trade using a bluff that doesn't even exist? Do you take me for a fool?" Just by looking at the venomous arrow on the ground, he understood its lethal danger. To Southerners, the fact that Black Mamba venom had no antidote was far too basic knowledge. An ordinary person infected would die in minutes, and even a blue-collar knight would struggle to filter out the toxin without suffering lasting aftereffects. Truly a deadly poison. Furthermore, Owen understood pharmacological properties extremely well, so he had luckily avoided part of it. And with immunity to all poisons, it had zero effect on him anyway. Black Mamba venom detected thanks to the effectiveness of immunity to all poisons, body unaffected by toxins. Without wasting words, he directly slashed and shattered the vial in Paulo's hand. Enraged by this outright rejection of his goodwill, Paulo barked, "Are you out of your mind destroying the antidote? Do you really want to die?" Suddenly, right after finishing his sentence, his expression stiffened into speechlessness. Owen exuded utter confidence, spilling the whole truth to him. "Rest assured, my physique is naturally immune to poison, plus he can even transform into another form that looks fiercely aggressive." His eyes lit up as he went on to threaten him. The reason the ground is so quiet is because I wiped out all your accomplices. Paulo was left utterly dumbfounded and speechless by these words. What? He still stubbornly argued his point. Stop talking nonsense. They're elite forces of Pavla equipped with magical weaponry to boot. Owen kept provoking him. If you're curious, go check for yourself, of course, assuming you still can. Paulo roared. Who the hell are you? Who put you up to this? He casually retorted. You've probably guessed a little by now, haven't you? Paulo gritted his teeth hard, trying to guess his identity. Could it be Mekin? Owen confirmed. Quick on the uptake, aren't you? Based on certain personal deductions, he'd logically arrived at that answer because the only one capable of rocking Pavla to this extent was Mekin. But I thought both sides respected each other's boundaries. Why pull a stunt like this out of nowhere? Owen didn't hesitate to toss a sarcastic jab at Paulo. Talk about having zero shame. Paulo asked in surprise. What? Dismissing further pleasantries, Owen chewed him out straight to his face. What so-called mutual respect? Isn't it just Pavla sneaking into the other's distribution lines, waiting for a chance to smuggle goods? Owen dropped a series of proofs, adding threats that made Paulo sweat with anxiety. Pavla crossed the line, and that alone is reason enough to declare war. The boss has vowed not to stop until the Pavla organization turns to dust. He even swore to sweep every last filthy pirate off the southern continent. Realizing all his secrets were blown, Paulo panicked and bolted immediately. He even knew their pirate routes, damn it. Owen swiftly gave chase right away. You think you can run away from here? After hunting Paulo for a while, Owen wandered into a vast, sprawling chamber. He crept deep inside and cautiously checked his surroundings. The chase should end about here, but where on earth is this? Totally different from that underground mine. On the other hand, along that path, Owen hadn't had a smooth ride. Dealing with traps had been quite a chore. Moreover, on the way here were countless hazards. I had to fake triggering them just to avoid arousing suspicion. What a pain. As a sharp and knowledgeable individual, Owen instantly sensed the presence of those traps. Those weren't native ruins traps, they looked like someone had freshly laid them out recently. Cursing his enemies in anger, those damned Pavla bastards, what the hell are they up to here? As Owen pressed forward, a mysterious figure lay in ambush right behind him. Charging like a gust of wind toward him, Owen took advantage of the blind spot, drawing his sword to make a quick end of him from behind. Sensing danger just as the guy swung his blade, Owen nimbly dodged out of the way. Leaning close to the fellow's face, he spoke in an icy tone. What kind of freakish bastard are you? Terrified and shaken by Owen's move, the assassin hurriedly pulled back his blade, staring with horrified, deeply resentful eyes. The sword in Owen's hand flared with light, and he casually treated the guy right in front of him to a few parting sword strokes. His eyes rolled back, his body riddled with injuries. Owen merely cast a cold glance at the corpse, his heart completely unperturbed. He resolutely stepped right over the body lying on the floor. Advancing further, Owen simultaneously noticed more guys identical to the previous one. Run into these scumbags everywhere I go. He finally came face to face with their troop and leader. Damn it, Imperial Hounds. The leader put on an arrogant swagger. That's why I hate cooperating with Southern scum. They should have kept things contained within their own borders. Dragging all these little rats in here, what are they trying to pull? He ground his teeth, threatening Owen. Anyway, since you've made it all the way here, don't dream of leaving alive. Based on his analysis, Owen formulated a hypothesis. On the combat maps of the hounds I ran into at the giant mountains, southern continent ruins were clearly marked. So this place must be one of the ruins the Emperor is searching for. Owen gripped his sword tighter. The arrogant leader cautiously instructed his subordinates. That dagger looks ordinary on the outside, but wind clearly gathered around it before he swung. Treat it like an artifact and handle it with extreme care. A soldier acknowledged, understood. He locked a sharp glare on him, noticing something in his hand that caught his attention. A magic scroll. The leader frantically barked orders to the squad below. It's a magic scroll, get into position. Owen reassured them. No need to be that scared. He explained the purpose of the magic scroll he held. Simply put, for the next 30 minutes, whatever happens here won't leak outside. Staring straight at them, Owen remained completely unfazed during the confrontation. No need to worry about getting exposed. Besides, opportunities to test equipment don't come around often, so enjoy it to the fullest. He thrust his arm straight up into the air and shouted loudly, isn't that right? The leader started to panic in confusion at Owen's predicted claims. The spatial pouch feels a bit weird. It doesn't look like an intermediary portal connecting to another dimension. It looks like it was generated directly out of thin air. He continued questioning the opponent's strange gear. And that weird weapon from earlier too, clearly a mage yet able to use a sword. Suddenly he froze, his eyes widening in shock. Distinct changes rippled across Owen's hands, emitting a peculiar glow. In a split second he wielded a divine sword surging with sublime power. Or a sword. The leader shuddered in terror. Could that guy be a blue-collar knight? A sharp sword arc flashed past, accompanied by a sudden streak of light across the space. Backed by the sword saint, Owen confidently handled an entire squad without burning too much energy. Dragonslayer Sword Art Chapter 1 First Form Heavenly Slash. The leader didn't escape a tragic fate either, falling victim to Owen's lethal technique. The door maintained by the magic spell likely began dissolving once Owen finished wiping out his opponents. At this point the place lay in devastation, with a bonfire burning in the middle. Anticipating the current situation, Owen had devised a brilliant strategy. If the corpses are burned to ashes, it'll be nearly impossible to trace evidence. Plus, it'll make people think Mekin hired not just knights but mages for the raid. That way, the conflict between Mekin and Pavla would escalate even further. A hard-to-explain premonition welled up in his heart. Pondering over a series of thoughts, he muttered, "Come to think of it, why did Pavla and the Rome Empire show up here together? If I had to guess, it must be an alliance to hunt for ancient ruins in the south." Recalling the past, Owen immediately deduced the most likely outcome prior to his regression. "When I came looking here, there were no such signs at all. Makes sense, that was about 3 years later than now, so maybe they'd already found the artifact and retreated." Walking past the dust on the floor, Owen felt satisfied with his own handiwork. As long as the results are good, that's all that matters. Even if I just stumbled into this, I've still wrecked that Emperor's plan. Seeing everything settled, he leisurely turned to leave. Guess it's really time for me to head back. But suddenly realizing something else, he turned back for a sidelong glance. As the leg of a red robot stepped into view, grumbling, "What a pain." It stepped out with a majestic, robust air. "I sensed a powerful, ferocious aura, but then it vanished like magic, so I came out to check." Owen could clearly feel every footstep and presence right behind his back. A stern voice rang out, carrying heavy murderous intent. "Turns out we have an uninvited guest." The surroundings brimmed with an oppressive aura. Zeke turned back to take a look, recognizing the familiar shape of the armor before him. Then hazarded a guess. "This armor looks just like Hersian, the magical armor bestowed upon the Red Knight of Draker." Mental images and related info flashed through his mind, one of a kind among treasures. Hersian is engraved with all sorts of auxiliary magic, from weight reduction spells to self-regeneration magic. After a moment of observation, Zeke simultaneously noticed the difference between the two sets. Wait, his Hersian looks slightly different from the Imperial version. Zeke bravely questioned him directly. "Who are you? The armor you're wearing looks a lot like Hersian. Could you be an Imperial Red Knight?" Before he could react, the guy pressed a sword against his throat to threaten him. Left with no choice, Zeke drew his own holy sword to counter. Both sides clashed in a hard-fought battle of equals, matching in strength and stamina. A fierce blue light flashed in the knight's eyes while Zeke braced himself to push back against him. The battle grew even more intense as the red-armored knight turned the tables with a vicious, aggressive strike. Zeke nimbly dodged the classic shockwave attack, getting blasted straight into the wall behind him, but he refused to give up. As the ironclad knight leaped high for the finishing blow, Zeke already had his defense set. Their collision generated a powerful tremor across the ground. Zeke and the Iron Knight resumed fighting, neither side willing to yield an inch. Zeke realized his endurance and iron will firsthand. Damn it, is this strength even human? A sinister premonition suddenly arose in his mind. Could that Hersian be reinforced with strength-enhancing magic too? Zeke was left with only one option: actively dodge the guy's continuous moves. The knight still stood tall and proud amidst the billowing smoke, completely unscathed, raising his eyes with a terrifying, fearsome glare. Behind him rose a chest-high outcrop of rock. Activating skill, Elemental Sword Metallic Force Field. Within a remarkably short span, it enclosed the red-armored knight inside. He easily smashed a small opening right through the top, then unleashed an innate transcendent technique, slashing furiously at the fractured barrier. The peerless knight quickly tore them apart into scattered debris. He emerged prouder and loftier than ever after breaking out of the opponent's encirclement. A blinding flash of light approached, causing him a moment of disorientation. Affected by the strange light, the knight stalled for a second. Activating skill, Flash Calamity. Following that, a barrage of large and small boulders rained down mercilessly across his body. Taking advantage of the knight's distraction, Zeke quickly stepped forward. A tiny streak of light flickered across the silent space. Zeke panicked, astonished that despite trying everything, he still couldn't put the guy down for good. Got him, but he even blocked the aura sword. He bravely stepped out right in front of the knight without the slightest hesitation. Zeke suffered some disadvantages in actual combat, making him hesitate slightly as he prepared for a new technique. Activating skill, Dragon Race Dragon Scale Armor. Activating skill, Dragon Race Dragon Scale Armor. He still resolved to rise up with the sword saint by his side, while the knight remained bound in chains. For safety's sake, Zeke temporarily decided to hold a defensive position in one spot to be secure. Zeke used a contemptuous gaze to mock him. "Turns out you've got plenty of weird tricks up your sleeve after all." The knight paused for a moment, echoing the question he had mentioned earlier. "Just now you asked who I am, right?" Zeke frowned, looking as though he eagerly expected the guy to reveal his identity. "With your strength, at least you should let me know your name." The knight finally uttered his alias. "I am Cain Siemens Constantinus." He began to harbor suspicions regarding that name. His name isn't just Siemens. It seemed Zeke had realized an abnormality concealing a secret. And even Constantinus too. The origin of his lineage had also been updated beforehand. Constantinus was a surname passed down exclusively to the imperial family of the Rome Empire. Furthermore, the middle names of the royal family could only originate from the elector noble families, meaning the aristocrats with the right to elect the emperor within the Rome Empire. From these minor details, Zeke pieced them together into a massive picture. Does that mean the Zeman's family, a major house of Draker, is actually one of the elector families of the Rome Empire? He began shifting into a different state. The system announced, demonic aura detected. Eliminating the bearer of demonic aura will grant bonus points. He shielded himself with his hand, feeling slightly bewildered inwardly, not entirely sure what demonic aura actually is. Seeing the glaring light radiating from Kane forced Zeke to shield his eyes, but it was undoubtedly dangerous. The guy prepared a decisive move to display his power and authority. To think I'd meet a knight on par with me in this desolate place. So I shall personally pay due respect and grant you a glorious death with all my might. Zeke knew his limits well. Recognizing the impact of the guy's ability, he calmly reasoned, ordinary techniques can't fight this anymore. Even if I use the elemental sword to cope, my level is still way too far behind. Zeke stomped his foot down hard onto the ground, having figured out a countermeasure. In that case, there's only one way left. Zeke swung his sword up, beginning to unleash a crucial technique. Dragonslayer Sword Art Chapter 8 Second Form Dragon Scale Pierce. Yet he felt a lingering worry that a counterattack alone might still not be enough. Having witnessed Kane's terrifying skills and strength firsthand, Zeke knew to stay on high guard. His defensive capability and power amplification were overwhelming enough to bounce back even the Aura Sword. As long as Hersian remained, landing a fatal wound on him was impossible. Raising his sword and lightly stroking across it, he hatched a plan. The prerequisite is at least dragging him down to my level. Activating skill, Magic Reflection. Just as Zeke readied his move, Kane abruptly stopped, surprising him. What? Hersian suddenly stopped working. The guy blankly turned to ask him, what did you just do? Zeke felt even more bewildered than him, asking, what? I have no idea what the hell you're talking about. Kane laughed like a madman, drawing his spiritual energy to ready for battle. How fascinating. If you won't answer, so be it. Kane unleashed a surging attack. Judging enemy counts himself being another joy in combat. While several spots were struck by his ability, creating glowing friction marks. It came in rapid succession as if he were striking wildly rather than targeting a single point. Zeke stood firm against the berserker. Kane continuously exerted his power to take him down, rising up and turning everything upside down into utter chaos. The whole room was smashed to pieces by him, leaving no spot undamaged while several spots were struck by his ability, creating glowing friction marks. It came in rapid succession as if he were striking wildly rather than targeting a single point. Zeke stood firm against the berserker. Kane continuously exerted his power to take him down, rising up and turning everything upside down into utter chaos. The entire room was wrecked by him, leaving 0 undamaged areas. It exploded so violently that the ground shook and debris flew everywhere. After the skirmish, the chamber was left in ruins, completely unrecognizable. Zeke was critically injured to the point of bleeding profusely. Damn it, the demonic aura ratio in the administrator's body has exceeded the threshold. The efficiency of the element-type healing class skill is degraded. Struggling back to his feet, clutching his agonizing wounds with a heavy mood, this situation is genuinely dangerous. Kane stood before him, unable to hide his admiration, truly deserving of the Draker bloodline, quite impressive. He recalled one of the crucial experiences from fighting Zeke. Even for just a flash, being able to neutralize Hersian's function could only possibly be the sealing mana of the Draker family. Furthermore, the swordsmanship you displayed in the final blow, when exposed by Kane, left Zeke startled, bears a striking resemblance to the dragon-slaying technique. Sure enough, paying attention to his every move allowed the guy to immediately deduce how he used it and analyze it in precise detail. The Dragonslayer sword art was the original source of the dragon-slaying technique, so naturally both shared many similarities. However, the dragon scale pierce he had just unleashed only appeared in the later sections of the dragon-slaying technique. Being a secret technique forbidden from leaving the family, a Rome Empire knight like Kane knowing, it proved that the Zeman's clan had handed the dragon-slaying technique straight over to the Empire. Zeke covered his mouth with his hand as he coughed up a massive mouthful of blood. Kane drew closer and prepared to hand him a defeated opponent's parting gift. Looks like your body has been heavily eroded, it must be painful. Leaving you in this state would be a discourtesy to an opponent who faced me honorably. He decisively thrust a sword blade into his chest, halting him instantly. Kane lingered for a long moment to let him pass completely. Confirming it with his revolting expression, he casually offered a farewell, rest in peace. Watching Zeke motionless for a long while, Kane finally turned to leave. Even as an enemy, it's been a long time since I met such a worthy opponent. The moment he walked away, a tiny dagger suddenly came flying swiftly from behind. It clipped away a bit of hair, along with leaving a shallow cut on his neck. Casting a sidelong glance back, Kane discovered Zeke had vanished. The guy blurted out in shock, "How is that possible?" Instantly, Zeke had appeared right behind his back, his arm tightening around his sword as a terrifying gleam flashed in his eyes. The system has used a lifesaver, the highest grade recovery potion, significantly restoring the user's stamina and wounds. In the split second of his lowered guard, he effortlessly took the guy's head with a single featherlight slash. Right after the strike, his own body could no longer hold its ground. Dropping to both knees on the ground, he coughed a few times, muttering inwardly, "Good thing I kept a recovery potion ready in the shortcut slot." The lifesaver system is a masterpiece by Jabalu Ibn Hassan, the ultimate recovery potion that instantly heals fatal wounds and stamina. Note: Due to its overwhelming efficacy, the potion has no effect on those who have already used it, and certain unknown side effects may persist. His body began trembling from the pain. He mumbled to himself, I almost bought the farm just then. But it seems internal injuries caused by aura can't be healed. The system blared continuous warnings, caution, skills used in excess. Due to excessive skill usage, fatigue has surpassed the danger threshold. He muttered to himself, if I patch up the columns like this, though he thought that his mind could no longer hold out. His entire body went limp, losing consciousness as he collapsed to the floor. The system, to ensure safety, the administrator's consciousness will be disconnected. With only a few fading flickers of consciousness left, he told himself, no way, I need to heal more. Casting his gaze toward the scattered recovery vials littering the floor, his voice carried absolute determination. Right now, by any means necessary, I have to do it. Suddenly, the image of a dragon's head flashed across his mind. His whole body went like a snapped kite string, slumping to the earth. In an instant, a colossal surge of energy violently erupted outward from his body, swallowing. The Dragon Race Gluttony skill system has been activated. Kane's entire body was currently being scoured by the energy radiating from his form. The system swallowed the fallen demon tainted by demonic aura. Exhausted stamina, mind, and mana were being replenished. The remaining potential energy inside Kane's body gradually integrated into the mana he emitted. Right after that, all that mana returned to Zeke's body, beginning to heal him. A cracking sound echoed through the silent space. System, absorbing the architectural abilities of the devoured demon. The C-tier active static resistance skill has evolved into the A-tier electroshock skill. Once healed, that golden mana began fatting away into the air. Abruptly, his eyes snapped wide open, panting heavily. Sitting up slowly, he checked his body's wounds with his hand and cursed under his breath. Damn it, thought I was a goner for sure, good thing I remembered gluttony. Then his gaze shifted toward a suit of armor floating before him, wondering, is this Kane's armor? The system received Anonymous's armor, do you want to register as the armor's user? Zeke pondered it complexly for a moment, puzzled why it had no name. Without a shred of hesitation, he selected yes on the system info panel. The system registered him as the armor's user. Yet the moment his selection finished, the armor lunged forward to wrap around his body. His entire physique now looked no different from Kane's earlier. The system, the illusion shape can be customized to the user's will. Out of the 28 grand magic circles engraved on the armor, 3 can currently be activated. Looking at the armor, which looked cumbersome yet felt unusually light when worn, Zeke found it thoroughly delightful. Such a sweet set of armor. Wearing this around will just get me spotted by the Empire's bunch. Better stash it for now, change appearance later before using it. More importantly, I gotta get the hell out of here right now. Then he suddenly caught a whiff of a certain scent diffusing through the air. That smell is, looking toward the source of the odor, he muttered, the stench of blood and corpses, figures. Tracing it to inspect, he discovered this was a human experimentation site. Countless researchers were carrying out experiments right here. Gritting his teeth in fury, he cursed under his breath. Those damned imperial bastards. The moment he appeared, the mages blurted out, intruders, capture him. True to their words, countless vials of poison in their hands were unleashed outward. He angrily raised his voice, to dare take human lives for experiments. Summoning via the system chimed. Toxins synthesized via poison magic detected, surpassing the effectiveness of the poison-immune physique, afflicted with poison status. The poison rapidly coursed through his body, but he instantly produced an antidote vial. The system, high-grade antidote used, he angrily declared. In that case, you lot had better prepare yourselves to pay with your lives too. Following his words, the entire laboratory was thoroughly demolished by him, swallowed in a sea of flames. Clutching a stack of documents in hand, he began inspecting the situation. Gotta collect the research materials from this lab. Being an imperial facility, who knows, it might connect to the crimson flower disease. While he was investigating, a voice suddenly piped up from behind. Is that you? To think you've wrecked my laboratory like this. An old man stepped forward, glaring at him with blazing fury. Without a second of hesitation, he tightened his grip on his sword, charging straight at the old man ready to attack. Seeing the light flashing upon his sword, the old man let out a low murmur, sword aura. Instantly, the old man also raised his hand to summon a magic circle. But Zeke's speed was no slouch either. Moving with blinding swiftness, he easily cleaved the old man's body in two with a single strike. A neat block was delivered, but his body was like a pile of sand. After being cut in half, it regenerated in mere moments. Observing it, he deduced based on the magic patterns that it was the Desert Scorpion clan specializing in forbidden arts, 6th Circle Officer. Ah, this guy's a real pain, never expected the Empire to team up with these lot. The Mana Reflection skill system activated. In just a few seconds, the old man's body fully regenerated. The old man angrily shouted, "Damn it, could you be a pureblood Draker?" Realizing his identity, the old man tore apart a magic scroll in his hand. If so, the moment the summoning paper in his hand was torn, a colossal sand dune began forming right behind his back, and within seconds, it morphed into a giant monster standing before Zeke. He judged internally, a synthesized chimera. The old man laughed proudly and self-importantly. Ha ha ha, this is my ultimate masterpiece, even a Draker can't hope to fight it. Without a moment's hesitation, the monster lunged forward, swinging its claws to strike at him. He instantly used his weapon to block its attack. The moment the two attacks collided, sharp metallic clashes rang out incessantly. Exchanging continuous blows, Zeke's eyes narrowed slightly as if calculating something. Right after that, a massive amount of mana circulated beneath his feet. At the same time, the monster's claws slammed down hard onto the stone floor, shattering the earth. By then he had vanished from its sight. Utilizing his agility to slip around behind the monster, he executed the wind technique footwork of the phantom. Quickly realizing the situation, the monster lashed out with its scorpion tail toward him. But without a second thought, he swung his sword and lopped its tail right off. He marveled inwardly, it has 0 blind spots. Regaining his composure, lowering his stance to the ground, he began weighing his options. I don't intend to waste time in a place like this. Dragging this out will only bring their guards running. Yet right now he had no other choice than to battle the monster before him. Then he glanced at the system screen in mild surprise. The system can activate the inherent power to dominate the dragon race. Would you like to subjugate the dragon race target? He felt a bit skeptical at the moment. Dominate the dragon race. Without an ounce of hesitation, he activated the dragon race's dragon majesty skill. Behind his back materialized a giant eye radiating immense pressure. He commanded, submit. Gazing into that eye filled the monster with utter terror. Meeting its maker, its attitude flipped 180 degrees, now resembling a stuffed toy. The system aroused fear from a lower-class dragon race. The effectiveness of dragon race domination has increased. He thought to himself, both dragon majesty and dragon race domination worked. Turns out when the chimera was created, part of the dragon race's traits got mixed in. System, activate dragon race domination to subjugate the target dragon race. Do you agree? Reaching out to touch the system screen, yeah, subjugate it. The moment he confirmed, 2 golden chains suddenly materialized, wrapping around the monster's body and filling it with dread. System successfully subjugated lower-class dragon race. Glancing at the notification board, he cheerfully declared, nice catch. Stepping up to stroke it, he praised, as obedient as a puppy. Noticing his summoned beast suddenly acting affectionate towards Zeke, the old man hiding behind the wall was utterly astounded. Why is the chimera ignoring my commands? Spotting him then, Zeke spoke in a cold stare, sick him. Mere seconds later, the old man collapsed in a pool of blood with bottled-up frustration he couldn't voice. Advancing to collect the loot, he began inspecting. Let's see, what did this guy bring? Glancing at the file folder, he uttered, Gilabu al-Lamani. Looks like this guy is the Scorpion clan's number 2. He wondered curiously, turning to ask his new pet, but suddenly 2 system windows popped up to interrupt his thoughts. System, would you like to name the subjugated dragon race? Named dragon races can be summoned at any time upon calling the power wielder. Staring at the notification, he looked surprised. Want me to name it? From now on, I'll call you Gurav. The system registered the summoned beast, Gurav. The beast's expression turned gloomy instantly. Narrowing his eyes, he asked back, what, don't like it? Well, I'm done with it anyway. After finishing his work, he headed back to Don Juan's mansion. Seeing him return safely, the man applauded in praise. Truly astonishing, beyond astonishing. Zeke Murray, I never expected you to handle cowardly Paulo. He nodded in agreement. Indeed, you've proven it, I can't not believe it. He answered indifferently, I always keep my word. Indeed, you've proven it, I can't not believe it. A valiant warrior deserves respect. I always love and cherish strong warriors like my own children. I want to treat you just the same. Truly astonishing, beyond astonishing. Zeke Murray never expected you to handle cowardly Paulo. Hearing these words made Zeke ponder for a few seconds. He recalled images from his past life, cursing inwardly. Children, you mean the kind of children you can freely use as tools. You dare say that to me? You motherfucker, I'm definitely going to kill you with my own hands. He stepped forward then, wanting to show him something. Zeke Murray, take a look at this, a gift I've prepared for you. Following his words, countless gift boxes were stacked up, and they were still stained with numerous fresh blood marks. This caused his eyes to narrow slightly, showing a bit of surprise. He continued, didn't you want to become my business partner? Then don't you need matching proof of trust? He stepped forward and began inspecting the boxes. After observing from the outside for a moment, he marveled inwardly. Sure enough, with this size and weight. As he spoke, he opened one of the boxes, and immediately, the images of the syndicate members appeared in his mind. And that was the leadership of the syndicate. Seeing him stay silent for a long time, he probed, are you satisfied? He maintained a calm attitude and didn't answer right away. The corners of his mouth began to curl into an amused smile, cheerfully replying, of course, boss, he thought to himself. Good, everything is going according to plan. This has wiped out the syndicate leadership. Now all that's left is to put K at the top. He turned around, cutting off his train of thought. However, there's a problem that just came up. He wondered, what problem? He explained. It seems Pavla's side has figured out we were the attackers. They're even talking nonsense that we mobilized both knights and mages. At this, he exhaled a breath, thinking, well, it's bound to look that way. He continued. So taking this opportunity, I want to give those filthy pirates a definitive warning. The master of this southern continent is mecking. Hearing this, he thought to yourself, so you mean you want me to attack Pavla again? Thinking that in his heart, outwardly he didn't refuse at all. I'll do it. Seeing him agree so suddenly left the old man extremely puzzled. He explained, I'll go to Pavla and clearly convey the boss's will. But in exchange, I have a request. Grant more power to Kay so she can become the center of the new syndicate. Facing his proposal, the old man pondered for a few seconds, then immediately agreed. Fine, I'll take responsibility for becoming her protector. And for your sake, I'll send you the best assassin along with a squad from the cartel. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers lightly, and instantly 4 figures appeared extremely quickly around them. A man with an extremely cold expression appeared behind his back. He stared at him without speaking. Don Juan explained, he'll be of great help. Looking at this man, he thought inwardly, that person is. The scene shifts to the territory of Paulo Santos from the Pavla cartel. The intelligence bureau now looked utterly desolate after a bloody battle, as 2 pairs of feet slowly stepped inside. The person behind spoke up, Abel, the investigation is all done, and the Imperial Intelligence has already reviewed it. There's nothing left to dig up. We've already gotten the results, haven't we? The people here included at least a squad of knights and mages, and they fought fiercely. Ignoring his words, Abel leaned down to inspect the situation. He found a lingering trace of magic power on the ground. Facing this strange action, the person behind him questioningly called his name. Abel immediately explained, no, there was only one person here. This shocked the blonde youth immensely. What did you say? Only one person? There are both sword marks and traces of magic. Abel asserted, someone at least of Red Knight rank or higher. That person alone cleared out everyone here. There are signs that the Intelligence Bureau rushed to clean up, meaning there's something even we aren't allowed to know. We have to find out what the Empire is hiding. This statement suddenly made the youth behind him break out in goosebumps of fear. He stepped forward to stop him. Wait, you're planning to investigate the Intelligence Bureau? What about the consequences? Facing his anxiety, he reminded William, right here is something I absolutely cannot miss. My instincts tell me it's right here. And you know how much I've yearned to make Draker and the Empire my own right. Shifting scenes to the port of the Pavla cartel, the eyes of the pirates were focused on a small boat preparing to dock. One guy stepped out from the crowd and spoke up. A small boat, whose faction do you belong to? At this moment, Zeke didn't hesitate for a second, his hand tightening around his blade. Immediately leaping up extremely fast, rushing forward to give the guy who asked a swift, clean slash, sending him off to the other side. Down below, Simon observed the pirate's body falling into the sea. Without a single shred of hesitation, gripping the sword in his hand, his eyes flashing a ray of determination. Once he identified his target, he threw his sword forward, neatly pinning that pirate straight into the wall. This decisive action made Zeke praise inwardly, handled very neatly, dropping straight into the water without a sound. After finishing, he pointed behind him and reminded, let's go, Simon. He still wore an extremely cold expression, not answering him at all. Simon Zapatero, in my past life, he was the one who taught me southern swordsmanship and assassination techniques. Even within the Meccan cartel, a place full of scumbags, this is the only person I can trust. Furthermore, even after the regression, his combat coordination skills are still very good. It would be great if I could pull him over to my side. Across the city now, countless soldiers were walking everywhere. Zeke exclaimed, soldiers are stationed all over the city. Simon wondered, is there a way to infiltrate the central district? He replied, of course there is. This place originally belonged to the Holy Empire, so there are definitely sewers built since those times. He asked back doubtfully, going through the underground? That's absurd. How are you supposed to find a way in a maze-like sewer system? Zeke shoved both hands into his pants pockets and answered confidently, just watch in silence, there's a way for everything. The system then sent a notification, guiding to Mateo's room sewer. Looking at the mini-map in front of him, he moved straight ahead without a single moment of hesitation, thinking to himself, with the mini-map's navigation function, a maze isn't a problem at all. Ahead looks like it's heavily guarded by soldiers, so we'll have to take a detour. And it seems those of Red Knight rank or higher aren't displayed separately, so we have to be careful. That's why we ran into Kane last time. After traveling for a while, he turned back to remind everyone, we're almost there. From here we go separately. You guys plant bombs in as many places as possible. I'll go take care of the number 2 guy, Mateo. The group chorused, understood. After finishing dividing the tasks, he turned and walked in a certain direction. The location he chose to go to this time was the city's central garbage dump. He slowly moved up the drainage pipes, climbing while thinking, if I kill Mateo, Pavla's boss will go crazy. Then Meccan will wage war against Pavla. With a slight pull of strength, he popped the iron grill in front of the drain aside, easily entering inside. As he walked, he continued thinking, did Don Juan really desire that when he sent me? A guy so cautious he personally eliminated his own right-hand man just for fear of shaking the organization's discipline. No way, on the contrary, he hopes everyone sent here will go and never return. He intends to use this very raid as a warning to Pavla, while also flaunting that this level of sacrifice means nothing to him. But it seems things won't go the way you want, Don Juan, because I'm actually going to kill Mateo. At this moment, he was moving toward the end of the tunnel. Instantly kicking the manhole cover outward, The soldier startled and blurted out, "Who is it?" Without a second of hesitation, he dropped down, moving as fast as the wind, treating each guy to a sweet slash right through the center of the chest. After dealing with a few small fries, he sensed something unusual. Strange, Pavla teamed up with the Empire. Why isn't a single Imperial soldier here? The mini-map doesn't react either. Just as his thoughts ended, a sudden blinding light appeared ahead, obstructing his vision. Just as he regained his sight, countless Imperial knights and mages appeared all around, shouting, "Capture him alive." 3 soldiers rushed toward him, preparing to attack. He immediately swung his arm to grab one guy, taking advantage of the momentum to leap into the air, then turned and kicked hard, his blade piercing straight through another soldier's head, sending him packing for good. The mage in the back gave the order, and the mage squad fired immediately. The system sent a notification, dash skill activated. His speed was multiplied many times over, easily dodging the mage's recent attack. He dashed toward them at lightning speed, gripping the sword just taken from his inventory tightly in his hand. Using the wind elemental sword skill, with a single very simple move, he easily wiped out all the mages. Looking at the remaining mages, he coldly spoke up, "I'll give you one last chance." His body was now wrapped in an aura and a brilliant golden light. The system sent a notification, Dragon Turtle skill has been activated. He coldly ordered, "Kneel right now and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise charge forward with the resolve to die." Words like a threat that terrified the mages. After dealing with the soldiers, a thought flashed through his head. What on earth did the Empire come all the way to the south for? He noticed a stream of dark magic heading toward him. Above, a mage coldly uttered, "An eel is blocking the grand cause." This unexpected appearance left him a bit stunned. Since when was this guy here? I couldn't even sense a breath of him just now. He turned and asked, "Who are you?" He didn't answer right away but reached out his arm, and from the ring on his finger, a stream of dark magic gushed outward, rushing toward the soldiers he had just killed earlier. After a few seconds, the soldiers suddenly popped up and turned into zombies. He ordered, "Capture him for obstructing the grand cause. I'll personally extract your soul." Looking at the zombies in front of him, he muttered inwardly, "Zombies being able to revive such a large amount all at once. Is he a high-level dark mage? But aren't most dark mages of that level from the Scorpion tribe? Why doesn't this guy have talismans and circles?" His eyes flashed a golden ray. Then he sped up the pace to wipe out those annoying small fries. The system sent a notification, eliminated a zombie polluted by demonic energy, received 10 karma points. Looking at the system screen that just popped up, he was a bit surprised, and then the corner of his mouth curved into an amused smile. "Points, not bad at all, right?" And a karma point farming spree took place. For a while after that, the system continuously sent notifications of receiving 10 karma points. He unleashed a sword strike to take out one last zombie, then turned back to look at the system screen. So that last one was the final one. Standing above observing his battle, the dark mage just stood there without speaking, and immediately, his entire body began to dissolve into the air, and disappeared without leaving a single trace. Looking up, he exclaimed, "What, leaving already?" He turned to leave, thinking to himself, "I'll have to turn that place into a farming spot later. Anyway, things are done on this side." From here, walking a bit further brings us to Mateo's office. So it's almost time. His steps were suddenly stopped by something. At this moment, he faced it with extreme calmness. Gently speaking up, "I've been waiting for you, Simon." He still maintained his initial attitude, looking at him with an extremely cold gaze. "I didn't expect you to make it all the way here. Did Don Juan send you to take me out before things get too complicated, right?" Zeke asked with a deadpan expression, showing not a single trace of fear. This seemed to make Simon hesitate for a moment, tightening his grip on the sword in his palm, before stepping close to the protagonist and saying, "The boss intends to wipe out the Pavla cartel. There's no room for an outsider like you to meddle in this." Hearing him say that, Zeke also frowned and asked, "If it weren't for me, the distribution network would have already been snatched away by the Pavla scum, wouldn't it?" By this point, Simon finally began to reveal his true purpose. "The syndicate will continue to need someone named K, meaning it doesn't matter if you're not around." Turning towards Zeke, he didn't immediately ask the system to deactivate his healing ability, and instead quickly grabbed Simon's wrist, dragging it straight toward his own throat as a thin line of blood began to seep out. Still, Zeke provoked him with a smirk. "Is that so? Why don't you just kill me already, phantom demon?" Faced with the protagonist's words, Simon's expression turned blank and bewildered as he stammered, How do you even know that alias of mine from back when I was an outlaw?" To this, Zeke didn't offer a lengthy explanation, only calmly stating, "Simon Saporito, I know all about your past and the reason why you're serving under Don Juan. What kind of nonsense are you babbling about?" Simon blurted out in a daze, but before he could finish, Zeke cut him off. "To protect the last remaining bloodline of the Cusco kingdom. Am I wrong?" Those words from the protagonist hit right at Simon's deepest secret. Instantly, his eyes flooded with murderous intent as he snapped, "Just who are you? How could you possibly know about that?" Taking advantage of Simon's shock, Zeke stepped back a pace, dodging the blade aimed at his throat while simultaneously pulling a sword from his inventory and bringing it down with a fierce swing, crashing heavily against Simon's weapon with a harsh, ear-piercing metallic screech. Once that move was done, Zeke stared fixedly at his opponent with an intensely serious gaze. On the opposite side, struggling against Zeke, Simon demanded, "You bastard! Just how much do you know? What the hell are you?" Wielding his sword in a counterattack, Zeke replied, "My identity? Fine, I'll tell you. I am one of the direct descendants of the Draker family, Zeke Draker." Because the protagonist's name was far too famous, Simon instantly recognized his lineage. Zeke Draker. Could you possibly be that legendary youngest person ever promoted to the blue rank? At that mention, a flash of nervous panic swept across Simon's face. If the Draker family gets involved, the entire southern continent will be affected. Luckily for him, Zeke clarified further, "No, this has nothing to do with the family. I'm acting on my own accord, you don't need to worry about that part." His explanation only left Simon even more bewildered as he asked, "Then, why are you revealing your real name so easily? You could have easily kept it hidden until the very end." Turning back to Zeke, he seemed to have lost his patience with Simon's clueless demeanor, giving a flick of his hand that easily batted Simon's sword away before he glared and shouted, "Simon, stop being loyal to Don Juan, pledge that loyalty to me instead. Not only will I protect the Cusco bloodline, but I'll also help you rebuild the kingdom." Hearing this, Simon froze in absolute shock, letting out a breathless, "What?" Zeke continued weaving his seductive persuasion. "I know it's hard for you to believe this right away, but haven't you already figured it out? If you keep clinging to Mekin, there's simply no hope left. Just think about it. What if you actually killed me right now just to follow orders? What would you do about the Pavla horde closing in? Has Don Juan ever sent reinforcements to you and your subordinates?" Simon pondered for a moment before giving a slight shake of his head. No, we've always had to fend for ourselves." Seeing this, our protagonist pressed on with his pitch. "Besides, ever since the kingdom of Cusco fell, the ones who swallowed up those lands were the cartels, nobody else. Don Juan is practically wishing for former royal knights like you to just vanish out of his hair, so he can sell off the lone surviving princess to the Cusco rebels for a hefty price." With that, the protagonist quickly recalled the events of his past life. 10 years ago, when the kingdom of Cusco fell, Simon had fled to the borderlands with the newborn princess. The reason he became an outlaw there was to build up his strength, so that one day he could drive out the rebels and restore the princess to her rightful throne. And his reason for joining Don Juan's ranks as an assassin was much the same. Except Don Juan had caught wind of Simon's past. In the end, during the previous timeline, Don Juan deemed him a liability and had him eliminated, while the princess was sold off to the rebels. Before dying, Simon had entrusted the princess to him, but by the time Zeke found her, there was nothing left. "That's why I have to get you out of Mekin." Simon, on the other end, quickly processed the situation after a few seconds of calculation and made his decision. "I don't have time to ask how you found out about all this. But fine, Mekin, which once seemed unbreakable, is now shaking to its core. And it's all because of you alone. Ever since the boss's birth and the Pavla mob getting involved, things have suddenly turned bizarre. Just what is your true goal, Zeke Draker?" Zeke waved a hand dismissively and answered with weary annoyance. "A minute ago you were saying there was no room for outsiders like me. Oh well. For now, my goal is to make the two cartel factions slaughter each other. And once it's all over, I'll head to Mekin." At this, Simon finally seemed to grasp Zeke's ultimate objective, muttering an internal deduction. "Is your real target Don Juan?" Unaware of his inner thoughts, the protagonist offered another reminder. "I'm dead serious, Simon, and I mean it when I want you to come with me." Simon made up his mind, calling out loudly, "Then promise me two things. Not only must I escape safely along with all my men, but you must also keep your promise to protect the Cusco bloodline and help rebuild the kingdom. You absolutely must keep your word." Hearing that, Zeke struck a solid blow to his own chest in reassurance. "I swear it on my knightly honor." At last, our friend Simon stopped hesitating, dropping to one knee before him and pledging his allegiance. "I, the head guard of Cusco, Simon Saporito, hereby salute my master, Lord Zeke Draker." Zeke gave a gentle nod and said, "Good, Simon, no need to stand on such stiff ceremony. Get up, we'll discuss the details once we're outside. Where are your subordinates?" Simon answered briskly, "The moment I give the signal, they'll activate their explosive scrolls and rally for our escape." Zeke instructed, "Then give the signal right now, call all your men to the entrance of the sewers." Simon added, "Understood. Our target Mateo was captured earlier and is tied up inside." "Great, see you shortly," the protagonist replied, and with that the two of them split up to carry out their respective tasks. Zeke headed inside to meet the target Mateo. At this point, the fat bastard Mateo still hadn't woken up to the reality of his situation and was howling like a mad dog. "You bastards, do you really think Mekin is going to stay safe and sound after pulling a stunt like this?" Brushing off the empty threat as mere wind whistling past his ear, Zeke chuckled and replied, "As if. Naturally, when a war breaks out between two sides, nobody gets to stay peaceful. But hey, this is all thanks to you. Thanks a lot, Mateo. Now then, chew on this." He shoved a scrap of paper into the man's mouth bearing the message, "Rest in peace to anyone foolish enough to tear Mecking apart." Just like that, the fat lard Mateo was eliminated right then and there. Soon after, Zeke briskly walked out of the room thinking to himself as he moved, "I've already grabbed all of Pavla's secret ledger books. Time to make a move." Around the same time, Simon came running up in a rush after sending the signal. "Boss, I've already signaled the brothers." Turning his attention to Simon, Zeke noticed a faint twinkling light behind him and instantly drew his sword from his inventory, roaring, "Simon, get behind me right now." With that, he drove his blade deep into the ground, using it like a makeshift shield to block the volley of incoming arrows. Fortunately, the attackers were just a bunch of nameless grunts, one of whom screamed, "Intruders, catch them." Up front, our protagonist unleashed his skill, blazing annihilation sword Kai, coating his blade in searing flames as he charged forward to clash directly with the thugs. Time flew by. Scene shift to the sewers where it seemed Zeke and Simon had already cleared out the annoying small fry blocking their path and arrived at the rendezvous point. Catching sight of his assembled subordinates, Simon spoke up, "Show some respect, this is our new master." Hearing this, everyone collectively bowed and chorused, "Greetings to our new master." Our protagonist didn't want to waste time on formalities, cutting straight to the point. "Save the chat for later, let's move out now before any pursuers catch up." And so the entire group took off running. However, they hadn't traveled far before Zeke began to sense someone tailing them. He abruptly halted and issued instructions, "Stop, we'll split up here, I'll draw them off, you lead the brothers ahead first. Once you get outside, contact Kay from the syndicate, just drop my name and she'll understand." Hearing this, a panicked Simon protested, "But the princess is still in the hands of the Mecking cartel." Hearing that, Zeke replied, "Do you really think I didn't foresee that?" Flashback to a moment when he was issuing a commission to a certain mysterious figure. "Have you carefully read the combat plan attached to the letter of commission?" The scarred man replied, "Of course. The mission is to take advantage of the chaos on Action Day to rescue the girl imprisoned in Mecking." Zeke nodded. "Good, you've got the memo." Zeke smirked as he recalled, "I've already rescued the princess." Down in the southern continent at Don Juan's villa, a scream ripped through the air loud enough to scatter a flock of resting crows. You'd think such a scene was absurd. "It's already been a month since we struck the favela cartel," Don Juan roared, slamming his fist violently onto the table. All the managers sat frozen in dead silence, not even daring to breathe loudly as they endured his scolding. Yet, for a whole month straight, "We've been attacked by those bastards countless times." The more he talked, the more enraged Don Juan grew, slamming his hand so hard onto the wooden tabletop that it cracked open and began to bleed. Glaring at the statuesque managers sitting in front of him with pure disgust, he yelled to emphasize his point. "Half of the managers in the Mecking cartel are dead, half of them." Overcome with high blood pressure, Don Juan slumped back heavily into his chair, rubbing his forehead in utter exasperation and cursing, "Damn it." Thinking of Simon and Zeke, he muttered in anxious torment, "Those two are way too dangerous, which is why I gave them such a difficult mission to take care of them, but who would have thought those bastards would successfully provoke the favela cartel into overreacting like this?" After a heavy, hellish silence, one of the men finally spoke up, "Boss." Frowning, Don Juan turned his glare toward him and snapped, "What is it?" The man immediately suggested, "Would you like to temporarily leave the Mecking cartel, sir?" Hearing that, Don Juan asked back in displeasure, "Are you telling me to run away like a coward?" Reading his arrogant tone, the man cleverly analyzed and reasoned, "Not at all, sir. Those frantic pirates are currently blinded by a desire for revenge. They don't know their place and will soon attack the Mecking cartel. We should use that to our advantage." Pausing for a second, Don Juan instantly caught on to his scheme and asked, "So, lure them here and wipe them out entirely?" The man eagerly replied, "Yes, and you can command everything safely from the Tahuani villa." Hearing this brilliant proposal, Don Juan gave a satisfied nod of approval and praised him. "Very well." Straightening his posture with an air of dignified authority, he spoke calmly to everyone present, "As you all know, crises only make us stronger and this time will be no exception. Am I right?" The managers instantly leaped to their feet and shouted in unison, "Yes, boss." The meeting adjourned and everyone cleared out one by one, leaving only the man from earlier behind. Just as he was about to stand up and leave, Zeke, completely shrouded in a face mask, somehow materialized right behind him out of nowhere. Pressing a sharp blade against the man's neck, Zeke mocked him with chilling sarcasm, "You guys sure talk a big game." Terrified, the man immediately turned to beg for his life. I did what you asked. I lured the boss to Tahuani, please spare my life." But Zeke wasn't listening. With an indifferent expression, he slashed straight across the man's carotid artery as bright red blood sprayed everywhere. Staring at the corpse with cold, emotionless eyes, Zeke muttered a mocking taunt, "Thanks to you, I can finally enjoy the main course." Scene shift to Don Juan's Tahuani villa, where an opulent carriage pulled to a stop in front of a modest wooden house. Don Juan stepped out, let out a soft sigh, and thought to himself, "So you tried to lure me here, eh? I'll definitely wipe those pirates out." Night fell completely, and a full moon hung high in the sky. Inside the house, Don Juan sat brooding as he gazed out the glass window, a glass of top-tier red wine sitting right beside him. At that moment, a knock on the door shattered the quiet atmosphere. Don Juan growled in a low voice. I didn't call for any servants, get lost. The knocking stopped, replaced instead by the sound of the door opening. Irritated by the defiance, Don Juan barked and repeated, I told you to get out. By now, the surrounding atmosphere turned bone-chillingly cold. Zeke was standing right in front of him. Pulling off his face covering, Zeke looked down at him with contemptuous mockery. Enjoying your peaceful vacation, Don Juan? Even though things have turned completely to hell. Recognizing the face of the intruder, Don Juan widened his eyes in shock and shouted, Zeke Murray. Regaining his composure, he slowly drawled, You really think I climbed to the top without ever facing threats like this? As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed the bottle of wine beside him, casually pouring a glass before sneering, such a cheap little act. A sword blade stabbed straight down into the wine glass, shattering it into pieces. Zeke leaned in close to his face, his cold, biting voice dripping with malice. Good. I was actually worried you'd sit there crying and begging for your life, Don Juan, because if you did, getting revenge wouldn't be fun anymore. Furious, Don Juan bounced to his feet, bellowing an angry command, Insolent brat, a punk like you dares. Guards, drag this bastard out and make him kneel before me right now. Zeke coldly shattered his last thread of hope, Nobody is coming. Hearing that, a stunned Don Juan gasped, What? Zeke answered nonchalantly, Because I killed them all. Staring blankly at the wide-open door, Don Juan listened as Zeke flatly confessed, In my past life I didn't have enough time to make you suffer properly. That's always been my biggest regret. Lately, I've still been having those dreams, about the years I spent running errands under your command like a dog, dreams about countless people who died because of your orders. As he spoke, he used the sword in his hand to carve a jagged line across the table. Looking at Zeke's terrifying, icy aura, Don Juan backed away in fear while stubbornly denying it. What are you talking about? Stop spouting nonsense, I never forced you to do those things. Zeke suddenly asked him, Do you even know what they said to me in my dreams? Without waiting for an answer, Zeke grabbed Don Juan by the throat with a firm grip, slamming his entire body hard against the glass window. The dark, eerie pressure radiating from him turned downright grotesque as he roared every single word. Please save me, imitating those who begged while Don Juan enjoyed his fame and wealth built on their blood. That's how they pleaded, Zeke said, raising the sword in his hand high into the air. Struggling to pry Zeke's hand away while choking for air, Don Juan stubbornly deluded himself. That's not. I am a savior chosen by the gods, thanks to me the impoverished. Before he could finish, Zeke roared, Shut up. Without a moment's hesitation, Zeke ruthlessly delivered the blow, sending Don Juan's body into a sheer freefall as he screamed in absolute despair. Covered head to toe in fresh blood, Zeke panted heavily, trying to steady his breathing. After a long moment, he wiped the streaks of blood off his face, staring down with cold, grinding hatred. Fine then. Go ahead and die a slow death, suffering the exact same agony. Passing through the dark night, dawn broke with the first rays of the morning sun just peeking over the horizon. Inside the wooden house, bloody footprints stained every corner of the floors. Carrying a blood-soaked coat in his hand, Zeke leisurely walked downstairs. Downstairs, Kay and Simon were already waiting. Catching sight of him, they asked, Is it over? Zeke gave a casual reply before countering, That's right, what about the syndicate? Kay instinctively repeated, Ah, you mean what I blindly trusted and did. She then recounted, Everything went exactly according to your script. The managers were pinned as being killed by Don Juan while trying to defect to the favela cartel, and since I was already doing all the actual administrative work anyway, it all wrapped up without drawing any special suspicion. Handing his coat over to Simon to hold, Zeke pulled out a stack of documents, handed them to Kay, and instructed, Good. The syndicate will take over operations from here on out. Taking the file and flipping through it, Kay looked up with a mix of shock and confusion. What is this? Reinhardt, Merchant Guild contracts. As he peeled off his fake wig, Zeke explained, I heard the Merchant Guild is setting up a pharmaceutical company. We're going to produce high-grade soma and distribute it to them. If processed correctly, soma can also be turned into various medicines. Anyway, long story short, Zeke left her with a flat command, I'm leaving the transportation to you guys. Seeing him just walk away like that, Kay hurried after him to demand answers. Wait, where is the production going to take place? What about management? And we can't possibly transport this openly under our own banner, can we? Continuing his stride without looking back, Zeke gave an enigmatic reply. Once I help the Kingdom of Cusco, I'll secure a cultivation license from them. I've already got a plan for the rest. Turning back with a teasing smirk, he added, But I don't have time to explain all of it right now, we'll catch up later. Frustrated, Kay hollered at his back, We're supposed to be allies. Outside, a lush green forest stretched beneath rolling white clouds as a flock of white birds soared into the distance. Zeke walked along in deep, calculated thought. All right then, let's take care of this next. Suddenly, he halted in his tracks and patted down his pockets, fishing out a letter, an invitation from Prince Karas Nerva Constantinus. The summary of the letter read, According to Decker's report, the prince hadn't returned after the banquet and was still lingering in Atlas. Staring intently at the words on the page, Zeke couldn't help but overthink. But it takes at least a few days to reach the center of the continent from here. If I arrive late, the prince or someone close to him might grow suspicious and figure out the real reason why I'm late right now. Before anything even happened, his overactive imagination had already brainstormed 49 different future catastrophes. But his worries weren't entirely groundless, considering Zeke Draker might currently be linked to the collapse of the Meccan cartel. The more Zeke thought about it, the more anxious he grew, spinning up various worst-case scenarios. What if the prince already suspects me and summoned me back? Stop letting your mind wander, he mentally scolded himself. Even if it's just a hunch, better safe than sorry. I need an alibi. With that thought, his fingers flew across his virtual screen with practiced speed. Zeke let out a wave of relief, muttering, "Found it. Please specify destination coordinates." Destination confirmed, Atlas Ruins required points 600. Utilizing the system's teleportation gate function and spending 600 points, Zeke vanished from the forest in a blinding flash. High up in the lounge of the luxury Atlas Hotel, the sky had already faded into dusk. As Zeke hurried in, someone spotted him and shouted loudly, "Look, Zeke's here, over here, Zeke." Karis waved his hand to signal him over, but Zeke's gaze was locked entirely on the person sitting beside him, thinking, Karis, and of course, he's here too. At that moment, the other man turned his head, offering a perfunctory, polite smile as he said, "You've arrived, Zeke." That man was none other than Abel Draker. Bowing respectfully, Zeke spoke up, "Sieg Draker, reporting for duty as summoned. Did your highness call for me for anything in particular?" Karis lounged comfortably in his seat and declared, "I called you here because there's an extremely important matter, and that is..." Right after that, he grabbed a bottle of wine in one hand, hooked it around Zeke's neck, and grinned brightly, "This right here." Karis imagined Zeke drinking and laughing eagerly, thinking to himself that while William and Abel were great at work, they couldn't hold their liquor. But wasn't Sieg remarkably easygoing and bold? That was why he had invited him here. Feeling utterly helpless, Zeke looked away and muttered to himself, "Did I really leave an impression like that back then?" Recalling Adele's sharp facial features, he began to ponder, but putting that aside for a moment, he could already roughly guess what Prince Karis, Abel and William Siemens had been talking about among themselves. Looking deep into Adele's sharp eyes, Zeke suddenly realized something, and moreover, it seemed that Abel also had something specific he wanted to tell him. Karis cheerfully pushed a glass of wine in front of Zeke and said with a smile, "Come on, no need to be formal, let's have a drink together," while Zeke gave a strained, awkward smile and stammered, "Right, well then." Immediately after that, the two of them clinked their glasses together, "To a wonderful time, cheers." It wasn't long before Karis was completely plastered, having to lean on someone else just to stay on his feet. The system notification popped up right on cue, "Alcohol detected, passive skill absolute immunity triggered, neutralizing the detected toxin." Zeke looked over at the heavily intoxicated Karis and smiled faintly, thinking to himself, "This is a bit awkward, being the only sober one here makes me feel kind of bad." Adele suddenly appeared right in front of him and said, "Sorry about this, I heard you were in closed-door training, I hope I'm not disturbing you too much." Zeke replied with a weary sigh, "It's fine, if anything I was starting to feel frustrated from making zero progress anyway," prompting Adele to offer a gentle smile and say, "Oh, that's a relief then, have a seat, let's share a drink together, see." Zeke's face reflected in the wine glass as he thought to himself, "I never expected Abel to set up an atmosphere quite like this." Surrounded by that awkward silence, he figured that whatever Adele was about to say to him here must be a pretty serious matter. Suddenly, Adele called out Sieg, and when Zeke quickly answered, "Yeah," the man cut straight to the point in a way that made Zeke freeze in his tracks. "What are your thoughts on the Draker family?" Adele hesitated for a moment, and as for him, instantly a cunning glint flashed in the man's eyes as he emphasized, "One day I am going to wipe out the Drakers." Zeke abruptly bolted upright, catching Adele off guard as he remarked, "You're giving off the exact same scent as I am." The man drifted back in memory to the old days, recalling blood, combat, death and victory. An image of Zeke walking alone through a desolate wasteland of white snow flashed in his mind. Those were the marks naturally carried by a pure-blooded Dragonslayer, and you're radiating the scent of a predator who possesses all of that. Zeke stood there in silence, listening while a deeply uncomfortable look crept across his face, thinking to himself, as fellow apex predators, "I figured you would understand what I mean," before cursing under his breath in anger, "Damn it, not this bloodline nonsense again." Glancing at Adele, who was casually sipping his red wine, Zeke asked, "So, is getting cozy with the Empire part of your plan to overthrow the family too?" The man downed the rest of his drink in one gulp, slammed the glass down hard, and answered, "Absolutely." Adele slowly raised a hand and said, "They call Atlas the greatest city on the continent, but my vision goes far beyond that. We can't just be satisfied with ruling a single city. If we want to truly claim the title of #1, we need to become much more powerful." A miniature illusion of an empire flickered across his palm as he continued, "Just look at the Rome Empire, aren't they constantly forging new paths forward? From north to south, they're even trying to connect the entire eastern continent into one." Adele praised admiringly roads, culture, and all the vast resources under their control. the moment everything flows freely and connects with Rome. Clenching his hand into a tight fist with fierce ambition, Adele declared, "That's when the world will truly become a much better place than it is now, an ideal land where everything unites as one." Zeke stated with a serious expression that certainly sounds like the kind of grand ambition only an imperial emperor would talk about. He thought of the man in red armor, Cain Siemens Constantinus, whose middle name was also Siemens, the very maternal family backing Abel from the shadows, while Zeke silently concluded that after hearing everything today, there was only one logical takeaway. Abel, the Siemens family, and the Empire were all deeply tied together in a grand conspiracy. Several wine bottles sat neatly arranged on the table alongside the lingering words, "Sieg, our own bloodline." Adele continued, "I believe talented individuals deserve rewards worthy of their skills, and if it's you, I can offer you the most dazzling treasure I will ever claim in the future. Come serve under my banner, see." Zeke didn't say a word, quietly pondering to himself, is he seriously offering to make me his number 2 right-hand man? Without missing a beat, he bowed respectfully and replied, "I deeply appreciate your generous offer, however." Turning around with a cold expression, Zeke walked off. "I've already chosen my own path, so I'm afraid I'll have to pass." Narrowing his eyes with a frown, Adele called out, "You won't regret this, will you?" Without even bothering to look back, Zeke strode straight out the door, not a chance. As he walked away, he gritted his teeth in irritation. Does he really think I'm going to turn into a bloodthirsty butcher just like him, Abel? Realizing the situation had gone south, William stepped forward and knocked on the door. Approaching Adele, he asked, "Why are you all alone in here? Where's Sieg?" A fiery rage burned within Adele as he snapped, "Our dear little younger brother just told me he's taking a completely different path from mine. So tell me, William, do I really have any other choice than to crush that stubborn seed right in the cradle?" Hearing those words, William turned pale with fear while Adele flew into a mad fury and emphasized, "I clearly gave him his very last chance." Standing confidently outside the Valhalla principal's office, Zeke muttered to himself, "I'm 17 years old now and a second-year student at Valhalla, and of course, I have zero intention of wasting 5 whole years just to graduate." He had already prepared his early graduation request letter, which read, "Having officially become a knight, I wish to contribute to my family as soon as possible, but remaining bound by student status makes it regrettably difficult to participate in major activities. Therefore, I humbly request your assistance in granting this early graduation, my respected principal." Zeke squeezed his eyes shut with a smug smile, thinking that this kind of formal presentation would easily get him scheduled for an early graduation interview right away. Suddenly, someone walked up behind him and asked, "Bro, are you here for business at the principal's office too?" Recognizing him immediately, Zeke exclaimed, "Oh, Diego," before turning to ask, "And who's this with you, huh?" Taken aback by intense curiosity, Zeke stared blankly for a second, noticing a face he was seeing for the very first time. He looked over at Aster, who was standing there fighting off a heavy yawn, and wondered to himself, who on earth is this guy? Don Juan's voice chimed in from inside the office, "You kids arrived right on time, Cadet Sieg, Cadet Diego, and Cadet Aster too. It's been nearly a week since I last saw you, hasn't it, Aster?" Hearing that name, Zeke was completely taken as Aster. Could it really be? Stunned as realization hit him, he thought, the Phantom Knight, Aster Aladov? The guy who was a 5-star knight before the regression yet whose background and personal info were never revealed to the public at all. Immediately shifting into a state of profound shock, Zeke couldn't believe he was running into such a major heavyweight character right here in a place like this. Rubbing his head, Aster said, "Sorry for missing classes lately, Principal Sir. I've been having a really hard time dealing with severe insomnia," causing Zeke to look at him with a helpless smile as he thought, "Sounds like his insomnia is seriously out of hand." Diego chimed in cheerfully, "Hey bro, do you need me to sing you a lullaby so you can sleep better?" But Aster just stepped aside with a pained grimace and replied, "Sorry, but my head is already pounding like crazy, so do you mind keeping it down?" Zeke stared at him intently and thought, in our previous life, Aster operated entirely under the Imperial faction, so if that's the case. Narrowing his sharp eyes, he thought to himself, wouldn't it be fantastic if I could just recruit him over to my side the exact same way I did with Diego? Don Juan spoke up, "All right, the reason I called you 3 here today is simple. Since all of you submitted early graduation applications around the same time, I decided to handle you together, and the other professors agree that your qualifications are more than sufficient, therefore." As Zeke carefully read through the documents handed to him, he heard the principal say, "I've decided to evaluate your practical capabilities through this specific mission," causing him to look up in surprise at the words, "Delpoa Joint Operation Dispatch." Don Juan clasped his hands behind his back and asked, "Have any of you ever heard of the Dark Yaksha?" Promptly answering, Zeke replied, "From what I know, he's a continent-wide public enemy who originated from the lawless zone." An image of a man in black armor riding a horse flashed in his mind. A public enemy was someone universally branded by the entire continent as a threat that needed to be eradicated. And the Dark Yaksha was one of those figures, recently taking up residence in Delpoa, with the principal explaining that their mission was to coordinate with the Delpoa Knight's order to hunt him down. A hand tightly gripping a dagger appeared alongside Don Juan's continued explanation. Lawless outlaws were individuals who had awakened aura with the sole purpose of killing, and their combat style was fundamentally different from standard knights, which was precisely why Del Poa requested only individuals of purple rank or higher to be sent. Stepping forward with a serious expression, the principal warned, "This mission is going to be brutally intense, so if anyone wants to back out, speak up right now." Diego flipped through the papers in his hand and asked, "Quick question, this test, yeah, how many rounds are there in total, yo?" Don Juan replied, "A total of 3 rounds, and this mission is round 1. Grinning broadly, Diego said, "Cool, 3 rounds to go," prompting Don Juan to ask, "Any other questions?" Breaking into a faint smile, the principal concluded, "Well then, I'll take that silence as confirmation that all of you are participating, so go get your gear ready and prepare thoroughly." Aster walked off by himself, still clutching his head in pain and muttering, "My head hurts so much." Suddenly, someone hurried up behind him and called out, "Aster Alado." Visibly exhausted, Aster lifted his head to look back, and saw Zeke standing there, asking with a cheerful smile, "Hey, do you happen to need some medicine for your insomnia?" Giving Zeke a puzzled look, Aster asked, "Insomnia medicine?" Rummaging through his pockets with a sincere expression, Zeke said, "Yeah, as a matter of fact, I happen to have an exceptionally good remedy for that right here," though Aster just let out a weary, indifferent grunt. Waving his hand to firmly refuse, he said, "Thanks, but forget it. I've already tried every so-called miracle cure out there and none of them do a single thing." Pulling out a strange pouch anyway, Zeke offered with a bright smile, "Come on, just give it a try first, and if you like the results you can sign a contract with me and I'll keep supplying you with all the medicine you need in the future." Just as Aster insisted on turning him down, saying, "No, it's completely useless anyway," a strange, sweet aroma suddenly drifted straight into his nose. Without any warning, Aster crashed straight to the ground, fast asleep and snoring loudly. A wisp of mist lingered in the air as the surroundings grew completely quiet. After taking a thoroughly refreshing and satisfying nap, Aster bounced back up with a bright, cheerful face and announced, "I'm all done signing everything, President." Hesitatingly accepting the contract from Aster's hands, Zeke gave him a slightly bewildered look and reminded him, "You signed it just like that? This is a master-servant contract, you know, did you even bother to read the fine print?" But Aster just flashed a radiant, carefree smile and replied, "As long as I can finally get a good night's sleep, I couldn't care less about the rest," leaving Zeke utterly speechless as he offered a weak, awkward laugh. "Oh, is that so?" Glancing down at the contract in his hands, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Having a system store available is seriously a lifesaver. It's just way too convenient. Thinking back to when he used the system to acquire this particular treasure, as long as you had enough points, you could easily buy rare mystical relics, and the item he had just handed to Aster was a potent high-grade sleeping potion known as the Sandman's Sleeping Sand. With this, Aster would remain firmly on his side even after graduation, though watching Aster happily skip away while humming a tune and praising the clear skies. What a bright future. Is this really what Valhalla is like? Zeke let out a helpless, weary sigh, feeling slightly worried because none of the 5-star knights seemed even remotely normal. A sudden thought popped into his head. It'd be a waste not to test his skills while we're here, so acting on the impulse, he called out, "Hey Aster," causing Aster, who was busy dancing merrily, to stumble and stammer in surprise, "Huh? Oh yes, right here, President." Lugging a massive sword over his shoulder, Zeke walked right up to Aster and demanded, "Before we head out for the mission, show me what you're really capable of." Hearing that, Aster immediately drew his familiar spear. He spun and twirled the weapon through the air, executing a few flashy routine forms. Then he took a combat stance, pointing the tip of his spear straight at Zeke. Watching him, Zeke thought to himself, his entire aura completely changes the moment he picks up that spear. Before giving a serious command, "Attack me with everything you've got, you can use your aura too." Aster replied calmly, "Then I won't hold back," and the moment the words left his mouth, the two of them, one wielding a spear and the other a sword, charged forward simultaneously. Neither of them gave an inch, locked in an evenly matched exchange where every attack was met with a swift defense. Leaping backward to put some distance between them, Zeke kept his mind focused on the objective, analyzing Aster's movements internally. Because it's a spear, his response range is massive and he blocked my sword pretty well too. Is he leaning more toward defense than offense? If that's the case, time to use the phantom steps, he thought as he sprang forward into a high leap toward Aster. Aster thrust his spear forward with formidable power. With agile footwork, Zeke nimbly slipped right behind Aster's back, raising his heavy sword high into the air. Launching a surprise attack from behind, he brought the blade down with full force. Just as the sword was about to strike Aster, the knight swiftly pulled a smaller sub-spear out from inside the shaft of his main weapon. Twisting his body around, he used it to block the path of Zeke's blade. In that instant, Aster was wielding a giant spear in one hand and a smaller spear in the other. Suddenly, he chose to thrust the small spear to parry Zeke's massive sword, catching Zeke completely off guard with a look of utter astonishment. But it turned out to be a feint, as Aster seized the momentum and swung his giant spear down toward Zeke with crushing force. Caught off guard, Zeke's sword plunged straight into the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Aster thrust his spear forward, but Zeke nimbly grabbed hold of his sword hilt and vaulted upward into the air, narrowly dodging the blow. Even though the battle was fiercely intense, Zeke still found time to evaluate his opponent, so his spear can split apart, allowing for unpredictable combat styles. That's the kind of tricky tactic you'd normally only see from outlaws and criminals. How interesting, he thought as he pulled another smaller sword out from his gear to re-engage. He hurled it straight at Aster. Grounding his stance, Aster pointed his spear at a 45-degree angle. Spinning the weapon in a blur, he batted the flying sword away, while Zeke dropped back down to the ground at the exact same moment. Yanking his stuck sword out of the ground with lightning speed, he lunged fiercely back toward Aster. Aster calmly reassembled his spear into its full, single-pole form and held it horizontally to block. Zeke suddenly halted mid-charge, observing the situation with a mental note, doing that trick again, huh? However, keeping his sword dragging low along the grassy turf. Zeke built up momentum and burst forward toward Aster with absolute confidence, thinking to himself, there's no way you can block this one the same way. For this strike, he unleashed a dual sword technique combining two distinct forms, Dragon Slaying Swordsmanship Chapter 2 Paragraph 1 and Earth Slash. Taken completely by surprise, Aster froze in place for a few seconds. Recovering his wits in a flash, he spun the spear in his hands. Mimicking Zeke's dual-move strategy, he unleashed two techniques back-to-back. The Aladov counterstyle reverse flow spear. Once again, both combatants lunged at each other at full force to settle things once and for all. Their weapons collided with a deafening crash that rang through the air. As the duel came to an end, Aster stared down at his trembling arm and couldn't help but groan in disbelief. Is the president actually a monster? Tugging at his hair in frustration, he muttered in self-doubt, I'm supposed to be a recognized genius, so how did I get beaten this easily? Hearing him, Zeke didn't hold back at all, bluntly stating, because you've spent your whole life basking in praise as a genius, the tip of your spear has gone completely dull. Tilting his head with a sinister, mysterious grin, Zeke warned him, you're still way too far behind, so from now until the mission starts, I'm going to put you through some special training. Hearing those words felt like a bolt from the blue to Aster, who instantly foresaw his grim future and thought with a sense of impending doom, I have a very bad feeling about this. The moment Zeke stepped back inside his mansion, he ran straight into Decker near the entrance, who bowed respectfully at the sight of him and said, Welcome back, young Master Zeke, to which Zeke gave a casual, offhand nod, oh, Decker. At that moment, Decker spoke up, you have a visitor waiting for you inside, sir. Meanwhile, Galleon was taking a tour of the estate, marveling with deep awe, this mansion of yours is seriously grand. Suddenly, Zeke appeared right in front of Galleon wearing a strange set of armor, saying seriously, long time no see, Galleon, I called you over because there's something I want you to take a look at. Hearing that, Galleon immediately tensed up as dozens of melodramatic worst-case scenarios flashed through his mind, asking nervously, me? Is there something wrong with the black sword? It was crafted inside a magic furnace, so it shouldn't be prone to getting scratched easily. Hearing him mention that, Zeke thought to himself, speaking of which, Galleon's reputation must be skyrocketing around town by now thanks to the magic forge I set him up with in my past life, allowing him to manufacture top-tier weapons way ahead of schedule. Sooner or later, I need to lock him down as my exclusive personal blacksmith so no one else can get their hands on him. Dismissing the thought, Zeke waved a hand and said, Bahamut is doing just fine. The real issue is, before he could finish his sentence, his entire body suddenly shifted into full armor transformation mode. Retracting the visor to reveal his face, Zeke said flatly, I managed to get my hands on this. Galleon's jaw dropped so wide he couldn't even manage to scream in shock. It took him a long while to find his voice, stammering out in pure awe, oh my god, what on earth is this, sir? Zeke said, honestly, I don't know either, which is why I called you here to figure it out, since this isn't an item I want investigated through official public channels. Handing the armor over to Galleon, he probed, so, can you take a close look at it and tell me what you find? Though still recovering from the shock, Galleon nodded and agreed, why yes, of course, sir. Inside a secluded study, Galleon's muffled voice drifted outward, my apologies, sir. Sitting at a desk piled high with notes and manuscripts, Galleon scratched his head and asked Zeke, out of all the modern mystical artifacts I know of, there's nothing remotely like this. Is there any specific trait or reaction we can use to guess what material it's made of? Zeke remained silent, appearing deep in thought. Reflecting on his past memories, he thought, come to think of it, back when I fought Cain. Pondering it over for a moment, Zeke hesitated before explaining that armor, it actually deflected an aura blade entirely. The moment the words left his mouth, Galleon slammed both hands on the table, bolted upright, and yelled in absolute disbelief, what did you say? An aura blade? There is only one kind of metal on the entire continent that can pull off something like that. The legendary substance known as the metal of the gods. Orihalkin finished speaking. Galleon stood frozen in a daze, his emotions swinging wildly from sheer shock into deep, swirling complexity. Galleon couldn't help but remain shocked and utterly in disbelief, never imagining he'd live to see Orichalcum with his own eyes. Puzzled, he asked, is this metal really that rare and precious? He replied, more than just precious, my lord. Isn't it said that orichalcum is the most perfect substance ever created by the gods? It possesses a mana conductivity superior to any other metal, allowing a much greater number of magic arrays to be engraved onto it. Feeling a sense of awe, he remarked, is that so? Then how many major magic arrays can typically be engraved on standard metal armor? The other replied, what do you mean, how many? Ordinary metal can't even handle engraving a single large-scale magic array to begin with. Hearing this, he rubbed his chin in thought. He had already figured it was an extraordinary item, but he never expected it to reach this kind of level. He went on to ask, is it possible to reshape this armor into a different form? Galleon gasped and blurted out, you mean the orichalcum? Absolutely out of the question. Even a weapon forged by the gods can be reworked, but the problem is that this armor is already in its finished state. If you mess with it carelessly and damage the magic arrays, there's a high chance the armor will be reduced to scrap metal. Of course, if it were my master, that would be a different story. Following up, he asked, are you talking about the legendary General Galin? He answered, yes, if it's my master, he could change its shape without affecting any of its functions. He continued questioning, do you happen to know where Galin is right now? The response came, he's probably still over in Himona's as usual. Hearing the name of that location caught him slightly off guard. Galleon went on to explain, you might not know where Himona's is since it's located way up in the far north. Taking over, he stated, that's the territory of the Northern Grand Duke. His words startled the other man, who blurted out, wait, how do you even know that? People in the center of the continent usually don't care about the Northern Grand Duke at all. He answered, I just happened to find out by coincidence. At that moment, the image of an old acquaintance flashed across his mind, and standing up he said, anyway, thank you very much for everything, Galleon. If you want to study the metals further, feel free to look around while you're staying at the estate. Startled, the other replied, thank you so much, my lord. As he stepped outside, he mused to himself, Himona's, why on earth would he be way out there? There's still plenty of time. I should take care of what needs to be done here first before heading over. Just then, as if remembering something, a firm resolve settled in his chest. That's right, I definitely need to do that. Scene shift to the Reinhardt Merchant Guild, where he sat down with Cleef and Melissa to discuss the main business matters. The old man spoke up, the manufacturing of the medicine you mentioned can likely proceed without any issues. However, at least within the central continent, building a factory to process the raw soma materials is going to be very difficult. Hearing this, he thought to himself, as expected, if rumors spread that the princess is backing the processing of soma, her reputation would take a hit, wouldn't it? He pressed further, what if it's already in a process state? Cleef replied, if it's processed, it's classified as medicine. As long as it passes safety verification from the magic tower beforehand, there shouldn't be any problems. He promptly made a decision. All right then, we'll build a production plant in the southern continent and import the goods to distribute them through the Reinhardt Merchant Guild. At that, Melissa chimed in with a doubt. Lord Zeke, please forgive me for speaking so bluntly, but our current capital isn't sufficient to build a large-scale factory on another continent. Just putting together the manufacturing plant for the red flower disease medicine took an immense amount of effort. Therefore, we should probably consider a different approach regarding the factory. He reassured her, don't you worry about that. My side will step up and fund the construction of the plant. In return, I'll need you folks to handle securing the permit from the magic tower for product distribution. Those words left Melissa startled. Lord Zeke, you don't mean the Draker family will directly. He explained, this has nothing to do with the family. All the expenses will be covered out of my own private funds. Pulling out a letter, he began to explain, and this is the main issue for today. Have a look at this. The moment she opened the letter, Melissa's eyes widened in sheer shock. Good God! The Empire has teamed up with the Scorpion tribe to conduct synthetic toxic life experiments. He continued, if the red flower disease really is an artificial illness caused by magic, then this was likely a clinical trial the Empire inflicted upon the people of Valencia. Trembling with boiling rage, Melissa clenched her fists tightly. I had my suspicions, but I never imagined they would do something like this to their own citizens. He went on, Your Majesty, the reason I'm handing this document over to you is because we need to keep these crimes of the Empire under wraps for the time being. Melissa's emotions were pushed to the absolute breaking point. Furious, she leaped to her feet. What are you talking about, Lord Zeke? Shouldn't we expose the Empire's crimes immediately so they can't ever repeat this kind of atrocity? He calmly replied, I understand how your Majesty feels right now, but this material still lacks the overwhelming punch needed to serve as decisive evidence on the diplomatic stage. The Empire has cleverly shifted the blame for these experiments onto the Scorpion tribe. Since they're already a notorious syndicate of black mages, human experimentation isn't exactly groundbreaking news. Therefore, as an empire, all they have to do is deny any ties to the cult, offer their condolences, and the whole matter is brushed aside. And more importantly, holding onto this document gives us the upper hand for now. Melissa asked in confusion, What do you mean? He answered, The Empire has no idea that we've uncovered this truth. Besides, since they're conducting these experiments on a massive scale, more direct evidence linking them to it is bound to exist somewhere out there. Catching onto his train of thought, she gasped, Are you saying you want to use this opportunity to get your hands on that concrete evidence as well, so we can hold absolute leverage over the Empire? He nodded in confirmation, exactly. Even so, the reason I showed you this document beforehand is so we can prepare accordingly. The young woman remained puzzled. Prepare, he clarified. If they've already run clinical trials for the red flower disease in the contested Alentia region, there's a high probability other synthetic poisons will be tested there too. Before that happens, we need to get antidotes ready for those toxins in advance. She thought to herself, if weapons like that get deployed in the contested zone, the Alentia troops will end up fighting while unknowingly poisoned. However, if we have antidotes ready beforehand, not only can we minimize casualties, but we can also deliver a devastating stab in the back to the Empire. A fiery determination blazed in her eyes. Yes, my choice really wasn't wrong. Dragging Lord Zeke over to the Merchant Guild's side was an exceptionally brilliant decision. Standing up, he announced, I probably won't be able to attend meetings for a while due to my rather busy schedule over at Valhalla. Melissa replied, is that so? If there's ever a chance in the future, I'd love to invite Lord Zeke to visit Alentia. He smiled brightly. Alentia, huh? That's a place with plenty of breathtaking mountains and lakes, right? Hearing that, she expressed her surprise. Have you been to Alentia before? He chuckled. I've just heard people talk about it being a wonderful place very often. If I ever get the chance to drop by, please be sure to show me around the sights. Melissa happily answered, yes, absolutely, my lord. Bowing respectfully, the two of them said, then we wish you a safe and smooth journey. With that matter settled, he shifted his focus back to his ongoing training routine. After a grueling workout session, his two companions collapsed flat onto the ground. Diego groaned, Zeke, I'm going to die before the mission even starts. Unfazed and showing not a single trace of exhaustion, he retorted, quit whining and stop crying like a weakling. Instead of wasting time complaining, go swing your sword one more time. Angered, the young man bounced back up to his feet and yelled, Zeke, you're an absolute demon. The Draker bloodline really shows, no doubt about it. Following those words, he lunged forward to attack him once more. A satisfied smile crept onto his face. Right, you gotta push their buttons if you want to get them motivated to train. Under his guidance, Diego and Aster had been steadily assimilating over a week of intense drill. Especially Diego. Unlike his previously laid-back and sloppy appearance after going through these rigorous sessions together, he had become remarkably obedient and well-behaved. While they were busy training, someone approached from outside and offered a compliment. You guys are working really hard, huh? Seeing who arrived, Diego looked thoroughly surprised. The visitor was none other than Andre. He greeted him, oh, hello there, Professor. Stopping his training as well, he turned with a puzzled look. Professor Andre, what wind blew you all the way out here? He answered, I'm here to deliver an announcement to the three of you. He asked out of curiosity, what kind of announcement? He explained, the three of you have been assigned to participate in a mission to subjugate a continental public enemy. Naturally, we couldn't just send the students out on their own, so I'll be accompanying you as well. After a few more days of preparation, they finally set off aboard the royal train. Andre's voice echoed through the carriage, I didn't expect you kids to be joining the Black Knight Yaksha mission this time either. As I mentioned earlier, I couldn't just send the students alone, plus I have a few extra things to explain. Looking toward the three of them, he asked, do you guys know what kind of place Delpoa is? Sitting across from him, he answered, we only briefly covered it in theory classes. Word is that unlike most places, mages hold the supreme authority there. Andre nodded in agreement, that's right, they operate under a rather unique system. Engineers in Delpoa primarily rely on shields, which is different from other regions. While the knights use their shields to pin down the enemy from the front, the mages launch attacks from the rear to finish them off. Hearing that, Aster raised his hand with a question, doesn't that mean our frontline melee troops take heavy friendly fire casualties? Facing the question, Andre praised him, good question. He elaborated, because of that, Delpoa knights train much more on running while holding shields than actual combat. That's precisely why Delpoa's Knight Order isn't very well liked by graduates coming out of Valhalla. Diego chimed in with his own doubt, doesn't that mean this Knight Order just exists to serve those mages? Sounds like they don't give a damn about the knights at all. Gazing out the window, Andre replied, you hit the nail on the head. So don't be too surprised when we get to Delpoa, because the mages over there are arrogantly sickening. A short while later they arrived at Delpoa. The moment they stepped off the train, someone was already there to greet them. Andre spoke up, a pleasure to meet you. I am Andre Draker, a teaching assistant from Valhalla. Across from him, a man responded with formal politeness, I never expected the Draker family to dispatch someone personally. This is quite an honor for us. Scratching his head, the man introduced himself, I'm Jorge Outer, captain of Delpoa's 8th Knight Order. Glancing toward the three youths, Andre introduced them, the students traveling with me are top-tier talents from Valhalla. There won't be any obstacles during the mission, so please don't worry. With a smile, the man said, ha ha, hearing you say that puts my mind right at ease. Gesturing toward a carriage parked nearby, he added, the Grand Captain is waiting inside the carriage. Hearing this, Diego looked thoroughly confused. Grand Captain? Wasn't that bearded guy just introduced as the captain? Standing beside him, he dropped his voice into a cold warning, shut it, Diego. He continued, this is Delpoa so naturally. Just as the carriage door swung open, a blond man with an intensely unlikable expression came into view, casting a cold, condescending glare at them. Diego muttered under his breath, man, what a punchable face. he reminded him once again. I told you to keep quiet. Diego thought to himself, is that guy really the captain of Del Poa's mage unit? To the point where even a Night Order captain has to act all submissive like that. Stuttering slightly, Jorge offered an excuse. Well, the Grand Captain stated that he prefers to travel alone. You guys will probably need to find a separate carriage. Diego instantly reacted, what the fuck? Staring in the direction of the departing carriage, he shouted, what the hell is going on here? The bastard treated us like trash and just drove off. No matter how you look at it, this is completely unacceptable. We came all the way out here for this cooperative mission, you know. Before he could finish his rant, Zeke spun around and delivered a sharp kick to Diego's shin, making him yelp in surprise. Ow. Clutching his leg, he complained, you total demon, why didn't Professor Andre say anything either? After pondering in silence for a few seconds, Andre spoke up. Once you graduate and start operating as knights, you'll run into situations like this quite often. Make sure you engrave what you're about to experience from here on out into your minds. Shifting to evening, inside a dimly lit room, a mocking laugh rang out, ha ha. While his two companions were fast asleep, Zeke was still wide awake. He muttered, talk about a night and day difference. Our lodging is as old and rundown as if it were thrown together haphazardly just for show. While the mage's facilities we saw along the way spend money like water. Well, I wasn't expecting anything fancy to begin with, but still. Thinking to himself, he sat up, might as well go outside and get some fresh air. Walking down the hallway, he reflected, I couldn't care less about these lousy accommodations. After all, I've been through things far worse than this back in my past life. But what I'm genuinely worried about is that doomed Black Knight Yaksha mission. During the tactical briefing, from Captain Jorge Outer down to the rest of the knights, everyone just sat there in dead silence the moment the mage gave his orders. I already anticipated it, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. As he sighed, a figure stepped right into his path and demanded, what are you doing out here all by yourself? Casting a glance at the person who just spoke, he thought to himself, is this guy that mage captain from earlier? The man continued staring at him with undisguised contempt. Well, I actually have a few words for you. Glad I ran into you here. He sneered, you folks from Valhalla aren't going to be of any real use anyway. So stop sticking your nose into magic and causing trouble. You'd better just quietly pack up and go back. Hearing those words made Zeke's blood boil as veins bulged on his forehead, thinking to himself, if that's how you feel, why even ask for joint cooperation in the first place? But punching him right in the face is out of the question. Noticing his gloves, the man appraised them. Those gloves. Are you a pure-blooded Awakener from the Draker family? He answered with equal coldness, that's right, got a problem with it. His attitude infuriated the man. What's with that arrogant attitude? You'd better keep those gloves glued to your hands while you're here. If you want to make it through this mission alive and return home in one piece. With an angry expression, the man spun around and stormed off, leaving Zeke standing there in deep contemplation. He's pretty sharp. Then again, purebloods do possess the power to suppress mana. Just then, another person walked up and called his name, startling him into turning around. The newcomer pressed on, is that you? He turned back to look at the person who called out, wearing a blank expression. After a few seconds, he blurted out, Professor Payne. The other smiled and replied, ha, it really is you. Long time no see, how have you been holding up? He answered, I'm doing fine, but why is the professor here? Scratching his head, the man answered, there's no better place for a mage to gain practical experience. I figured studying alone wasn't enough, so I volunteered for military service. What about you? What brings you out here? He replied, I'm here for the Black Knight Yaksha mission. Hearing that, Payne gasped in shock. What? Then he said, Zeke, come here for a second. That caught him off guard. Why all of a sudden? Is there something you want to tell me, Professor? Professor Payne grabbed his hand in a tight grip and spoke up, Zeke, about tomorrow's mission, you absolutely must not participate. He looked puzzled. What do you mean by that, Professor? Payne explained, it's a mission destined to fail from the start. So under no circumstances should you go. Those words sent a chill of unease through Zeke, freezing him in place for a few seconds. Returning to his room, he heard Diego groaning from his bed. Damn it. Sleeping feels like I didn't even sleep at all. I'm so exhausted. He was still caught up in thoughts about his recent encounter. Professor Payne said he couldn't reveal any more details. What on earth does a mission destined to fail mean? In this scenario, two possibilities come to mind. Either the commanding officers of the scouting force are corrupt, or they have a shady underground deal going on with the exact target they're supposed to punish. Even though Del Poa is a place where mages frequently abuse their power, internal corruption shouldn't run so deep that it compromises military operations. If there's foul play involved, colluding with the subjugation target sounds a lot more realistic. If that's the case, then the second possibility definitely warrants serious attention. At that moment, everyone had gathered on a mountain slope. The captain began assigning duties. Squads 1 through 3 will move up along the mountain slope, while squads 4 through 6 will launch a frontal assault. Turning to Jorge Outer, he barked, any objections, Jorge? he immediately answered, "None at all, sir." Turning back to the rest of the group, he continued, "As for everyone else," before he could finish his sentence, Zeke spoke up in a cold voice, "I have a question. What are we supposed to do here?" Enraged by the question, the captain yelled, "Didn't I tell you yesterday to just sit tight and stay out of the way? I even went out of my way to warn you." Zeke pressed on, "I am a Blue Knight, and Diego and Aster are Crimson Knights. With a combat force of this caliber dispatched to provide backup, do you really intend to just leave us sitting around doing nothing?" Hearing that, the captain looked stunned. "You're a Blue Knight." The surrounding crowd echoed his shock, so young and already a Blue Knight, and there are 2 Crimson Knights as well. Valhalla really is in a league of its own. Gritting his teeth in anger, the older man ordered, "Jorge, assign them to reconnaissance duty." Stammering, he replied, "Why, yes, sir." From behind, Andre asked in confusion, "Why did you pull a stunt like that? You're not the type to provoke the captain for no reason." Zeke answered, "I sense several suspicious points about this mission." Andre questioned back, "What kind of points?" Zeke explained, "I suspect there's a collusive connection between the scouting team and the Dark Yaksha," causing Andre to look slightly startled. Pondering for a few seconds, he replied, "I see. If you say so, you must already have a plan in mind." Stepping forward with a booming voice, he announced, "We will now begin the reconnaissance mission toward the Dark Yaksha's camp. All members get ready." As for the vanguard and team leadership position, casting a glance toward Zeke, he called out, "Zeke, you'll take charge." With duties assigned, the groups began moving out. A small team was currently scouting through the dense forest. Suddenly spotting something, the scarred man immediately barked, "Everyone stop right there. There's a settlement nearby, so move carefully and watch your step. Make sure not to make any noise because getting exposed right now would be quite a headache." Just as he was speaking, a sword came flying out of nowhere like a streak of lightning. His expression suddenly darkened, and he let out a cry of agony as the blade buried itself deep into his thigh. Up in the canopy above, the trolls sprang into action. They leaped down from the trees and launched a frenzied attack on the group. Terrified soldiers scrambled in panic, screaming, "Save me." Bursting from behind, Diego and Aster dashed forward to strike down the monsters, easily dispatching them with a single blow each. The creatures were completely wiped out in the blink of an eye. Zeke walked up a moment later and asked, "Are you guys part of the Dark Yaksha's patrol unit?" When the surviving soldiers froze in terror without answering, his expression turned serious as he said, "Fine, then spill it. Where is the Dark Yaksha hiding?" Having extracted the information, the group soon found themselves positioned near a fortress deep within the mountains. Aster remarked with a hint of awe, "A fortress built entirely from natural bedrock. It's heavily fortified. Breaking through won't be easy." Turning back to look behind him, he asked, "Georgia, where on earth is the mage unit? We can't possibly breach a place like this with just our current numbers." Looking away with a hesitant, evasive tone, the man replied, "About that. Once we clear out the surrounding area outside the fortress, they'll start providing fire support from the rear." Hearing that, Zeke grew furious. "What the hell does that mean? You expect us to clear out this entire fortress with just this handful of people? Are you trying to get all of us killed?" Right then, Diego suddenly spotted something soaring across the sky. Recognizing what it was, his eyes widened in shock, and he blurted out in panic, What is that flying toward us?" Hearing the warning, Zeke spun around in alarm. "What is it?" "Those are artillery shells." He instantly barked orders to the team, "Scatter, get as far away as you possibly can." But it was already too late as the incoming cannonballs slammed down and detonated right among them, accompanied by a chorus of continuous screams. Jorge Outer stood frozen in a daze, staring blankly at the carnage, and muttered, "Good lord, what on earth is happening?" Before he could recover from the shock, Zeke strode up and yelled, "Jorge, snap out of it. Are you trying to kill all your own subordinates?" Stammering in a panic, the man replied, "And no, that's not." Zeke gritted his teeth in fierce anger, thinking to himself, how the hell did they know our exact coordinates? There's definitely a spy among us. Narrowing his eyes sharply as a sudden realization hit him, he watched as a horde of soldiers with bloodshot eyes came charging out from the forest, causing him to curse under his breath, "Damn it, I didn't expect them to send out rabid lunatics like this." Pausing for a split second, he muttered, "Wait, those bastards, something's off about their condition." Glancing at their vacant, blood-red eyes, a realization dawned on him. This is completely hopeless now, there's no doubt about it. Every single one of those bastards is hooked on Soma. Originally smuggled into the inland territories from southern syndicates, Soma had eventually spread to every dark corner of the continent. While lower-level mages occasionally used small doses to temporarily boost their magical power, the true hazard came from mercenaries, people who treated human life like dirt and viewed survival as a joke, making severe overabuse of Soma an everyday occurrence for them. Zeke shouted at the top of his lungs, "Those are the Dark Yaksha's mercenary troops, watch out for ambushes." As the enemies threw themselves forward like moths to a flame, Diego gritted his teeth, "Are these guys completely out of their minds?" While Aster chimed in from the side, "Damn it, their reinforcements are endless." Zeke called out a warning, "Diego, Aster, conserve as much mana as you can. Don't blow all your strength too early." Inwardly, he calculated, with the enemy charging like rabid beasts, the knights alone won't be enough to suppress them. What's our next move? Should I just forget about playing nice and flatten this entire fortress right now? A massive explosion echoing from the rear snapped him out of his thoughts. That surge of magical power. They finally decided to show their faces, and leading them was that damn commander. He bellowed, "The mage division has arrived for reinforcements. Fall back behind us, everyone." Observing from the sidelines, Zeke evaluated, leaving aside their late arrival, the sheer magical pressure they're radiating is genuinely terrifying. If we capitalize on this momentum to push forward. Right as he prepared to make a move, the commander stepped up and barked, "Hold it right there." With a dark scowl, the man sneered, "Are you planning to ruin such a perfect opening?" Before adding in a cold tone, "Hey you, are you Zeke Draker? Because of you, this entire operations plan has gone completely down the drain." He yelled furiously, "Do you even realize what you've just done?" Having no idea what the commander was ranting about, Zeke stared back in utter bewilderment. While gritting his teeth in silent rage, "What the hell is this guy talking about? What an absolute asshole." The commander reprimanded him, "I gave you the responsibility of scouting the situation, not charging in to provoke the enemy head-on." Turning to Andre, he ordered, "Take the cadets and get out of here immediately. I'll take this up directly with Valhalla." Clenching his fists tightly, Zeke spoke up, "Should we take this to mean our cooperative partnership with the Delpoa Legion is officially over?" Leaving the commander utterly baffled. "What?" Zeke continued coldly, "If that's the case, we no longer have any reason to coordinate with you, nor any obligation to follow your orders. From here on out, we'll finish this mission on our own terms." The commander roared in rage, "This territory is under the jurisdiction of the Delpoa Legion. Who the hell do you think you are, brat, to make unilateral decisions?" Cutting him off from behind, Andre stated, "The Dark Yaksha has been designated as a public enemy of the entire continent. That means as officially certified knights of the Draker family. Zeke and I have full authority to act under the rule of strike first, report later." Though furious beyond words, the commander realized he couldn't do anything about it. So he spun around and snapped, "Do whatever the hell you want with your mission, but you'll bear the full consequences of your own idiocy." Jorge Outer watched in shock, thinking to himself, "I never imagined the mage division would retreat this easily. Now how are we supposed to deal with the enemy?" Turning to him, Zeke asked, "Commander Jorge Outer, I have a question for you." The man replied, "What is it?" Zeke pressed on, "Do you genuinely want to wipe out the Dark Yaksha?" Firmly convicted, the man answered, "We carry the blood of knights in our veins, and no true knight can simply turn a blind eye when evil is running rampant right in front of them." Catching the underlying intent in his words, Zeke nodded, "I see, I understand your sentiment. In that case, I have a favor to ask of you and your men." Inside the fortress itself, a few sentry guards suddenly noticed something and looked startled. Down below, Jorge's men had formed up into two lines and started making a massive commotion. "Hey you cowards, stop hiding in there like rats. Come out and face us in a real fight." Infuriated, the guards immediately notched their arrows. "Have those bastards lost their minds?" And unleashed a volley of arrows downward. Observing from above, a blond man sneered, "What a joke, those are nothing more than pathetic futile struggles." Suddenly, his expression twisted in agony as he coughed up a mouthful of blood while a cold voice echoed from behind him. "Are you really so sure about that?" Zeke's voice rang out flatly, "Sit back and watch the show, you'll find out soon enough." Hearing the rumble of hooves echoing from below, the blond man startled, glancing down with wide eyes, and gasped in disbelief, "What, that guy, is he seriously charging out here completely alone in the middle of a battle like this? Could he possibly be?" It was exactly as rumored. The appearance matched the descriptions of the Dark Yaksha to the letter. Zeke declared, "I'll go after him, the rest of you stay here to harass the enemy forces, and once you secure the main gate, fire the signal flare." Andre nodded, "Understood." Without a second's delay, Zeke bolted forward in pursuit. His voice dropped to an icy register, "Come forth." Bucephalus. The moment the words left his lips, his magnificent warhorse materialized in a flash of light. "Let's see if a big shot like him is fast enough to outrun me," he thought as Bucephalus surged forward like a gale-force wind. Within mere seconds, Zeke closed the distance right up behind the Dark Yaksha, causing the fugitive to gasp in terror. "What kind of insane movement speed is that?" A approving smirk tugged at the corner of Zeke's mouth. "Not bad." Springing off his horse's back, he vaulted directly into the air above the fleeing target. A massive shockwave erupted the next instant, but with agile reflexes, the man threw himself backward to narrowly dodge the descending slash. Zeke wasn't surprised by the evasion at all. Landing lightly, he mocked, "Where in such a rush to go in the middle of the night?" Dark Yaksha. Amidst the quiet stillness, the sharp clanging of weapons echoed clearly through the air. The Dark Yaksha and Zeke were locked in a fierce, grueling exchange of blows. Parrying a strike, the man analyzed his opponent mentally. "Your style doesn't look like anyone from Delpoa, just who the hell are you?" A cold smile graced Zeke's face as he retorted, "What good would knowing do you?" Immediately following the banter, both fighters unleashed powerful blows simultaneously. Realizing they were evenly matched, the Dark Yaksha abruptly switched up his attack pattern. Sensing an incoming projectile, the system notification popped up instantly. "Desert scorpion venom detected. Due to the absolute immunity trait, you are unaffected by the toxin." Cursing under his breath, Zeke thought, "Desert scorpion poison, these outlaws really love playing dirty tricks." Seeing that Zeke remained completely unfazed, the Dark Yaksha stared in utter astonishment. The poison had zero effect. "Where the hell are you from, the desert wastes or the southern borderlands?" Without answering, Zeke offered a dry, sarcastic jibe, "You sure ask a lot of questions for a dying man." Dropping the inquiry, the man drew a handful of throwing darts and prepped his stance. Whatever. The next second, the dark yaksha lunged forward with explosive speed. Either way, you're going to die right here. In a blur of motion, Zeke batted the flying darts away with his sword while activating his Dragonic scale armor skill. Catching the remaining projectiles with his armored hand, he evaluated inwardly pretty decent attack speed. But the moment after, Zeke's eyes dilated in shock as he spotted something that's. Recognizing the technique, he murmured, an aura blade, so you were hiding your true power all along. Having fully charged his attack, the man shot forward like a cannonball, shrieking, time to end you. In a split second, the dark yaksha slashed his sword toward Zeke, screaming, die. Yet right after the strike landed, he heard Zeke's calm voice say, judging by your swordsmanship, you're an Imperial regular and an intelligence operative at that, causing the dark yaksha to panic and blurt out, how do you know that? Out of nowhere, a violent burst of lightning slammed directly into his body. Unable to withstand the shock, the dark yaksha collapsed flat onto the ground as Zeke slowly approached him. Now then. With an ice-cold expression, Zeke interrogated, my turn to ask a question. What is an intelligence operative doing stirring up chaos in Delpoa? Realizing he couldn't win against Zeke, the dark yaksha resolved to bite his tongue to end his own life. But the next second, Zeke forced a potion down his throat. Save your effort. Staring down with a ruthless gaze, Zeke stated flatly, I know damn well how stubborn you intelligence spooks are, as he consumed a recovery potion. He added a casual threat, if you give me information that satisfies me, I'll grant you the luxury of death. Terror flashed across the agent's face. A short while later, the dark yaksha sat slumped on the ground, panting heavily. Zeke asked leisurely, ready to talk now? And the cornered operative capitulated, muttering slowly, what do you want to know? Without a moment's hesitation, Zeke put forward the core inquiry, your identity and what you've been doing here. Glancing up warily, the man confessed, I'm an agent belonging to the 13th Bureau of the Imperial Intelligence Agency. Prompting Zeke to mutter thoughtfully, the 13th Bureau? I thought they only went up to the 12th, turns out they still have garbage like you crawling around down here. Hearing that, the dark yaksha gasped in disbelief. How do you even know the 12th Bureau exists? Leaning down with a dark, menacing aura, Zeke warned, I'm the one asking questions here. Now what have you been doing here? Terrified, the man stammered, conducting experiments. Hastily adding detail, the dark yaksha babbled, experiments on awakening drugs, which immediately reminded Zeke of the encounters he'd had earlier. Awakening drugs? Could it be those mercenaries? With a hint of skepticism, Zeke pressed, aren't those just regular guys addicted to soma? And the agent exposed the dark truth, it's brewed using refined components extracted from soma. Pushing for more details, Zeke asked, and why manufacture something like that? To which the dark yaksha revealed the Empire's sinister plot, to mass-produce soldiers who feel no pain and know no fear. A flurry of realizations crossed Zeke's mind, so this was another human experimentation project run by the Empire? You were bleeding Delpoa's forces dry while using them as live combat test subjects. Glancing down at the captive, Zeke analyzed silently, the only reason the dark yaksha managed to hold out in this fortress for 3 years while slowly infiltrating bandits and mercenaries to expand his syndicate was because he had the backing of the Empire all along. An intense wave of anger boiled up inside him as he cursed mentally, you damn Imperial bastards, just what the hell are you planning to do across the entire continent? Calming down after a moment, Zeke spoke up. Hey, you do realize that at this rate the Empire is going to eliminate you to tie up loose ends, right? Wearing a look of total despair, the dark yaksha replied, I know, I've already spilled everything, just kill me. To his surprise, Zeke calmly offered an alternative, what if I told you there's a way to survive? Skeptical, the dark yaksha scoffed, there's nowhere on Earth you can hide from the Imperial Intelligence Agency. But Zeke's next words stopped him dead in his tracks, what if the Draker family uses its authority to protect you? Staring in sheer disbelief, the dark yaksha choked out, Draker, what are you talking about? Without answering verbally, Zeke raised his hand and released a burst of aura. Feeling the overwhelming vitality radiating from him, the man shuddered in dread, you're a pure-blooded awakened of the Draker family? To which Zeke replied casually, that's right. Ripples of turbulent thought surged through the dark yaksha's mind, of course I don't want to die in a dump like this. I've done way too many dirty deeds to have any patriotism left anyway. And even if I survived and went back to the Empire, I'd just be executed to silence me. Reaching a silent verdict, he decided that becoming a witness under the protection of the Draker family was infinitely better, so he steadied his breathing and asked, can you guarantee a complete identity wipe and safe relocation for me? Unexpectedly, Zeke offered something even better. Stating nonchalantly, I'm going to set you up with a brand new career. With absolute confidence in his tone, he judged, since you're an operative from the Imperial Intelligence Agency, I'm sure we'll find plenty of good ways to put your skills to use. A moment later, something flashed swiftly through the quiet forest. It was none other than Zeke, who sped along while pondering deeply, wondering why the fortress hadn't fallen yet. His mind raced with non-stop speculations. A fortress without a Black Knight Yaksha should theoretically be easily handled by Andre's group alone. Did something happen? Either way, I need to get back to the Night Orders camp first. Shortly after, Zeke touched down at a certain spot. The moment he lifted his gaze, absolute shock washed over him. Ahead of him, a group of people were huddled together discussing something. What on earth are these mages gathering for? Right after that, one of them raised a staff into the air. Zeke's eyes instantly dilated in sheer horror. With a freezing expression, he snapped and challenged them. What the hell do you guys think you're doing? Why are you targeting your own allies? The reply came as another figure slowly stepped forward, Zeke Draker. With a cold and ruthless tone, Ingrid delivered his accusation. Because of you, the Black Knight Yaksha we managed to capture has managed to escape. Without a shred of courtesy, Ingrid coldly declared, therefore, to hold you accountable for this grave blunder, I will be placing you under arrest and escorting you back to camp immediately. Hearing this, Zeke let out a sharp sigh. A moment later, he muttered darkly under his breath, that asshole is throwing a tantrum again. Glaring at the man before him, Zeke forced himself to stay calm as he questioned, what is that supposed to mean? Are you seriously blaming me for letting the Black Knight Yaksha get away? Ingrid showed no mercy in his criticism. Naturally, it's because of your clumsy raid plan. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have lost a prey that was already firmly in the bag like the Black Knight Yaksha. Hearing that, Zeke mocked him with cold derision. So you've already confirmed that the Black Knight Yaksha wasn't even inside the fortress. If that's the case, the fortress defenses were still way too sturdy for you, weren't they? Struck right where it hurt, Ingrid immediately panicked and bellowed, shut your mouth. I verified it earlier, someone was seen rushing out of the fortress in a hurry. Zeke laughed with a sense of utter absurdity as he rebutted, that could easily have been just a messenger sent to call for reinforcements. On what grounds are you claiming that was the Black Knight Yaksha? That left Ingrid completely speechless on the spot. Seeing that reaction, Zeke instantly pieced it together. It's crystal clear now, that bastard tipped off the Black Knight Yaksha so he could flee. Looking at his opponent, Zeke quickly deduced the whole truth. Even though this guy has been guilty of colluding with the enemy for the past 3 years, he probably had no idea his actions would end up aiding the Empire's experiments. Still, the fact that he's absolute trash remains unchanged. At that moment, Ingrid spoke up once more, stop flapping your gums and come with me. Turning around to leave, he added, I'm going to report your crimes in full detail to the superiors. Seeing him go, Zeke sighed to himself, suit yourself. A little while later, Zeke followed Ingrid back inside the fortress. Suddenly, catching sight of something, Zeke was struck with profound astonishment. The figures of 3 people came into view, prompting him to blurt out in confusion, aren't those guys? Recognizing the man's face, Zeke called out in surprise, Jorge. Hearing his voice, the man cried out in a panic, Knight. Instantly turning his glare toward Ingrid, Zeke demanded, what is the meaning of this? Why are they tied up? Ingrid's cold voice cut him back, shut your trap and stop poking your nose into business that isn't yours. At that moment, Jorge suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs, Knight, we don't regret helping you. Growing more and more emotional, he passionately expressed, we wanted to become honorable knights too. The next second, a streak of lightning struck Jorge directly, cutting him off mid-sentence. Witnessing the scene, Zeke delivered a harsh, chilling criticism, treating your own allies like this is going way too far, isn't it? Even prisoners of war don't get treated this way. His actions completely infuriated Ingrid, who snapped, I told you to shut your mouth. With a vicious, threatening glare, Ingrid warned, utter one more word and I'll execute you on the spot. Right at that instant, a loud explosion rang out not too far away. As the dust and smoke cleared, a figure slowly stepped forward and announced, Ingrid Haxon, captain of Delpoa's 8th Magic Division. It was Aster, accompanied by 2 comrades, stepping up to issue a warning. Your statement just now can be classified as an act threatening the life of Zeke Draker. With an imposing and solemn tone, he declared, therefore, starting from this very moment, the Draker family formally declares a state of wartime preparedness against Delpoa. Instantly, the entire area plunged into a dead silence. At that exact moment, panic finally began to set in for Ingrid. This was a direct warning straight from the Draker family itself, not just anyone else. Unbelievingly, his mind raced with panic, but targeting all of Delpoa over this. Hurriedly trying to laugh it off as a joke, Ingrid stammered, hey, come on, a reaction like this is a bit extreme, isn't it? This is practically a declaration of war, stop joking around like this. Before he could finish, Aster calmly cut him off, Ingrid Haxon, listen up. With an expression of profound displeasure, he warned, the name Draker is never something to be taken lightly. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ingrid scrambled to make excuses in a rush, that was just a slip of the tongue on my part. My nerves were a bit frayed from the battle, don't misunderstand. Softening his tone, he desperately tried to justify his actions. I only wanted to bring Zeke Draker back to camp to conduct a more thorough investigation, that's all. At this point, Zeke casually chimed in with a request. Before that, would it be alright if I spoke with my teammates for a moment? Instantly, Ingrid's brow furrowed in severe annoyance. Unable to flatly refuse, he led them toward a nearby room and grumbled, I'll give you 20 minutes. Once Ingrid walked out of earshot, Zeke raised his hand and released a wave of energy that spread across the room, murmuring, this should be enough to jam any surrounding magic monitoring devices. Standing nearby, Aster waited for him to finish before asking, Zeke, didn't you say you had something to tell us? With absolute calmness, he revealed, I've already captured the Black Knight Yaksha. Shocked, Aster asked back, you mean you went head-to-head with the Black Knight Yaksha all by yourself? Zeke nodded affirmatively. Yes, I planned to take him alive before the battle dragged on. Hearing that, a wave of profound dread washed over Aster. He managed to single-handedly capture a continental public enemy that even veteran knights struggled against, as expected of Zeke. Turning to face them, Zeke continued sharing what he had uncovered. After interrogating him, it turns out he has deep ties to Captain Ingrid, to the point where handling this might get pretty complicated. Keeping his composure, Aster asked, so what do you plan to do now? With a serious tone, Zeke answered, Delpoa's internal matters are best left for Delpoa to resolve, but even so. A cold look settled on Zeke's face as he stated, for now, I'm going to do whatever is within my power. Outside, 2 guards stood quietly on duty by the door. Inside, Zeke sat in silence on a chair. A moment later, he calculated silently, it's about time for him to arrive. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a knock echoed from the door. Payne pushed the door open and stepped inside. Zeke. Spotting his former teacher, Zeke calmly greeted him, you've made it, Professor Payne. Looking perplexed, Payne questioned, what on earth is going on here? With a pensive look, Zeke replied, I suppose this is the consequence of not heeding the professor's warning. Hearing that, Payne slapped his forehead in helpless despair. Oh, for goodness sake. Without a hint of guilt, Zeke thought to himself, Payne already knew about Captain Ingrid's corrupt behavior anyway. His mind rapidly spun through further deductions. Not only him, but high-ranking magic officers probably have an unspoken understanding of this too. After all, to climb the ranks in Delpoa's magical hierarchy, military experience is an absolute prerequisite. He sighed internally, still I have no other choice right now than to offer a path that brings an end to that kind of career. The next second, Zeke gently spoke up, I have something I need to discuss with you, Professor. With a puzzled look, Payne asked, what is it? With a solemn expression, Zeke asked, Professor, do you happen to know about the Empire's awakening drug experiments? Following that was a lengthy debriefing, as he shared all the truths he had uncovered regarding the Black Knight Yaksha with Professor Payne. His purpose in doing so was to place Payne on a moral balancing act. Now, the professor would have to weigh his options between blowing the whistle on the systemic corruption he already knew about or turning a blind eye to preserve his own status and position. Once he finished recounting everything, Zeke calmly made his request. Professor, there is a favor I have to ask of you. Facing Payne's horrified expression, he earnestly urged, will you stand with me and help expose these atrocities? Under the cover of night, Ingrid and his subordinates held a secret rendezvous. Rushing over, the mage subordinate called out, Captain Ingrid. Ingrid immediately turned to inquire, all right, what's the situation? The subordinate reported respectfully, word is that Professor Payne turned down Zeke Draker's proposal. Hearing that, Ingrid broke into a jubilant smile, is that true? Triumph swelled within Ingrid's chest. Naturally, personal status matters far more than blind faith. There's no way he could have been persuaded by something as flimsy as that. Composing himself, he calmly issued an order. In that case, we can start moving things along. With a cold look in his eyes, Ingrid instructed, cause a bit of commotion and then retreat. Just put on a convincing enough show. The subordinate bowed deeply, understood. Raising his staff, the subordinate barked the order, everyone prepare to attack. In a flash, an explosive burst of fire lit up the night sky as he commanded, fire. Standing to the side with an indifferent expression, Ingrid schemed to himself, I'll just pin the blame for failing to produce results entirely on Jorge. Suddenly he noticed something amiss. Glancing at the walls that remained completely unreactive, Ingrid thought in confusion, why aren't they retaliating? They should at least be putting up a fake counterattack. What on earth are they? Abruptly, the heavy gates swung wide open, shocking him to the core. Opening the gates wasn't part of the plan. Immediately after, a single figure slowly stepped out. Ingrid's eyes bulged in pure terror as he stammered, you, why are you? The newcomer calmly replied, what's wrong, Captain Ingrid? With complete serenity, Zeke asked, did you see something you weren't supposed to? Flashing back to a few hours earlier, he had already taken precautions. I used an anti-eavesdropping magic scroll so our conversation won't be intercepted by those guys anymore. Glancing toward the person standing beside him, Zeke calmly proceeded, and so. With a serious tone he questioned, that offer to cooperate, was it genuine, Professor Payne? Payne replied with a resolute expression, indeed. I cannot simply sit by and ignore human experimentation involving stimulant drugs. Hearing his answer, Zeke pressed further without letting his guard down. But doing this will make it nearly impossible for you to continue building your career in Delpoa, Professor. Undeterred, the older man answered with unwavering conviction, it's fine, Zeke. Rather than building a shameful career, I'd rather give it up entirely. Only then did Zeke truly set his mind at ease, offering a friendly smile, thank you, Professor. Let's get out of here. With a hint of disgust in his tone, Zeke muttered, time to teach that captain a bitter lesson. Snapping back to the present upon seeing his members, a furious Ingrid roared, Payne, you useless piece of trash, you dare betray me? Do you really think you'll get away with this? Before he could rant any further, Zeke cut him off with a chilling voice, Ingrid Haxon. With a cold, authoritative declaration, Zeke stated, I have brought people here to investigate your collusion and partnership with continental public enemies, alongside numerous charges of corruption. With commanding dignity, Zeke ordered, submit to arrest quietly. Across from him, terror gripped Ingrid's heart as he recognized the three individuals standing there. Those people, there's no mistaking it. Inwardly, his identity was fully confirmed. They're Delpoa's internal inspection team. Scrambling to defend himself, Ingrid panicked. There's been a misunderstanding. I've never colluded with anyone. This guy is just making things up to frame me. Unfazed, a middle-aged man stepped forward to ruthlessly debunk his excuse. We've already gathered conclusive evidence inside the fortress, so you can drop the act. Instantly, Ingrid gritted his teeth in bitter hatred. Frenzied and desperate, he shrieked out a threat. Damn it, you think I'm going down alone? Someone with connections as vast as mine can wipe you all out with a single word. The entire division, no, the whole of Delpoa will be shaken to its foundations. Before Ingrid could spout another word, Zeke strode forward and delivered a powerful punch straight to his face. Knocked flat onto the ground, Ingrid still stubbornly threatened, I warned you. How dare you lay a hand on me? Calmly looking down at him, Zeke replied, vast connections you say, go ahead and use them all. With a heavy, low voice, Zeke reminded him of his lineage. I am a direct bloodline member of the Draker family, a pure-blooded Awakener, and the sole heir to the former Black Knight Duke Draker. With an icy, challenging smirk, Zeke stated, let's place a wager and see whose connections run deeper. Panic shattered whatever composure Ingrid had left as he shrieked in absolute terror, I was wrong, I was genuinely wrong. Begging in a pathetic, groveling tone, he cried, please spare me. Hearing this, Zeke showed no mercy. Don't beg me, beg the knights who died in vain because of you, you pathetic piece of trash. Right at that moment, a voice called out to him, respected knight. Jorge placed a hand over his chest and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you so much. Thanks to you, our names have finally been cleared. Watching him, Zeke pondered quietly. They were cleared from the investigation list thanks to my testimony that they had nothing to do with it. But if the 8th Magic Division dissolves, the attached Knight Order won't have a reason to exist either. He was well aware of what awaited Jorge's group. Unless other magic divisions absorbed them, the 8th Knight Order would inevitably face disbandment. Weighing this, Zeke asked without hesitation, do you have any regrets? Taken aback, Jorge responded in disbelief, how could we, my lord? With a sorrowful expression, Jorge continued, we only feel a deep sense of guilt toward our comrades who died unjust deaths all this time, purely for having the misfortune of serving under such a wretched captain. Without missing a beat, Zeke offered, if you don't mind, I'd like to present an opportunity for a new job. Stunned, Jorge stammered, a job, my lord. Rummaging through his belongings with one hand, Zeke casually confirmed, yes. He pulled out a document and handed it over, read this for the details. Glancing over the contents, Jorge's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. My lord, this is. Trembling, he asked, the terms are too generous, did you accidentally write down the wrong currency unit? Chuckling, Zeke replied with smug confidence, when you work for me, you get what you're worth. I've recently founded a merchant guild and I want you guys to handle the escort duties. Jorge looked toward his two companions, muttering in a daze, we'll be working alongside a knight. Amused by his reaction, Zeke teased, what, don't want the job? Overjoyed, Jorge accepted immediately, how could we possibly refuse? We pledge our absolute loyalty. What are you staring at? Hurry up and greet our master. Having settled their affairs, Zeke turned his attention elsewhere, Professor Payne. With a friendly expression, Zeke extended an invitation. Once things in Delpoa are fully wrapped up, come to Atlas. We'll have plenty of things to work on together. Placing a hand over his chest with resolute determination, Payne answered, understood. Reflecting on how things turned out, Zeke couldn't help but muse with a chuckle. Going from teacher and student to master and servant, life certainly throws some strange twists your way. Glancing up at the sun rising over the distant mountains, he thought peacefully, the mission turned out in a completely unexpected direction, so I wonder how it'll be evaluated. Suddenly, Zeke murmured to himself, oh well. With absolute self-assurance, he concluded, this whole mess was handled neatly enough. Everything's going to turn out just fine. Scene shift to the Midland Castle. Inside a dimly lit room illuminated only by the warm glow of a fireplace, three figures gathered to converse. Draker spoke up, apologies for calling you all here during such a busy time. His tone suddenly turned serious. This recent incident requires discussion among the key members of our Black Feather unit. Narrowing his gaze, he cut straight to the chase. Let's skip the pleasantries and get right to the point, Baron Draker. Lately, the situation in the southern continent has been acting rather unusual. Hearing this topic brought up, the other two individuals reacted with surprise. The bearded man spoke up in objection, but Captain, even if the South is a hotbed for criminals, they're nothing more than petty drug pushers. Is there really any need to worry to this extent? Sitting across from him, a young man countered, not necessarily. Don Juan of Mecking seized control of the South through the Soma trade, turning himself into a monster sitting on a massive fortune. If a guy like that starts kicking up a fuss, it's definitely no small matter. A hint of displeasure flashed across the Baron's face as he asked, right-hand vice-captain, you're in charge of intelligence gathering, haven't you heard the news yet that Don Juan is dead? Raising both hands in disbelief, the young man protested, that's impossible. The current confirmed reports state that Don Juan has merely gone into hiding to avoid the favela faction's offensive. The Baron calmly replied, following Don Juan's disappearance, the Mecking cartel fractured into pieces. The opposing favela faction is in a similar state since most of their key figures are dead, but don't you find it strange that he still refuses to show his face under these circumstances? The young man's pupils contracted in disbelief. The Baron continued, footage was recorded from both cartel factions about a month ago. The screen showed a mysterious team heading toward a certain location, with masked figures appearing on both sides. As the Baron zoomed in on the display, a suspicious young man with striking blue eyes came into view. Among them, the most notable is the one leading the pack. We suspect this individual operated between both organizations and brought the cartels down, but neither side has managed to identify him yet. Draker made the announcement that from now on, they would track down that individual. A look of fierce anger crossed his face as he thought, whoever he is, why on earth did he mess with the southern cartels? I need to get to the bottom of all this. Elsewhere, Zeke was left completely bewildered by something unexpected. He asked again to confirm, Headmaster, what did you just say? Flaubert slid a file across the desk and said, you did a fantastic job on the mission to suppress the Dark Yaksha. Placing the documents firmly on the table, he continued, Professor Andre recorded everything in meticulous detail, and the Delpoa inspection team also sent over glowing reports along with their official thanks. Zeke sat there in blank surprise for a moment. Pondering deeply to himself, he thought, I figured it'd be tough to get a good evaluation for this mission since following superior orders on the battlefield is just standard protocol, so I never expected to get such high praise. Suddenly, the headmaster's voice cut straight through his thoughts. However, there is one regrettable point. It's a bit unfortunate that the Dark Yaksha ended up dying during the transfer. Hearing that, Zeke offered a dry, internal chuckle as he thought, actually, I let the Dark Yaksha lie. Remembering his plan from earlier, he thought, for now, we'll treat him as officially dead and later on, I'll wipe his identity clean and bring him back to the central continent. He recalled those documents, the records of the Empire's human experiments found in the south, along with the Dark Yaksha, who served as a living witness to the awakening drug experiments. Not to mention the man he had encountered earlier. Narrowing his eyebrows into a tight frown, he realized that all of these pieces would serve as crucial leverage to put serious pressure on the Empire. Flaubert announced, Cadet Zeke, considering the exceptional caliber you displayed during this mission, the Council of Professors has proposed an alternative form of examination for your graduation, prompting Zeke to ask, what kind of exam would that be? The headmaster replied, a demonic beast hunt. His eyes rounded in utter disbelief. A demonic beast hunt? He thought to himself, isn't that way too easy for a special graduation exam? The headmaster clarified, of course, it's not just a straightforward hunt, it's an unsolved case and you'll have to investigate and resolve it entirely on your own. Hearing that, Zeke instantly got a bad feeling that something dangerous was coming his way. Unlike standard monsters, demonic beasts didn't belong to any fixed species, making it notoriously difficult to grasp the behavioral patterns or specific traits of individual specimens. And some extraordinarily powerful demonic beasts even possessed high intelligence, making them a nightmare to hunt down. Zeke thought high chances are this incident was caused by an intelligent demonic beast before asking, which region did this happen in? To which the headmaster answered, the Principality of Troy. As you already know, the Principality of Troy is home to the Draker family itself, so if they haven't been able to suppress it even with all their resources, that thing is definitely no ordinary demonic beast. Pressing a hand against his chest, Zeke declared, because of that, if I pass this trial, all other exams will be completely waived. In fact, this single test should be more than enough to qualify me for graduation, and I swear on my honor as a knight that I will resolve this case swiftly. With a resolute glint in his eyes, he added, furthermore, I will never let you down. A short while later, a voice rang out, Lord Zeke Draker, it's an absolute honor to meet you. Bowing respectfully, the young man introduced himself, I'm Felix Valencia, the guide assigned to assist you with this mission. Zeke replied with a weary, indifferent tone, right, nice to meet you, while thinking to himself, Felix Valencia, that's a name I've never heard before, neither in my past life nor this one. Suddenly, his gaze turned sharp and cold, as a strange detail caught his attention. Spotting a faint blue aura wrapping around the young man, he thought, there seems to be some unusual energy hidden inside his body. For a regular young knight who isn't a blood-related Draker to reach this level, there's definitely something fishy going on. Probing further, he asked, are you originally from the Principality of Troy? To which the youth replied smoothly, yes, I was born and raised there, trained at the local swordsmanship guild since I was a child and currently serve in the Atlas City Guard. Hearing that, Zeke thought, he looks normal enough on the surface, but you never really know, so it's better to stay on guard before offering a polite nod. Thanks for letting me know. Turning around with a serious expression as he prepared for the journey ahead, he declared, well then, let's set off for the Principality of Troy. After a long journey, the two arrived in the Principality of Troy, where the Grand Duke personally stepped out to welcome them. "Welcome, Lord Zeke. I've heard word of your arrival here in Troy." Shaking his hand with deep gratitude, the Grand Duke said, "For a pure-blooded awakened of your status to personally come all the way out here is truly an honor for us." To which Zeke replied, "The honor is mine to be of assistance." Prompting for details, he asked, "Could you brief me on the situation right away?" Lowering his head with a heavy, sorrowful expression, the Grand Duke began, "It all started a few weeks ago. At first, livestock started disappearing one by one, but as time went on, people who ventured into the mountains stopped returning altogether. Starting from children and women to grown men, it seems like the monster has been steadily moving on to larger prey over time." Asking for evidence, Zeke inquired, "Are there any crime scenes where clues were left behind?" Leading the Grand Duke to guide the way. "This way, please." Pointing ahead, the Grand Duke explained, "From the farming area where the livestock vanished up to the trail leading into that mountain over there, that's the main incident zone." Staring at the blood still smeared across a wooden post, Zeke thought, "The fences are completely intact despite all this scattered blood. I need to check the surrounding area." Channeling his magic to scan the terrain, he suddenly spotted something. Right in front of him was a massive footprint embedded in the dirt, giant footprints. Examining the clue left in the soil, he deduced, considering the sheer weight required to leave prints this deep. And looking at the nearby posts, it could easily clear these fences with a single bound without leaving a scratch. Gritting his teeth in annoyance, he muttered, "This behavior doesn't match the habits of any ordinary demonic beast." Wearing a grave expression, Zeke stated, "Looks like this mission isn't going to be a walk in the park." After a long day of travel, the two set up camp to rest by a campfire for the night. Sitting quietly and watching Felix Valencia fast asleep, Zeke muttered thoughtfully, "The kid looks completely wiped out, though that's to be expected after running investigations all the way into the late hours." Piecing together the events of the day, he reviewed, "We tracked the beast's traces up the mountain trail, and before long we reached a deep forest that human feet had never touched. When the two of them walked deep into the woods, they came to an abrupt halt upon discovering a horrifying sight and the clues left behind. After inspecting it closely, Zeke reached a definitive conclusion. It was a corpse sucked completely dry like a mummy, without a single visible physical injury on it." Recalling that shriveled corpse in the forest, a thought clicked in his mind, "A demonic beast that drains bodily fluids without leaving a trace? If it's the specific beast I'm thinking of, then the giant footprints we found back in the village definitely didn't belong to it." Right as he was caught up in these thoughts, his expression shifted sharply upon hearing a sudden noise nearby. Felix stirred awake, rubbing his eyes drowsily as he asked, Lord Zeke, what was that sound?" Turning back with a dark, hardened gaze, Zeke answered, "It came from a location 2 kilometers due west." Before heading out, he instructed, "Stay here and wait." In a flash, Zeke bolted off into the darkness, tossing back one final sentence, "I'll be back before dawn." Left standing alone and half asleep, Felix stared blankly in confusion, utterly clueless about what was happening. Meanwhile, Zeke sprinted endlessly toward the source of the noise, thinking to himself, for a loud commotion to break out in a place like this, it has to be caused by that demonic beast. Scanning his surroundings suspiciously, he muttered, "It should be right around here." A fierce echoing roar pierced through the quiet night air. A tall, muscular youth with bright red hair was standing there, wielding a massive tree trunk across his shoulders with both hands. He swung the heavy wooden log through the air with brute force while letting out wild battle cries. Witnessing this bizarre spectacle, a flurry of questions raced through Zeke's mind. What the hell? Is that guy seriously swinging a tree trunk around like it's a sword? That's an absurd, monstrous level of physical strength. Taking a closer look at the stranger's appearance, Zeke wondered skeptically, could he be a barbarian? But he suddenly noticed another dark shadow lingering nearby, locked in combat with the brute. Pausing for a split second, he recognized the familiar silhouette, confirming his suspicions instantly. Spotting the creature confronting the barbarian, Zeke stopped in his tracks, murmuring, "Found you, an ancient species demonic beast, Gaga." Standing in the shadows to observe the fight, he recalled his past life. "Back in my previous timeline, I also came across corpses turned into mummies, and my master told me that kind of phenomenon was caused by an ancient species demonic beast, warning me to exercise extreme caution." Watching the ancient beast's movements closely, Zeke noted, "It moves with the blinding agility of a monkey and possesses extremely high vigilance." As the two combatants clashed fiercely, something else caught his critical attention. Seeing the Gaguk leap into the air with malicious, glowing red eyes, he remembered its deadliest trait. It attacks by lashing out with a tentacle-like tail, draining the life force of its target dry in a matter of seconds. Piecing all these clues together, Zeke concluded, if that's the case, the one stealing livestock is likely the barbarian, while the Gaguk is the one actually kidnapping and draining human beings. Suddenly, a piercing scream snapped his attention back to the scene in horror. The Gaguk had thrust its long, slender tongue straight through its opponent, its entire body radiating an ominous purple aura. The barbarian grit his teeth, letting out a low, agonizing growl deep from his throat. His eyes flashed with a mix of furious rage and desperate tension. The Gagak greedily continued to suck out his life energy with sadistic delight. While the beast was completely immersed in the triumph of victory, a chilling, murderous aura crept up directly behind it. Sensing the incoming attack, the Gagak whipped its head around. Right as Zeke swung his sword down, the creature ducked just in time to narrowly dodge the blade. Then it vanished in a burst of high-speed stealth. Glancing in the direction it fled with an irritated frown, Zeke muttered, "Its movement speed is annoyingly fast." However, he was quickly distracted by the agonizing groans of the barbarian. Did he actually get poisoned by the Gagak? Narrowing his eyes with a look of mild disgust, Zeke muttered, "I have zero interest in playing hero for a livestock thief, but I suppose doing a little charity work won't hurt." Scene transition to inside a dim cave. After hauling the barbarian into the cave and applying first aid, Zeke stared at the medicine bottle in his hand with doubt. Healing potions have no effect. Is it because he isn't human? Seeing that standard medicine failed, Zeke decided to switch tactics. If that's the case, let's see if this works. Placing his hand directly over the wound, a bright glow emitted from his palm as he activated a wide area support skill. Instantly, a brilliant wave of blue light surged forward as he invoked the skill, Factor Healing. Once the treatment took effect, the barbarian let out a few soft moans of relief. Opening his eyes, the man glared around with sharp, fierce vigilance. He instantly threw himself into a defensive combat stance. Seeing this, Zeke raised a hand to calm him down. "Hey, relax." Explaining the situation, he said, "I'm the one who just saved your life." Hearing those words, the man stammered out, "Thank you," prompting Zeke to let out a quiet sigh of relief. "Thank goodness I actually know the barbarian language." Following this misunderstanding, the barbarian's background came to light. His name was Wang Quan, and despite being only 16 years old, he was already stronger than any warrior in his village. Consequently, as a rite of passage for coming of age, Wang Quan was given the trial of capturing a Gagak, the most powerful demonic beast inhabiting barbarian territory. However, because the Gagak proved too elusive to hunt down, he ended up chasing it all the way into the Principality of Troy without realizing it, and sitting cross-legged with his head hung low in dejection, he muttered, "Hunting it is too hard. I'm gonna fail the trial for sure." Offering a tempting proposition, Zeke asked, "How about a hunt? Wanna help me out?" Leaving Wang Quan to stare back in blank astonishment. "For real?" Zeke flashed a confident, reassuring smile. Thumping his thumb against his chest, he affirmed, "Leave it to me." Felix called out in surprise, "Lord Zeke." Staring at Zeke walking alongside a stranger, the guide asked with a bewildered expression, "Who is this person? Isn't that a barbarian?" Extending a hand toward Wang Quan, Zeke answered, "That's right, we've decided to team up while hunting the demonic beast." Wang Quan turned to Zeke and demanded, "Who's this guy?" To which Zeke replied, "He's my subordinate," leaving the barbarian to tilt his head in confusion. "Subordinate, what's that?" While Felix stood frozen in a daze, completely lost as he thought, what on earth are these two talking about? Despite striking a deal, Zeke couldn't completely shake his inner suspicions. "This is the first time I've ever seen a barbarian who didn't instantly draw his sword upon meeting me, instead just standing there frozen. To pull off a reaction like that, he must have gone through some brutal psychological conditioning." Examining him with a probing gaze, he thought, if you strip away the aura pressure, he just looks like a totally ordinary guide. Am I just being overly paranoid? Suddenly, Wang Quan raised a warning, "Big brother Zeke, I smell something," causing Zeke to react instantly. "Smell what?" Wang Quan's expression turned stern and alert. "That guy from earlier, I smell his scent." Putting the pieces together, Zeke asked, "Where is it coming from?" Sure enough, it led straight to a cave. Standing before the gloomy, ominous entrance, Zeke mentally reaffirmed the teachings of his master. Gagaks always preferred dark, damp environments. Glancing up at the brightening horizon, he calculated, dawn is almost breaking, chances are high it's hiding inside here. Turning to the barbarian hunter, Zeke called out, "Wang Quan, do you have a plan to catch it?" Meeting Zeke's expectations, Wang Quan just flashed a confident, cocky grin, and began punching the air repeatedly with both fists, leaving Zeke completely speechless and facepalming internally as he thought, no wonder he kept letting it escape all this time. There's zero strategy here, just pure unadulterated muscle. Realizing he couldn't rely on the hunter's intellect, Zeke lowered his voice and called out again, "Wang Quan." Looking straight into the barbarian's fierce eyes, he laid out the tactical plan. "You go down there and flush the prey out toward the opening while I coordinate an attack from above. Got it?" Sporting a sinister grin, Wang Quan gave a decisive nod. "Got it." The two of them began pushing deep into the monster's dark, winding lair, casting sharp glances at the debris littering the ground as they confirmed, "Looks like we're finally in its nest." Animal bones of all shapes and sizes were scattered everywhere, while the air hung heavy with the pungent stench of death and damp decay, proving beyond a doubt that this was the territory of an apex ancient predator. Zeke suddenly came to a halt, sensing a sharp murderous intent closing in fast, and warned, "Wang Quan, we've officially entered its territory. Stay alert." Before he could even finish his sentence, the Gagak plunged down from the high cavern ceiling like a streak of black lightning, its red eyes glowing maliciously and its razor-sharp claws bared. Wang Quan's eyes dilated in shock as he was caught completely off guard by the monster's ambush. no preamble, straight into combat. The moment the Gaguk swooped down, Wang Quan swiftly twisted his body to dodge the crushing strike, and slammed a thunderous punch directly into the rocky ground, generating a massive shockwave and explosion that sent a thick cloud of dust billowing across the entire cavern. But when the dust and smoke finally cleared, the monster's shadow was nowhere to be seen. Observing from the rear with a subtle frown, Zeke analyzed out loud, "It vanished." While thinking to himself, I knew it wouldn't be caught that easily. The reason why we couldn't capture the Gaguk back in my past life, even when combining forces with my master, is because it excels at optical camouflage in the dark, specializing in hit-and-run sneak attacks before evaporating into thin air. Out of nowhere, the monster dropped from the cave roof, hurtling straight toward Wang Quan. Without a second's hesitation, Zeke flicked his wrist and activated hydro pressure, unleashing a torrential blast of high-pressure magical water straight at the Gaguk's hidden position. Struck by the sudden onslaught, the beast let out an agonized shriek. Seizing the golden opportunity while the target was exposed, Zeke roared, "Wang Quan, now's your chance." Wang Quan lunged forward like a fired arrow, his massive wrestler-like hands locking in a death grip around the monster's neck and arms. The Gaguk thrashed around frantically, emitting piercing screeches, but failed to break free from the steel vice, while Wang Quan groaned under the immense strain as he exerted every ounce of his strength to suppress it. Zeke swung his sword, sending a radiant blade of energy slicing straight through the Gaguk's body, forcing it to choke out a final, muffled cry of supreme agony. Without wasting a moment, he commanded the system to activate Gluttonous Dragon Skill. A wave of golden, predatory energy surged forward like a wild beast, swallowing the Gaguk whole. System notifications chimed continuously in his mind. Ancient species Gaguk completely devoured and assimilated corruption infected by malevolent aura. Thanks to the gluttonous trait, Zeke's stamina, mental fortitude, and mana reserves were fully restored to peak condition in an instant. More importantly, he had successfully absorbed the beast's bloodline, unlocking a new skill, Grade A Active Stealth. Staring down at the monster's severed claws, Zeke's mind sparked with an idea. Turning around, he called out to the hunter, who was still sitting on the ground in a daze, Wang Quan. As he spoke, Zeke tossed one of the monster's claws over to him. Picking up a sharp claw tip of his own, Zeke said, "This is proof of our successful hunt," before breaking into a faint smile, stashing the claw securely into his pouch as he declared, "Custom dictates that one claw belongs to me." Overwhelmed with gratitude toward his benefactor, Wang Quan burst into loud sobs, lunging forward to wrap Zeke in a bone-crushing bear hug as he wailed, "Woohoo, Lord Zeke is the best! Lord Zeke is #1, thank you so much!" Trapped in the massive barbarian's tight grip, Zeke could only grimace and endure it. As they parted ways, Wang Quan stood from afar, waving enthusiastically, "Lord Zeke, you gotta come visit my tribe sometime." Calling back with an indifferent shrug, "Sure, which tribe are you from anyway?" Puffing out his chest with immense pride, the barbarian bellowed, "The Boulder tribe, super strong, just hearing the name sounds prestigious." Hearing that name left Zeke frozen in utter shock, his eyes widening in disbelief. The Boulder tribe? Isn't that the most powerful faction among all barbarians? Zeke stood completely paralyzed, staring blankly at the retreating back of the hunter, while Wang Quan continued to bellow happily from the distance, "Lord Zeke, you better come visit our village, you hear?" "Yeah, I'll definitely drop by next time," Zeke muttered, raising a hand to wave goodbye amidst the silent shroud of the night. Shortly after, the atmosphere in the village pub became lively and bustling. Cheers resounded for the knight who had protected their village. Cheers. The villagers couldn't stop praising him. "Ha ha, thank you so much. Thanks to you, we can finally live in peace now." Zeke only smiled modestly and replied, "I'm just glad I could help everyone out." However, amidst the festivities, Zeke kept his eyes locked on Felix, muttering an internal assessment. "There's definitely still something not right here." Zeke recalled, after dealing with Gaguk and returning to the territory, Felix was completely absent. It wasn't until a while later that he reappeared looking disheveled, merely excusing it as a fall. A suspicion sparked in Zeke's mind. Could he have gone to tail me and the sovereignty while we were locked in fierce combat? You can't sense someone too far away, so there's a high probability Felix hid nearby to observe. Zeke told himself, "Whatever, I'll just keep an eye on him for now." Late at night, as he strolled leisurely back toward his quarters, Zeke abruptly halted upon spotting a figure waiting under the dim, flickering street lamp. Squinting, he recognized the person. It was Felix. Puzzled, Zeke asked, "Why are you waiting here for me? Isn't your room in the opposite direction?" Confronted with his master's suspicion, Felix looked flustered and stammered, "Well, about that. Lord Zeke, please take me as your retainer." Zeke froze in shock. "A retainer, what do you mean by that?" Instead of rushing to explain with words, Felix said in a low, solemn voice, "Please take a look at this first." Without hesitation, he drew his sword from its scabbard. Then he began to demonstrate a certain sword technique. Zeke was struck by a stunned realization of the truth. There was no mistaking it. That was the legacy swordsmanship of a paladin. After a flurry of sword swings, Felix brought his posture back to a rest, and let out an exhausted sigh. "Phew, that's it for now, Lord Zeke." Staring straight at him, Zeke demanded, "You clearly stated that you graduated in chemistry from the Swordsmanship Guild. So why on earth do you know the legacy swordsmanship of a paladin? Even within the Holy Kingdom, paladins are the ones whose contact with the outside world is restricted to the absolute maximum, directly subordinate to the Holy Knight's order. The legacy swordsmanship is passed down exclusively among them. Being able to execute it like this is definitely an extreme rarity. Across from him, Felix scratched his head sheepishly. I figured if it was Lord Zeke, you'd definitely recognize this swordsmanship. So hiding it from you any further would be pointless. Hey, could you take a look at this? As he spoke, he pulled out an emblem, leaving Zeke somewhat surprised. It was the crest of an official paladin. Felix candidly admitted, that's right, my grandfather used to be a paladin. But in the past, he got caught up in the internal power struggles of the Holy Kingdom, was framed and ultimately exiled. This revelation made Zeke's eyes widen in astonishment. What? Inside his head, his mind raced with calculations. Things are starting to get complicated now. On the other end, Felix continued explaining, my grandfather risked his life fighting against corrupt factions within to expose the kingdom's crimes, but he still couldn't dodge the arrows aimed at his own back. Exile wasn't even enough. He was even facing the threat of execution in the dungeons, but thanks to the help of his comrades, he managed to narrowly escape the Holy Kingdom. Ever since then, he concealed his identity and lived in the Principality of Troy up until now. As time went on, before passing away, he recounted everything and passed down this swordsmanship to me. Hearing this, a sudden realization clicked in Zeke's mind. Passed down? Could it be that too? He hastily questioned Felix before he passed away. Did your grandfather try to perform an aura legacy on you? Caught off guard, Felix looked flustered. An aura legacy? What's that? Without giving him room to ask more, Zeke directly commanded, hold out your hand right now. Just like that, the protagonist firmly grasped the man's hand and began to sense intently. Sure enough, just as he predicted, his aura conduction rate was vastly higher than his actual power level, and even his aura meridians were completely unblocked. Seeing Zeke's grim expression, Felix asked anxiously, Lord Zeke, is something wrong? Zeke spoke with a hint of envy in his voice. Quite the opposite. Felix, you should be grateful to your late grandfather. Your grandfather must have been a grand paladin. To put it simply, someone on par with a Black Knight. Hearing this, Felix realized he had struck the jackpot. Is that really true? He asked back. Zeke nodded with absolute certainty. That's right. The paladins of the Holy Kingdom possess a unique technique passed down since the Empire era, and that is the aura legacy. It's a technique that allows one's aura to reach milestones much faster than normal. But your grandfather didn't just stop at that, he even unblocked your meridians to boost the aura conduction rate inside your body as well. The more the protagonist spoke, the more clueless Felix felt. How could that be? I had absolutely no idea about any of this. Ignoring the young man's bewildered look, Zeke put on an intensely serious face and asked in a cold voice, Felix, is your desire to become my retainer driven by a wish to avenge your grandfather? Felix's expression dipped slightly as he nodded in admission. Of course, that's naturally part of the reason. But ever since I watched your performance during the mission last time, I've genuinely wanted to serve by your side. As long as you grant me permission, you won't regret it, Felix stated with unwavering determination. Meanwhile, Zeke mulled it over in his head. If he's just a regular spy, I can keep him close to figure out who's pulling the strings. If not, then I've just picked up a potentially useful retainer. Thinking this through, Zeke temporarily agreed. Following me won't be easy. We're setting off to return straight to Atlas tomorrow, so go get ready. Seeing that the protagonist had agreed, Felix's face flushed red with excitement. He hastily replied, Thank you very much, Lord Zeke, I swear my absolute loyalty. Time flew by. By this point, Zeke had returned to the academy and was reporting on the mission to Flaubert, who praised him. Haha, come in, Zeke. The contents of this report are genuinely astounding. Healing injured barbarians and even teaming up to wipe out magical beasts. Keeping a talent like you cooped up in Valhalla is, in my opinion, a loss for this entire continent. Faced with the praise, Zeke remained as calm as ever. I just got lucky. His modesty only made Flaubert even more pleased. Haha, you're being too modest again. Here, take this. He pushed a scroll across the desk toward Zeke, piquing the young man's curiosity. Flaubert explained from the side, This is a provisional graduation certificate. Since the semester hasn't officially ended yet, granting a full graduation right now is a bit tricky, but with this, you won't run into any inconveniences with whatever you plan to do next. Accepting the reward with a smile, Zeke said, Thank you, headmaster. Flaubert continued inquiring, So, have you decided on your path after graduation? You'll still be returning to work for the Draker family, right? Zeke nodded as he shared his plans. Yes, for now, I want to gain experience as a knight of the family. Flaubert responded with an expectant smile. Good, I'll be looking forward to your future growth, Zeke. Right at that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door. Moments later, Andre walked inside, announcing, Excuse me, there is a summons from the city of Four Seasons ordering Zeke to report to the inner city. Hearing that, the headmaster let out an exclamation. It seems the head of the family already knows about your graduation. What a man of swift action. Joking in response, Zeke offered a dry chuckle. Then I'll take my leave first, headmaster. Flaubert smiled warmly. Right, make sure to drop by and visit often. Leaving the room, Zeke struck up a conversation with Andre as they walked. Do you know the specific reason for this summons into the city? Andre replied, I'm not entirely sure myself. It's probably just a straightforward graduation congratulation or something. This explanation failed to convince the protagonist at all. he sneered. Congratulations, knowing his usual personality, that's completely unimaginable. Andre offered a different perspective. You pulled off the miracle of graduating from Valhalla in just 2 years, so it's entirely possible. By the way, before heading to the headmaster's office, I saw a few of your friends. They looked absolutely miserable. Did something happen? He glanced sideways at Zeke while speaking, but Zeke's expression remained completely neutral. I heard they had to shovel snow continuously with the northern border garrison before coming back. Ah, I see. They say snow is scarier than magical beasts, so that's understandable. Anyway, head on in now. As they spoke, the two of them had arrived right outside the family head's office door. After thanking Andre for showing the way, Zeke stepped inside. His father was sitting and waiting for him. Oh, you're here. Congratulations on graduating from the academy, Zeke. Zeke answered, thank you, head of the family. Arthur continued, right, come over here and take a seat. By now you're probably wondering why I called you here, aren't you? Zeke, I'm planning to have you participate in the upcoming Draker Family Martial Arts Tournament, and I want you to claim the championship. Hearing this, Zeke wore a completely emotionless face, as if evaluating the request. The Draker Martial Arts Tournament was an event organized by the Draker family. Any young knight within the clan who had been promoted to Purple Knight less than 5 years ago was eligible to enter. In reality, it was a competition designed to unearth the next generation of rising talents to lead the continent. Understanding this, Zeke calmly replied, understood. His confident attitude caught Arthur slightly off guard, prompting him to ask back, did you just say you'll win the championship? Zeke affirmed with certainty, yes, that's right, just as the head of the family wishes, I will emerge victorious in the Draker Martial Arts Tournament. At last, a bright smile broke across Arthur's face. Very well, I hope to be the one presenting you with the medal on the final day of the tournament. Besides that, I've prepared a graduation gift for you. Open it and take a look. He slid a box forward as he spoke. Upon opening it, Zeke's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. This was a metal token and paperwork. Isn't this a territory ownership deed? Realizing what it was, he hastily turned to ask, are you saying you're handing this territory over to me? Arthur nodded gently and elaborated, that's right. It's a territory in the northern part of the Principality of Troy, the very place where you just exterminated those magical beasts. Zeke couldn't believe that his graduation gift was an actual fief. He quickly asserted, I will do my absolute best not to let the head of the family down. Good, I'll hold you to that. I'll soon send an administrator to handle the governance of the territory, so make sure to listen to his detailed reports. You may take your leave now, Zeke. Arthur spoke with a look brimming with hidden meaning. This left Zeke somewhat pensive, but offering his thanks, he quickly turned and exited the room. Strolling down the hallway, his mind was flooded with thoughts. Even within the Draker family, only high-ranking knights were granted their own independent territories. But he had only just become an official knight. This was truly an unprecedented level of special treatment. Just as he was lost in thought, a familiar voice suddenly called out from behind, Hey, Zeke. Turning around, the protagonist recognized the newcomer as Uncle Duke, his master. He greeted him cheerfully, Master. Duke nodded, Right, you busy little disciple, long time no see. Zeke turned to question him, What are you doing here? Duke replied, I plan to come rest comfortably at your place, only for Arthur to rope me into doing a mountain of chores. Even though I've retired from active knight service, my standing in the Draker family still holds weight, you know. Zeke cast a sideways glance at him and teased, You've been slacking off and playing around for 10 years, doing a little work won't kill you. Duke cleared his throat. Tusk, that sharp tongue of yours really makes you Arthur's son, no doubt about it. Anyway, let's head home before those blood-sucking leeches catch us. The older man muttered as he straight up leaped right out the window, leaving Zeke to only let out a sigh. Honestly, this guy. Time flowed by, scene shift to Zeke's personal mansion. Duke let out a relaxed groan. Phew, now this feels like actually living. Home really is the best, isn't it, Zeke? The protagonist reminded his master, except this is my house. The mentor complained in response, How stingy. A disciple's belongings are just a master's belongings after all. That remark left Zeke completely at a loss for how to reply. After a few seconds, Duke finally steered the conversation to the main point. So, why did that guy Arthur call you over? I'm guessing it wasn't just to casually congratulate you on your graduation, was it? Zeke answered, I received my graduation gift. Duke waved a hand dismissively as if brushing off the notion of a gift. Oh really, what did he give you, a sword or some armor? Zeke stated that he had been awarded a territory. That statement caused Duke to snap up like a corpse jolting awake. What, you received what? He asked back. Zeke shrugged and repeated, I got a territory in the northern part of the Principality of Troy. At that point, even Duke sat frozen in stunned silence for a few seconds before letting out a sigh. Good grief, seriously, getting your own territory right after coming of age. Looks like Arthur is in a fantastic mood. Plus, since it's the Principality of Troy, even if it's the north, the tax revenues won't be bad at all. Zeke nodded in agreement. Coincidentally, that happened to be where I carried out my recent mission, and the locals there are quite nice. Duke could only marvel at the protagonist's sheer luck. Well, it's a good thing either way. Being a lord is way better than just holding the rank of a knight. Remembering something, Zeke added, Oh, there's one more thing. I've received orders to win the championship at the Draker Martial Arts Tournament. For some reason, the moment he heard that, Duke's expression underwent a drastic shift. he asked back, the Draker martial arts tournament. Noticing the change in his expression, Zeke asked quietly, is something wrong, master? Is the difficulty of that tournament really that insane? Duke began speaking with utmost gravity. No, if we're talking purely about your combat strength, winning the championship isn't out of reach. But that's only if the contest were decided purely by strength. Zeke, have you ever watched the Draker martial arts tournament before? Zeke gave a slight shake of his head. I only heard that it's a tournament held once every 5 years. Duke glared at him with a warning look. Let me make this clear. The Draker martial arts tournament isn't just a simple athletic competition, it's a battlefield between factions disguised as a tournament. Hearing this, our protagonist's intuition seemed to guess a thing or two. Does the master mean there's cheating involved in the tournament? Duke swatted down that guess. No, quite the opposite. There is no concept of cheating in that place. All forms of intervention and backing from various political powers are fully permitted, and the champion is decided based on the culmination of all those factors. Over on his end, Zeke fell into deep contemplation after hearing that. He had thought that just beating everyone would be enough, but if even Master Duke is making a face like that, the problem definitely isn't that simple. Turning back to Duke, the older man spoke bluntly, Zeke, I'll spell it out for you. Without the backing of a powerful faction, there is zero chance you will win the championship in this tournament. Even I am largely clueless when it comes to politics. But there's still some time left, so I'll try looking around for a few familiar families to see what we can do. Zeke fell back into a pensive mood over his master's words. Before leaving, my political sense is terrible too. Damn it, is there really no other way? Right on cue, the butler Decker's voice rang out. Pardon the intrusion, young master. I have a few important words to discuss with you. I happened to overhear your conversation with Lord Duke just now. You'll be participating in the Draker martial arts tournament? Not fully grasping the butler's intent, Zeke acknowledged it. That's right. But my master said that without backing from a powerful clan, it's going to be very difficult. After a few seconds of reflection, Decker suddenly continued, Young master, please take a look at this. As he spoke, he drew his sword from its scabbard. A shimmering layer of deep blue aura pulsed across the blade's edge. This left Zeke unable to conceal his shock. Decker, you're a paladin. Decker quietly replied, I knew you would figure it out sooner or later, young master. Zeke nodded awkwardly, inwardly praising Decker's sharp observational skills. Then the butler stated, Young master, I am actually a knight sworn directly to the Draker family, and I served as the personal bodyguard tasked with protecting the madam, your mother. Once again, Zeke was taken aback by this revelation. He blurted out in shock, my mother. The butler slowly began to unfold the story. Young master, do you know why not a single person within the Draker family ever speaks of the madam? It is because the madam's ancestral family was none other than the house of Agamemnon. Hearing that name, Zeke went completely blank. Agamemnon, this is the first time I've ever heard that name. What kind of place is it? The butler's expression turned grim as he began to share what he knew. The house of Agamemnon used to be the most powerful force among all of Draker's blood-allied houses, even surpassing the current Thurn or Siemens. The more he listened, the more confused Zeke grew. That massive, but why have I never heard of that family before? Decker let out a heavy sigh, because everyone shuns the Agamemnon family and calls them the cursed bloodline. The women of that family always suffered stillbirths during pregnancy, and the few children lucky enough to be born alive all died before reaching the age of 5. But there was only one exception, the young master's mother, the lady of the house, who managed to survive and grow up. Hearing this part, Zeke easily grasped what Decker was trying to tell him. Decker, are you asking me to use that curse as a backing force for my own ambitions? The elderly butler nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, that place used to be the most powerful influence in the central region. Furthermore, the young master is the only one qualified to become the heir of that family. After listening, Zeke only replied temporarily, all right, I'll think about it. As for Decker, having said everything he could, he didn't wish to push any further. I understand, thank you for listening. And young master, even though you know I am a holy knight, thank you for trusting me without any suspicion. Zeke flashed an intensely confident smile. Think nothing of it. Scene shift to the Mycenae region, where Zeke and Felix had now arrived. The city's remarkable development left Felix in absolute awe. Oh man, young master, stepping in here feels like walking straight into the Holy Empire era. So this is what Mycenae looks like. Paying little heed to what his subordinate was saying, the protagonist instead looked around and thought to himself, coming to see it with my own eyes was definitely the right choice. Mycenae was one of the central region's cities backed by the Draker family, and according to Decker, the Agamemnon family were nobles who had ruled Mycenae and its surrounding territories for generations. But about 50 years ago, misfortune struck the family, rumors of a cursed bloodline spread far and wide, and Mycenae became isolated, which was why that name had become such a rarity within the Draker inner circle. At that moment, the two of them walked up to a tavern and Zeke suggested to Felix, let's grab something to eat first. Without wasting any time, the pair strode straight inside the restaurant. The elderly tavern owner warmly welcomed them. Welcome, travelers. Zeke walked up to him and placed an order. Boss, bring us whatever you consider your best dish. The owner laughed heartily. Let me serve you our signature house special soup. While waiting for the food to be served, Zeke took the opportunity to observe the patrons inside the restaurant, noting that everyone seemed quite relaxed and the security appeared decent. The city itself wasn't half bad either. Sitting nearby, a bald guy suddenly turned around with a bright smile to strike up a conversation. Are you guys tourists? If you haven't eaten yet, let us treat you to a plate of grilled beef ribs. At the next table, a red-haired fellow chimed in. That's right, once you're in Mycenae, you've got to try this dish. Zeke glanced sideways at the nearby patrons and offered a smile. Thank you, the people of Mycenae really are very friendly. Boss, please be so kind as to treat these fine guests to a mug of beer each, the owner replied, coming right up. The red-haired guy turned back to the protagonist with a grin. Oh, come on, no need to be so formal. While the protagonist replied that he simply wanted to express a small gesture of goodwill. Then, testing the waters to gather information, Zeke asked, so, have you guys lived here for long? They answered. That's right, we're born and raised locals of Mycenae, so feel free to ask us anything. Reaching the point of his inquiry, Zeke stated his purpose. Then let me ask, who is the mayor of Mycenae? I looked around earlier and couldn't find any building that resembled a town hall. For some inexplicable reason, the moment that question dropped, the expression on the guy's face instantly shifted. Not only him, but the entire tavern suddenly plunged into a dead silence, leaving Felix quite puzzled as he wondered why the atmosphere had turned so tense out of nowhere. The red-haired guy abruptly stood up as if wanting nothing more to do with the protagonist. I guess I talked a bit too much. Forget about the beer, you guys enjoy your meal, and with that, he walked away. Faced with this attitude, Zeke could more or less guess why, thinking, the moment I mentioned Mycenae's ruling family, their reactions turned freezing cold. Do they hate that cursed place so much that they refuse to even speak of it? With no time to dwell on it, Zeke decided to investigate right away. Felix, I'm going to look around outside for a bit. You stay here and rest. Scene shift to another luxurious, high-end bar. While the bartender was wiping down a few glasses, he noticed Zeke approaching and grumbled. What the hell, kid? This isn't a place for a brat like you to be wandering into. Without bothering to offer a lengthy explanation, Zeke simply pulled out a VIP card and warned. Let's see if you still have the guts to say those words after laying eyes on this. The moment he caught sight of the card, the bartender's expression instantly crumbled into panic as he scrambled to apologize. I am deeply sorry, I was blind and failed to recognize a distinguished guest. Zeke demanded. I want to see the branch manager. The bartender eagerly chimed in. Yes, right away, please follow me this way. Meanwhile, the protagonist maintained his grim expression, thinking, since Kay gave it to me, this item clearly holds weight within the syndicate, and it looks like this card will continue to come in quite handy. Walking behind the bartender, Zeke stepped into a dimly lit corridor. Hurried footsteps began echoing from ahead. A blonde-haired man rushed forward and dropped to his knees in sheer terror. I sincerely apologize, I had no idea a person of such high status was gracing us with their presence, please forgive my impudence. Zeke questioned him, do you know who I am? The blonde man pressed his forehead hard against the floor and answered, I'm not entirely clear on the details, but I was strictly ordered that you are an absolute VIP whom we must never offend. Zeke continued his questioning, how long have you been stationed here in Mycenae? Breaking out into a cold sweat under the immense pressure, the man stammered, counting up to now it's been about 20 years. A duration that took Zeke slightly by surprise. Oh, really that long? All right, then you must know the situation inside Mycenae inside out, right? The man nodded frantically. Yes, Mycenae is a place where the black market thrives far more than the surface city. If you're interested in that side of things, allow me to. Before he could finish his sentence, Zeke cut him off. Unfortunately, the black market isn't what I'm interested in. Do you know anything about the true master of this city of Mycenae? Just like before, the moment the ruling family of Mycenae was brought up, the man's expression instantly froze solid, and his entire body began trembling. Could you possibly mean? Zeke reminded him. Did you seriously ask because you genuinely didn't know? I'm talking about the Mycenae family. Observing the man's terrified reaction, Zeke let out an internal sigh of complaint. Just how far have these rumors spread for everyone to be scared out of their wits like this? Based on Decker's previous words, mentioning the name of that household seemed to be a strict taboo. Was there a specific reason behind it? The man stammered out with a face drenched in cold sweat. Sir, that family is cursed. The protagonist said in a chilling tone, I'm already well aware of that, but isn't the curse supposed to mean all children born into the family just die? Panicking, the man hastily interrupted. That's not all of it, Zeke asked back in mild surprise. What do you mean, then what kind of curse is it really? The man whispered with extreme tension. Anyone who sets foot inside that family's castle dies. Hearing those words, the protagonist couldn't conceal his shock any longer. Taking a few seconds to steady his composure, Zeke asked for clarification. So according to you, anyone who approaches the Mycenae family castle is as good as dead, is that correct? The man nodded vigorously. That's right. Not only that, but speaking of that name too often is extremely dangerous as well. Standing off to the side, Zeke fell into deep thought regarding the man's words. Let's see. Looks like there's some shady business going on here. A spell grows stronger the more people believe in it, which means the likelihood of that curse actually manifesting is quite high. Having pondered that, he pressed further. Has anyone actually lost their lives by going to that castle? The man stammered. Yes, exactly. The incident where everyone who went there decades ago lost their lives because of the curse is very famous. Because of that, to this day, the people of Mycenae don't dare venture anywhere near that castle. At that point, a cold smile crept across Zeke's face. Ah, now I think I'm starting to understand a bit. This curse is just a rumor deliberately fabricated and spread by Mycenae itself. Time flew by quickly. Scene shift to the front of the Mycenae family castle where the protagonist and Felix had now arrived, with Felix saying in a frightened voice, "Young master, are we seriously planning to investigate this place? This gloomy atmosphere gives me a really bad omen. Shouldn't we hurry back now?" Ignoring the advice of his trembling subordinate, Zeke opened his mouth and shouted at the top of his lungs with an imposing voice. "Hear this! A pure-blooded awakened of the Draker family, blue-rank promoted official knight, and the continent's youngest prodigy, Zeke Draker has come to pay a visit to the Mycenae family." Following that commanding announcement, the heavy castle gates slowly creaked open. An elderly female servant stepped out from the interior to greet them. "Did you say you are the knight Zeke Draker?" Zeke nodded in response. "That's right, I wish to meet the head of the Mycenae family." The old woman suddenly broke into a bizarre, eerie chuckle. "Hee, welcome. In that case, please step right inside," she said while gesturing toward the castle's interior. Without missing a beat, Zeke and his servant stepped inside. As they walked, he took the opportunity to observe his surroundings, noting that it was an extremely ancient castle that looked like it had stood for at least 1,000 years. Trailing behind him, Felix suddenly spotted something, causing his face to turn completely pale. "Why, young master, look over there. Those are wraiths, and there's more than one." Lined up ahead of them were members of the Mycenae family sitting quietly in the reception hall, waiting for their arrival. Casually rewarding his useless subordinate with a solid smack to the head, the protagonist admonished, "Shut your trap for a second." With that, he directed his gaze toward the elderly man sitting right in the center. The old man's eyes lacked any hint of light, making him look almost like a sleepwalker, prompting Zeke to think, "Is that old geezer sitting in the middle of the head of the house?" He offered a polite greeting. "Greetings to the senior elders of the Agamemnon family, the true masters of Mycenae. And as a direct bloodline descendant of Mycenae, I expect you all to back me up." Cutting straight to the point, the protagonist watched as the aged family head slowly stood up. The old man ambled over to a nearby wall and raised his head to stare upward. Figuring there must be a painting hanging up there, Zeke instructed Felix, "Felix, shine your light on that wall." Moving quickly, Felix aimed his lantern straight at the wall. In a flash, the artwork was illuminated, causing him to blurt out, "What on earth is this? What kind of grotesque painting is that?" Zeke also observed the painting before him with a dark, somber gaze. There were two paintings the family head was looking at, one depicting countless people vomiting blood and meeting their demise, and another showing bodies being dumped into a lake. Beside them, the elderly family head's chilling voice continued to echo, "The symbol of the family. The family symbol is gone, cursed, unqualified for succession, the curse of this place. Everyone will die, they'll all die." Without showing a shred of panic, Zeke countered with a question of his own. "Are you saying that because the family symbol is lost, I lack the qualifications to inherit the house?" The old man silently nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Felix could only stare at his young master with wide eyes, wondering how on earth he managed to deduce all of that from those disjointed ramblings. Oblivious to his subordinate's inner thoughts, Zeke rubbed his chin as he calculated, "The family symbol and a lake, huh?" Turning to the female servant from earlier, Zeke asked, "Let me ask you this, the family symbol sank to the bottom of that lake, didn't it?" She silently nodded. Zeke issued his next instruction, "Then lead the way to that lake." Before long, the two of them were guided to the edge of a vast, sprawling lake. Inspecting the scenery, Felix expressed his amazement. "Whoa, this is my first time seeing a lake this massive, though the water's so murky it'd be impossible to find anything in there." Zeke shared the sentiment, reviewing the details from the painting as he deduced, "The painting showed someone clutching something and jumping to the bottom of the lake. Right now, that's the only clue we have. I'll have to dive down there myself to check it out firsthand." Whale's breath, this is an item that lets me breathe underwater. Without a second thought, he drank down the potion and turned to instruct Felix. "Felix, I'm heading down into the lake for a bit. It might take some time, so wait for me here." Just as Felix opened his mouth to try and dissuade him, Zeke plunged straight into the water. He swam downward with maximum speed. Before long, Zeke noticed something catching his eye. "Those are piles of white bones, looks like a massive graveyard." So the scene in the painting was completely true after all. But what in the world is that? Hovering ahead of him was a mask radiating a shimmering golden glow. Swimming forward quickly, he picked it up to inspect it closer, noticing that the intricately crafted golden mask bore rare decorative motifs characteristic of the Holy Land. Before the protagonist could ponder it further, a ferocious roar rang out, shocking him back to reality. "What's that? That roar? What the hell? Where on earth did that thing crawl out from?" Without him realizing when it arrived, a vicious aquatic dragon had stealthily closed in right behind Zeke. While a system notification flashed into view, ancient aquatic dragon corrupted by malevolent aura detected. At the bottom of the lake, a corrupted ancient dragon suddenly lunged forward with a mouth full of sharp teeth. Zeke was completely caught off guard, never expecting the creature to show up at this exact moment. Being at such a severe disadvantage underwater, he was forced to channel his energy and figure out a way to fight back. His water armor and elemental sword were instantly summoned to level the playing field. Zeke unleashed a tidal wave slash, creating a massive whirlpool that engulfed his opponent. The monster let out a miserable roar as it was tightly trapped within the powerful attack. Even so, the crushing water pressure made Zeke feel like fighting this way was still far too disadvantageous. Right as he hit a dead end, he suddenly remembered he still had another precious artifact he could use. The blazing red Hersian armor instantly materialized, radiating an overwhelming presence that eclipsed the dark, murky lake. Zeke began executing the dragon-slaying sword art True Dragon Sword Form, Chapter 8, Section 1. His dragon scale slash tore right through the water, striking the ancient dragon head-on. The sheer power of the slash made the corrupted creature start trembling in fear. Right after that, the system asked Zeke if he wanted to subdue it using the dragon domination skill. Realizing this would be much more beneficial than killing it outright, Zeke decided to proceed with the tamming. Brilliant golden chains of light suddenly materialized out of thin air. The dragon was locked tight by the shackles, officially becoming a spirit beast under Zeke's command. Under the influence of the subduing process, its grotesque form began to shift and change. A massive burst of light erupted, completely enveloping the dragon's entire body. The system announced that the demonic energy had been thoroughly wiped out, restoring its original divine appearance. The ferocious monster from moments before had transformed into an immensely majestic and graceful spirit beast. The system prompted Zeke to give his new companion a name. He decided to name it after the lake, Nahul. Zeke suddenly sensed something special about this spirit beast. As it turned out, Nahul still had the potential to evolve into a divine beast if certain conditions were met. The gentle little dragon rubbed its head against him, clearly loving its new name. Zeke gave a soft smile at the spirit beast's obedient attitude. He instructed Nahul to back him up properly in the upcoming battles from now on. Meanwhile, up on the lake shore, Felix was still waiting anxiously. Seeing the murky surface of the lake remain unsettled, the guy started growing worried for his master's safety. Suddenly, Felix felt a massive tremor surging up from beneath the water. A gigantic column of water exploded outward, causing Felix to jump back in a panic to dodge it. Zeke proudly emerged on the back of the divine dragon, leaving Felix completely frozen in shock. The guy stammered, asking Zeke what on earth this huge, majestic creature was. Zeke explained that this was simply the lake monster after being completely purified. Afterwards, Zeke pulled out a mysterious golden mask he had just found at the bottom of the lake. The sun patterns on the mask looked strikingly similar to the Holy Nation's symbol. Zeke planned to try channeling ether into it to see if it would react like the Terrakan relic. The system notification showed that this item's name was hidden, exactly like the Hersian armor when he first got it. From what he knew, the Hersian armor had existed long before the Golden Age. Therefore, a mask with these similar traits was undoubtedly an artifact from that era as well. Zeke immediately confirmed his registration as the user per the system's request. When asked if he wanted to activate the mask's functions, he agreed without a moment's hesitation. Zeke began channeling his energy, causing the golden mask to vibrate intensely and radiate a warm glow. A brilliant pillar of light erupted, officially unlocking the hidden functions of the mysterious artifact right in his hands. The system kept flashing connection alerts while upgrading Zeke's purification skill into the unique skill, Grand Purification. Zeke was stunned to realize this was an ultra-rare skill reserved exclusively for his immortal class. A divine beam of light shot straight up into the sky, beginning the process of cleansing all the demonic energy haunting this land. The gigantic golden pillar of light chased away the clouds, casting a brilliant radiance across the long gloomy lake. The system announced it was directly interfering with the management system of some ancient entity. The powerful surge of energy spread across the forest, completely revering the withered state of the dead land. The emergency defense mode was lifted, paving the way for life to make a miraculous return. To the utter shock of them both, the deadly forest suddenly turned lush and vibrant under the sunlight. Felix stood frozen in disbelief, utterly unable to fathom how nature could revive so quickly. In the distance, the veteran warrior Rufus Agamemnon, head of the Agamemnon family, shouted with deep emotion as the prophecy finally came true. A solemn cavalry unit clad in dazzling red armor suddenly emerged from the newly revived tree line. Out of pure instinct, Felix immediately drew his sword to stand his ground and protect his master from these strangers. Zeke remained completely calm, telling Felix to lower his sword because he could sense they bore no hostility. Felix stared blankly, taking a closer look as he felt this cavalry unit looked strangely familiar, like he had seen them somewhere before. A wild guess crossed his mind, leaving the young guard startled and shaking. It turned out that the flesh and blood people before them were the actual manifestations of the phantom souls they had encountered earlier. Their footsteps crunched against the grass, a dry yet vibrant sound of walking. Rufus Agamemnon led the cavalry, declaring that the prophecy had finally been fulfilled. The emotional patriarch looked at Zeke, treating him as the one who had brought the family back from the dead. Zeke simply accepted it in silence, his gaze remaining as nonchalant as if he had foreseen everything. The cavalrymen behind him let out a resounding cheer, and the gloomy atmosphere of so many years completely vanished. Felix was still shaken, so Zeke explained that those ghosts were actually just people who had been heavily cursed. Rufus walked and talked, his voice trembling as he saw everyone regain their human forms. He spread his arms wide, calling Zeke the black-eyed grandson who had saved their entire lineage. A rare smile touched Zeke's lips as he gently replied to his grandfather. Zeke placed a hand over his chest, feeling relieved to be able to greet his grandfather properly like this. The once ruined castle now loomed as grand as a Gothic palace in broad daylight. Felix stood frozen, unable to believe his eyes at the miraculous transformation that happened overnight. Dazzling crystal chandeliers hung high above, casting a warm glow across the entire hall. Everyone gathered in the grand dining room, a scene they hadn't even dared to dream of for 50 years. Zeke mused, remembering the system notification about turning off the emergency defense mode back then. He realized everything seemed tied to the ancient dragon artifact he was holding. The elderly maid cheerfully served the meal, happy to put her skills to use after half a century of waiting. Felix looked at the plate of food in front of him with pure awe and hunger. The old woman smiled, confirming she was the very person who had guided them yesterday in her wraith form. Rufus sighed as he recounted the dark times when they couldn't see the sunlight or eat a proper meal. The curse had weakened their bodies to the point where they ultimately couldn't even speak normally. Zeke placed an object on the table, saying he had something he wanted to show his grandfather regarding that matter. It was the golden mask Zeke had found at the bottom of the sacred lake earlier. Rufus stared in shock as he realized the family's treasure and symbol of honor had finally returned. Zeke asked him to tell the story of what had happened, and Rufus agreed to share all the family's secrets. The story began 50 years ago, when a horrific plague swept through the Mycenae region. The Agamemnon family at the time did everything they could to stop the plague from spreading outside the city. Those infected broke out in red spots, ran high fevers, and vomited blood, dying in a mere 3 days. Zeke realized these symptoms were extremely similar to the red flower disease he had read about. Rufus looked out the window, recounting that the real nightmare only began when the sun went down. The people who had died from the plague suddenly came back to life and attacked the living. Zeke frowned, bluntly asking if they had turned into a horde of zombies. Rufus explained they were completely different from the zombies controlled by mages, and just a single bite meant instant infection. Back then, everyone could only call it a curse because it was too terrifying to accept. They fortified the castle for defense, but the number of corpses just kept growing hopelessly. Rufus gazed at the golden mask, an item passed down from the family's most ancient ancestors. Zeke asked if he knew who made it, but most of the old records had been lost. Zeke was slightly disappointed, as he had hoped to find some clue related to Hersion. Even so, this castle and the golden mask had always remained the symbols of the Agamemnon family. The divine power within had kept the undead from flooding in, but it also had its limits. Rufus stood before the ancient paintings, recounting the painful decision made by the patriarch of that era. The elders had volunteered to jump into the sacred lake to cleanse that rock. Rufus explained that the corrupted energy had tainted the sacred lake, turning the guardian spirit beast into a monster. Zeke listened in silence to the reason why Nahul had been warped into such a terrifying demonic beast. Standing in the middle of the hall, Rufus admitted it was a decision made for the city's future, though no one could have foreseen the consequences. Zeke asked if spreading the rumor of the curse was meant to protect the people, and his grandfather confirmed it was to stop the plague from returning. Rufus bowed his head apologetically, admitting that fragile children were the ones most easily targeted by that evil energy. Zeke softly called out to his grandfather, his gaze clearly showing deep understanding of the burdens he had carried all these years. He expressed his desire to hear more secrets about his late mother. Amidst the grand surroundings, Zeke mentioned that no one at the Draker household dared to speak of her, and he had only just learned her name. Rufus gritted his teeth in anger as he brought up Arthur, regretting that he hadn't stopped Laura from marrying that jerk. Finally, Zeke learned his mother's name was Laura Agamemnon, once belonging to the region's most powerful family. Rufus dropped a shocking truth. The Draker household was actually once a minor allied family under the Agamemnons. He angrily recounted that back in the Holy Empire era, the Drakers were merely country knights who would have been nothing without the Agamemnons' help. Taking advantage of Mycenae's collapse from the plague, the Drakers seized the chance to swallow up other families and rise to the power they were today. Zeke wondered thoughtfully why someone like his mother would agree to marry Arthur despite knowing the cruel deeds of the Drakers. Rufus looked into the distance, recounting that Laura had been quite unusual since birth, easily brushing off corrupted energy. The patriarch asserted that all of Laura's innate peculiarities had an extremely important reason behind them. The image of Laura Agamemnon surfaced with long brown hair radiating a brilliant golden halo, and he revealed she was a talented healer. Zeke was completely stunned, unable to believe his mother possessed such a powerful healing gift. Rufus began explaining the concept of classes, or loosely speaking, occupations. Anyone with a talent for swords naturally followed the path of a swordsman. Similarly, those with a talent for archery found their path as marksmen. And of course, anyone with an aptitude for spears would be a true lancer. That was originally the true meaning of classes from ancient times. But Zeke's mother, Laura Agamemnon, possessed an ultra-rare healer class with enough power to purify and suppress all kinds of dark powers. His grandfather recounted that back in the day, the class system was divided in great detail to maximize everyone's potential. But when the Age of Knights arrived, everything was lumped together into swordsmen and mages, causing the true meaning of classes to be gradually forgotten. The Draker family was famous for their bloodline of swordsmen. Zeke recalled his past life, remembering how being born into such a family meant he had to struggle through hell and back to prove himself. A big question popped into Zeke's head. Did old Arthur Draker really know about his mother's healer class? If he knew, he surely must have realized Zeke had potential beyond swordsmanship. So why did he heartlessly kick him out of the family in his past life? Rufus gave a slow nod, figuring that bastard Arthur probably knew everything. Zeke wondered if the Agamemnons frequently produced healers. Rufus said it was extremely rare, but the head of the family always had to be someone holding healer talents. Laura had left this place for the Holy Nation when she was young, setting out with the sole purpose of finding a way to save her family from ruin. Zeke wondered if his mother went there to further hone her healer energy, or to find a way to cleanse the evil power gnawing at the Agamemnon family. The ultimate truth about his mother was probably now held by old Arthur Draker alone. Mid-conversation, Rufus suddenly pulled out an item and told Zeke to take it. It was an exquisite silver locket enclosing a portrait of a young Laura Agamemnon. His grandfather reminisced about the moment Laura returned to the castle years ago with an important message. Rufus repeated her powerful prophecy. The child bearing black eyes will be the one to revive this entire family. Staring at his mother's photo, Zeke wondered if that was truly an accurate prophecy about him. Rufus admitted no one could verify it, but since Laura was an irregular, an extraordinary person from childhood, what she said definitely had grounds. An irregular, Zeke clenched the keepsake in his hand, feeling destiny weighing heavily on his shoulders. Returning to the main issue, Rufus brought up Zeke's request for the family's backing. As Laura's son and the hero who lifted the curse from the Agamemnons, he proclaimed in a resonant voice, "From now on, Zeke is the sole and official heir of the entire Agamemnon family." Cutting to the training grounds, Zeke's shout rang out, "Don't twist your body like that, keep your center of gravity steady." He was personally training Felix. Just looking at Felix gasping for air was enough to show how brutal this training session was. Felix pitifully begged for mercy, but Zeke coldly brushed it off, telling him he was still far too weak and needed to push himself many times harder. While Rufus was busy with inheritance paperwork, Zeke decided to stay at the castle and train to best prepare for the upcoming tournament. Making the most of this time, Zeke trained Felix while squeezing in time to learn the family's golden sword art secret technique. The shadow of a majestic golden knight materialized behind him. Zeke closed his eyes to sense the power. He had activated the Hersian armor and equipped Bahamut onto the Golan shield, feeling extremely steady while executing the golden sword art. The golden sword art required smooth coordination between both sword and shield. Zeke silently planned to further upgrade the Hersian set later to deal with those bastards in the Empire. In his office, Rufus was pulling his hair out over a pile of ledgers. Being the head of the house sounded grand, but this paperwork was an absolute nightmare. To unwind, he invited Zeke out to the vibrant, flower-filled royal garden to catch some fresh air and discuss a few weighty matters. Rufus was curious about how Zeke had managed the city while he was away. Zeke revealed that he had reliable underlings outside and that all orders were communicated through letters. Rufus nodded in satisfaction before getting straight to the main reason he had called him out here today. Agamemnon was the protector of Mycenae, and under them were 3 loyal vassal families who always stood together through a deep, binding oath. "You mean the vassals?" Zeke asked for confirmation. Rufus nodded affirmatively. Rufus explained that to become a legitimate heir, Zeke was required to earn recognition from these vassals. Hearing this, Zeke smiled faintly. Actually, he had been planning to ask his grandfather about something related to that very issue. He suggested that Rufus send a formal invitation to all the vassal heads, demanding that they gather at the castle immediately. The summons sent ripples of excitement across the entire region. Crowds began pouring toward the magnificent, newly revived Agamemnon castle. Everyone's jaws dropped in astonishment, unable to believe that the castle had magically regained its original glory. The gigantic castle gates slowly swung open. People began whispering among themselves about whether the terrifying curse had truly come to an end. The first important guests appeared. They froze at the warm welcome and the smile of the new head of the house. Rufus Agamemnon loudly expressed his deepest gratitude to the allied families for carrying the burden for him during Agamemnon's long absence. The crowd of guests was left in shock. They silently gasped in awe, seeing that the great head of the house still maintained such majestic presence and robust health after all these years. Whispers began to echo throughout the hall. People wondered whether the true king of the central continent had genuinely returned. Rufus continued to announce that the most important reason for today's gathering was to make it official. The Agamemnon family had completely broken free from the curse and was back. The atmosphere heated up even more when he announced that he would introduce the heir of Agamemnon right here, in front of all the vassal families. All eyes turned toward the entrance, everyone holding their breath in suspense to catch a glimpse of this powerful successor. And the name called out was none other than Zeke Draker, leaving everyone present utterly stunned. Rufus proudly introduced Zeke as the continent's youngest Green Knight, a genius who had just graduated from Valhalla in an unprecedented record time. Amidst the solemn atmosphere, Arnold Achilles suddenly stepped forward. As a longtime friend and loyal vassal, he asked permission to express his opinion. Arnold wore a polite smile, expressing immense joy that the family had finally found an official heir for its glorious status. However, he unexpectedly cited the law of representation, arguing that the Achilles family had the duty and responsibility to test the qualifications of the new heir. Immediately, representatives from the Hector and Aegis families also stepped up, showing their agreement with Arnold's request. Faced with the calculated challenge, Rufus smirked and declared that he would follow the ancient traditions of the family to prove the qualifications. Arnold loudly declared on behalf of the alliance, they would verify Zeke's status as heir through a public knightly duel in front of everyone. The Agamemnon family arena blazed with roaring cheers from all the stands. All eyes were fixed on the center of the stage where a historic event was about to unfold. The vassal heads sitting in the guest area could not hide their excitement. They had never thought they would witness a traditional knightly duel of this scale firsthand. The head of the Hector family nodded in admission that this event truly far exceeded their initial expectations. Zeke Draker stepped into the middle of the arena wearing gleaming silver armor. His expression remained as cold and calm as ever, showing no hesitation before thousands of spectators. He told himself that using this temporary armor today would be enough. The Hersian sword was too prominent, it was best to keep it as a trump card for truly necessary situations. The first opponent appeared. A warrior clad in bulky white armor with a horned helmet approached, looking at Zeke with eyes full of skepticism. It was the great warrior of the Hector house. He smirked, declaring that he would personally test whether Zeke's title as heir had real substance or was just empty hype. He charged forward like a whirlwind, grinning from ear to ear with a crazed look. He challenged Zeke to show him his full strength. Bam! A harsh clashing sound echoed through the space as the first blow was delivered. But the result completely floored everyone. The Hector warrior lay knocked out on the arena floor, muttering in pain while Zeke still stood firm with his sword in hand. In the stands, the head of the Hector house dropped his jaw in astonishment. His strongest warrior had been taken down so fast no one could even see it. Seeing his rival fall, the head of the Aegis house immediately urged his own man onto the stage to reclaim their honor. The Aegis warrior immediately entered the battle with blazing momentum, determined not to repeat the predecessor's mistake. With spear and shield in hand, he poured all his might into a direct frontal attack, hopping to pierce Zeke's defense. But life isn't a dream. A thunderous counterattack from Zeke sent the Aegis warrior flying backward, his face distorted in pain. Not giving his opponent a chance to breathe, Zeke glided across the arena at astonishing speed, leaving faint streaks of light behind every step. Wham! Another direct blow landed. The terrifying power from Zeke's sword caused cracks to start appearing on the opponent's sturdy armor. The warrior screamed miserably as the pressure from the blow crushed him down to the floor. He was completely helpless against Zeke's skill. Zeke's eyes flashed with a cold look. To him, these opponents were still not enough to make him use his full strength. He concentrated his strength into his sword, unleashing a powerful slash that tore through the air. This strength was truly unimaginable for a 17-year-old youth. I think this is enough, Zeke said in an even voice, standing and watching his opponent hopelessly trying to get back up. His eyes were locked onto the opponent, cold and full of pressure. This match was practically over. One final harsh clashing sound echoed, completely ending the Aegis warrior's resistance. The referee loudly declared victory for Zeke Draker. The entire arena sank into terrified whispers at his talent. Zeke sheathed his sword, his gaze directed toward the entrance. He knew the real match was only beginning now with just one final opponent left. Out of the shadows stepped a knight with romantic blonde hair. This person's aura was completely different from the guys he had just taken down. That was the reigning champion of the tournament, someone well acquainted with peak battles who had never tasted defeat. Feral Achilles stepped forward with a confident and calm expression. This was the biggest wall Zeke needed to overcome. The two warriors stood facing each other in the center of the arena. The atmosphere instantly thickened with pressure from both sides. Feral smiled politely, greeting Zeke with the utmost respect of a true knight. I am Feral Achilles, he loudly introduced himself, gripping his weapon tightly, preparing for the encounter. Zeke also replied briefly, Zeke Draker, a formal greeting before the real storm arrived. Zeke closely observed his opponent. Feral's eyes were very steadfast, not wavering even a bit in the face of Zeke's pressure. The aura radiating from this opponent was very steady. It was clear he possessed extremely profound mental discipline. Zeke adjusted his stance, lowering his center of gravity. he began to focus entirely on every movement of Farrell. In that case, let's see what skills you have, Zeke thought to himself, preparing to meet the challenge. Swish, the two lunged at each other lightning fast. The sound of clashing metal tore through the quiet space of the arena. Sword strokes and spear tips intertwined, creating brilliant electric sparks. Both stared at each other while matching strengths. Farrell swung his weapon hard, unleashing powerful and tricky attacks toward his opponent. Clang, Zeke blocked Farrell's strike with flawless technique. The power from the collision caused both to step back. Farrell silently marveled in his heart. Zeke's fundamental skills were truly too solid, not like a 17-year-old at all. Not only technique, but Zeke's combat experience was also astonishingly rich. This match was truly intensely dramatic. Rufus couldn't hide his astonishment. That Zeke could fight evenly with the champion Feral Achilles was something he had never dared to imagine. The vassal heads sitting nearby were also restless. A 17-year-old was giving a hard time to the #1 genius of the central region. "Zeke, I believe in you," Rufus muttered to himself, his eyes filled with trust for his grandson. Harsh, clashing metallic sounds rang out continuously, the entire arena seeming to shake with every strike of the two. This was the moment for Zeke to prove to everyone that he was entirely worthy of the position of Agamemnon family heir. Farrell began to grow tired, his breathing heavy. He couldn't believe Zeke was such a monstrously strong opponent. Conversely, Zeke still maintained a terrifying calmness. Every stroke of his sword remained extremely accurate with no decrease in power. He doesn't waver at all. Farrell horrifiedly realized his opponent's incredible stamina. Unable to drag it out any longer, Farrell decided to bet everything on the next attack to decide the winner. He employed the peak technique of the Achilles house, darkness enveloping the spear tip to create a deeply suffocating pressure. Dark Spear Wrath, Farrell's strongest ultimate technique, was unleashed, tearing through the space and rushing straight toward Zeke. Witnessing that attack, Zeke's eyes flashed with a cold light. He had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Zeke decided to use the traditional swordsmanship of the Agamemnon house to end this match in the most glorious way possible. Majesty of the Golden Sword! A brilliant golden aura burst forth, confronting the opponent's dark energy head-on. The entire arena held its breath, witnessing the collision of the two supreme techniques, light and darkness intertwining. Boom! A heaven-shaking, earth-shattering energy explosion erupted, devouring everything in a chaotic sea of light. Thick smoke and dust blanketed the arena after the earth-shattering energy collision. The crowd in the stands started bustling, no one knowing what was happening or who the winner was. A noble sweated profusely, pointing toward the center of the arena with an astonished look. As the smoke gradually cleared, both Zeke and Feral Achilles were still standing firmly, neither having collapsed yet. Looking closely, one could see that both of their equipment had shattered into pieces, especially the two shields pulverized under the terrifying pressure of the final blow. Seeing that things were about to go too far, Duke Rufus Agamemnon jumped up and shouted loudly, demanding to stop the match. He looked down at the two young talents, loudly declaring the result of this match a draw. Rufus believed that in a peak match like this, determining a winner and loser no longer had any meaning. Arnold Achilles stood up on behalf of the family to officially recognize Zeke's status as heir. Following that, the heads of the Hector and Aegis houses also nodded in turn, confirming that Zeke was fully qualified. The old man Rufus smirked smugly. His trump card had brought home an absolute political victory. The arena echoed with cheers, everyone celebrating the new heir of the Agamemnon family. Zeke smiled confidently, not forgetting to praise Farrell's excellent performance. But Farrell only closed his eyes and smiled bitterly, admitting that if the match had lasted longer, the one lying down would definitely have been him. Farrell pointed out that in the last attack, if Zeke had wanted to, he could have counterattacked instead of just smashing his shield to pieces. Zeke was slightly surprised, not expecting his opponent to be acute enough to realize that he had actively held back. He smiled cryptically. Everything was happening exactly according to his calculations. The plan to become the heir was done. Now it was time for Zeke to seriously prepare for the upcoming martial arts tournament. The scene shifted to a quiet and luxurious resting room after the noise outside the arena. Felix was endlessly excited, unable to believe that Zeke could tie with a renowned champion like Farrell. Zeke told the kid to quiet down, because in reality, Farrell was the one who had held back his power to save face for him. He explained that the Achilles family was famously known for spear techniques, yet when fighting him, Farrell had only used a sword. Felix wondered why a great knight wouldn't use his strongest weapon in such an important match. While they were busy talking, a knock suddenly sounded from the entrance. Hearing the familiar voice outside the door, Zeke immediately recognized who it was and invited them into the room. It turned out to be Farrell, who had changed his flashy armor for simpler noble attire and apologized for the abruptness. Zeke politely invited Farrell to sit, expressing honor at being personally visited by a famous Grand Knight. Farrell didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. He was here to ask Zeke for an important favor. He modestly admitted that he still had many shortcomings compared to Zeke and wished to support him in preparing for the future. Zeke immediately guessed his opponent's intention, which must have been related to the Draker martial arts tournament. Farrell nodded in confirmation, noting that the tournament was essentially no different from a bloody battlefield for the nobility. He warned that Draker was famous for bizarre rules and riddled with manipulation from the organizers. Zeke listened silently. These points also matched Duke Rufus's previous description. Farrell revealed that those holding the power to decide the rules were crafty elders of the major families. These people were always plotting behind the scenes, ready to change the rules at a moment's notice to give an advantage to the candidate they supported. There had even been precedents where they banned the use of aura in matches just to eliminate strong opponents. Zeke frowned in thought. It turned out this tournament was even more corrupt and troublesome than he had imagined. He began to understand why without a powerful patron family, there was practically no chance of winning. Because no matter how strong one was, if targeted by the organizers' rules, one could easily be eliminated right from the early rounds. Farrell suddenly stepped forward, grasping Zeke's hand tightly, earnestly begging to help him prepare well for the upcoming tournament. This sudden enthusiasm made Zeke freeze slightly, a mild suspicion beginning to stir within his heart. In his past life he had been betrayed too many times, making it hard to trust anyone immediately, but seeing that sincere look, Zeke decided to take a gamble once. Farrell reminded him that there was only a month left until the tournament, and there was something Zeke absolutely had to acquire. A broker. Farrell's proposal left Zeke quite surprised. He explained that it had to be a noble with enormous influence to pull over to their side, and that person was none other than Catherine Graham, the Duchess of the powerful Graham family. The setting shifted to Panston's, one of the 3 largest cities in the Midland region with magnificent seaside beauty. As soon as they set foot here, Felix couldn't help but marvel at the hustle and bustle and the diversity of races in the city. From the Naga tribe, dwarves to birdfolk, a completely different sight compared to what they had seen in Atlas. Zeke stated that the Graham family was the master of this place, holding the financial lifeline of the entire continent. He also revealed an interesting specialty of Panston's. This place gathered many handsome young men and beautiful women. The group entered the lavish Graham mansion where, according to Zeke, the family never suffered a business loss. Farrell showed a worried look. It seemed approaching the Graham family was much harder than he had thought. The mansion manager apologized, explaining that because it was festival season, the Duchess was busy and couldn't receive guests. Realizing that meeting face-to-face was not easy at all, Zeke decided to conduct negotiations right on the spot. The manager looked puzzled, wondering what this young guest truly wanted. Zeke repeated his request to meet the Duchess, forcing the manager to ask clearly for the reason of the visit. Upon hearing Zeke say he wanted to invest in a mithril mine, the manager couldn't hide the astonishment on his face. Zeke hit the nail on the head when mentioning that the Graham family had spent 3 years of feudal mining, draining their budget. The manager began to change his attitude but still declared that they never accepted small-scale investments. Without a shred of hesitation, Zeke pulled out a check and loudly declared the number, 500,000 gold. The mansion manager froze for 5 seconds, his eyes rolling back in shock at the astronomical amount of money Zeke had just put forward. In the luxurious room with brilliant chandelier lights, Brian Graham opened his mouth to apologize for making Zeke wait so long. He bowed politely, expressing hospitality to the distinguished guest who had traveled far to his mansion. Brian formally reintroduced himself with the demeanor of a true noble. He couldn't hide his joy upon receiving the large investment and bluntly asked Zeke if he had finished confirming all the procedures. Zeke didn't care much, brushing it off and saying that matter wasn't important. He stated that he needed to focus on the upcoming Draker martial arts tournament and had no time to worry about other investments. Hearing this, Brian nodded in appreciation of the young knight's willpower. Looking through the window, Lady Catherine was leisurely enjoying tea in the parlor. Brian introduced his wife, who was also the person Zeke truly needed to meet to discuss business. Catherine set her teacup down, gently mentioning that she had heard of Knight Zeke's reputation for a long time. The two sat facing each other, the atmosphere somewhat formal yet calculated. Catherine praised him as a knight currently catching the attention of the entire continent. Zeke humbly replied that he still had much to learn, and that was why he was joining the tournament to gain experience. Catherine smiled and asked if he knew what the theme of the tournament's first match would be, as she seemed to hold some confidential information. The Marchioness's smile was full of mystery, as if she wanted to lure him into some kind of deal. But Zeke coldly cut her off. He said that wasn't the information he had gone out of his way to come here and hear. He looked straight at Catherine and asserted that his purpose was to help her instead. Catherine froze slightly, her expression beginning to show confusion. She intended to skillfully refuse by making the excuse that it was getting late and wanting to end the meeting. Right at that moment, Zeke played his trump card. He proposed a transaction. Catherine's gaze suddenly sharpened when she heard that word. Zeke leaned in close, asking if she would agree to his proposal if he could cure Lady Angelina's illness. Catherine trembled, gripping her sleeve tightly. Zeke observed her attitude, knowing he had struck her fatal flaw. Angelina Graham was once praised as the continent's future supreme beauty, but after turning 16, she suddenly vanished and never appeared before high society again. Catherine pressed her lips together, harshly claiming that people were simply spinning malicious rumors about her daughter's appearance. She stood up abruptly, angrily demanding that Zeke leave the castle immediately because she thought he was being too rude. Zeke calmly warned her that if she continued to neglect Angelina's condition, she would soon regret it because there would be no chance of salvation left. Catherine began to panic, asking why he knew so much about that illness. Zeke looked at her with a piercing gaze, firmly asserting that he knew everything. He revealed that the thing tormenting her wasn't a normal disease, but a cruel curse. Catherine gasped in shock. The secret she had tried so hard to hide for so long was exposed. Catherine broke out in a cold sweat, stammering as she asked how he knew about the rotting flesh and blistered symptoms on Angelina's body. Zeke intertwined his fingers, explaining that it was a vicious curse created from forbidden magic, so conventional medical arts could never cure it. He dug deeper into her fear by asking if she had ever heard of the Agamemnon family's curse. Catherine was stunned, having heard the news that the curse had just been lifted recently. She suddenly realized the true identity of the young man before her was the new heir of the Agamemnon family. Zeke nodded in admission, stating that he was the one who lifted that curse with the help of the god of light. Catherine immediately grabbed Zeke's hand like a drowning man clutching a straw, desperately begging him to save her daughter. Zeke coldly said everything was according to the divine will, but he needed to take action immediately. He emphasized that the more time passed, the greater danger Angelina would face. Zeke ordered Catherine to take him to see Angelina right now. In the distance stood the towering tower where the young lady was being held captive. Catherine led Zeke down the deep, dark stone steps inside the tower. She explained that since mana was harmful to Angelina's condition, they had removed all mana-powered illumination devices. Zeke observed his surroundings, understanding why this place was so gloomy. He muttered that the darkness here was still too thick, making people feel suffocated. Suddenly, a painful scream echoed through the dark hallway, tearing apart the silent atmosphere. The two stopped in front of a sturdy prison door. Zeke asked to confirm if that was Angelina's voice and received a sorrowful nod from Catherine. Zeke's expression became more serious than ever. He realized the actual situation was much worse than what he had anticipated. Zeke asked the Duchess to stay outside because he wanted to meet Angelina alone. Catherine, though worried, gently nodded in agreement, stepping back to clear the way for him. The door opened and Zeke stepped inside. The sight before him was extremely tragic. Angelina was curled up on the cold stone floor bound by heavy chains. He realized her condition was truly more severe than what he had imagined. Looking at the shackles wrapped around her, Zeke couldn't help feeling sorry for the girl once considered the foremost beauty. Due to the cruel curse, she was now no different from a living mummy, her entire body wrapped in blood-stained white bandages. Zeke bent down and softly asked if Lady Angelina could hear his voice. Angelina's tired eyes flickered beneath the blood-stained bandages, as she seemed to just sense the presence of a stranger. She wheezed and begged for something amidst excruciating pain. Angelina's tears fell as she begged Zeke to kill her to release her from this persistent torture. But Zeke coldly refused. He didn't come here to take her life. Zeke took out the mysterious golden mask and asserted that he couldn't let her die at this moment. He put on the mask, declaring that due to major shifts in the future, he truly needed her existence. Zeke's eyes glowed with a powerful blue light piercing through the golden mask. Surrounded by a strong aura, Zeke made a firm vow to save her at all costs, just as the system announced the mask was successfully connected. Zeke reminisced about his past life, where a past event helped him know clearly about Angelina's curse. At that time, following his master's orders, he hunted down and captured a mage specializing in ancient forbidden arts. During the interrogation, a surprising truth was exposed from these documents. The person wrapped tightly in bandages was the one who had cast the curse on Angelina. Zeke had tracked him down, but the man was already dead. This curse was extremely vicious. The prettier the victim, the more painful it was, and there was no way to cure it. Returning to the present, Zeke looked at Angelina dying in the dark dungeon, his determination to save her unshakable. He reached out his hand, and the mana began to fluctuate. Zeke wore the golden mask, and the system announced that the proxy purification skill was ready. No curse is unbreakable. A brilliant burst of light erupted. Angelina suffered extreme pain, her eyes rolling back beneath the bandages. A heart-wrenching scream echoed as the curse was forcibly torn from her body. Outside, Duchess Catherine frantically pounded on the door, terrified that something bad had happened to Zeke. Zeke remained steadfast, trying to maintain the purifying mana stream. A pitch-black mist poured from Angelina's mouth, and she screamed in agony. The black smoke gathered into a gloomy phantom right in front of Zeke. He looked at it with contempt. Is that all? Zeke activated the dragon-slaying gluttony skill, and a fierce golden aura prepared to devour this evil energy. Right at that moment, Patriarch Brian, the Duchess, and the guards rushed into the room. Catherine was shocked at the sight before her, sweat pouring out from tension. Only tattered pieces of bandages remained on the floor. The curse had been wiped clean. Zeke took off the mask and stood there. Angelina had calmed down. Catherine tremblingly called his name. Zeke quietly turned around. He softly called out to Duchess Catherine. With a confident smile, Zeke announced, thank you for waiting patiently. The group quickly left the dark dungeon, their footsteps echoing down the hallway. In the main hall, Catherine still couldn't believe it, asking once more if Angelina was truly cured. Zeke smiled, saying this was the will of the sun god. Farrell stood nearby, looking at him with an expression full of admiration. Catherine thanked him profusely, promising to do anything to repay him. Zeke seized the opportunity, asking her to support him in the upcoming martial arts tournament. Marchioness Graham smiled brightly, affirming she would help him to the fullest. Suddenly from behind, a gentle voice rang out to greet everyone. Farrell and Brian froze in unison, their eyes wide with shock. Angelina appeared in a gorgeous dress, completely shedding her previous haggard look. The young lady with stunning beauty smiled and greeted, "I am Angelina Graham." Her radiant beauty made Farrell and the man beside him blush and daze. Angelina approached to thank Zeke. He only smiled in response, glad that she was healthy. Farrell secretly admired the master's ironclad spirit, remaining totally nonchalant even when facing a beauty. Zeke went straight to the point, asking if she suspected anyone. He meant the person who had acted so cruelly toward her. Angelina shyly thought to herself, turns out he was angry for my sake, truly the hero of my life. However, she gently refused revenge because to her, everything was in the past. Zeke was a bit surprised upon hearing that. She blushed shyly and even invited him out for private tea. Angelina said that hatred only breeds more hatred, so she wasn't keen on taking revenge. Zeke was left speechless. She had almost died and now talked casually as if nothing had happened. The luxurious scenery of the Graham estate appeared, and everything seemed to have temporarily settled down. In the parlor, Farrell recounted a shocking piece of information. Zeke looked slightly stunned upon hearing it. Farrell asked for confirmation if it was true that the preliminary event of this martial arts tournament was javelin throwing. Marchioness Catherine smiled and confirmed, asking Farrell if choosing the javelin throw as a preliminary event was anything strange. Farrell shook his head and said no, he was just surprised that this event was strangely simple. Marchioness Catherine calmly sipped her tea, continuing the story about the competition. She explained that this event wasn't simple at all. The throwing distance this time was terrifyingly long, and according to what she heard, the target was placed all the way across the mountain. Zeke listened intently, realizing this challenge required both absolute strength and precision to hit the target. Farrell turned to Zeke, saying he had guessed which family was behind the rigging of this event. The highest possibility was the Zimmons family. Most of their members used spears as their main weapon, so javelin throwing was indeed their specialty. Zeke narrowed his eyes in thought. It was very likely that the Zimmons family would meddle in this matter. Zeke smirked meaningfully, muttering that that damn brat was also participating in this tournament. He asked Farrell if those who knew about the event in advance must have started practicing a long time ago. Farrell nodded in confirmation, saying they might have even finished practicing already. Hearing this, Zeke stood up abruptly and decisively. He said that then he too had to start quickly. Farrell looked bewildered, not understanding what he intended to do. With a confident smile, Zeke asserted that now that he knew the event, he had to practice properly like everyone else. The harder it was, the more excited he got. Zeke stood motionless, gripping the spear tightly. The atmosphere on the training ground became unusually tense, as if even the wind was holding its breath waiting for his next move. His eyes narrowed toward the distant target at the edge of the field. For a brief moment, the entire area fell into absolute silence. Then, Zeke suddenly swung his arm to throw the spear in a smooth motion. The throwing force created distinct ripples in the air. The spear darted forward like a lightning bolt, tearing through the wind at terrifying speed. Dust rose lightly as the weapon flew straight toward the target in the distance. Felix immediately spoke up, his voice full of excitement. "Very close, if it flew just a little bit further it would have hit." Sir Farrell nodded in agreement and spoke in an inspiring tone. "That's enough to prepare for the preliminary round." However, Zeke didn't even bother glancing at him. His expression remained calm and unpredictable. He lowered his hands slightly and asked, "What do you plan to do next?" Farrell frowned slightly at the sudden question and asked back, "What do you mean?" Zeke slowly turned his head to look at him, his sharp eyes flashing with calculation. He said calmly, "If you modify the spear first and prepare thoroughly, wouldn't we be able to compete under conditions more suited for the event?" Sir Farrell crossed his arms, thinking deeply about the idea. A moment later he replied, "That's a good idea. However, the other families will eventually think of the same thing. In the end, the key will lie in who can prepare a more suitable weapon." Hearing this, Zeke quietly shifted his gaze toward Lady Catherine. His expression softened slightly when he spoke. "Lady Catherine, I have a favor to ask of you." Lady Catherine smiled charmingly and replied without hesitation, "You can ask for anything." Felix and Farrell looked at the two of them in astonishment as Zeke and Catherine began discussing tournament strategy. After listening to Zeke's explanation, Lady Catherine blinked in surprise and asked, "Do you really want to modify it into that shape?" A faint smile appeared on her face as she continued, "I'm not very knowledgeable about weapons, but if it's something Zeke wants, there must definitely be a reason." Without asking further, she accepted the request. Zeke quietly clenched his fist. Inside his head, countless calculations were in motion. With that, all preparations for the preliminary round were complete. A cold smile flashed in his thoughts as he cursed the Seaman family in his heart. No matter how much they struggled, in the end everything was in the palm of his hand. The scene shifted to the Valhalla Academy dormitory. Sir Farrell looked around the room with a nostalgic look and said, "It's been a long time since I came back here after graduating from Valhalla." Zeke asked in slight surprise. "You also studied at Valhalla Academy?" Sir Farrell nodded in confirmation. "I greatly admired Sir Flobert, so I really wanted to study here." Hearing this, Zeke smiled faintly. Deep down, he thought that Flobert was a knight respected even by central nobility. Very few people could receive that level of admiration and recognition. Suddenly, footsteps sounded from outside the hallway. Someone walked in and greeted Zeke respectfully. Everyone turned to look. It was Liam. Liam bowed slightly and sincerely thanked Zeke for his help, saying that thanks to him, he had successfully completed his graduation exams safely. Zeke stepped closer to Liam and asked, "I heard you've been promoted to Purple Knight." Liam nodded quietly. Zeke continued, "I also heard you received a recommendation letter to Valhalla along with Renee, but you turned it down. What's the reason?" Liam answered without hesitation, "I wanted to be by your side and help you sooner." For a brief moment the room fell silent. Zeke then patted Liam's shoulder lightly and asked, "Have you heard news about the other cousins?" Liam nodded and began explaining. Cousin Leon finally applied for an indefinite leave of absence. Owen Seaman skipped a grade but failed the graduation exam. Renee Draker will graduate this time and enter Valhalla. As for Jake Vardek, he couldn't skip a grade and is acting like a king among his classmates. Hearing it all, Zeke calmly said, "Looks like Leon has finally lost his fighting spirit." Liam nodded slightly. Leon brought it upon himself. Right at that moment, the door opened again. Decker walked in holding a box and said, "I've brought what you asked for." Zeke immediately turned around. "Give the box to me." Decker handed over the box without asking questions. Then, to everyone's surprise, Zeke walked straight to Liam and handed the box to him. "This is a promotion gift for you," Zeke said calmly. Liam immediately hesitated, his eyes widening slightly as he shook his head. "The things you gave me before are already more than enough." Zeke frowned slightly. "Stop nagging, just take it." Unable to refuse further, Liam carefully opened the box. The moment he looked inside, his expression froze completely. His eyes widened in shock. Zeke asked calmly, "Do you like the gift?" Liam clenched his fists with excitement and replied, "Of course I do." Inside the box was a custom-made set of armor. The craftsmanship was extremely exquisite. The armor had a delicate structure balancing mobility and defense. Even Felix looked on with noticeable envy. Liam quickly tried it on and after minor adjustments he was amazed once more. "It fits perfectly." He immediately thanked Zeke sincerely for the gift. Meanwhile, Zeke quietly thought to himself that in his past life he had used the Mercenary King's armor as a reference. This time he had specially ordered it made for Liam from Jillian, therefore he was very confident Liam would like it. Zeke then said to Liam, "Keep up the good work." After that, Zeke slowly shifted his gaze to Felix. He said calmly, "Liam was the first subordinate to swear loyalty to me and he is a squire." Then Zeke directly ordered Felix, "Consider Liam your senior." Felix was completely shocked. "Why am I lower than him?" he asked instinctively as a competitive surge immediately flared up in his mind. Zeke calmly asked, "Do you have any dissatisfaction?" Felix immediately bowed his head and replied, "No, I was just asking." Zeke slowly closed his eyes and said, "I'll give you a chance. If you defeat Liam, I will change the hierarchy." The atmosphere instantly grew heavy. A wave of murderous intent suddenly flooded the room. As Felix raised his head and declared, "Then there's no turning back, master." Liam also looked at Felix with an annoyed expression. The scene shifted to the training grounds. The sound of panting echoed everywhere. Felix cursed continuously while desperately trying to keep up. His body looked pitiful. His face was covered in bruises, his eyes glazed over from exhaustion. Liam stood solidly on the opposite side. The disparity between the two became increasingly clear. Finally, Felix collapsed to the ground unconscious. Zeke calmly announced the winner. Just then, Sir Farrell approached from behind carrying a stack of papers. Zeke turned to ask, "What is that?" Sir Farrell handed over the documents and replied, "You should read them." Then he added, "Word is that Renee Draker will be joining the tournament." The moment he heard that name, Zeke was stunned. A cold silence enveloped him. Sir Farrell continued, "Anyone from the Purple Knight rank and above can participate. It looks like the Turan family rushed to register her." Zeke's gaze instantly turned cold. He slowly looked over at Liam and asked, "Did you hear that?" Liam stiffened slightly. Zeke calmly said, "You should join the tournament too." Liam was surprised. Zeke continued, "Your goal is to defeat Renee." Sir Farrell immediately objected. "Renee Draker is a pure-blood awakener like you. Despite being young, she is one of the strongest candidates for the championship." But Zeke simply replied, "That's precisely why I'm assigning this to Liam." His voice carried absolute confidence. "If Liam is a subordinate who swore loyalty to me," Zeke said firmly, "then he must at least be able to go up against a championship candidate." Sir Farrell silently praised Zeke in his heart. His way of thinking was completely different from ordinary people. While others focused on limits, Zeke only looked at results and growth. Meanwhile, Liam was completely stunned by the trust Zeke placed in him. Zeke then looked straight at Liam and said, "Now you need to try even harder. You must face Renee Draker in the tournament." Liam immediately stood straight at attention and replied resolutely, I will do my best. As their conversation continued, Felix slowly regained consciousness on the ground. His entire body ached terribly. Looking blankly up at the sky, he silently regretted his choice. Temporary camps had been set up near the foot of the mountain. Rows of tents stretched across the open terrain, their banners fluttering gently in the mountain wind. Participants arrived from everywhere, filling the entire area with noise and excitement. Suddenly, a group of people walked into the camp, catching the attention of everyone present. Conversations gradually died down as countless eyes turned toward them. That was the Turan family. Their representative was Riene. She walked forward calmly, carrying the noble aura of an aristocratic representative. Almost simultaneously, another group entered the camp. That was the Siemens family. Owen Siemens represented the Siemens family, and he was also escorted by knights and guards. The final two groups stopped facing each other, creating a tense, silent atmosphere. Owen stared at Riene before gritting his teeth. It's been a while since we last saw each other, he said. An arrogant smile appeared on his face as he continued. But what a pity. The Siemens family will be the winner of the upcoming martial arts tournament. Riene looked at him with a deadpan expression. She showed neither anger nor joy. Don't be arrogant, she replied coldly. And he will also be participating in this martial arts tournament. Owen frowned. He asked, who are you talking about? Before Riene could answer, a voice suddenly rang out calling her. Riene, a friendly and familiar voice. That was Zeke. He approached while greeting her and asking about her well-being. The moment Owen saw Zeke, his face instantly turned pale. His expression twisted as anger and grievance surged up. Owen gnashed his teeth furiously. Even though Zeke was persistent, Owen had comforted himself with one thought. No matter how talented Zeke was, he wouldn't be able to accomplish anything without a sponsoring family. Therefore, Owen secretly rejoiced, believing victory was already in his hands. However, that confidence was instantly shattered. A large group suddenly appeared on horseback, followed by numerous foot soldiers. The ground seemed to shake under the hooves as the group approached. Owen looked toward them, his eyes widened. That was the entire scout force sponsoring Zeke. The leader of the group immediately called out to Zeke with clear, respectful attitude. By order of Sir Zeke Draker, heir of the Agamemnon family, the Achilles, Hector, and Aegis families have gathered. The scout declared loudly. In addition, Lady Angelina from the Graham family has also sent guards for escort. The surrounding crowd grew noisy. Many participants looked at Zeke with surprised eyes. Owen felt the veins on his forehead bulging clearly. He cursed inwardly as anger devoured his reason. Just moments ago he was certain of victory, but now multiple influential families had publicly declared their support for Zeke. Before Owen could say anything, a booming voice suddenly echoed across the area. Attention! The powerful voice cut through all conversations. Everyone present looked toward the source of the voice, wondering who could emit such an overwhelming shout. Standing in the distance was the scarred knight Gareth Draker. The moment Zeke saw him, he immediately recognized him. Gareth Draker led one of the 3 knight divisions of the Draker family, the Black Wolf Knights. In Zeke's past life during the Third Continental War, Gareth had operated on the front lines and built a fearsome reputation. That was why Zeke recognized him at first glance. Gareth Draker stepped forward and announced the start of the preliminary round of the competition. His voice carried authority as he spoke to the participants. The preliminary round officially begins. Participants, choose your weapons and step forward. As the participants began to prepare, Felix approached Zeke and lowered his voice. It looks like everyone has disguised their weapons into javelin forms. Felix whispered. He looked around carefully before continuing. Normally they just use regular spears, but this time they are all wrapped in cloth. That means the rumors are true. However, Zeke didn't pay much attention to those words. Instead, he casually handed Felix a cloth-wrapped spear. Felix blinked blankly. What is this? He asked. Zeke looked at him with an annoyed expression. What else? This is the weapon you'll use to compete. Felix froze. Then Zeke dropped another bomb. I secretly registered you for the competition. For a second, Felix's mind went completely blank. What? He shouted. Why did you do that? You didn't even ask for my opinion. However, before he could continue whining, everyone's attention turned to the giant carts being pushed into the competition area. The focus of the entire area shifted to them. Gareth Draker spoke up again. You must all be curious about the main event. Participants will receive higher points the more iron plates they pierce. As soon as he finished explaining, countless soldiers pushed carts filled with giant iron plates forward. The thick metal plates looked extremely sturdy. Looking at them, one participant anxiously asked, is piercing these things hard? Another participant immediately replied, just channeling force into the spear is already difficult. Felix began to panic. I thought this was a distance-throwing event. Zeke looked at him calmly. Don't panic, look at your weapon. Finally, Felix checked his weapon carefully. Only then did he realize something important. This was not a throwing javelin, this was a sharp spear specially designed for piercing. Felix turned back to look at Zeke. Did you already know the content of the preliminary round? Zeke nodded. The Seaman's family doesn't like throwing javelins. Why would they choose spear throwing for the preliminaries if it were about distance? Felix instantly understood. The first person to compete was Owen Seamans. He stepped forward confidently while holding the spear. An arrogant smile spread across his face as he looked around at his competitors. Watch closely, Owen declared proudly. He twirled the spear once before taking his stance. I will surpass all of you. At that moment, he thrust the spear forward with terrifying force. Boom! The sound of impact echoed across the arena. The giant iron plates were torn apart as his spear pierced through 6 consecutive iron plates. The crowd reacted with surprise. Owen slowly turned his head and stared straight at Zeke with a triumphant smile. He was clearly very satisfied with his result. However, Zeke didn't pay attention to him at all. Meanwhile, Felix was still whining. I'm not confident at all, he muttered. Don't make noise, Zeke replied. Finally, Felix stepped up. Taking a deep breath, he thrust the spear with all his might. His attack pierced through 3.5 iron plates. Felix looked relieved of a heavy burden. After him, Liam stepped up and pierced 3 iron plates. Next was Renee Draker's turn. She thrust her weapon with considerable force and pierced 4 iron plates. However, afterward she couldn't help feeling regretful. Her spear wasn't specially designed for piercing, which limited its effectiveness. After finishing, she looked toward Zeke. Finally, it was his turn. Zeke stepped forward calmly. The weapon in his hand instantly drew attention. It looked like a sword attached to a spear shaft. Owen looked at it with a puzzled expression. Is that a sword attached to a spear shaft? Zeke just gave a faint smile and stepped forward. Seeing the strange weapon, even the instructor became curious. Are you really going to use that spear to compete? Zeke nodded in confirmation. Then he channeled mana into the weapon. A brilliant blue light instantly emitted from the surface. The atmosphere changed. Zeke slowly took his stance. The blue light grew stronger around the weapon. Then he moved, dragon-slaying art's true dragon sword play. In an instant, his spear shot forward like a beam of light tearing through the darkness. The attack was unbelievably fast. The spear pierced through the iron plates as if they didn't exist. 1, 2, the metal offered no resistance. The weapon kept moving forward unstoppably, smashing plate after plate. Owen's eyes widened in shock. Renee was also astonished by the display of power. Even the surrounding participants watched in disbelief. Meanwhile, the instructor stared at the destroyed iron plates, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. After a moment, he finally announced the result in a shaking voice, 10 iron plates. The crowd became chaotic. The instructor swallowed hard before repeating, Zeke pierced 10 iron plates. Even Zeke was satisfied with his performance. The result met his expectations. However, while the crowd was still reacting to his achievement, his attention suddenly shifted elsewhere. His gaze rested on another figure. She competed almost at the same time as him. That person was wearing a red cloak covering her face, making her unrecognizable. Even so, her achievement caught Zeke's attention. She had pierced 8 iron plates not with a spear but with a sword. Where did she come from? The question lingered in his mind as the preliminaries continued around them. As he continued watching, the instructor abruptly called out her name, Elin Sabrina, score 8. Hearing the announcement, Zeke thought to himself that he had never heard this name before. It sounded completely unfamiliar. However, as the hooded cloak revealed more of her face while leaving the competition area, something flashed in his mind. Suddenly, Zeke recognized her. His eyes widened in shock. The person standing before him was none other than Helen Draker, his sister, the woman known throughout the Empire by the title of Steel Knight. For a moment, Zeke could only stare at her in disbelief. Memories from his past life rushed back in waves. In his past life, Zeke clearly remembered what happened after the Platinum Knight Carly Draker fell in battle against the Pirate King in the Southern Seas. Following her death, the Draker family fell into complete chaos. Civil war broke out across the region as factions vied for influence and power. Before Abel became the head of the house, the Draker family was split into 2 major factions. At the center of one of those factions was Helen Draker. Afterwards, she wanted to stop Abel. When Abel came to power as head of the family, he began organizing opposition forces and consolidating power. Unwilling to accept Abel's rise, Helen built a defensive wall in the Troy Duchy and prepared to confront him. However, fate was not on her side. Finally, while engaging in combat with the Imperial army, she died in battle. The memories gradually faded as Zeke slowly returned to the present. After leaving the competition area, he returned to his camp. Sitting on the sofa, he leaned back and sank into thought. In his past life, until her last breath, Helen remained a traditional knight. She always fought fiercely, honorably, and without hesitation. She never cared for fame or political games. That was why Zeke felt confused. What brought her here? Why did Helen Draker decide to join the martial arts tournament? The question lingered in his mind. Before he could think further, Lady Catherine's voice pulled him back to reality. She smiled gently and praised Zeke for accurately predicting the characteristics of the Zyman's family. She noted that he had guessed correctly that they would choose spear activities focused on piercing techniques. Zeke bowed respectfully. Thank you for your help, he said sincerely. Without your support, I wouldn't have been able to prepare the spear for the competition. He paused slightly before continuing, and thanks to you, our 3 people also made it into the main round. Lady Catherine seemed very pleased with the compliment. Thank you, she replied. Then her expression turned more serious. I have obtained some solid information about the first round of the main tournament. Everyone in the room immediately focused their attention on her. The first event will be running. Felix blinked repeatedly. Running, he asked in disbelief. In a martial arts tournament? Before he could finish speaking, Sir Farrell interrupted. His expression was unusually serious. The running referred to here is the Draker survival running of the Draker family. The atmosphere instantly grew heavier. Sir Farrell crossed his arms and continued to explain, "This is not a normal race where you just reach the finish line." His voice grew colder. "This is a match where participants can be ambushed by opponents. They can engage in open combat if necessary. If you don't have a sponsoring family, you'll just get eliminated." The meaning of those words instantly sank into everyone. Both Liam and Felix turned pale. Now they understood, this wasn't just a simple martial arts tournament. It was also a battlefield where political forces fought each other through their representatives. While the others worried about the upcoming challenge, Zeke's thoughts drifted elsewhere. He was still thinking about Helen Draker. Why did she join the competition? What on earth did she want? No matter how much he thought, he couldn't find an answer. However, there was one thing he was absolutely sure of. Helen was not siding with the Zyman's family. Inside her own camp, Helen was practicing with her sword. The blade slashed through the air repeatedly as she trained in silence. Just then, Carly Draker walked into the room. "Helen," Carly called. Helen immediately stopped and turned around. "Sister Carly," she replied respectfully. Carly smiled helplessly. "Don't be so formal when it's just the two of us," she said. "Just call me sister." Helen nodded silently. After a short silence, Carly asked about someone unexpected. "What do you think of Zeke?" Hearing that name, Helen's hand trembled slightly, not from fear but from excitement. Carly noticed the reaction immediately. The corners of her lips curved into a small smile. "You want to fight him, don't you?" she asked. Helen didn't answer right away. Instead, her thoughts drifted to the competition. She recalled the technique Zeke had used, dragon-slaying arts, dragon scale pierce. That image was still vivid in her mind. It was an extraordinary attack. Helen silently praised that technique in her heart. Then she whispered softly, almost to herself, "Zeke's dragon scale pierce is more vivid, as if he could really catch a dragon." For a moment, the room grew quiet. Carly then pulled herself out of her thoughts and stepped closer. Placing a hand on Helen's shoulder, she said seriously, "Zeke will be a huge asset for us." She looked straight into Helen's eyes. "Keep testing him until you acknowledge him." Helen was silent, she said nothing. However, deep down, she felt increasingly excited. The more she thought about Zeke's potential, the more interested she became. The scene shifted to the day the official round began. Countless participants gathered at the starting area. Cold wind swept across the land as everyone prepared themselves. Standing before the crowd was Gareth Draker. He looked over all the contestants and asked loudly, "Are you ready?" His voice echoed across the area. After receiving responses from the participants, he began explaining the rules. "This round is nothing special." As he spoke, he pointed toward the giant snowy mountain towering behind his back. "You just need to reach Mount Atlas within the next 48 hours. Many participants looked at the mountain. The snow-capped peak vanished into the clouds. The challenge looked much harder than what Gareth had described. Without further delay, Gareth signaled the start of the competition. On the other side, Owen Zymans revealed a malicious smile. He was confident, absolutely confident. In this round, he would definitely crush Zeke. However, Zeke didn't pay attention to him at all. Instead, he turned back to look at Felix. "Go into the cave," Zeke ordered. Felix blinked. "What's inside the cave?" he asked. Zeke immediately glared at him. "Do you really not want to go in?" Felix quickly forced a smile to ease the mood. "I'm going in." He slowly walked into the cave, silent, following behind. A few seconds passed. Then suddenly, "Help!" A terrified scream echoed from inside the cave, everyone startled. The next moment, Felix bolted outside in desperation, screaming for help. Behind him, 3 giant polar bears chased after him. The massive beasts roared angrily as they pursued him. Seeing the situation, Zeke calmly turned to Liam. "Draw your sword." Liam looked at him in disbelief. "What are you making me do?" Liam asked anxiously. Zeke just smiled. "The fur of these bears will be very useful for us." Meanwhile, Riene and her group were moving through a snowy forest. As the group leader, Riene walked in front. Behind her, subordinates trembled continuously. The bitter cold weather was ruthless. Although most of them stayed silent, they complained endlessly in their hearts while enduring the cold. Suddenly, Riene felt something was wrong. A strange feeling ran down her spine. She stopped immediately, then she looked behind her. At that moment, her eyes widened. A group of giant creatures was following them, yetis. Several giant yetis were moving through the forest behind. Riene was surprised. Normally, yetis rarely appeared in front of humans. Their appearance made no logical sense. Then realization struck. Her expression darkened immediately. "This was caused by the Zymans family," she muttered. The answer became clear. The Zymans family had somehow lured the yetis toward them. Riene gritted her teeth in anger and cursed them inwardly as she understood what had happened. A yeti lunged forward and attacked Riene. The giant beast moved with terrifying speed despite its massive body. Its giant arms swung through the freezing air, carrying enough force to crush a human in the blink of an eye. Riene luckily dodged the blow at the final moment by twisting her body away from the attack. Her expression tightened. At that moment, Renee thought to herself that at such a high altitude and in sub-zero temperatures, even the smallest movement consumed a terrifying amount of stamina. Every breath was heavier than usual. The freezing wind cut into her skin like a blade, and the cold environment continuously swallowed her strength. Her gaze then shifted to her team. Renee immediately understood the situation. Even though she could try to endure this battle, her subordinates couldn't. Their condition had deteriorated badly due to the harsh environment, and the enemies standing before them were completely overwhelming, especially with such a terrifying number. Dozens of Yeti stood before them, their tall bodies surrounding the area like a monster army. Their growls echoed through the snowy mountain forest, making the atmosphere even more suffocating. Realizing what needed to be done, Renee stepped forward and stood before the Yeti group. She gripped her weapon tightly and turned to her subordinates. "You guys get out of here," Renee ordered decisively. "I'll hold them off." The subordinates instantly froze, however no one retreated. Instead of backing down, they stood their ground. They refused to abandon her alone. Seeing that they refused to retreat, Renee's expression darkened angrily. "What are you doing?" she asked sharply. "Are you refusing orders?" Her authoritative tone instantly silenced them. The subordinates hesitated for a moment as they were torn in their decision. Each of them wanted to stay and fight beside her, but they also understood the leader's intention. Finally, they gritted their teeth. With expressions full of frustration and helplessness, they bowed slightly. "We are sorry." They apologized before turning around. Then they sprinted away from the battlefield. The Yetis immediately noticed the retreating figures. A few roared and tried to chase after Renee's subordinates, but Renee stepped out to block them. She stood right in their path. Like an unshakable wall, she completely blocked their way. The Yetis stopped and glared at her. Renee gripped her sword with firm determination. Even if she had to die here, retreating was not an option. To save those who followed the tyrant family faction and entrusted their lives to her, she was ready to sacrifice herself without hesitation. Cold wind swept across the snowy mountain forest. The atmosphere grew tense. Suddenly, a figure appeared amidst the snowy mountain woods. The mysterious person rushed forward with astonishing speed. Before Renee could even react, that figure leaped over her head and charged straight at the Yetis. The newcomer was wrapped in bare hide, covering their face and making immediate identification impossible. The Yetis barely had time to react. With a swift movement of the sword, the figure swung the blade. A sharp flash of light gleamed. One Yeti was instantly decapitated. Its giant head flew through the air before slamming down into the snow. The battlefield fell silent for a moment. As the mysterious figure stood before Renee and rescued her from the approaching monsters, she wondered who on earth this person was. Then she looked closer, her eyes widened slightly. It was none other than Zeke Draker. Not long after, two other figures rushed through the snow. It was Liam and Felix, Zeke's two subordinates. "Master," they shouted loudly as they hurried over. Upon getting close, Felix immediately threw a spear toward Zeke. The weapon spun rapidly in the air. Without any delay, Zeke reached out and caught the spear with flawless precision. Then, without hesitating for even a single moment, he took his stance, his muscles tightening. Using all his strength, Zeke hurled the spear toward the pack of Yetis. The spear darted forward like a lightning bolt. It pierced straight through several Yetis in a straight line. Several monsters were killed instantly. Blood stained the white snow red. Seeing the terrifying power of their opponent, the remaining Yetis hesitated. Fear was evident in their eyes. After a brief moment, the surviving Yetis retreated. Their gigantic bodies vanished deeper into the snowy forest. By now, the battlefield finally grew quiet again. Zeke shifted his gaze to Renee. Staring right at her, he asked, "The Turan family never forgets a favor, right?" Renee nodded. "That's right," she replied. "What do you want?" Zeke looked toward the distant peak. "Nothing much," he said calmly, "and it's not a difficult condition either." Then he suggested that they head to the finish line together quickly. Meanwhile, at the mountaintop, Gareth Draker was waiting for the participants to arrive. Beside him, an instructor was reporting the current results. "A total of 30 participants have made it through," the instructor reported. Gareth Draker nodded. "The deadline for the competition is approaching," he said. Nearby, Owen Zymans flashed a smug smile. In his mind, he believed that the plan to use Yetis to block Renee was definitely the right choice. Everything had gone just as he expected, or at least so he thought. Just as Gareth Draker was about to announce the end of the allotted time, a voice suddenly echoed from afar. "Wait a moment." Owen Zymans' expression changed instantly. Everyone turned toward the source of the voice. A few figures emerged. It was Renee and Zeke's group. Zeke casually remarked, "Looks like we made it just in time too." Seeing them, Gareth Draker nodded. "Just barely," he said. Then he officially announced that since they were the last participants to arrive, the first round of the main stage had concluded. He announced that after resting, everyone should prepare for the second round tomorrow. The participants began buzzing about the results. Right then, someone approached Zeke and called his name, Zeke. Zeke turned around. It was Helen Draker. She looked at him calmly before speaking. "You shattered all of the Zymans family's obstructions," she said. Zeke looked straight into her eyes. "What are you trying to say?" he asked. Helen showed no reaction. "I'm not interested in such childish games," she replied. Her tone turned serious. "I just wanted to test your limits and abilities." Finished speaking, she turned and walked away. Without looking back, she added, "Don't disappoint me. I'll keep an eye on you until the tournament ends." Then she left. Zeke quietly watched her receding figure. As he observed her, he thought to himself that since she was watching him so closely, she must have joined Sister Carly's faction. He then whispered softly that it seemed she joined the competition specifically to determine if he was qualified. And indeed, she lived up to the title of the Steel Knight. Right at that moment, a familiar voice cut through his thoughts. Zeke, Renee called him. The voice pulled him out of his reverie. She walked closer and said sincerely, "I owe you my life." Renee said, "What do you want?" Zeke smiled. Since things had turned out this way, he saw an opportunity. "How about doing the second round together?" he asked. A smirk appeared on his face. No doubt those bastards from the Zymans family are going to pull tricks again. Hearing those words, Owen Zymans looked toward them. His eyes were filled with boiling anger, however he couldn't say anything. Renee considered the proposal for a moment before nodding. "It seems the logical choice is to cooperate," she admitted. Therefore she accepted the offer. Then Renee looked at Zeke and continued, "Since we're in the same boat now, I'll tell you some special information." Zeke grew curious. What could she possibly reveal? Renee's expression suddenly turned serious. "The next match," she said slowly, "the second round of the main stage, I know what the event will be." The moment those words were dropped, Zeke, Liam, and Felix were all startled. The three of them looked at Renee with surprised eyes. Seeing their reaction, Renee continued, "As expected, you guys didn't know." She explained that getting this information wasn't easy and they had just managed to gather it in time. The atmosphere immediately grew tense. Then Renee finally revealed the secret. The second round event. She paused for a moment before continuing, "It's tightrope fighting." Zeke and Duchess Catherine were sitting and discussing in a luxurious room. Hearing about the tightrope wrestling event, Zeke was slightly surprised. The man opposite confirmed that this event had no problems at all. Zeke still felt uneasy, because this event was usually hard to use petty tricks in and was chosen by the Zymans family themselves. Right at that moment, Catherine walked in with a confident smile on her lips. She stated that she had finished investigating the second round. Zeke replied that Renee Draker had already told them about this content. Catherine raised an eyebrow, saying the information she brought would be a bit different. She began to explain the format of tightrope fighting in more detail. This was a team battle taking place on suspended rope. Whichever side maintained more personnel on the rope had the greater advantage. Zeke realized immediately that the Zymans switched to team battle because they didn't dare fight him directly one-on-one. Catherine chuckled behind her fan, telling him not to worry too much. The calculating gaze of a powerful duchess. She affirmed that the role of sponsoring families was to support during times like this. The panorama of the arena appeared with giant ropes hanging suspended. The referee stood on the high podium and loudly began the briefing. He shouted out the details and rules of the upcoming match. The rule was very simple. Anyone who fell off the rope would be eliminated immediately. Aside from that, everyone could do whatever they wanted on that rope. Liam and Felix were panicking when Zeke suddenly called out. He wore a threatening smile. Anyone who got eliminated would have to undergo solitary training for a year. Hearing the ultimatum, the two of them shook with fright. The start signal rang out, and the knights lunged off the starting platform. Zymans soldiers confidently walked on the rope, boasting that they had practiced this event since they were 5 years old. He even showed regret at having to showcase his family's secret technique so early. On the other side, Zeke leisurely watched the advancing Zymans knights. A Zymans commander shouted, ordering his subordinates to take down Zeke's team. But then he suddenly froze, sensing something was wrong. A series of Zymans knights kept slipping and falling off like ripe figs dropping from a tree. The commander's eyes widened in shock, unable to understand why his men were so incompetent. Seeing the opponents dropping off, Zeke vaguely guessed this was Catherine's monetary power. Zeke glanced up at the balcony, marveling at the Duchess's wealth and willingness to spend. Catherine stood high above, watching quietly without a change in expression. Seeing the small fry culled, Zeke decided to let his team start taking real action. The female knight from the Turan faction began unleashing her secret technique. A bull skull crusher erupted, instantly knocking away those blocking the path. Liam leaped high into the air and landed solidly on a rope. The entire arena was in chaos from the overwhelming offensive from Zeke's team. A Zymans knight was horrified to see the opponents charging in so fast. A powerful kick landed straight in the face, sending the guy flying out of the arena. Zeke's team began their sweep, unleashing powerful sword arcs high in the air. Zeke smiled with satisfaction seeing his teammates doing a great job clearing the arena. Right at that moment, Owen Zymans stepped forward with a murderous gaze. Owen proposed a fair one-on-one duel in a knightly fashion, and told Zeke not to use his weak subordinates. Zeke chuckled mockingly, asking the guy back if he really thought he would easily fall for such a provocative trap. Despite saying that, Zeke still decided to indulge his opponent with a preemptive strike. He vaulted off the rope, swinging his sword and charging straight at Owen with astonishing speed. Just as his sword was about to hit the target, a silver lightning bolt suddenly cut across the attack trajectory. The harsh sound of clashing metal echoed midair, completely blocking Zeke's attack. The person who had just interfered in the match was none other than Helen Draker. Even Owen was dazed because Helen wasn't part of his faction at all. Zeke stepped back to land on the rope, his eyes full of vigilance as he looked at the newly appeared female knight. He lowered his voice and asked if she intended to side with the Zymans family. Helen nonchalantly replied that she simply wanted to test Zeke Draker's strength. Zeke felt a terrifying pressure radiating from Helen, thinking to himself that if not for the Bahamut sword, his weapon probably would have been cut in half by her. An excited smile gradually appeared on Zeke's face. He realized this was the test Helen had mentioned last time. In that case, I'll indulge you to the fullest. Zeke channeled power into his sword, causing it to burst with a brilliant blue aura, ready for a real battle. Zeke and Alin both swung their swords with all their might. The moment their blades collided, sparks flew wildly, scattering like thousands of fireflies across the arena. A powerful shockwave swept across the battlefield, making the rope beneath their feet vibrate slightly. The audience held their breath as the clash echoed throughout the arena. Among the crowd, a figure was observing the match extremely intently. His eyes did not leave the two duelists, following every movement with high concentration. Deep down, he thought that Zeke Darker truly lived up to his name. He deserved to be called the continent's #1 genius. Every movement, every step, and every sword strike exuded superior, masterful skill. At the same time, he was also impressed by Helen's performance. As he watched her clash with Zeke, he tried to recall her fake name, Erin Sabrina. The name surfaced in his memory, making him narrow his eyes in thought. He told himself that besides Renee Draker, he had never known such a talented female knight. Yet Helen was holding her own against Zeke on a narrow rope suspended high in the air. It was a sight that far exceeded his expectations. On the rope, Zeke was also lost in thought. Helen's skills were truly astounding. Every attack was precise and every defense was flawless. He realized that she was not just talking big when she told him to try his best against her. His face gradually turned serious. Seeing as it had come to this, he would respond seriously as well. His determination grew even stronger. Without hesitation, Zeke channeled mana into his sword. The blade began to hum as mana gathered around it. He activated dragon-slaying art, preparing to unleash a powerful attack. However, before he could execute the technique, the coach suddenly stepped forward and loudly announced that the second round of the competition had ended. The announcement instantly brought the match to a halt. Both Zeke and Helen stopped and stood silently for a moment. The tension blanketing the arena slowly dissipated as the two combatants lowered their weapons. The coach then announced that the third round of the competition would continue with the remaining participants. Zeke sighed and looked at Helen. "Since this round is over, we'll see each other in the next round," he said calmly. Helen stood silently, listening to Zeke. For a moment, she just stared at him. Then Zeke abruptly called Helen by her real name, Helen Darker. The moment those words left his mouth, Helen's expression changed instantly. Her eyes widened in shock. She realized Zeke had known her true identity from the start. Seeing her reaction, Zeke casually waved his hand and said they were still family, so at least he should recognize her face. However, he thought differently in his mind. Normally, just like everyone else, he wouldn't have known her face either. The only reason he recognized her was because he had seen her portrait in his past life. Helen remained silent. Having her disguise exposed by Zeke left her momentarily speechless. She lowered her gaze and slowly turned around. Then Helen softly told Zeke she would see him in the next round. Without saying another word, she left the arena. After the second round ended, Zeke, Lord Farrell, and Miss Catherine sat around a table to discuss the next round. Meanwhile, Felix and Liam stood nearby in silence, attentively listening to the conversation without interrupting. After discussing for a while, Zeke finally summarized that the third round would take place in a single elimination tournament format. Miss Catherine smiled and nodded in agreement. "Since the public will start watching from the third round," she said, "increasing the number of matches in a tournament format will be great for promotion." Lord Farrell nodded and added his own thoughts. "And I will directly decide the final champion, so it's perfect," he said with confidence. Then he laughed heartily. Anyway, no one can defeat Zeke in a one-on-one match. Victory basically belongs to him. However, hearing these words, Miss Catherine immediately warned him not to be complacent. "There is an important rule for that match," she said. Her face turned serious. "The use of aura is banned in the next round." The atmosphere around the table shifted instantly. In other words, Miss Catherine continued, "Zeke will have to fight using purely physical strength." Hearing this, Lord Farrell bolted from his chair. "What?" he cried out. He looked at Catherine in disbelief and asked if that was really true. "That's an extreme rule." However, Zeke remained calm. He told Lord Farrell to calm down and said it was fine. A faint smile appeared on his face. "Even without aura," Zeke said with confidence, "the swordsmanship I've cultivated all this time is still within me." His eyes reflected unwavering confidence. "Therefore, I will win." Lord Farrell looked at him with a worried gaze. Even though Zeke spoke with such confidence, the older man couldn't help but worry. The next moment, Lord Farrell abruptly grabbed Zeke's hand. "I'll help you train even harder until the tournament starts," he declared enthusiastically. "Leave the rest to me." Zeke awkwardly nodded in agreement. However, he thought to himself that he still wasn't used to Lord Farrell occasionally being so overly spirited. Afterward, Zeke headed toward a pharmaceutical company. Before long, he arrived at the building and went inside. Inside was his master Payne. The moment they met, both Payne and Zeke greeted each other. Then Zeke asked if he had gotten used to the new environment. Payne nodded. "At first I was a bit overwhelmed by suddenly taking on such a big role," he admitted honestly, "but I've been learning and trying my best not to become a burden." Payne had become the chairman of the pharmaceutical company Zeke was preparing. However, this role focused strictly on external affairs while someone else handled the actual work in the shadows. As Zeke's gaze swept across the room, it finally landed on a figure lazily sprawled across a desk. It was the guild's new boss, Kay. She was stretching on the desk as if it were her own bed. Recognizing Zeke, she greeted him while yawning. Kay then asked Zeke why he had time to come here when he must be busy with a martial arts competition. Zeke immediately replied that she was the one who had called it urgent. He then asked why she had sent him an emergency message. It can't just be because there's too much paperwork to handle, he added. Kay nodded. That's part of it. She admitted, but I called you for another reason. Zeke immediately asked if there was trouble with the cartel. Kay shook her head. No, then she pointed straight at Zeke. The main problem is you. Zeke froze for a moment. Kay began to explain. The Royal Intelligence Agency and the Dark Knight are both investigating in the south. Her face grew more serious. The intelligence agency is looking for whoever destroyed the Paybella cartel's camp, while the Dark Knight is looking for the person who killed Don Juan. Hearing this, Zeke fell into deep thought. He already had an idea why the Royal Intelligence Agency was looking for him. He guessed it might be because of Cain Zeman's Constantinus. After all, he had killed him and acquired the magic armor. That alone was reason enough for them to hunt him down. At the same time, he wondered what the Dark Knight was doing. Seeing him deep in thought, Kay waved her hand. You don't need to wonder why the Dark Knight is chasing you, she said. It's just the nature of their organization. Kay then casually asked if she should have Simon kill everyone who leaked information if he was really worried. Talking so casually about murder made Payne visibly tremble. He looked terrified just hearing such a discussion. Zeke shook his head immediately. We are not a cartel, he said. We don't need to kill everyone investigating us. Kay shrugged. Then Zeke changed the subject. What about the Dark Knight Yaksha? He asked. Is he adapting well to the south? Kay nodded. Actually, he was the one who brought this information to us. She continued. Perhaps because he used to belong to the intelligence agency, he's very sensitive to the royal family's movements. And Simon likes him a lot because he does a great job. Hearing this, Zeke thought it was a good thing he hadn't killed the man back then. Kay stretched a little and spoke again. There's one more issue. Zeke immediately asked what it was. Kay replied that there was trouble with the newly recruited alchemists. Zeke frowned, not understanding what the problem was. Before Kay could continue, Payne stepped up and explained, We invited them to brew a new potion with Soma. Payne sighed as he spoke. But a while ago, they suddenly went on strike and stopped their research. Zeke blinked. Is there a way to persuade them to work again? Payne shook his head. We've tried. Annoyance was clearly visible on his face. Those two are just too difficult to deal with. Suddenly, a memory surfaced in Zeke's mind. His eyes widened slightly, then he looked at Payne and asked, Are those alchemists twin brothers? Payne looked genuinely surprised. How do you know? He asked. A slow smile spread across Zeke's face. Deep down, he thought it really was them. The troublesome geniuses he remembered, the genius twin alchemist brothers Al and Jeff. When the rose disease began spreading across the continent in Zeke's past life, countless lives were lost as entire regions fell into panic while the mysterious illness continuously claimed lives one by one. With no cure in sight and no one capable of developing an antidote, the continent gradually plunged into chaos. As the greatest physicians, scholars, and alchemists all attempted to solve the problem, only for every single effort to fail. Until right at the moment when hope seemed completely extinguished, two genius alchemist brothers abruptly appeared before the world. The alchemist twin brothers AI and Jeff possessed a talent the world had never seen before, and thanks to their innate intelligence and relentless research, they successfully manufactured the remedy for the rose disease, ensuring that it was no longer considered incurable and making their achievement one of the greatest miracles of that era, saving countless lives and preventing the continent from sinking deeper into despair. Presently, Zeke was immensely surprised to hear the names of these two brothers, his thoughts drifting back to his past life memories for a brief moment. Though what surprised him even more wasn't just that the twins had created the remedy, but that AI and Jeff had released the healing formula completely free of charge, which was precisely the sole reason Zeke was able to teach Melissa this remedy. As he looked toward Payne and asked, What are they demanding during this strike? Payne immediately replied, They submitted a list of alchemical material requests, pausing for a moment before continuing, but the majority of them are completely unrelated to researching the new medicine and are extremely expensive, his face darkening as he further explained. So I cut their procurement budget and they went on strike immediately. Hearing this explanation, Zeke didn't hesitate as he ordered, Provide them with everything they requested. Payne blinked in surprise and asked, Are you sure? Those materials are very expensive. Zeke turned back to look straight at him and answered resolutely, I'm sure. Provide them with everything possible for now, before adding another directive. Also, pass along a message for me and tell them to finish developing the new medicine using Soma as soon as possible. As Zeke prepared to leave, he abruptly stopped, the air around him seeming to grow heavier as he slowly turned back to look at Payne and Kay. And then, in a threatening tone that sent chills down their spines, he said, Tell them that if they still fail to produce satisfactory results, I'll go find them myself. It was a simple statement, but the pressure behind it was terrifyingly immense, causing both Payne and Kay to clearly display their tension upon hearing Zeke's warning and immediately obey by replying, Yes, understood. The scene shifts to a colossal arena packed to the brim with spectators. It stands overflowing with people from all across the kingdom. Gareth Draker, his majestic physique instantly commanded everyone's attention as he looked at the contestants and asked, Is everyone ready? After receiving no objections, he continued, this round will consist of single elimination tournament matches between 8 knights. The first match will be between Felix Valencia and Morton Heroes. As the announcement echoed across the arena, Felix stepped forward. Trying to boost Felix's morale, Zeke looked at him and said, if you lose, you're going into isolation training, prompting Felix to immediately put on a tough facade and reply with full confidence, understood, master. And even though he acted fearless, the threat of isolation training clearly motivated him. Felix then turned his attention to his opponent, thinking as he observed Morton that the guy looked quite tough. Judging by his appearance and aura, Felix was certain Morton was a subordinate of the Zimin family, while Morton was simultaneously observing Felix, though unlike Felix, he looked confused because he had never even heard the name Felix Valencia before, leaving the persistent thought echoing in his head. How could someone he had never even heard of make it into the quarterfinal? Suddenly, the referee declared the match to be underway, and the moment the signal rang out, Morton immediately charged toward Felix, swinging his sword powerfully as he roared, I'll finish this quickly. His blade slashed through the air with staggering force, yet Felix effortlessly dodged the strike at the very last second. Morton's eyes went wide in shock, unable to believe that Felix had dodged his attack without even taking a single step back. Wasting no time, Morton began swinging his sword frantically in relentless back-to-back strikes, his blade flashing continuously as he tried to overwhelm Felix with sheer aggression, but Felix dodged at the last moment every single time, moving with astonishing precision. Seeing those frantic attacks continuously fail, Felix smiled and said, turns out I was just worrying over nothing, before glancing at Morton to mock, you're pretty bad at this. Morton's face instantly flushed red with anger. Before Morton could even react, Felix moved abruptly. He stepped forward and delivered a powerful kick straight to Morton's stomach, saying, I'll finish this quickly. Bam! The force of the kick was terrifying, sending Morton flying backward like a cannonball and slamming his body against the arena wall with tremendous impact, causing dust and debris to explode and shroud the surrounding area. Cracks spread across the wall behind him and the entire arena fell silent for a moment before the referee loudly announced, Morton Heroes is out of the arena. The winner is Felix Valencia. Felix smiled brightly, thinking, looks like I don't have to do isolation training after all. After a brief pause, Gareth Draker stepped out again and announced, the next match will be between Liam Stone and Renee Draker. Both contestants stepped into the arena, and as they faced each other, Liam smiled respectfully and said, good luck, while Renee simply assumed her battle stance. The match began the moment the signal sounded, and Renee rushed toward Liam with exploding speed, prompting Liam to quickly raise his sword to block the attack as sparks flew from the violent collision, the shockwave being so strong that it forced Liam to recoil backward. Renee didn't give him a single moment to breathe, launching a relentless, non-stop assault. Strike after strike followed, and although Liam blocked and dodged everything he could, it was obvious he was struggling immensely. Spotting an opening, Liam suddenly swung his sword with all his might. However, Renee easily blocked it. Standing at the corner of the arena, Zeke carefully observed the fight, thinking that in this competition, contestants had to use swordsmanship relying solely on raw power as aura was strictly prohibited. Liam possessed a long reach and exceptional flexibility, allowing him to launch attacks from multiple angles. Meanwhile, Renee attacked by fully utilizing her body's elasticity. Observing closer, Zeke realized an important detail. Although the match looked evenly matched on the surface, reality was quite the opposite. He could clearly see that Renee's techniques were gradually falling into place. Everything she did had a purpose, and every single movement was building up toward the dragon-slaying technique. Then Renee lunged at Liam once again with astonishing speed. Even Liam was startled by her sudden acceleration. The very next moment, her attack struck true, causing a massive cloud of dust to explode across the arena as spectators instinctively leaned forward in anticipation while the dust slowly cleared. When visibility returned, everyone finally saw the result. Liam was kneeling on the ground. Renee's sword was resting right against his neck. The outcome was clear, with the referee announcing, the winner is Renee Draker, as cheers echoed throughout the stadium. Seeing the result, Zeke smiled. After all, the Thunder Knight Renee was still a genius. Before he could think any further, Felix suddenly sprinted over and called out excitedly, Master, since Liam lost, does he have to do isolation training? The next moment, thwack! Felix found himself sitting on the ground holding his head, where a large bump had already risen. Ignoring Felix's whining, the referee announced the third match. The next match will be between Zeke Draker and Owen Simmons, immediately sparking widespread excitement throughout the arena as both contestants stepped onto the battlefield. Facing each other, Owen spoke first, a confident smile spreading across his face as he said, we finally get to meet in the arena, and continued, I'll show you that crude strength means nothing against strategy. Hearing those words, Zeke's face darkened. He looked straight at Owen and asked, are you talking about preaching to others about not using aura while sneaking in a magic spear? The moment those words left Zeke's mouth, Owen froze and his eyes widened in shock as his secret was exposed to the public. However, Zeke didn't give him a chance to reply, stating calmly in a steady, confident voice, it doesn't matter because I'm going to win anyway. Zeke then slowly raised his hand, openly provoking Owen with a simple gesture as he said, come at me, his eyes remaining locked on his opponent. I'll destroy you.
Hearing those words, Owen gritted his teeth in fury and cursed at Zeke. His face twisted with rage as his fingers tightened around the spear shaft. But despite his ferocious appearance, his mind was racing. He wondered how Zeke knew about his modified spear. It was a secret he had carefully hidden. Even the tournament organizers hadn't detected it despite all their authority and experience. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he grew. He even began to suspect that Zeke was using a similar trick. Otherwise, how could he have uncovered the truth so easily? Seeing him hesitate to attack, Zeke asked what he was standing there frozen for. With a mocking expression, he asked if Owen had finally turned into such an idiot that he could no longer understand human speech. The insult struck right where it hurt. Owen finally snapped. The veins on his face bulged with anger as he started cursing at Zeke all over again. His patience was completely exhausted. With an angry roar, he lunged forward and thrust the tip of his spear straight at Zeke with blistering speed. The weapon tore through the air like a bolt of lightning rushing toward its target. Yet Zeke stood completely unflinched. As the spear drew closer and closer to his face, Zeke leisurely swung his sword and easily deflected the attack off course. Seeing that display of power, Owen was shocked. A single drop of sweat trickled down his face as his eyes filled with disbelief. Zeke smiled and remarked that at this level, it was no different from using aura. Then, without wasting another second, Zeke swung his sword toward Owen. Even though Owen managed to block it with his spear, the force behind the blow was terrifying. His entire body shook violently and he was blasted backward across the arena. Fear gripped Owen's heart. His eyes widened as he wondered what kind of power that was. Zeke didn't give him time to think. The moment Owen was knocked back, Zeke bolted forward. His figure blurred across the arena floor before materializing right in front of Owen. Then he punched Owen straight in the face with all his might. Bam! The impact echoed across the arena. Owen was thrown to the floor and slid backward from the sheer force. Before he could even get up, a dark shadow loomed over him. Raising his head, Owen saw Zeke standing right above him. Zeke told him it was really his unlucky day for choosing to pick a fight with him. Then he slowly cracked his knuckles. That sound was enough to turn Owen's face pale. With a threatening tone, Zeke said that with so many people watching, he would make sure everyone clearly saw how pathetic Owen truly was. A sinister smile slowly spread across Zeke's face as he asked if that wasn't a fair price to pay for playing dirty. Owen's face turned completely drained of color as Zeke's terrifying gaze bore down on him. A short while later, Owen was carried out of the arena on a stretcher. His face was badly bruised by Zeke and foam was spilling from his mouth. A truly pathetic sight. As he stepped down from the arena, Zeke wondered why Owen bothered pulling all those dirty tricks when he never stood a chance of beating him from the start. However, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted. Zeke's gaze landed on something and he grew slightly surprised. Not far away, he spotted his two subordinates sitting on a bench. Both Liam and Felix looked unusually gloomy. Zeke said he understood why Liam was like that since he lost his match, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong with Felix. So he asked straight out. Felix let out a sigh and replied that his next opponent was Alin Sabrina. The moment he uttered that name, his shoulders slumped even further. Staring down at the ground, Felix asked how he could possibly defeat someone who had fought evenly with Zeke. Hearing that, Zeke tried to encourage him. He asked why Felix was worrying so much. Then he tried to inspire him, telling him to go all out and show what he was made of. Zeke said that if Felix held back just because he thought he was going to lose, he would throw Felix straight into solitary training. Hearing his master's reply, Felix immediately asked why it had to be like that. When Liam lost, Zeke hadn't thrown him into solitary training, yet it was different for him. Felix asked if Zeke was playing favorites. The accusation made Liam look away awkwardly. Zeke simply turned around and started walking away. Without bothering to look back, he waved his hand and said he'd see Felix in the semifinals. A giant lump formed on top of Felix's head. He clenched his fists and wished his departing master bad luck. Time passed and the tournament quickly advanced to the semifinals. Zeke's opponent was Rieni Adrade. The moment the match brackets were announced, excitement rippled across the stands. Everyone knew this battle would be one of the highlights of the tournament. Zeke stepped onto the arena while Rieni was already waiting there. Everyone was cheering for Rieni. A wave of support surged from the crowd, yet despite the overwhelming cheers, Rieni's expression remained completely blank. A gentle breeze swept across the arena as the two competitors stood facing each other. For a moment, neither of them spoke. They just stared at each other in silence. Then Zeke broke the silence. He asked if this wasn't their first match since the birth assessment evaluation. Rieni gave a faint nod and replied that this time would be different. Her voice held not a shred of hesitation, only pure determination. Rieni then took her stance. Gripping her sword tightly, she stated firmly that she had prepared thoroughly for this moment. She had waited a very long time for another chance to face Zeke. Zeke also grabbed his sword and smiled. He said he would give it his all as well. Their eyes met, the atmosphere instantly turned tense. Both of them were ready for a showdown. Then they made their move. The moment their blades clashed, a powerful shockwave blasted across the arena. Sparks exploded from the impact, scattering into the air like countless stars. After trading a blow, Zeke was astonished. He wondered what was up with her today. Her eyes were completely different from when she fought Liam. Inside them burned an intense fire, a determination that seemed capable of overcoming any obstacle. Rieni stated that she had been waiting for the day she could face Zeke again, and this time she was determined to defeat him. The moment she finished speaking, Rieni swung her sword. Zeke blocked it, but even with a successful defense, he was still pushed back several meters by the sheer force. However, instead of panicking, Zeke's face curved into an intrigued smile. He told himself that this was finally a worthwhile match. Meanwhile, Gareth Draker, who was in charge of the tournament, watched the battle intently from his seat. Looking at Riene, he thought she was exactly what he had heard: fearless, competitive, and full of ambition. Riene Draker, I've heard a lot about her incredible competitiveness. And seeing her fight like this with my own eyes, I've truly come to understand why she's known as the embodiment of competitiveness. For someone dubbed the apex prodigy of the Draker family's next generation, defeat was undoubtedly an unspeakable humiliation. But the problem was that her opponent happened to be an unprecedented genius. Meanwhile, the smile on Zeke's face only widened. He praised Riene and said that after just a few exchanges, he could already tell how hard she had trained. Her progress was obvious, her efforts were undeniable. Then he added that he hadn't been sitting around doing nothing either. The next moment, Zeke's aura shifted. He instantly used Dragonslaying style Gale Sky Cleaver. The moment he unleashed the technique, a powerful force burst forth and pushed Riene backward. Then the two lunged at each other one final time. The crowd held their breath, their blades touched for the last time. And in that brief moment, the world seemed to stand still. Silence enveloped the arena. Then, crack, Riene's sword shattered into countless pieces. The fragments scattered through the air, sparkling in the sunlight before falling to the ground. Zeke lowered his sword and calmly said it was a good match. For a moment, no one spoke. Then the crowd erupted in excitement. Cheers echoed thunderously throughout the arena. Kneeling on the ground, Riene clenched her fists. She steeled her resolve and declared that next time she wouldn't lose. Zeke smiled, then he said he would look forward to it. Afterwards, Zeke looked toward the adjacent arena where Felix and Aline Sabrina were fighting. Though he couldn't see the match clearly anymore, the resounding cheers told him the battle had already ended. Then an announcement echoed across the tournament grounds. The match was over and the winner was Aline Sabrina. As attention shifted to the neighboring arena, Felix could be seen lying unconscious on the ground. Meanwhile, Aline Sabrina stood right before him. Zeke visits Felix, who is recovering from his injuries, and kindly asks how the kid is doing. Felix makes a gloomy face, forces a smile, and apologizes to his master for taking such a crushing defeat. Zeke just smiles and tells him not to be too humble, because this time's opponent is truly no pushover. In the previous match, Aline Sabrina secured a convincing victory before the eyes of the entire audience. Even though she won, Helen's hands were still trembling uncontrollably after facing Felix. She stood there, her lips pressed tightly together as if preparing for a monumental decision. Immediately, she proudly announced that she was no Aline Sabrina. She is Helen Draker, a pure-blooded member of the Draker family, and also a Blue Knight. The surrounding crowd began buzzing and whispering about the true identity of the famed Iron Knight. Helen declared she would use her absolute, true strength to fight in the finals. She openly demanded that the organizers lift the ban on using aura to ensure a fair match. Zeke realized that Helen was not only strong, but also very astute at capitalizing on public pressure. Felix turned pale upon hearing his master mention special training after the tournament. He whimpered to make sure, because Zeke's closed-door training was no different from torture. Zeke looked at his subordinate's pitiful expression and thought to himself that he should probably go a bit easier on him. The final day of competition had arrived, and the entire arena shook with the excited cheers of the spectators. The organizers announced that a very special guest would be attending today's ceremony. It was none other than the head of the Draker family stepping out from behind the gates. Arthur Draker revealed himself with an aura of immense authority and an unpredictable smile. Behind the scenes, Arthur seemed to be boiling with rage, making it hard for the servants to hold him back. He stepped up to introduce the two brightest contenders for the championship. First was the continent's youngest Blue Knight, Zeke Draker, and his opponent was none other than the Iron Knight, Helen Draker. The audience gasped upon seeing the massive sword Helen was carrying with her. It was the Dragon Buster, the treasured blade personally handed to her by Arthur. The two opponents stood facing each other, the atmosphere beginning to grow thick and heavy. Helen offered praise to Felix and acknowledged him as a formidable subordinate. Zeke casually accepted the compliment, his eyes never leaving his opponent. Helen began channeling a blazing blue aura around her body, affirming that she would win today. Zeke calmly replied that things wouldn't go the way she thought. Arthur signaled for both of them to take their combat stances. Start! The shout rang out, accompanied by an outburst of energy. A streak of blue light tore through the air and charged straight ahead. The two swords collided violently, creating an explosion of light right in the center of the ring. Felix and the others in the stands were astonished by this terrifying power. The shockwave was so intense that even those standing far away shuddered. Zeke concentrated to the utmost, knowing that even a single second of carelessness would exact a price. The two lunged at each other at dizzying speeds, creating intertwining streaks of light. Zeke spun around, beginning to execute a special swordsmanship technique infused with blue lightning. It was Dragonslaying sword style True Dragon Sword, second form. A massive crescent slash swept across the arena. Helen didn't hold back either, unleashing her full aura to fend off the attack. Unexpectedly, Zeke abruptly shifted his stance, releasing an entirely different type of swordsmanship. Dragonslaying sword style Gale style. Helen gasped in shock as a series of Zeke's afterimages appeared to surround her. She shouted loudly that these cheap illusions wouldn't work against her. Yet the pressure emanating from those afterimages was completely real and terrifyingly intense. Helen screamed with determination, swinging her giant sword to shatter the illusionary encirclement. The burst of energy gave the crowd in the stands quite a scare. Deafening cheers echoed throughout the grand arena, and no one could take their eyes off the battle. Amidst the crowd, a red-haired man sat with his arms crossed, quietly observing the developments with an indifferent expression. He remarked that this match was truly a rare and lively spectacle. His gaze turned toward Arthur Draker, who was sitting thoughtfully in the center position. He turned to ask Arthur who he thought would win this fateful match. The red-haired man smirked, saying that although Arthur tried to look stern, deep down he was thrilled watching his descendants perform. He also realized that Zeke seemed to have found a formidable sponsor family to teach him a new style of swordsmanship. The swordsmanship Zeke was using was definitely not the traditional dragon-slaying sword style of the Draker household. It was an entirely different set of footwork, graceful yet packed with immense power. Zeke thought to himself that Helen's defense was too solid, and he had to do something to break this formation. Down in the ring, Helen also noticed the anomaly and directly asked Zeke what he was plotting. Zeke made no secret of it, admitting that he had learned a new type of swordsmanship from a secret faction. He smiled with confidence, saying things were starting to get interesting. The two competitors looked at each other with blazing eyes, ready for the decisive blow. Helen affirmed that she too would fight with all her might to return the respect she had for her opponent. The battle entered its most explosive stage. Zeke then launched an attack on Helen, swinging his sword with immense force as he immediately closed the distance between them. Even so, Helen managed to parry the blow at the very last moment, shifting the blade's trajectory before it could strike her head-on. Pulling his sword back without wasting a single second, Zeke unleashed another lightning-fast thrust, targeting Helen directly and giving her zero breathing room to regain her footing. Helen blocked the strike once more, refusing to step back despite the overwhelming pressure. Their swords clashed violently, sending bright sparks flying in every direction. Helen was clearly struggling against Zeke, and it was becoming increasingly obvious that every single exchange pushed her closer to her limit. The two of them eventually backed away following a heavy blow, creating a small distance between them as they re-established their stances. They locked eyes for a brief moment, neither lowering their guard for even a second. Helen thought at that moment that if she took even a single one of those blows, it would be fatal. From the sheer pressure radiating off Zeke's sword alone, she could tell that a direct hit would instantly decide the match. Her gaze grew more serious as she failed to comprehend how Zeke had reached such a level ahead of her. No matter how hard she tried to process it, she simply couldn't believe that someone once dismissed as incompetent had grown to such an astonishing degree. Ultimately, she acknowledged that Zeke was strong. There was no room left to deny it. Meanwhile, Zeke rested his sword across his shoulder while keeping his eyes fixed on Helen, calmly waiting for her counterattack without pressing the offensive. Helen understood that if the battle dragged out into a test of physical endurance, she would lose. Every collision drained more of her stamina, whereas Zeke still looked like he could keep going for much longer. Therefore, she wanted to end the match with a decisive blow before her remaining energy ran out completely. With that thought in mind, Helen channeled all her remaining mana into her blade, causing it to glow with a thick, dense blue light that enveloped the entire weapon. At the same time, black lightning wrapped around it, crackling across the sword as intense waves of mana radiated across the entire arena. Zeke looked on in astonishment as she deployed that technique. For a brief moment, sheer surprise was clearly visible on his face as he recognized the exact skill Helen had chosen. Almost immediately, that shock melted into a smile. Instead of growing anxious, he seemed rather pleased. Zeke told Helen that he understood she wanted to wrap things up. He could tell she had decided to settle everything with one final strike. Helen's eyes turned fierce as she declared she was coming. The determination in her gaze showed she was fully resolved. Draken Draker, the first Draker, was famously chronicled in legend as having cleaved a massive castle wall in half with a single sword stroke. The story had been passed down through generations as one of the greatest feats ever accomplished by a member of the Draker family. And right now, everyone witnessing Helen's sword technique thought of that exact moment. Helen then struck, swinging her sword with all her remaining strength while utilizing the castle slayer arts. The moment the attack was unleashed, a colossal wave of destructive force erupted forward. Her assault tore straight across the ground toward Zeke, splitting the arena floor in half as chunks of stone were launched into the air, while the devastating slash kept advancing without losing an ounce of momentum. Zeke stood his ground, praising her power. Even when faced with such a terrifying attack, his expression remained completely calm as he acknowledged just how formidable Helen's final blow truly was. He then channeled mana into his own blade, telling her it was his turn to show her what he was capable of. A powerful surge of mana immediately gathered around his weapon as he concentrated all his remaining strength into a single strike. He then raised his sword straight above his head, causing it to shine brilliantly. Zeke echoed Helen's words and declared, "I'm coming." Zeke then executed the true dragon swordsmanship style, ultimate triforce, swinging his blade with every ounce of strength he had left. The moment he unleashed the attack, a massive wave of sword pressure burst forward. As the sword wave surged ahead, it took the physical form of a giant water bird. The magnificent apparition tore across the arena with overwhelming force, its body appearing to be made entirely of water and condensed mana, while its massive wings spread wide as it flew straight toward Helen's oncoming attack. Seeing the attack coming, Helen was stunned. Her eyes widened in absolute disbelief as she watched the colossal water bird hurtle toward her. She simply couldn't fathom that Zeke was capable of producing such an attack. In that instant, Helen recalled the words of Carly Draker. She had once mentioned that Zeke's swordplay was genuinely capable of slaying dragons. Helen had heard those words back then, but now she finally understood the exact weight of Carly's meaning, and she could feel it right now, witnessing it with her own eyes. She thought that Zeke would become an immense asset to them. Even while facing defeat, she couldn't help but realize just how invaluable someone with talent of this caliber would be in the future. As the two swords were about to collide, Zeke spoke in a serious tone, stating that it was over. Helen could only stare at him in shock and helplessness. Looking into Zeke's unwavering eyes, she understood there was nothing more she could do. The two blades finally met, triggering a colossal explosion. A deafening roar instantly swallowed the entire arena as the collision of their ultimate skills unleashed an overwhelming shockwave in every direction. Dust and debris burst into the air, completely obscuring both Zeke and Helen from the spectators' sight. The arena was blanketed by a thick cloud of dust and rubble, making it impossible for anyone to immediately determine who had won. After a brief moment, the dust began to clear as the heavy clouds slowly settled over the shattered arena floor. The crowd watching the match eagerly awaited the final outcome. Every single spectator remained silent, gazing toward the center of the arena in breathless anticipation, but the result left many dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what their eyes were seeing. Zeke had won the match. He had defeated the Steel Knight Helen Draker. As the remaining dust completely vanished, Zeke stood in the middle of the arena with his sword still in hand, while Helen knelt on the ground in total defeat. Helen subsequently accepted her loss, stating that she had lost. There was no hesitation in her voice as she openly acknowledged the match's outcome. Helen then added that Zeke was truly incredible and she genuinely couldn't beat him. Having experienced his strength firsthand, she had no remaining doubts that he had surpassed her. Zeke smiled in response and said he was merely lucky. Helen stood up with a slight tremor, nodding that Zeke remained humble right up until the end. Even after winning such an astonishing match, he still refused to boast about his achievement. She then spoke in a serious tone, informing him that Carly Draker had something to say to him and would be coming to see him soon, so Zeke should wait. Zeke smiled and said he understood. Helen then turned her back and walked away, congratulating Zeke on his victory before slowly stepping out of the arena. Standing above, Arthur Draker, the head of the Draker family, announced that the overall winner of this year's martial arts tournament had been decided. He stated that the ultimate victor was Zeke Draker. Arthur then added that he would personally receive his medal from the family head himself. Zeke looked up from the arena toward his father above, waiting calmly as Arthur prepared to descend. Arthur finally stepped down into the arena and pinned the medal onto Zeke with his own hands. The crowd erupted into thunderous cheers as Zeke stood tall in the center of the arena. Arthur then remarked that Zeke had carried out his assignment remarkably well. Zeke replied that he had simply followed orders. Hearing that, Arthur smiled and noted that the winner of the Draker martial arts tournament would receive various privileges. He would inform him of those details later, but first he wanted to give his son a gift as a proud father. Arthur's expression softened slightly as he looked at Zeke before asking if there was anything Zeke wanted. Zeke remained silent for a moment, carefully pondering his response before finally replying that he wanted to be taught about his mother. Hearing that, Arthur's face drained of color. The atmosphere immediately grew noticeably heavy. He then turned to look toward the direction of the Agamemnon family and asked if he had heard anything from the Agamemnon family. Zeke replied that there were still many things he hadn't heard, which was why he wanted to ask Arthur directly. He wanted to know the truth that only his father could tell him. Arthur asked why Zeke wanted that above all else. Out of all the rewards and privileges he could have requested after becoming the champion, Arthur couldn't understand why Zeke chose that single question. Zeke simply said irregular. It was a single, simple word, but the shock on the family head's face was undeniable. Arthur's expression instantly froze the moment that word left Zeke's mouth. Zeke's face also turned serious as he stated that he wanted to know about the prophecy made by his mother, who was an irregular. His unwavering eyes remained locked onto Arthur, waiting for the answer that had been concealed from him for so many years. Abel and William were sitting inside the office. Abel calmly took a sip of tea before setting his cup back down on the table, remarking that Zeke had finally won. Meanwhile, William looked out the window, letting out a long sigh as he muttered under his breath, "Owen Zeman, if I had known from the moment that fool stepped out." William still couldn't believe that Owen had been defeated by Zeke Draker without offering any resistance whatsoever. He had expected at least a decent fight, yet Owen couldn't even display up to that standard. It was a humiliation so profound that just thinking about it made his expression grow even colder. Hearing that, Abel noted that Owen would grow stronger once he received his blessing anyway, asking why William was upset over something that could still be remedied. Since the blessing would enhance Owen's strength, there might still be some value left in him. William replied that a blessing only held meaning when bestowed upon someone worthy, and asked what the point was in making an ordinary fool slightly stronger. He then stated with a cold expression that, ultimately, Owen was nothing more than a stain on the Zeman family name. Abel tried to reassure him, pointing out that he was still his younger brother and would be deeply hurt if he heard those words. Even though Owen had failed, he still shared William's bloodline, so there was no need to be so harsh. William stated that he refused to acknowledge someone who disgraced the Zeman reputation as his brother. His tone remained devoid of emotion, as if he had completely given up on Owen. To him, family honor mattered far more than mere biological tie. Shrugging that matter aside, Abel asked how the situation regarding the Guardian Knight was progressing. William replied that Carly Draker's side was still attempting to persuade the elders, meaning they were undoubtedly desperate to prevent Abel from securing the Guardian Knight position. They still required 2 more votes at present, which proved rather troublesome. Despite gaining a fair amount of support, the remaining votes were proving much harder to secure than anticipated. Hearing this, Abel complained that he still needed 2 more votes and declared he was sick of waiting. He had endured enough delays, and every passing day only intensified his impatience. William reminded Abel that he knew better than anyone else just how long he had waited for this moment. William stated that once the Guardian Knight affair and the Kara situation were properly sorted out, everything would soon proceed exactly as he desired, telling Abel to exercise patience just a little bit longer. Abel's face darkened as he muttered that if William said so, then fine. He then abruptly slammed his hand down onto the table with enough force to rattle the teacup before warning William to remember that if he was forced to wait any longer, he better start preparing himself accordingly. His words carried a warning so unmistakable that even William couldn't simply brush them off. Meanwhile, back at the Drager estate, Zeke was being congratulated on his tournament victory. Zeke walked in awkwardly, thanking them for their hard work. But upon seeing the lavish preparations spanning the entire domain, with corridors decked out in decorations and servants lined up to welcome him, he asked if it was truly necessary to go this far. The knights standing in 2 rows before Zeke replied that showing respect to the victor was only natural, and respectfully invited him to proceed. Zeke headed toward the Patriarch's office, wondering how the typically unfriendly Draker knights had suddenly turned so kind toward him. Just a short while ago, many of them had looked down upon him, yet now every single one of them bowed respectfully as he walked past. When he pushed the door open, family head Arthur Draker was sitting inside. The room remained as quiet as ever, with Arthur waiting calmly as if he had anticipated Zeke's arrival the moment he returned. He greeted Zeke in a gentle tone, then remarked that he had expected Zeke to enjoy the victory banquet and return after a couple of months. Arthur then asked why Zeke wasn't indulging in the privileges that belonged exclusively to him. When someone won the Draker martial arts tournament, it was customary to host a grand banquet with the sponsoring family and other affiliated figures. The champion was expected to spend time attending ceremonies, meeting influential nobles, receiving countless congratulatory messages, and strengthening ties with various prominent individuals. It was a tradition upheld within the Draker family for generations, but Zeke had no desire to spend time on such trivialities. He looked at his father and said that, as he knew, he wasn't much of a party person. Standing around exchanging meaningless pleasantries was never something he found entertaining. Hearing that, Arthur smiled and said he felt the same way at Zeke's age, having focused solely on training for greater achievements while considering entertainment utterly pointless. Back then, his mind had been entirely fixated on becoming stronger. He then reminded Zeke that even if he became a Black Knight, he couldn't take on the entire continent by himself. No matter how powerful an individual grew, there were always limits that could not be surpassed through sheer strength alone. The reality was that Zeke couldn't avoid death if just 2 other Black Knights became his enemies. Even the strongest warriors on the continent could be overwhelmed when facing multiple opponents of equal caliber. Hearing those words, Zeke found it hard to believe that Arthur Draker, one of the strongest men on the continent, was telling him such a thing. He had expected unwavering confidence from his father, not caution. But if it were his master, Kaser, even a multitude of Black Knights wouldn't be enough. He then recalled that the hero King Kaser had reached the Grandmaster level. That led Zeke to wonder if he himself could attain Grandmaster status. He could stand above all and become the absolute ruler. If he reached the same realm as his master, perhaps no one on the continent could stand against him. Arthur then placed a wooden box on the table and told Zeke to take a look inside. Zeke looked closer and saw a pocket watch resting within. The watch appeared old, yet showed no signs of rust or damage despite the passage of years. The craftsmanship looked exceptionally intricate, making it obvious this was no ordinary item. Arthur stated that it was no ordinary watch either, nodding that Laura had left it behind for him. Hearing that, Zeke asked if this was a keepsake from his mother. Arthur nodded in agreement, stating that Laura had always kept it on her. No matter where he went, that pocket watch had never left his person. Arthur then said he would hand it over to Zeke, and while he might not learn much about Laura through this watch alone, it still belonged to her and deserved to be passed down to her son. Zeke asked what he meant. Arthur explained that Laura used this watch to catch a glimpse of a realm they couldn't see. Because it belonged to an irregular, there wasn't much they could do with it. Naturally, they knew nothing about the artifact other than the fact that it had been recovered from the northern continent. Every attempt to decipher its true purpose had ultimately failed. Arthur added that was the extent of his knowledge, nodding that Laura had always been a woman of many secrets. Even during the years they spent together, there were countless things she had never explained. Zeke thought to himself that even Arthur Draker, the head of the Draker family and her husband, didn't truly know much about his mother, and irregular. That realization only made the mystery surrounding Laura grow even larger. Zeke then stated there was something he wanted to ask. Arthur asked what it was. Zeke inquired whether he had ever considered the possibility that Zeke might possess healing talents. Arthur replied that he had indeed considered that possibility before adding, "But you are not a healer, you are a pure-blooded Draker Awakener." Hearing that response, Zeke quietly clenched his fists beneath the table, wondering if he would have been cast aside had he not been a pure-blooded Awakener. Arthur then announced there was one more thing he wanted to tell him. He subsequently warned his son against digging deeper into Laura Agamemnon. On the central continent, irregulars were regarded as cursed beings, so pursuing such matters would bring no benefit to him, someone who carried her blood. The more he uncovered about her past, the more trouble he might needlessly bring upon himself. Hearing those words, Zeke fell silent for a moment. He simply lowered his gaze, reflecting on everything Arthur had just said. Zeke then nodded, stating he would follow Arthur's orders. Afterwards, Zeke sat alone in his room, staring at the watch. The room remained completely still as the pocket watch rested in his hands. He wondered internally why his mother had left this watch behind as her final memento. If it genuinely held a hidden secret, then perhaps this was the only clue she had intentionally left behind for him. When Zeke looked closer, it felt strangely familiar to him. He wondered if he had seen it somewhere before. After a brief moment of thought, he suddenly remembered seeing it in Saturn Draker's possession. It matched the pocket watch the man had carried when he came to Bahamut. Zeke clearly remembered that this item held the power of Kronos. The memories grew increasingly vivid as he recalled everything that had occurred back then. With that thought, he picked up the watch. He wondered what would happen if he simply channeled ether into it, just as he had when activating ancient artifacts like the Hersian and the Golden Mask. As he poured ether into the watch, a notification window abruptly popped up before his eyes. It read, "Detected the soul of an ancient dragon within the user's mana." Immediately following that, another alert appeared. The watch activates for one blessed by an ancient dragon. Zeke's eyes widened as he read through the alerts. Then suddenly, while the watch was activating, a separate prompt appeared requesting an activation lock. Zeke wondered what that was. He had never heard of an ancient artifact requiring an activation lock before. Following that, yet another notification window emerged, initiating a main quest. Main quest: renew the authentication lock and activate the watch. Reward: the power of Kronos. Staring at those final words, Zeke's expression froze completely.